The apocalypse of the game has descended upon reality, transforming the world drastically. Meteor strikes, rampant zombies, the Ice Age, invasions by insectoid species, and monstrous creatures have brought calamity, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. In this moment of despair, Jiang Yu acquires a trial system, commencing at an interstellar refuge, stockpiling billions of resources before the disaster strikes, constructing advanced civilization weaponry, unlocking genetic locks, and establishing a formidable power. While others endure starvation, Jiang Yu has already feasted on freshly harvested vegetables. While others suffer the biting cold, the inhabitants of the refuge bask in warmth. As danger looms, the loyal and determined within the refuge unite to protect their home and loved ones. When despair approaches, Jiang Yu stands as the last line of defense, safeguarding the flickering flame of hope. Chapter 1. The game arrives, the apocalypse descends. Congratulations, player 00001 has completed the game. Would you like to continue? Yes or no. Date: January 2nd, 2068. In a rented room in the coastal city, a slender youth gazes at the notification on his phone. Without hesitation, he clicks yes. This youth, named Jiang Yu, has just completed a survival game titled Ares Trials. Within it, one must establish a refuge, unlock genetic locks, build a personal faction, and withstand the onslaught of disasters, zombies, insectoid invaders, and alien creatures. A year prior, this game had mysteriously appeared on Jiang Yu's phone. Due to its extensive freedom, he hesitated to uninstall it, gradually immersing himself in gameplay, which extended what should have been a 2-month journey into a full year. After a year of unrestrained construction, Jiang Yu, accompanied by his harem, vanquished extraterrestrial forces, establishing himself as the preeminent power in the galaxy. At this juncture, the game concluded, and without a moment's pause, Jiang Yu nodded, opting to continue. His reason for doing so was certainly not due to reluctance to part with his harem. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful choice. The Ares trial system is now binding you as the master of this vast world. Ding. Binding successful. Generating system panel. Host. Jiang Yu refuge level. None strength. 8 mentality. 9 stamina. 11 speed. 7 ding. System store is now open. Average value for normal individuals is 10. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Jiang Yu jolted upright in disbelief. Bang. A loud noise echoed through the cramped rental space. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. This isn't a dream. Jiang Yu murmured, touching his cheek. Host, please be advised, the game apocalypse will descend into reality in 1 month. Please prepare accordingly. What the? The notion of the game manifesting in reality sent Jiang Yu's mind into a spiral. He vividly recalled the apocalyptic scenes within the game. Meteor strikes upon the Earth, the Ice Age, rampant zombies, insectoid invasions, and monstrous arrivals, culminating in the destruction of Blue Star, forcing him to navigate his refuge to other planets for safety. System. Are you saying the apocalypse is imminent? Jiang Yu incredulously inquired once more. Indeed, host. Hiss. Jiang Yu gasped in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. The concept of an online game becoming reality was unfathomable. Was this merely content? As if sensing Jiang Yu's inner desolation, the system spoke again. Do not panic, host. You can construct a refuge to confront any forthcoming events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Are you saying the refuge from the game can also manifest in reality? He exclaimed with excitement. As someone who had completed the game, he understood the prowess of the refuge within it. It was a product of advanced civilization. A level 2 refuge could withstand a nuclear explosion unscathed. A level 3 refuge could disregard all existing technological assaults on Blue Star. Indeed, a level 3 refuge possessed the technology to leave Blue Star entirely for nearby planets. In the later stages of the game, Jiang Yu even created a level 9 refuge, vast enough to rival half of Blue Star. It was this refuge that allowed him to continue the game after Blue Star's disappearance. Of course. Ding. Detection shows the host has yet to sign in. Would you like to perform the initial sign-in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a planet-level refuge construction gift package. Planet-level refuge construction gift package. The host can utilize this package to create their ideal refuge. It contains all necessary equipment and materials for constructing a refuge. Note, the refuge limit for this package is planet level. Wow, incredible. The beginner's gift package already includes a level 2 refuge. With this, what do I have to fear from meteor strikes and the zombie apocalypse? Jiang Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, suddenly noticing the term construction, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait, a construction gift package? No way, I have to build it myself. With my petite frame, how can I construct such a high-tech refuge? Before he could finish his lament, the system chimed in again. Ding. Detection shows the host has a beginner's gift package. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Jiang Yu replied excitedly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. The package includes 50 insect cores, 1 level 1 civilization artificial intelligence named Jarvis, and 200 second-generation artificial humans of all types. Gazing at the contents of the beginner's package, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Insect cores and artificial intelligence are essential for the future refuge. They are necessary for creating artificial humans, upgrading equipment, and operating the refuge. Moreover, second-generation artificial humans are akin to humans who have unlocked second-level genetic locks, boasting formidable combat capabilities. Particularly, the combat-type artificial humans rival those who have unlocked third-level genetic locks in strength. Regrettably, the beginner's package lacked the most critical resource for the early apocalypse: corpse crystals. In the early stages of a refuge, corpse crystals are invaluable, and upgrading genetic locks requires their assistance. Moreover, corpse crystals can only be found within zombie brains. Those zombies are numerous. Defeating them and extracting the crystals from their heads is no simple task. It seems obtaining corpse crystals will be the primary task when the time comes. Jiang Yu mused to himself. The crisis of the apocalypse is imminent. The construction of the host's refuge is urgent. Please promptly select a location for the refuge. Shortly thereafter, the system's words roused Jiang Yu from his reverie. Upon completion of its statement, a 3D map of the entire coastal city appeared before him. Jiang Yu promptly selected a nearby high-altitude mountain, a desolate area far from crowds, where even in the event of a tsunami, he need not worry about inundation. Before long, Jiang Yu discovered a high valley with only one access route, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. A perfect location to choose from at present. Ding. Level 2-star refuge has been deployed. The refuge base is established. All equipment and materials have been positioned, and the host may proceed to construct at any time. Ding. Artificial intelligence has been activated and is now connecting with the host. Connection successful. Chapter 2. The method of restoration and the construction of military forces as the resonant voice of the system echoed. A profound rumbling filled the remote valley nestled among the mountains. Yet, mere seconds later, an eerie silence enveloped the area once more. Aside from the emergence of an infinitesimal quantity of new elements within the valley, nothing else appeared altered. In the span of just a few fleeting moments, the valley underwent a transformative upheaval, unnoticed by any observers. Greetings, sir. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence of the star-level shelter. At the height of Jiang Yu's excitement, a 3D projection of a human face materialized on his mobile screen. Instantly, a familiar, resonant, and gentle male voice resonated from his device. Jarvis. Jiang Yu gazed at the virtual image on his phone, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Jarvis was the name he had bestowed upon the intelligent steward of his first shelter, a name so renowned that who would not desire an artificial intelligence of such caliber? Little did Jiang Yu anticipate that this virtual entity would manifest in reality. In the game, Jarvis managed all operations within the shelter, including personnel identification, record-keeping, roster management, utilities oversight, information control, weapon manufacturing, android creation, storage management, and smart home systems, all tasks reliant on electronic devices. He was confident that even in the real world, Jarvis would excel in his duties. Sir, all fundamental operations of the shelter have been completed. Please begin designing the blueprints for your envisioned sanctuary. Subsequently, expedite the recruitment of personnel to commence construction of the shelter in preparation for the impending apocalyptic crisis in 1 month. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu took a moment to ponder, recognizing the urgency of the situation. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to construct a shelter based on the prototype from his game. The rationale was simple: familiarity breeds confidence. After all, he had successfully navigated the game using that very model, and given that this was reality, untested methods could prove unreliable. Thus, prudence was paramount. Jarvis, do you recall the configuration of my level 9 shelter during the planetary shelter phase in the game? Jiang Yu inquired. Indeed, sir. That configuration was the culmination of your relentless efforts, having restarted numerous times to achieve the optimal arrangement. Precisely, this is no longer a game, so it is wise to play it safe. An excellent choice, truly befitting of my esteemed master, Jarvis responded, promptly retrieving the specifications for the planetary level shelter. Before long, an intricate image detailing the interior of the shelter appeared before Jiang Yu's eyes. Sir, to ensure that no details are overlooked, allow me to reconfirm the specifications with you. The shelter comprises a total of 50 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are designated for mechanical storage and repair. Levels 4 to 8 serve as military training areas, inclusive of munitions storage and weapon fabrication facilities. The ninth level is a hospital, capable of accommodating 1,000 patients simultaneously, with artificial intelligence rapidly diagnosing and addressing ailments. Levels 10 through 36 are residential quarters, designed to house 45,000 residents, featuring comprehensive workspaces, dining, entertainment, and leisure areas. Levels 37 to 40 are allocated for resource storage, including frozen warehouses. Levels 41 to 43 constitute the research base, where a diverse array of elite talents engage in scientific experiments. Levels 44 to 45 serve as a relaxation area for these distinguished individuals and researchers. Level 46 houses various cultivation pods and construction zones. Levels 47 to 48 are designated for my physical form, along with energy devices, purification systems, and 3 power generation facilities for the shelter. The 49th level is your refuge, boasting an opulent villa design, which includes an integrated control room for the shelter, prioritizing accommodation for hundreds of residents. This level also features independent food supplies, water recycling, and air purification systems. The 50th level is home to the nuclear-powered launch system, which, in conjunction with the external launch apparatus, enables the shelter to ascend. Additionally, it houses 2 weapon silos and 4 massive weapon warehouses. Gazing at the 3D model projected by Jarvis, Jiang Yu could discern the overall structure of the shelter with remarkable clarity. Upon meticulous examination, he found it closely aligned with his recollections. Excellent, Jarvis. Let us proceed with construction based on this template. I currently possess 200 artificial beings. Is that sufficient for a fortnight? With the apocalypse looming in a month's time, he needed half a month to complete the shelter and another half month to gather various materials. Time, it seemed, was of the essence. Sir, based on assessments, it is unrealistic for 200 artificial beings to construct a 50-level shelter within 2 weeks, unless we deploy 2,000 construction and repair models, working overtime. Perhaps this could be achievable. Jiang Yu's expression tightened at this revelation, astonished by the tenfold increase in required manpower. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. This was the only course of action. Without the shelter, his survival was at stake. Only with the shelter could he afford to persist amidst the apocalypse. Jarvis, what are the prerequisites for producing 2,000 construction and repair models? Sir, to create a second-tier construction model, 100 corpse crystals are required. For your needs, approximately 180,000 corpse crystals would be necessary for construction. At this demand, Jiang Yu paused, realizing the enormity of the requirement. 180,000 corpse crystals were beyond his current resources. All he had were insect cores, which were of little use to the shelter at present. System, can insect cores be exchanged for corpse crystals? Jiang Yu inquired. Hosts can exchange through the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. Hope had emerged anew. He promptly accessed the system marketplace, where he discovered the exchange requirements for insect cores. 1 insect core can be exchanged for 10,000 level 1 corpse crystals. This revelation brought him joy. With 50 insect cores at his disposal, he could at least acquire 500,000 level 1 corpse crystals. This influx would resolve his initial funding dilemma. System, exchange for 200,000 level 1 corpse crystals. Notification, 20 insect cores consumed for the exchange of 200,000 corpse crystals. Remaining insect core count, 30. After completing the transaction, Jiang Yu turned to Jarvis. Jarvis, where's the location of the base? At this moment, the shelter is situated 20 kilometers northeast of Haishur, nestled amidst the mountains. The natural terrain offers formidable defenses, making it an ideal choice, dear sir. With only a month remaining until the apocalypse, Jiang Yu wasted no time and promptly hailed a taxi towards the shelter. There was an abundance of tasks to undertake. After a considerable journey, he arrived at the location described by Jarvis. Chapter 3, The Billion-Dollar Shopping Spree. A warning from the campus bell. The scene mirrored the 3D depiction. Mountains encircled the area, with a solitary mountain road wide enough for 3 trucks to traverse side by side. Lush forests towered around, and the air was pristine, a truly exceptional natural refuge. Upon traversing the path, Jiang Yu encountered a dilapidated iron gate, adorned with a sign that read "No trespassing." The gate was ensnared by coils of electrified fencing. Jarvis remotely activated the gate, and Jiang Yu strode inside, taking in the vista of the valley. Within the valley, several helipads and parking spaces were visible, and in a spacious square, Jiang Yu spotted an array of equipment designated for constructing the shelter. Directly opposite the grand iron gate loomed an enormous stone door. Approaching the stone door, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply before instructing Jarvis to open it. "Welcome home, sir." With a resounding rumble, the stone door creaked open, gradually revealing the interior. Although Jiang Yu had previously commanded a level 9 shelter capable of traversing galaxies within a game, this was an entirely different reality. Before him stood a basic level 2 shelter, but witnessing such a fantastical scene in person evoked an overwhelming sense of the surreal. As Jiang Yu stepped through the stone door, the overhead lights flickered to life, illuminating every corner of the shelter. Instantly, the sci-fi ambience enveloped him. A colossal dome towered above, and Jiang Yu, well-versed in its capabilities, recognized that this dome could withstand the assault of multiple nuclear warheads. Yet, as he gazed ahead, he confronted a void, an expanse awaiting construction. He stood on the first level of the shelter, which ideally should have been designated for mechanical repairs and storage, ensuring that combat equipment could be swiftly deployed. As he observed this familiar yet alien landscape, he gradually approached the main elevator platform. This platform was exclusively for him, allowing rapid access to any level, an integral part of the shelter's infrastructure. Surrounding him were numerous elevators and freight lifts of varying sizes, all capable of ascending to designated floors with astonishing speed. "Go to the 44th floor, Jiang Yu murmured. "Understood, sir." The elevator began its descent, and as it lowered, Jiang Yu could distinctly see each level whizzing by in rapid succession, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a passing parade. Although the floors are devoid of any furnishings, their emptiness is unmistakable. As the door swung open, Jiang Yu stepped outside, and he found himself enveloped in a similar void. System. Summon 200 artificial beings to construct the artificial incubation chamber at the swiftest pace. Subsequently, commence the creation of 1,800 construction and repair type artificial beings. Understood, host. Shortly thereafter, at the behest of the system, 200 diverse artificial beings materialized before Jiang Yu. Under the guidance of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, they commenced their respective tasks. Some ventured to the first floor of the base to retrieve equipment, while others began the construction of rooms. Jiang Yu observed their industrious efforts with wide-eyed wonder, realizing how remarkably convenient the application of technology could be. The artificial beings required not to engage in intricate and tedious tasks. Their sole responsibility was to execute high-precision work. As for the more cumbersome and repetitive duties, mechanical arms were available to assist. Ding! Just as Jiang Yu was marveling at the scene, his phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at the class group chat, where a multitude of messages had accumulated, including several from himself. Upon opening the chat, he was taken aback to find his classmates discussing potential outings in the lead-up to the Spring Festival, which was still a month away. For these academically challenged university students, time was certainly abundant. At that moment, Sun Tianming, the vice-class monitor, announced that he had reserved a private room at a lavish venue, boasting that he had spent 59,999 yuan and leveraged some connections to secure the booking. He regaled the group with tales of the difficulties and complexities involved, eliciting a chorus of flattery from his peers. In a buoyant mood, Sun Tianming extended an invitation to those still in Haisher to join him, eager to broaden their horizons. He particularly urged Yi Ningfang, the class beauty, to attend. However, Yi Ningfang remained conspicuously absent, opting to lurk in the shadows of the conversation. Gradually, many grew weary of the ostentatious display of wealth and chose to retreat into silence, leaving Sun Tianming to boast alongside a few other classmates and their instructor. After skimming through the messages, Jiang Yu found the exchanges rather tedious. He simply replied that he would not attend and intended to silence his phone. With the impending apocalypse looming and the shelter yet to be constructed, he had little inclination for social gatherings. Moreover, they were not particularly close friends. A misunderstanding had previously sabotaged Sun Tianming's declaration of affection, leading to a petty ostracism that left Jiang Yu feeling quite distressed for an extended period. What was worse, Sun Tianming had even managed to sway their instructor, who intentionally delayed Jiang Yu's final grades. Were it not for the intervention of Yi Ningfang, the class monitor, Jiang Yu's grades might have plummeted to failing. A single failure would jeopardize his graduation, and lacking a diploma would render his 4 years of university utterly futile. As for the consequences of not attending this time, one might jest that a month later will herald a zombie apocalypse. At that point, meteors will collide with the Earth, cosmic viruses will ravage the land, and hordes of the undead will roam freely, leaving the existence of schools in question. Amidst this chaos, class leader Yi Ningxuang suddenly made her appearance. "I shall not go either, and considering we are all classmates, I recommend that you refrain from attending as well. Instead, hasten to the basement, preferably to a rural area with vacant houses. Gather sufficient supplies for a few months and securely hide away. The end may be nigh." Upon hearing Yi Ningxuang's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the group chat. "Class leader, you cannot be serious. Where does this so-called apocalypse come from? It's not as if we are in a movie." "Indeed. Class leader, is this your latest jest?" Instantly, the class group erupted once more, with many expressing disbelief in Yi Ningxuang's words. After all, the notion of an apocalypse is one that few can accept at face value. Believe it or not, my family has prepared ample provisions. I cannot divulge further details. But this is all I can share. After stating this, Yi Ningxuang posted several images to bolster her credibility. Chapter 4. The harsh truth of calamity. The images depicted a vast warehouse brimming with various brands of instant noodles, canned goods, and biscuits, alongside tons of rice and clean water. In one corner, there was even a colossal cold storage unit, clearly stocked with frozen foods. The astute Jiang Yu even spotted security personnel within the images. Upon viewing these pictures, many finally realized that this was no mere prank, but a grim reality. How could this be? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Surely this cannot be true. If it were the end of the world, surely the authorities would have issued a warning. The group engaged in a spirited discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Seeing Yi Ningxuang's message, Jiang Yu could not help but marvel at her enigmatic nature. Her suitor, Sun Tianming, hails from a family that operates a nationwide chain of supermarkets, boasting a fortune in the billions. Yet, even such a privileged heir must remain humble in her presence, fearing to overstep. After all, given Sun Tianming's character, it is inconceivable that he would confess only once every 4 years. Moreover, her ability to receive news so early, coupled with the presence of security personnel in the photos, reinforced her credibility. Class leader Yi, consider it a favor owed for the semester credits. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out in the group. I shall offer my utmost support. Jiang Yu, recalling her subtle understanding of the situation, felt compelled to respond. Although he had been targeted because of her, it was unrelated to her intentions. Furthermore, her proactive assistance in helping him navigate his final exams was a gesture he could not overlook. Thus, he had every reason to reciprocate. Logically, given her status, she need not have extended help, yet she did. As for whether he could truly assist her, that was a different matter altogether. After all, a refuge is a product of a level 3 civilization. Even if Yi Ningxuang's family were formidable, could they rival something born of such advanced civilization? Upon reading Jiang Yu's message, Yi Ningxuang merely responded with a polite thank you, and then returned to her silent observance of other matters. It appeared she held little belief that Jiang Yu could truly aid her. However, she remains oblivious to how fortunate she will feel in the future for Jiang Yu's words today. Yi Ningxuang's silence does not imply that others will remain equally reticent. Those led by Sun Tianming vociferously mocked him, exclaiming, You, a destitute orphan, aspire to assist the illustrious school beauty? Have you taken a moment to assess your own worth? In times of peace, you are of no help. What can you possibly contribute in an apocalyptic era? Without the school beauty's support, you are unlikely to even pass your finals. What utility do you possess in the face of impending doom? Such individuals truly lack a profound understanding of themselves. To onlookers, Jiang Yu's declaration appeared akin to an impoverished old man suggesting to a billionaire how to amass wealth. Subsequently, Jiang Yu promptly powered down his phone, disregarding the messages and comments. Had it not been for the absence of Yi Ningxuang among his contacts, he would have contemplated departing from the group entirely. Jarvis, has news of the apocalypse spread this early? Jiang Yu had initially intended to wait until his situation was secure before instructing Jarvis to release discreet warnings to the authorities. To his astonishment, the officials had already acted. Indeed, sir. In fact, over a year ago, the Chinese authorities detected the meteor hurtling towards Blue Star. Given the meteor's size and velocity, its impact would obliterate the planet. After extensive discussions among several nations, a month ago, 5 nuclear warheads, each with a yield of approximately 1 million tons, were deployed in an attempt to shatter the meteor, altering its trajectory to bypass Blue Star. However, the plan faltered. Although the nuclear weapons successfully fragmented the meteor, several fragments, upon calculation, remained on a collision course with our planet. Subsequent interception efforts have all ended in failure. Thus, we are compelled to contemplate strategies for dealing with the aftermath of the meteor impact. However, the consequences of such a calamity are incalculable. Consequently, the government has clandestinely established temporary shelters in every city, stockpiling substantial supplies. Concurrently, influential individuals have constructed their own refuge bases, equipped with ample resources and weaponry. Moreover, the nation's military forces are currently mobilized in the shadows, ready to respond swiftly to any emerging crises. Sir, you need not overly concern yourself. Your priority should be to ensure the construction of the shelter. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu realized that the authorities had already taken measures for self-preservation and amassed significant preparations. Yet, they remain unaware that the meteor itself is not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it is the cosmic virus it harbors. Once this virus infiltrates the human body through the air, it will transform people into zombies, marking the true onset of disaster. Jiang Yu murmured softly to himself. However, these matters were no longer a cause for his concern. With the system at his disposal, his primary focus was on the restoration of his sanctuary. Once completed, even in a world overrun by the undead, he would stand invincible. Time flew swiftly by, and before long, a good half-day had elapsed. Jiang Yu returned to the 44th floor, and after this passage of time, the entire level had transformed dramatically. The once vast and vacant space had, in just half a day, been transformed by the 200 artificial beings into a series of magnificent, pristine manufacturing chambers. Sir, the manufacturing chambers for the artificial beings have been completed. Due to time constraints, we can construct 500 second-tier artificial beings at a time, with a construction duration of 1 day. You may commence the creation of the artificial beings now. As Jiang Yu stepped into the manufacturing chamber, he promptly deposited 180,000 corpse crystals. With the infusion of these crystals, all the manufacturing chambers began to operate at full throttle. In just 1 day, 500 second-tier construction and repair-type artificial beings would be freshly produced. Observing the chambers in full operation, Jiang Yu contemplated for a moment before speaking softly. Jarvis, instruct them to begin constructing the sanctuary from the bottom up. This includes the control room, armory, nuclear power facility, biological chamber, research lab, food freezing equipment, cold storage, and storage warehouse. All must be constructed in advance to facilitate rapid storage of future acquisitions. Understood, sir. I have already arranged for them to proceed. Should the constructed repair-type artificial beings also join in the construction efforts? Indeed, the establishment of the sanctuary must proceed swiftly. Very well, sir. Chapter 5. The space grows crowded. Weapons production. Subsequently, the artificial beings resumed their tasks, while Jiang Yu pondered how to procure funds for purchasing supplies. According to the modeling set up by Jarvis, the amount required to fill the sanctuary storage would be no trivial sum. After much consideration, Jiang Yu ultimately decided on the simplest approach, leveraging Jarvis' formidable technological capabilities to place orders directly with major manufacturers. As for the monetary aspect, in the realm of the internet, money was merely a number. With the right methods, one could exploit loopholes. Whether or not he could eventually withdraw the funds was not a concern for Jiang Yu. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming a month away, the inability to retrieve funds was of little consequence. Thus, under Jarvis' operation, numerous steel, material, and supply manufacturers near the coastal city received substantial orders from the affluent Jiang. Jarvis instructed them to deliver the materials within 5 days, with pricing being flexible. Any increase in cost was inconsequential, as long as the materials arrived on time. The 5-day time frame was crucial, as the construction of the storage facilities would also require considerable time. Given the magnitude of these orders, the suppliers dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Even with the approach of the Spring Festival, they were compelled to work overtime and accelerate their efforts. They must seize this lucrative opportunity. After all, who would ever turn down more money? Especially after the Spring Festival, there are triple overtime wages. Once the necessary instructions have been conveyed, all that remains is a quiet wait. By the way, Jarvis, remember to contact some local suppliers of meat, various seeds, and floral plants. We should acquire these cultivable items, as I recall that the shelter permits their cultivation. Additionally, we need to procure some forklifts and trucks for the convenient transportation of goods. Based on past experiences in the game, Jiang Yu contemplated briefly before issuing the orders. Understood, sir. Jarvis promptly reached out to various merchants. Before long, time flew by, and 3 days had swiftly passed. During this period, a total of 1,500 construction and repair androids had completed the majority of essential facilities, spanning from the 50th to the 40th floors, with the remaining installations to be addressed later. Moreover, many of the items Jiang Yu had previously purchased began to arrive in succession. Thankfully, the ample space in the plaza accommodated all these goods. Otherwise, there would have been no room for such a multitude. At this moment, the plaza was filled with forklifts, pickups, and trucks. These vehicles were readily available from nearby provinces, allowing for swift transport. When the delivery personnel beheld the vast helipad and parking lot within the valley, they couldn't help but wonder what this place truly was. However, adhering to the principle of profit, they paid little mind to their surroundings. After completing the handover with Jiang Yu, they departed promptly. Subsequently, a plethora of materials were delivered, including fabrics, steel, minerals, and other supplies. Within just 3 days, the plaza had become a veritable mountain of goods. Fortunately, the construction of the androids continued at an accelerated pace. They could build while simultaneously moving the materials inside. Thus, the items in the plaza did not accumulate excessively, and were organized systematically. During these 3 days, Jiang Yu officially took residence on the lowest level of the shelter. Embarking on his journey as a commander, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had elapsed. Jiang Yu awoke from his slumber and, as per routine, signed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 1,000 corpse crystals. Upon seeing yet another 1,000 corpse crystals, Jiang Yu let out a resigned yawn. For several consecutive days, he had been signing in for corpse crystals. After 5 days, he had amassed a total of 6,000. While brushing his teeth and preparing for breakfast, the outside of the shelter buzzed with activity. Unload, unload, unload. Hey, who will sign for the arrival of 1,000 tons of rice? We need someone to move it. 500 tons of frozen pork has arrived. Who will take it away? We need a manager to oversee this. The valley was alive with chatter. Truck after truck laden with supplies entered the valley, unloading their cargo before swiftly departing. Then, the next truck would be allowed in. Once the 3-story storage space was restored, supplies began arriving in waves. Today it was 1,000 tons of rice. Tomorrow, several hundred tons of pork, chicken, beef, and duck were delivered in units of 10 tons each. Once the supplies arrived, under Jarvis's meticulous management and with the assistance of combat androids, these provisions were neatly and orderly arranged in the storage levels. Having satisfied his hunger, Jiang Yu proceeded to the control room to inquire about the incoming shipments. Jarvis, how much has been delivered in the past few days? Sir, the supplies delivered over the last 3 days have reached 1/3 of our initial order. This includes 20,000 tons of rice, 10,000 tons of pork, beef, chicken, duck, and 8,000 tons of fish, along with 3,000 tons of frozen vegetables, 3,000 tons of various dried fruits, 500 tons of assorted fruits, plants, and vegetable seeds, 10,000 sets of clothing, and an array of emergency medicines, health products, and medical supplies. Once all the necessary goods are received, it is anticipated that the provisions will sustain 200,000 people for 3 years. As Jiang Yu gazed at the increasingly satisfying storage space in the command room, a sense of fulfillment surged within him. In a world where humanity devours itself, notions of combat prowess and security felt utterly hollow. In the face of impending doom, possessing a morsel of food to quell hunger becomes the utmost priority. It is this profound sense of satisfaction that fortifies Jiang Yu's resolve to persevere in such dire circumstances. Furthermore, these supplies were intended solely for emergencies. Within the shelter, the essential resources for daily living primarily stem from the livestock and cultivation areas located on the levels inhabited by ordinary citizens, which are sufficient for self-sustainability. The conditions for farming and breeding in those areas are products of a third-tier civilization. With the aid of special nutrient solutions, vegetables can mature in as little as 2 to 3 days, and some fast-growing varieties can even be ready within a day. In the breeding zones, chickens and ducks can reach maturity in a fortnight, while pigs, cattle, and sheep require only a month or 2 of care before they are ready for consumption. After all, no matter how abundant the stored supplies may be, there will inevitably come a day when they run out. The ability to cultivate vegetables and rear livestock within the shelter to achieve a cycle of self-consumption and self-production represents true sustainability. Jarvis, once the residents are settled in, those without particular skills can be assigned to farming, while my androids attend to more critical tasks. Chapter 6. Breeding Area. Future Development. Those who gain entry into my shelter cannot merely be individuals who know nothing beyond the basic necessities of life. Even tasks as simple as sweeping and mopping will suffice as long as they contribute. Understood, sir. Jarvis, please send me the layout of the entire breeding area. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Jarvis projected a video showcasing the various aspects of the breeding area. In this footage, Jiang Yu could effortlessly observe the detailed scenes from each section of the breeding zone. The area was divided into several sections. Some were still empty, while others already housed young animals, such as chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, common young livestock found in the market. Additionally, in 2 corners of the area, there were breeding zones teeming with rats and cockroaches. Upon observing the 2 breeding zones, Jiang Yu could not help but reminisce about the harrowing experience of playing a game where he had to consume energy blocks made from a grotesque mixture of cockroach and rat meat. Reminiscent of the dystopian fare in Snowpiercer. Although it was merely a game, the mere thought of it made Jiang Yu feel nauseated. Yet, he understood that should such a dire reality present itself, he would have to swallow not just energy blocks made of minced meat, but even the real rats and cockroaches. For survival necessitated such grim sacrifices. The highly prolific nature of cockroaches made them a rare source of sustenance in the apocalypse, serving as a vital means of acquiring essential nutrients for human survival. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that cockroaches and rats are indiscriminate eaters, capable of consuming virtually anything while possessing terrifying reproductive capabilities. The maximum capacity of the secondary shelter was approximately 100,000 individuals. 100,000, regardless of how meticulously one might maintain cleanliness. An abundance of kitchen and household waste would inevitably accumulate. Cockroaches and rats could digest this refuse, thereby achieving a balance within the shelter's ecosystem. Having ensured that the supplies and breeding zones were adequately managed, Jiang Yu turned his attention to the weapons section. Since the shelter had undergone substantial repairs, Jiang Yu had dispatched combat androids to manufacture firearms. In the face of the apocalypse, survival was undoubtedly paramount. However, safeguarding resources and the shelter itself was of equal importance. Thus, while the organized collection of supplies progressed smoothly, the enhancement of weaponry also needed to be prioritized. By the way, Jarvis, how is the armory equipped? With a chime, Jarvis deactivated the 3D projection of the breeding zone, replacing it with a surveillance display of the weapon manufacturing area. Sir, due to the low level of the shelter, we currently have only 5 production lines for automatic pistols, heavy machine guns, submachine guns, grenades, and melee weapons. Additionally, due to insufficient materials and elements required for ammunition, our production is limited. However, aside from ammunition, firearms are in the process of being manufactured, with a considerable number already completed. This includes 5,000 automatic pistols, 1,000 heavy machine guns, 3,000 submachine guns, and 5,000 Nepalese knives. Due to material shortages, throwable weapons cannot be produced. Furthermore, the lack of corpse crystals prevents the creation of specialized weapon ammunition, restricting us to conventional arms. The corpse crystals are also essential for crafting advanced technological weaponry such as attribute bullets, energy cannons, and laser guns, all of which require corpse crystals as a power source. The insect cores significantly enhance weaponry. 5th-level shelters cannot produce weapons without them. For instance, during his gaming days, Jiang Yu had a particular fondness for the city-annihilating cannon. A single shot could obliterate an entire city, leaving not a trace of rubble behind. So, we have firearms, but no ammunition? Jiang Yu murmured. He urged the suppliers of materials to expedite their deliveries, for weaponry was an urgent necessity. One must always be prepared. Jarvis, procure 10 insect cores in exchange for corpse crystals. No one can ever have too many weapons. In the apocalypse, lacking food induces anxiety, while being unarmed chills one to the bone. Both sustenance and arms are indispensable. Only with this formidable hand of cards can one hope to survive. Jiang Yu is able to remain calm and composed in the face of the impending apocalypse. As for weapons beyond the conventional arsenal, there is no rush to fabricate them before the onset of doomsday. When the cataclysm strikes, he can exchange ordinary weapons for corpse crystals, and at that juncture, commencing production will certainly be feasible. After all, the zombies in the early days of the apocalypse are relatively easy to dispatch. Conventional weapons suffice, rendering the advanced technology of a third-tier civilization unnecessary. Having meticulously surveyed everything, Jiang Yu switched off the projection and glanced at the calendar on the wall. In just over 20 days, the end of the world would arrive. Fortunately, judging by the timeline, it appears that the construction of the shelter and the gathering of essential supplies will be completed just in time, with no apparent issues. As for the insect cores, Jiang Yu prefers to exercise caution, as the future remains uncertain. It is wise to conserve resources whenever possible. Thus far, everything has been arranged, and all Jiang Yu can do now is wait in quiet anticipation. Starting the following day, the trucks delivering supplies increased in number, and all materials were systematically categorized and organized. The storage capacity within the shelter dwindled, with fewer areas requiring repairs. Additionally, the weapons factory operated around the clock, tirelessly manufacturing arms. Jiang Yu believed it imperative to overcome his fear of insufficient firepower. As long as the factory remains operational, the production of weapons must be relentless, with the goal of completely filling the armory. As time swiftly passed, half a month eluded unnoticed. The oblivious populace remained immersed in the festive spirit of the approaching new year, utterly unaware of the looming apocalypse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's shelter became increasingly fortified. At this moment, most of its facilities were constructed, with only a few details left to address. The 3 floors stocked with supplies were overflowing, and the armory was so crammed that it could barely close its doors, filled to the brim with firearms and ammunition. Among them were numerous high-powered weapons acquired through sign-ins and crafted from corpse crystals, reserved for emergencies. Moreover, each artificial being was equipped to the fullest, adorned with gear in every visible and hidden nook. In essence, each construct resembled a miniature arsenal, capable of obliterating a 3-story building with ease. As time marched on, The approach of the meteor strike drew ever closer. Officials everywhere found themselves overwhelmed, deliberating whether to announce the grim news and how to manage the ensuing public unrest. On Jiang Yu's side, after nearly a month of relentless preparation, he successfully compiled all necessary supplies on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, just 5 days before the Spring Festival. Chapter 7. Chaos Persists. Final warning. The silver lining is that this was accomplished several days ahead of schedule, granting Jiang Yu additional time to address other matters. During this interval, the defenses of the shelter were fully activated and all facilities began to operate at peak capacity, with the artificial beings poised and ready for action. As soon as Jiang Yu gives the command, they can rush to the front lines to execute his orders. Sir, now that the new shelter has been completely constructed, please bestow upon it a name. Upon hearing Jarvis's voice, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that the shelter had yet to be named. Within the context of the game, this sanctuary bears the mission and responsibility of safeguarding the last remnants of humanity, and in the present reality, it holds the same significance. Should the game's ending come to pass and Blue Star ultimately face annihilation, this shelter may very well be the sole bastion for preserving the ember of human life. In light of this, let it be called the Ember Sanctuary, a legacy of fire, resolutely advancing forward. I may not be the architect of a new world, but I shall be the guardian of its future flames. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, as the chilly winds howled, the Spring Festival approached. Across the globe, televisions, smartphones, and computers, any device capable of receiving news, simultaneously broadcast a message that instantaneously dissipated the festive spirit that had been building. The authorities had finally announced that a meteor was on the brink of colliding with Blue Star. Dear viewers, after discussions at the highest command, we are issuing a nationwide Level 9 hazard alert. A year prior, a colossal meteor, designated BYZ-12138, was hurtling towards Blue Star at the speed of light. Over the past year, the 5 major global powers had exhausted every conceivable method to thwart it. While they successfully shattered the meteor, the 2 largest fragments were now barreling towards Blue Star. Concurrently, as subsequent interception plans failed one after another, it was predicted that in 5 days, on the eve of the new year, these 2 meteors would strike Blue Star. Should they land, catastrophic disasters would ensue. Intense earthquakes, towering tsunamis, underwater volcanic eruptions, and tectonic upheaval were all possible. This would be a calamity of divine proportions, inflicting immeasurable damage upon Blue Star. The highest command urged all residents to prepare for impending disaster in the coming days, making every effort to stockpile essential supplies and clean water. Temporary shelters have also been established in various cities. Residents in dire need may seek refuge there, where personnel will assist them. Furthermore, the highest command reassured everyone that, at all times, the government would protect the legal rights of each citizen. The law of the land will always serve as a shield for your protection. Any unlawful behavior will be met with strict consequences. There will be no leniency. As this announcement reverberated through numerous electronic devices, the nation was thrown into an uproar. Who could have imagined that, with the new year approaching, such a calamity would unfold? Would they not allow people to celebrate the new year in peace? After all, it was a rare occasion to return home, only to be met with an impending apocalypse. It was disastrous. They were already financially strained this year, and now a meteor strike was looming. Was this not a deliberate attempt to extinguish lives? Sigh, times have been tough enough. Would they really be unable to celebrate the new year? Curse it. With only a few hundred yuan left, I better hurry to buy some flour and water. The authorities seem so anxious. Who knows how long this will last? Let the meteor come. Perhaps it would be a fitting end. Just as I was fretting over not having enough money for the new year. At least I could go to the shelters set up by the government for free food and drink. In an instant, the online discourse erupted with a cacophony of opinions. There was no shortage of voices, while those unconnected to the internet were busy stocking up on supplies at supermarkets in droves. Some, growing impatient from the long queues, even began to argue amongst themselves. The streets teemed with vehicles attempting to flee the city or return home, each driver vying for space. The incessant blaring of horns filled the air. Yet, a segment of the populace remained indifferent, dismissing the situation as mere sensationalism from the authorities. Even if the news were true, what could they do? Surely, when the time came to seek refuge, they would not be turned away. Thus, amidst the tension, only a limited number felt truly anxious. After all, many believed that with the government providing a safety net, even in dire circumstances, there would always be sustenance. At this moment, Jiang Yu dispatched the information he had meticulously prepared regarding the cosmic virus and the ensuing zombie crisis through Jarvis, just as the news concluded. With only 5 days until the apocalypse, although the outcome was unavoidable, he hoped to serve as a precautionary measure to mitigate potential casualties. almost instantaneously. This news ignited a frenzy online, exacerbating the already palpable panic among the masses. However, upon realizing that the information was not from an official source and seeing the government's subsequent denial, their fears began to subside. They erupted in curses against the purveyor of this falsehood, lamenting the audacity of someone making light of such a grave situation for attention. Meanwhile, the authorities were in pursuit of the individual responsible for disseminating the misinformation. Strangely, they found themselves at a loss, unable to uncover the identity of the sender. In a split second, even the officials began to harbor doubts. Not only the authorities, but several astute individuals sensed the anomaly and began to act discreetly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, having just released the information, picked up his phone to see that his class group chat was abuzz with reactions. His classmates were actively discussing the recent announcement. After seeing Jiang Yu's message, one student unleashed a torrent of expletives. "Damn it, at a time like this, how can someone be so reckless?" Another echoed, lamenting the chaos caused by such attention-seeking behavior. They were taken aback by the revelation that the campus belle, Yi, had predicted this event. Indeed, how extraordinary it was that she had foreseen this so early. It was astonishing that she had known a full 2 weeks before the rest of them. Everyone. One classmate chimed in, "After Ye's last warning, my family began preparations as well. Just 2 weeks ago, we received confirmation, and my father immediately intensified our stockpiling efforts. Now, our pantry and cold storage are overflowing with rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water," Sun Tianming proudly proclaimed, followed by an avalanche of pictures showcasing the mountains of supplies, towering stacks of instant noodles, walls constructed from boxes of biscuits, and an entire warehouse filled with bottled water. "Wow. Oh great one, please take me under your wing," another exclaimed. "I only managed to grab a single bag of rice during my frantic scavenging. No wonder you're so well prepared, with a family running a chain of supermarkets." Indeed, those with even a modicum of insight were already aware of this matter a month ago. "My family learned of it 2 weeks prior, which is considerably late. I trust that those with greater wealth and influence have long since prepared their sanctuaries, complete with dedicated guardians for their protection." Sun Tianming continued. Chapter 8. Reactions from all sides. The catastrophe begins. "Yes, my family was informed a month ago. Thus we have been preparing for the past month. Classmates, it is imperative that you take this seriously. While there is still time, gather supplies swiftly. Those who can return to their hometowns should do so. For those unable to return, find shelter in a basement, preferably one designed to withstand air raids. To my knowledge, the affluent and politicians have stockpiled vast amounts of resources, and their demeanor suggests they do not believe this disaster will pass swiftly. They are exercising utmost caution. Therefore, you must exercise even greater vigilance." Yi Ningshuang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up before swiftly retreating into silence once more. At this moment, the classmates who had previously been indifferent began to feel a surge of anxiety. "Deputy class leader, since you are so well prepared, may we take refuge in your place? We are willing to pay," a few quick-witted classmates inquired. Upon hearing this, many others echoed their sentiments. Yi Ningshuang remained silent, while Sun Tianming, in a show of generosity, readily agreed, "No problem. My family's underground storage is quite spacious, though it may not be the most comfortable. It is certainly safe." As soon as Sun Tianming uttered these words, a wave of sycophantic enthusiasm surged through the group. "Jiang Yu, what about you? Will you join us? I recall you were also in Haishur. You missed the last gathering, and now, with the world facing its end, you still refuse to come?" Sun Tianming remarked with a cold smile while glancing at his phone. "Come on, Jiang Yu. I shall extend a warm welcome." "Not at all. I have a place to stay. I won't be needing the underground storage," Jiang Yu swiftly replied while showcasing his current living quarters, uploading a photograph. "Wow. What is this? Is this a room? This space must be at least 100 square meters. Is Jiang Yu truly this wealthy?" The group's members were left flabbergasted as they viewed Jiang Yu's room. What transpired? Wasn't Jiang Yu a destitute student without parents? How could he afford such a residence? "Please, Jiang Yu, in such dire times, why flaunt wealth? That photo is clearly edited. Do you think I am blind?" Sun Tianming mocked. With Sun Tianming's words, the group soon realized the truth. "Ah, so that's it. I was puzzled. Turns out it was all a facade. In such a critical moment, shouldn't survival take precedence over pride? What does reputation matter? Sun Deshao extends his help, and you remain ungrateful, even jesting with your own safety? Indeed, truly ungrateful." The group resumed their derisive comments. Observing the reactions of those in the chat, Jiang Yu chose not to respond verbally, but instead replied in text. "In a few days, the truth will naturally reveal itself. You should contemplate how to navigate through this impending disaster. Moreover, as a final piece of advice, For the sake of our camaraderie, it would be wise to avoid the official evacuation camps. In a world overrun by the undead, it is best to rely on oneself and safeguard your resources. Do not trust anyone who approaches you with pleas for help after the catastrophe has begun. Not even your neighboring acquaintances. No one can predict who might mutate due to exposure to the virus. Having said this, Jiang Yu promptly shut down his messaging app, choosing to ignore any further updates. As a fellow student, he had extended his compassion to the fullest. Their survival or demise was no longer his concern. Although Jiang Yu had logged off, the group chat erupted with ridicule. Foolish Jiang Yu, believing the rumors that were debunked by the authorities. How laughable. Humph. I always said Jiang Yu was cold-hearted. In times like these, we need to help one another, yet he acts so selfishly. Indeed, from now on, let us assist one another in times of trouble, contributing what we can, money or strength. When Jiang Yu comes seeking assistance, we shall remind him of this commitment. After closing the app, Jiang Yu intended to check on the shelter, but his phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by a frail, jovial voice. Young man, it seems the world is ending. Would you care to seek refuge here? Hearing that familiar laughter, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. No, Grandpa-chun, I have a place to stay. However, if you find yourself in any trouble, do not hesitate to call me, and I shall rush to your aid without a second thought. Jiang Yu replied. You stubborn lad. Very well, since you insist, I shall not press you. Just remember to call if you need anything. With that, the call ended. That old fellow. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. The caller was Professor Chun, a humble educator who had generously supported Jiang Yu's university education. Orphaned and alone, Jiang Yu had fought against the odds to gain admission to the prestigious university in Haishur, yet the exorbitant tuition forced him to abandon his dreams. If not for Professor Chen's kindness, which blossomed after he helped the professor retrieve a forgotten wallet, Jiang Yu might have been compelled to drop out and work instead. The professor was indeed one of the few who had shown Jiang Yu genuine kindness over the years. Although Jiang Yu only knew his last name and had his phone number and WeChat contact, he felt no need to seek further information. They were not related, and the professor had already done enough by facilitating his education. He resolved to repay this kindness when he achieved success in the future. Meanwhile, in a lavish estate on the outskirts of Haishur, through dense foliage, countless bodyguards in black suits and infrared surveillance cameras were vigilantly monitoring the premises. Passing through multiple massive iron gates, one arrived at an elegantly antiquated room. A beautiful young woman, clad in a pale yellow gown, gently massaged the shoulders of an elderly man. Grandpa, has Jiang Yu refused to come? The young woman inquired softly. Indeed, that young man remains as stubborn as ever. The elder sighed helplessly. Grandfather, I fail to comprehend why you are so invested in this impoverished lad. The young lady was genuinely perplexed by the Chun family's patriarch's unwavering support for a mere pauper. My dear girl, you will understand in time. The essence of intuition is quite extraordinary. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon him, I sensed that Jiang Yu was destined for greatness. Should he take flight, he would soar to unimaginable heights. Moreover, in these times of calamity, there exists no better opportunity to break free from certain constraints. In the future, it is conceivable that our Chun family may find ourselves looking up to him. The old man chuckled. Upon hearing the elder's words, a flicker of disdain crossed the young lady's cold, exquisite eyes. Look up to him? How could that possibly be? As she pondered, the girl recalled Jiang Yu's resolute gaze. Chapter 9. The falling meteorite as disaster loomed. Jiang Yu ended his call with Professor Chun and sifted through his contacts until he found a number he hadn't dialed in 6 months. The phone connected swiftly, and a rather weary female voice emerged from the other end. Hello? Is this Xiaoyu? Upon hearing the voice, a gentle smile graced Jiang Yu's face. It's me. How have you been, Zhangma? I'm well, dear boy, but it's been over half a year since you last called. I'm all right, Zhangma. How about you? The situation seems quite precarious. I saw the news. Although I'm unsure of the severity, we're already preparing supplies. What about you? Are you facing any difficulties? I'm fine. I already have a safe haven. By the way, Zhangma, why don't you and the others come here? There's plenty of space for all of you. No. We have over 100 people to care for, including children and teachers. We can manage on our own. However, you, being all alone, if you find it unbearable, do return. Although the food here isn't gourmet, it will fill your belly. Of course, you must contribute your share of labor. The sound of light laughter resonated through the phone. All right, I understand, Zhangma. I've transferred some money into your account. Make good use of it. You can't stockpile supplies without funds. That has settled then. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Wait, you. The call ended with a series of beeps. In Qing City, adjacent to Haishur, a weary middle-aged woman in a dilapidated orphanage gazed at the disconnected phone with a sense of resignation. Ah, this child truly knows how to keep one on edge. Zhang Ma chuckled helplessly. Zhang Ma, look. Our account has an extra million. What? Zhang Ma exclaimed, her face transforming in astonishment as she stared at the phone. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply. Please, don't do anything reckless. After hanging up, Jiang Yu let out a resigned sigh. Zhang Ma, whose real name was Zhang Susu, was the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. When Jiang Yu was just 4 or 5 years old, he became an orphan and was taken in by Zhang Susu. It was only on the day he was accepted into university that he bid farewell to Zhang Susu and left for Haishur. Initially, Jiang Yu aspired to attend a university in Qing City, yet Zhang Susu believed that, given their sufficient scores, they should pursue higher education at a university in Hai City. While they would find ways to assist with tuition, the orphanage's funds were already limited. The expenses of providing for dozens of children, staff, and the occasional volunteers amounted to a significant financial burden. If Jiang Yu's tuition were to be added to this, the situation would become even more dire. Unwilling to let his presence burden others, Jiang Yu resolved to seek employment. Had he not encountered Professor Chen later on, he might have been left with no choice but to reluctantly abandon his aspirations. Jiang Yu had initially considered bringing everyone to the shelter, but Zhang Ma opposed this idea. It was impractical for him to forcibly relocate the entire orphanage, so he decided instead to provide financial assistance, enabling them to gather supplies, ensuring at least a basic provision of food and clean water. Moreover, the orphanage possessed a substantial underground storage facility, and with the government office nearby, it was unlikely that such a location would be left unattended, thus ensuring a reasonable level of safety. As time swiftly passed, the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival was overshadowed by an air of anxiety. On the very day of the festival, each individual remained in their self-perceived safe havens, quietly awaiting the impending calamity. In his opulent chamber, Jiang Yu indulged in lobster, abalone, steak, and lamb, accompanied by beverages and fine wine. Before him loomed a massive screen displaying the countdown to the meteorite collision orchestrated by the authorities. Although Jarvis served as the steward of the shelter, as a product of a third-level civilization, he could effortlessly compromise any nation on Earth. As the countdown reached 0, the screen transitioned to a live broadcast. 2 colossal meteorites, akin to mountains, plunged into the atmosphere, igniting fierce sparks as they encountered friction. The intense heat scorched their surfaces, while imperceptible cosmic viruses dispersed into the air. Seemingly oblivious to the high temperatures generated by their atmospheric entry, these viruses drifted away with the wind. Subsequently, the meteorites, after their rapid descent, collided with the Pacific Ocean. Instantly, the impact triggered an eruption from a volcano at the ocean floor. A massive tsunami swiftly formed, inundating coastal cities of neighboring countries within mere minutes. As towering waves engulfed them, the violent tremors caused by the impact reverberated across nations, shattering countless skyscrapers. The fallen edifices concealed the fates of innumerable individuals. Amidst tectonic upheaval, deep, unfathomable fissures emerged across numerous cities. Countless lives, vehicles, and structures plummeted into these chasms, their fates unknown. Simultaneously, numerous volcanoes erupted with fury, spewing ash into the sky, gradually obscuring the sun and enveloping the entire blue planet. The catastrophe claimed countless lives, transforming coastal cities into submerged remnants reminiscent of Atlantis. A global blackout and internet outage plunged humanity into profound despair. At this moment, those standing atop the blue planet appeared strikingly vulnerable. Within the confines of the shelter, even Jiang Yu, who was securely seated, could feel the tremors resonating through the refuge. The fact that a shelter capable of withstanding nuclear strikes was swaying attested to the immense force of the meteorite's impact. Half an hour later, the catastrophe gradually subsided. At this moment, a colossal display screen loomed before Jiang Yu, showcasing the surveillance of the city's primary thoroughfares and districts. However, due to the myriad of disasters that had unfolded, many monitoring systems lay utterly destroyed and inoperative. Even the remaining functional cameras revealed scenes of utter devastation. Countless individuals were trapped beneath rubble, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Those fortunate enough to be merely pinned down faced a grim fate, while the unfortunate were crushed beyond recognition. Some, covered in dust, gazed around in bewilderment, the past half hour feeling like a distant memory. Others, their faces etched with desperation, disregarded their own injuries and suffering, desperately digging through the debris in hopes of rescuing loved ones trapped beneath. Some vented their fury skyward. Yet all they beheld was a surreal landscape of ruin shrouded in volcanic ash, devoid of any sunlight. Jarvis, please assess the damage caused by this impact. Sir, the damage from the meteorite strike is catastrophic, with repercussions of dire severity. The coastal regions and several island nations have suffered the worst, with entire cities submerged. and casualties potentially exceeding 70%. Chapter 10. Rescue operations commence in this critical hour. The devastation inland is equally alarming. The violent earthquakes and tectonic shifts have resulted in a staggering 90% destruction of urban areas, with casualties reaching similarly harrowing figures. The infrastructure is nearly obliterated, with communication, water, and electricity effectively severed. Although official rescue efforts have commenced, ongoing aftershocks and precarious buildings render these operations exceedingly challenging. During the waiting period for assistance, it is likely that additional lives will be lost to the ever-present threat of additional tremors and collapsing structures. Moreover, the most pressing concern is the cosmic virus carried by the meteorite. As it entered the atmosphere, the intense friction generated temperatures exceeding 1600 degrees Celsius, causing the meteorite's exterior to fracture. The virus has now disseminated through the air, spreading across the globe. It is anticipated that soon, the first cases of zombification will emerge, potentially in both humans and animals. Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Has it truly spread across the world already? So swiftly? Sir. It has just been sent. Moments later, the surveillance footage transformed into a gruesome tableau of cannibalism. Witnessing such a horrific scene, even Jiang Yu, who had steeled himself for the worst, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The stark reality was far removed from any virtual game. After a brief moment of recovery, Jiang Yu composed himself and descended to the ground level of the base. There, 400 combat androids, 50 medical androids, and 100 support androids were already seated in specially designed trucks, bulldozers, and large buses, fully armed and laden with weaponry, awaiting Jiang Yu's command. He needed to be present to see them off on their mission. The cosmic virus had begun to spread. There was no time to lose, and they had to depart swiftly. Jarvis calculated the rescue priority. There were 3.5 hours until sunset, and no matter how many they could save, they must return before dusk. Did everyone understand? Jiang Yu asserted firmly. As winter days are shorter, nightfall would bring heightened madness and terror from the zombies, while humans would become increasingly timid due to the frigid temperatures and enveloping darkness. Thus, this moment was the most opportune time for rescue. Did you hear that clearly? The 550 androids shouted in unison. Subsequently, the modified trucks roared away from the refuge towards the heart of the city. Jiang Yu remained behind, leaving hundreds of androids to safeguard the base. Though the odds were slim, it was prudent to maintain a contingency plan. The refuge was approximately a 40-minute journey from the city center. Upon the androids' arrival, they were met with a landscape of ruins and debris, the streets awash with blood. Countless individuals scurried about like headless chickens, pursued by grotesquely mutated zombies with rotting skin, pallid faces, protruding eyes, and stiff limbs. Good heavens, zombies? Is this real? Hadn't the authorities debunked such claims? Help! Please don't bite me. What are these creatures? Where is the military? Where are the officials? No, please. Dad, don't come any closer. The streets had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Save them! Jiang Yu cried out as he observed the scene through the surveillance feed. Bang! Bang! At his command, the androids began their assault. With pinpoint accuracy, each shot felled a zombie, and after dispatching their targets, the support androids swiftly exited their vehicles to sever the zombies' heads and deposit them into a specially modified truck. The surrounding survivors, witnessing such formidable prowess, instinctively gravitated towards the androids as if they were beacons of hope. In the midst of the astonished crowd, some individuals were hurriedly ushered into the vehicles, and the convoy sped away, leaving others in a state of bewilderment. Just as they began to process what had occurred, another wave of zombies surged forth. In their panic, they devolved into a chaotic frenzy once more. Those fortunate enough to have boarded the vehicle gazed at the still smoking muzzle of the firearm, too apprehensive to utter a single word. They huddled at the rear of the truck, their faces etched with fear as they observed the humanoid figures. Along the route taken by the truck, numerous individuals were rescued, their expressions reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. In stark contrast, those left behind erupted in furious protests. Why are they allowed to board while we are not? We are all human. What gives? Yes, you possess remarkable abilities. Is it so difficult to protect us? Let us on, or I shall file a complaint. I am wealthy. I am the president of a bank. Permit me to board, and I shall compensate you. Amidst the cacophony, a few individuals attempted to sneak aboard, only to be flung several meters away by the humanoid guards. Ultimately, under the intimidation of submachine guns, they could do little more than curse as the rescue team faded into the distance. After an hour of rescue efforts, Jiang Yu and his team had saved over 1,000 individuals, yet there remained less than 2 hours until sunset, and time was slipping away. In a modest residential building on the western side of Haishur City, though a massive crack marred the structure due to the earthquake, it had miraculously remained standing. and the inhabitants were unharmed. Inside the building, an elderly woman sat in a wheelchair, her head bloodied as she peered through the window at the horrifying scene below. The terrifying sight filled her with overwhelming concern for her daughter, who was volunteering at a nearby kindergarten. Although the kindergarten was not far, with her impaired mobility, it would take her a considerable amount of time to reach it. Boom. Just as the elderly woman was consumed by worry for her daughter, a deafening crash echoed, followed by the emergence of a zombie that burst through the already precarious door, damaged by the meteor strike. Roaring with primal hunger, the zombie caught the scent of blood emanating from the elderly woman and greedily shrieked. Its pale eyes were devoid of emotion, and within its withered brain, only one thought prevailed: devour her. Chapter 11. Timely arrival. Selfishness. At that moment, upon realizing that the zombie was advancing towards her, the elderly woman felt her mind go blank, forgetting even to scream. She could only stare, transfixed, as the creature charged at her. After experiencing the raw instinct for survival, her eyes filled with a haunting anticipation of death. Yaya, forgive me, I must depart first. You must live on. Just as the zombie was about to feast upon her, a tremendous sound erupted. Bang! In the aftermath of the explosion, the zombie collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole in its head, its blood splattering across the elderly woman's dazed visage. Madam, you must be Lu Yaya's mother. Is Lu Yaya present? A voice jolted the elderly woman from her stupor as she turned to see a burly man clad in combat attire, his gaze fixed sternly upon her. Who are you? And what do you want with my daughter? I am a member of the Sanctuary of Ember, dispatched by our commander to escort you and your daughter to safety, declared the combat android to the elderly lady. The Sanctuary of Ember sounds promising. I shall accompany you. However, my granddaughter Yaya is not here. She is volunteering at the kindergarten across the street. The elderly woman, initially filled with questions about their origins, soon realized the imposing stature and armament of the group before her, and she understood she lacked the standing to inquire further. Thus, she promptly acquiesced to their request. In such dire circumstances, perhaps only they could ensure Yaya's safety, given her unique nature, which the old woman had witnessed numerous times. Oh, at the kindergarten? Very well. Please lead the way, and our team will escort you. With that, two androids entered, lifting the wheelchair and proceeding downstairs. Once below, the occupants of the vehicle grew irate upon realizing that their lengthy wait had yielded only one elderly woman in a wheelchair. Did they not understand the perilous situation they were in? Yet, constrained by the reality of their predicament, they refrained from voicing their frustrations. Or perhaps they were simply reluctant to be the first to speak. Let us proceed to Tiantian Kindergarten. Yes, under the leadership of their squad leader. They swiftly headed toward the kindergarten. En route, they continued to prioritize the rescue of select individuals, leaving others behind to choke on the exhaust fumes, cursing their fate. Although those left behind were filled with confusion and despair, they recognized the danger surrounding them. The lives of others were of little consequence compared to their own safety, prompting them to hasten toward a secure location. However, as time elapsed and they witnessed the devastation outside, many in the vehicle began to feel an overwhelming sense of urgency and anxiety. They did not wish to perish, nor did they want to remain there to await their doom. Shouldn't you prioritize getting us to a safe place before undertaking other missions? Spending so much time rescuing an elderly woman is one thing, but now you wish to go to a kindergarten? Have you considered that your actions are irresponsible toward us? Voices began to rise in discontent among the crowd at the rear of the vehicle. Indeed, why return to save those who should not be saved while neglecting those who truly need help? As the agitation among the crowd intensified, their tone became increasingly assertive. They initially assumed that the fully armed Jiang Yu and his team belonged to an official organization, leading them to adopt a more casual demeanor. One man, clad in an expensive suit, stood and spoke with a sharp tone. With so many of us still in the vehicle, I suggest you prioritize our safety. However, the android responsible for the vehicle merely cast a disinterested glance without responding. Feeling overlooked, the suited man's frustration boiled over. Is this how you handle matters with our taxpayer money? Which unit are you from? Do you dare to disregard human life? He continued, his voice rising with indignation. However, all that greeted him was silence, a silence that made the suited man feel like a mere jester. You foolish soldier, who do you think you are fooling here? Does the safety of so many not hold any significance? After struggling to escape, must we risk our lives for a bunch of fatherless brats? You may perish without consequence. But I am an elite of society. I have no obligation to share in your peril. Escort us away now? The suited man insisted with a grave expression. His words garnered the approval of those rescued at the back of the bus. Indeed, take us to safety. We have no desire to return to danger. Exactly. You may be injured or disabled, but the state will care for you. We cannot afford that luxury. We still have families to support. The people at the rear seemed to have found their backbone, echoing in unison. As the clamor escalated, the squad leader slowly rose, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized them. Seemingly intimidated by the squad leader's imposing after all, should one be reported to the military, regardless of the veracity of the situation at hand, one would be compelled to reflect upon their actions, and if one lacks connections within the ranks, one might face punishment. Listening to the words of the man in the suit, the squad leader cast him a fleeting glance. Stop the bus. With a resounding thud, the vehicle came to a halt, its doors swinging open. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, soldier? Isn't it your claim that the minority must yield to the majority? Do you truly believe that this perilous place is safe? As the man in the suit attempted to seize the squad leader by the collar to impart some lesson, he was mistaken in his assumption that these soldiers would not dare to confront him. However, he was in for a surprise. A powerful hand grasped his wrist, and as pain shot through him, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to utter a word, he heard, "I must expose you to the television station. Run quickly. The zombies are coming. Don't bite me." However, before they could regain their composure, dozens of zombies were already rushing towards them from behind. There was no time to berate them. They hastily collected their thoughts and scattered in all directions, for they had no desire to meet their demise. As for how many would escape, that was left to fate. Meanwhile, on the bus, Jiang Yu addressed the group at the rear. "You have made the right choice." He then took a seat and fell silent. The group, observing Jiang Yu's imposing demeanor, swallowed hard, feeling an immense sense of relief for not having stood up earlier. In fact, a few had contemplated rising, but seeing that there were enough people, they refrained. In hindsight, their decision had proven to be exceedingly wise. Before long, propelled by the bus's full speed, they swiftly approached a distance of 2 kilometers. Upon arrival, they beheld over 100. Chapter 13, Steely Resolve. Endless regret. Which military district do they belong to? Fear not, everyone. Get in the vehicle. I shall escort you to safety. The blood-soaked squad leader spoke first. Leading the way, due to the recent violent explosion, the noise was overwhelming. The zombies were converging. Thus, it was imperative to depart swiftly. "Greetings, comrades. We are from the 70th Earthquake Relief Team. May I inquire about your affiliation?" The squad leader bowed respectfully, adopting a serious tone. "We are not military personnel, merely ordinary civilians. I belong to an organization specifically established to combat disasters. The warning regarding the zombie crisis 5 days ago was issued by our commander. As for other information, I regret to inform you that I am unable to disclose anything further. Now, are there any additional questions? If not, let the children board the vehicle. They are terrified, and with the horde of zombies approaching, it is not safe here. We must leave promptly." The squad leader cast a brief glance at them and spoke succinctly. These few words, however, astonished several soldiers. He is not an official? How can someone without official standing possess such formidable firepower? Moreover, he was the one who issued the zombie warning. After a moment of astonishment, the lead soldier, demonstrating remarkable composure, quickly regained his composure and, along with the auxiliary android, guided the children onto the bus. Soon, the children from the orphanage boarded the bus with the help of their teachers and others. Upon entering the bus, they were met with the sight of the fierce and meticulous android, which instilled a profound sense of safety within them. They were still children, often dreaming of divine intervention to rescue humanity from peril. Today, as they faced such a terrifying catastrophe, it seemed that their God had truly arrived. "Mother." After ensuring the students were settled, Lu Yaya was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing her mother on the bus, bursting into tears as she embraced her. She had been worried about her mother, who was wheelchair-bound and had difficulty moving, fearing what might happen should they encounter these monsters. Yet now, it appeared that her worries were unfounded. Lu Ma looked at her daughter, a smile of relief gracing her features. "You are Lu Yaya, are you not?" Just as the mother and daughter were reunited, the squad leader approached slowly, his expression calm. "Indeed, I am. Who are you?" Lu Yaya asked, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. "We are from the Ember Sanctuary. We have come at the behest of our commander to invite you to join us." The squad leader stated. "Join you?" Lu Yaya was momentarily taken aback. As a prodigy, she had heard this proposition countless times before. However, at that moment, it seemed she had no other option but to join. After a brief silence, she chose to accept. "Excellent. Once we arrive at the sanctuary, someone will explain everything to you." With that, the squad leader turned and departed, leaving Lu Yaya and Lu Ma in a warm embrace. Before long, as everyone boarded the vehicle, the soldiers remained behind. "Are you not coming with us?" The squad leader gazed at the group that had not boarded the vehicle and inquired. "Our mission remains unfinished. You should depart first." With that, they prepared to leave. The squad leader, with a serious expression, called out to them, "Wait a moment. The group turned back in confusion. Subsequently, the squad leader retrieved 5 submachine guns, 5 handguns, 5 knives, 10 grenades, and a supply of ammunition, distributing them to the group. According to the commander's directive, this is a token of our goodwill. You will find it useful. Furthermore, I have ascertained that there are a considerable number of zombies in this vicinity. If you head east, you will encounter fewer of them, making it easier to break through. Otherwise, should you become surrounded by the undead, it would spell disaster. If things become dire, seek refuge at the Ember Sanctuary located at XXX address. I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of the sanctuary. Upon hearing the squad leader's words, the leader of the group immediately felt a surge of respect. Although accepting firearms from a stranger was not an ideal choice, the gravity of the situation warranted such measures. Possessing weapons was undoubtedly advantageous for their survival. The group bowed respectfully once more, and the squad leader reciprocated the gesture before they swiftly departed. Watching their retreating figures, the squad leader felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. Let us return. The zombies are gathering here. We cannot linger. Soon, as they reached the intersection, they beheld hundreds of zombies advancing toward them. To return to the sanctuary, they would have to traverse this throng of the undead. Teams 5 and 4 spread out to the flanks. Teams 3 and 1 will take the center, with Team 2 bringing up the rear. Open fire. Witnessing this scene, the squad leader promptly seized the radio and commanded, form 5 vehicles into a line. The vehicles on the flanks unleashed a barrage to clear the path. Teams 3 and 1 advanced through the center to eliminate threats, while Team 2 covered the retreat. With the support of heavy firepower, the zombies were reduced to mere fragments, easily cleared away by the bulldozer's blade, allowing the bus to pass through unimpeded. Ultimately, under the cover of fire, they successfully rolled over the horde of zombies, accelerating toward the sanctuary at full speed. At this moment, darkness loomed just half an hour away. Yet the journey to the sanctuary would require 40 minutes. Fortunately, the area surrounding the sanctuary was relatively desolate, and though the last 10 minutes of the route were shrouded in darkness, it was at least less perilous. Soon, they arrived at the final intersection. Concurrently, a sharply dressed man, an elite among elites, found himself in a small room on the second floor, while outside, zombies were drawn to the scent of his cologne. Upon sighting the familiar bus, the man shouted desperately, "Hey, there's still someone here. Take me with you, please. I'm begging you. Take me with you." At that moment, regret flooded his heart. Why had he been so foolish as to provoke them? In the mere 10 minutes since being forced from the vehicle, he felt as though he had lived through lifetimes. Never had he experienced time stretched so painfully. Now, as he glimpsed the recognizable large truck again, though the darkness obscured it somewhat, he was certain it was the one. Thus, he exuberantly shouted, instinctively casting aside the words spoken by Jiang Yu moments earlier. However, when he beheld the large trucks that showed no inclination to halt, speeding away from the last intersection, he was taken aback. As he watched the bus, a symbol of hope for life, recede further into the distance, despair enveloped his gaze entirely. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. How long ago it was that he had once been aboard one of those buses, having arrived at that very intersection, so close to safety. Yet, due to his own selfishness, his loose tongue had doomed everything. Boom. Roar. The zombies, drawn by his cries, burst through the door, shrieking towards the suited man in the corner. "No, please, I don't want to die." As a rural orphan, I worked hard to win the director's favor, becoming a manager with a monthly salary surpassing 100,000. I haven't even reached the pinnacle of success yet. Tears streamed down the suited man's face, soaking his attire, his eyes filled with despair. "No, don't come any closer. Please, don't." Chapter 14. Two choices, diverging paths roar. Bang. After a cacophony of sounds, a figure clumsily rose to their feet, staggering towards the doorway. The suited man held the head of a zombie in his grasp, his body marred with bite marks and drenched in blood. "I cannot die. I do not wish to perish. I have yet to savor the joys of life." Thud. The suited man collapsed face first onto the ground, and silence reclaimed the room. Meanwhile, on the vehicle, the squad leader observed the increasingly dense vegetation surrounding them and let out a sigh of relief. He then stood up and addressed the occupants of the vehicle, his voice amplified by Jarvis, reaching the ears of those in other vehicles as well. "All right, we should be safe here. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We hail from the Ember Sanctuary. Your next destination will be the Ember Sanctuary, where no wastrels are permitted. You are the first group to be integrated into our refuge." The sanctuary is aptly named Ember Sanctuary, symbolizing the passing of the flame. Through perseverance and resilience, you are all carefully selected sparks of hope by our commanders. Among you are teachers, caretakers, chefs, architects, and various other professions, and it is hoped that you will contribute to the continuation of human civilization in the future. Detailed information will be provided once we return to the sanctuary. Should anyone wish not to join the Ember Sanctuary, please express your intent now. I can safely escort you off the vehicle, allowing you to depart freely. However, you will only have this choice once. With that, the squad leader cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd before taking a seat. Upon hearing his announcement, the passengers began to whisper among themselves. The Ember Sanctuary? What is that? Has anyone heard of it? No, I haven't, but it seems promising, considering their formidable combat prowess. In a nation where compulsory jurisdiction is so stringent, it is astonishing to witness the abundance of firearms. Does anyone wish to retain them? I personally refrain from doing so, as we are not affiliated with any official entity. What if an unforeseen incident were to occur? Indeed, the issue of private armed factions is unlikely to diminish. However, they did come to our aid. Would it be proper for us to depart without acknowledgement? What harm would it bring? Did we implore them for assistance? Moreover, possessing such formidable capabilities to save lives should be an inherent duty. We are merely unarmed civilians. Have you not heard the adage that with great power comes great responsibility? If I possessed such abilities, I too would rescue others. Furthermore, the notion of discarding useless individuals is rather alarming. One might wonder if such a refuge is merely a front for illicit organ trafficking. In these times, it is certainly safer to seek refuge in official shelters. Indeed, I concur. Ultimately, amidst hushed whispers, merely a handful of individuals, perhaps a dozen, resolve to proceed to the official shelter. Without a doubt, the official refuge is far more secure than any private sanctuary, instilling greater confidence. Among the hundreds remaining, although some were tempted to leave, they ultimately chose to observe the unfolding situation. Many others, with keen intellects, regarded the departing group with thinly veiled mockery. Upon hearing that some had indeed chosen to depart, the squad leader did not impose any restrictions. Instead, he halted the bus and permitted them to disembark and walk to their destination. Head west for 5 kilometers, and you shall find the official refuge. Simply proceed directly there, the squad leader stated calmly. As those disembarked gazed back at the remaining passengers, a wave of trepidation washed over them. Yet, upon contemplating that the squad leader's destination was not an official shelter, they gritted their teeth and resolved to leave. Before their departure, the squad leader generously provided some food, water, and a flashlight. Thus, they parted ways. As they watched the bus recede into the distance, the remaining group found themselves momentarily at a loss. Enough of the gazing. After all, that is their private domain. It's akin to visiting someone else's home. Though they may seem welcoming, they might be inwardly questioning your presence. Additionally, with such a formidable private militia, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they were engaged in unlawful activities even before the apocalypse. If we were to venture there, we might end up being scapegoats once the world returns to normal. Upon hearing this, many nodded in understanding. They hastily set off towards the official shelter while the sun still shone. 5 kilometers is neither long nor short, especially in the wilderness. Thus it would take a considerable amount of time to traverse. Meanwhile, the battered 5 modified vehicles concluded their mission for the day. After a 40-minute drive, they safely returned to the shelter. Upon disembarking, the occupants of the modified vehicles were struck with astonishment at the sight of the expansive helipad and parking lot surrounding the refuge. Welcome, everyone, to the Ember Refuge. Please line up to receive your wristbands. As night falls, make haste. Under the urging of the squad leader and the orderly management of the artificial beings, the crowd swiftly formed a line. Prior to receiving their wristbands, the therapeutic androids present utilized instruments to assess the health status of each individual. Once confirmed, they were permitted to collect the Ember wristbands. Standing beside the squad leader, Lu Yaya became the first member to join the Ember Sanctuary, followed closely by her mother. After receiving the wristband from the android responsible for distribution, Lu Yaya input her fingerprint as instructed. In an instant, her identity was acknowledged by the sanctuary. This wristband contained their exclusive identity codes, while also housing advanced technology essential for residents' meals and entertainment. Their identity information had been recorded in the sanctuary's system the moment they were rescued and brought aboard. Thus, at that moment, they merely activated their wristbands in this manner. Upon completion of the wristband distribution, they were led to the imposing stone gate, which, to their astonishment, swung open. Beyond it lay the sanctuary, reminiscent of a steel jungle. Under the guidance of the androids, the crowd entered through the stone gate, their curiosity and awe akin to that of Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. As they gazed around at the extravagantly modified buses, excavators, and trucks, along with the industrious androids, gazing upwards, an immense steel dome loomed overhead. And as they surveyed their surroundings, they realized everything was constructed of metal. However, amidst their astonishment, many wondered how such a confined space could accommodate hundreds of them. Just then, they witnessed dozens of elevator doors opening simultaneously. The crowd gasped. This was indeed an underground base. Chapter 15. Base Regulations and the Marvelous Utility of the Wristband. Subsequently, the crowd boarded the elevators and began their descent. As the floors whizzed by, they were left in a daze. Additionally, the various messages transmitted by the wristbands regarding the sanctuary filled them with trepidation. Lu Yaya, despite her lofty pride, was rendered speechless in awe at the sight of these sci-fi-like steel edifices. Soon, they arrived at the residential area on the 10th floor. Here, a vast open space awaited, designated for gathering the residents. The first batch of individuals at the Ember Sanctuary looked around with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Greetings, residents. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence steward of the base. As the crowd stood in uncertainty, a voice resonated from all directions, and a 3D projection materialized in front of them. This projection was vividly clear, leaving the audience in astonishment. Whoa, artificial intelligence. Have I entered a sci-fi film? Is there really such a thing as artificial intelligence in this world? Many exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the discussions, Jarvis continued, please maintain silence. I will now introduce the living regulations within the Ember Sanctuary. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The Ember Sanctuary was established by the founder, Mr. Jiang Yu, to ensure the continuity of human civilization amidst the cataclysmic collapse of society. Those permitted entry into the sanctuary are all individuals possessing specialized skills. Among your teachers, chefs, retired military personnel, fitness enthusiasts, and representatives from various professions. Here, you shall strive for the survival of humanity. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted, for his statement implied that the apocalypse had no end in sight. What nonsense, scoffed a man clad in a short-sleeved shirt. Those sluggish zombies are only a match for ordinary people. They are utterly unworthy of facing the military. If you can dispatch so many of them, do you truly believe the armed forces, equipped with superior weaponry and gear, would be incapable of handling them? I wager that within a month at most, the undead will be eradicated. This virus originates from a cosmic pathogen carried by a meteorite, with a global infection rate surpassing 80%. Furthermore, all official organizations worldwide have collapsed, overrun by mutated zombies, and are incapable of diverting resources for rescue efforts elsewhere. The gravity of these words transformed the countenance of those present. How can this be possible? Many expressed disbelief at the news. If you remain skeptical, you are free to leave the base at any time. We impose no restrictions on your personal freedom. The elevator will take you away. But please consider carefully. This opportunity is singular. Once you depart, there will be no return, Jarvis stated. After all, having made it this far, it would be folly to leave so easily. Now, the question period is over. I shall now announce some essential guidelines for living in this base. The Ember Sanctuary adheres to a militarized management system, following the principles of earning based on effort. The more you work, the more you gain. The less you work, the less you earn, and those who do not work will be expelled. The following requirements have been established. 1. Please safeguard the point wristband you possess, as it will serve as your identification within the sanctuary. You may use it to make calls, access the internet, chat, watch videos, and for all your daily needs within the base. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, glancing at the seemingly inconspicuous wristbands on their arms. 2. Within the base, daily labor is required to earn points, which serve as the currency for your existence here. Accommodations, bedding, restrooms, meals, and hygiene products can only be obtained through points. To assist new residents, each newcomer will receive an initial grant of 1,000 points to help navigate the early challenges. To utilize points, simply raise your wristband for me to scan the QR code. 3. The Ember Sanctuary comprises 50 floors. However, you will not have access to all levels. You may only enter the floors designated for your access. In the residential area of the base, spanning from the 10th to the 36th floor, there exists a dining hall. Residents are free to choose where to dine. The dining hall operates daily from 6 to 8 in the morning, 11 to 1 at noon, and 6 to 8 in the evening. It is imperative for everyone to adhere to these timings and avoid tardiness for non-urgent reasons. Furthermore, any form of fighting, vandalism of public facilities, or similar misconduct is strictly prohibited within the shelter. Should such behavior be observed and warnings prove ineffective, I will be compelled to take immediate action. The residential area is equipped with numerous facilities designed for leisure and relaxation. I hope that amidst your work commitments, you will not neglect the importance of recreation. Once again, I wish you all a pleasant stay in the shelter. Upon hearing these stipulations, the attendees began to engage in fervent discussions. Does this imply that every necessity within the base requires the expenditure of points? How does one acquire these points? What avenues are available for earning them? Is it possible to exchange external currency for points? Are the prices here exorbitant? It would be quite disheartening to toil all day only to find oneself lacking sufficient points to purchase even a bond. Alas, wouldn't that render this place akin to an exploitative factory akin to those outside, working to the bone? As the significance of points and their direct correlation to life within the shelter sank in, anxiety rippled through the crowd, composed of individuals who had endured the harshness of society. Addressing the concerns of the residents, Jarvis continued, urging everyone to remain calm. There are numerous ways to earn points, and I believe that the initial group brought here will not struggle to find employment. You may refer to the job information available through your wristbands. If there are any questions, please feel free to pose them briefly. One individual inquired, "Excuse me, what should we do since we have just joined and possess no points? Must we exchange money for points?" Jarvis responded, "I regret to inform you that, for the sake of fairness, no currency from any external nation can be exchanged for points. However, since you are newly arrived residents, all basic expenses will be waived for your first 3 days. Note, basic expenses include necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter that do not require point expenditure." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. At the very least, the prospect of enjoying 3 days free of charge was indeed a fortunate circumstance. With this reassurance, the residents resumed their focus on the methods available for earning points through their wristbands. Chapter 16. Recruitment commences by the heavens. What a divine place this is. One is required to work only 8 hours a day. Moreover, each hour yields a substantial 20 points. That amounts to 160 points for an 8-hour day, totaling 3,600 points in a month, exclaimed an individual, overwhelmed with emotion. If what he states is accurate, will 3,600 points suffice for our living expenses in a month? Or are the prices exorbitantly high here? Someone inquired. Rest assured, it is ample. Based on my calculations, after the standard monthly expenses for food, clothing, and shelter within the shelter, there will be a surplus. Jarvis replied confidently. After many individuals had perused the methods for accumulating points, they began to voice their inquiries. After Jarvis briefly addressed a few questions, it appeared that most of those present had little else to ask. Once it was confirmed that the attendees had no further questions, Jarvis declared the inquiry session over. Inviting eligible residents to make their own selections, he advised that any future questions could be directed to the wristband, emphasizing the importance of brevity and clarity in their inquiries. However, he cautioned against calling upon him indiscriminately. Should he record multiple instances of frivolous questions, the offender would be deprived of their residency within the base. Following this pronouncement, many gazed in astonishment at the 6 criteria for earning points, marveling at the starkness of the militarized management. The policy for point accumulation was refreshingly straightforward. One must either exert effort or contribute personnel. What intrigued the crowd most was the final criterion, which seemed to encourage women to bear more children. Such a sentiment, voiced in the face of calamity, would undoubtedly draw scorn from various ideologies. While murmurs of dissent lingered, the chaos of the apocalypse rendered many hesitant to express their discontent openly. Those who had previously been anxious found solace upon hearing the 6 criteria. Many ordinary individuals, equipped with but a single skill to sustain themselves, breathed a sigh of relief. In this apocalyptic world, they could not only survive but also thrive through their unique talents. Indeed, as the ancient said, possessing a skill ensures sustenance. Had I not found the bureaucratic atmosphere too stifling and pursued a certification in automotive repair, I might never have entered this place. How amusing it is that a proud student of pig husbandry, once ridiculed in my hometown, has ultimately found salvation through this very profession. Thankfully, as a recent graduate in medicine, I am exempt from tuition fees and can earn a salary. How fortunate I am to be here. Many successful candidates wore expressions of elation. Soon enough, residents endowed with particular skills had chosen their occupations, some to the kitchen, others tending to plants, and others still to cleaning duties. At this moment, Lu Yayao also secured a position. Congratulations, Dr. Lu Yayao. Your applications for the roles of biological research specialist and physics research specialist have been approved. Given the unique nature of your position, your benefits have been elevated. You are now classified as a senior resident, eligible to reside in a double suite on the 45th floor. Furthermore, you have been granted B-level access and will receive a base salary of 20,000 points monthly, with additional bonuses for significant achievements. Please report to the research office on the 43rd floor tomorrow at 9 o'clock, where I will await you to assist you in commencing your duties. As Lu Yayao gazed at the information on her wristband, a look of relief graced her features. Grateful that amidst the apocalypse, she and her mother could find sanctuary in such a technologically advanced environment. No, this could hardly be termed mere refuge. It was a life that surpassed the conditions outside. As Lu Yayao proudly pushed her beaming mother towards the elevator, She was met with a multitude of envious and admiring gazes. At that moment, many were reveling in the joy of securing employment, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to explore their rooms before heading to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. However, amidst the celebration, there was discontent. A foreign graduate from a prestigious university, visibly enraged, shouted, "This is unjust. Why is it that that girl can successfully apply for a research position while I cannot? Moreover, I am barred from applying. Why is this so? I demand an explanation. Is this not blatant manipulation?" His name was Jiang Yu, a PhD graduate from a renowned university in the Eaglehead Nation. He had intended to return home for a brief visit, but found himself ensnared in this predicament. Initially, he had hoped to adapt to the situation, believing that his qualifications would easily secure him a position as a researcher. He thought that perhaps, with his academic credentials, the head of the facility would even hold him in high regard. He envisioned merely passing the time as a researcher, conducting studies that were akin to gradually squeezing out toothpaste, all while waiting for the opportune moment to return to the embrace of his homeland. He dismissed the claims made by the so-called artificial intelligence, Jarvis, that all the nations had succumbed to paralysis. He might have entertained such notions about other countries, but he firmly believed that the Eaglehead Nation, the mightiest on Blue Star, would never falter. It was his unwavering faith. Upon hearing his outburst, the crowd halted, drawn to the spectacle. After all, many had witnessed Liu Yaya's successful application and felt a twinge of envy, especially considering the enticing reward of 20,000 points a month. It had just been stated that within the facility, points equate to currency, accompanied by numerous benefits. If indeed there were underhanded dealings at play, it warranted serious discussion. Damn it, is there not a single living person around? I demand an explanation. Mr. Jiang Yu, it has been determined that you may be unable to fulfill research tasks. Thus your application for the position has been denied. Please consider a role more suited to your capabilities, such as a factory worker, Jarvis responded. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu erupted in anger. What the hell? I am a distinguished PhD from a renowned university in Eaglehead, and you want me to work as a laborer? How dare you suggest that? Just because you say I cannot complete the work, does that make it true? Have you witnessed my experiments? Do you know how many papers I have published? Are you aware of my capabilities? You do not, because you only know how to grant favors to that little girl. You are suppressing talent. Bring OU. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's furious roar, the others present began to murmur amongst themselves, some even contemplating whether to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yu returned from another location, his expression calm as he regarded the enraged Jiang Yu. Are you looking for me? You are the master of the shelter? Huh. How utterly ridiculous. Such a splendid refuge is being mismanaged by you. What a waste of such a fine sanctuary. Jiang Yu, upon seeing Jiang Yu's youthful visage, was instantly overwhelmed by a tide of jealousy and envy, and without hesitation, he launched into his tirade. You have no right to judge my shelter. I hear you wish to apply as a research staff member? Jiang Yu inquired coolly. Indeed, with my qualifications and abilities, it should be a mere formality to secure a position among your research personnel. However, your wretched artificial intelligence has persistently rejected me, so today you must resolve this matter. Jiang Yu declared with an air of arrogance, as if he were addressing a servant rather than the master of the shelter. Oh, is that the only issue? If so, please share any additional demands. Jiang Yu replied with a slight smile, his tone amiable. Meanwhile, Liu Yao, observing Jiang Yu's accommodating demeanor, felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, recalling the way he effortlessly held sway over her, she dismissed her uncertainty and eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yu's brow momentarily brightened, only to be quickly suppressed. His gaze toward Jiang Yu grew increasingly disdainful. I require a private room, with meals delivered to me thrice daily, and access to the experimental facilities solely for myself. I have no desire to work alongside these inferior individuals. Moreover, you must grant me control over your artificial intelligence, allowing me to command the entire base. Jiang Yu's demands sent a wave of astonishment through the onlookers. Many cast him disapproving glances, and the initial goodwill they held toward him evaporated in an instant. Yet, Jiang Yu appeared oblivious to the contemptuous stares, regarding Jiang Yu with an air of superiority. He had not anticipated that the master of the shelter would be so young and amenable, and as he surveyed the facility, he envisioned it within his grasp. Oh, is that all? In that case, let me review your credentials to determine whether you qualify for Jarvis's privileges. Jarvis, please provide an overview of Jiang Yu's background. Jiang Yu stated blandly. My background is rather straightforward. I have simply received numerous awards for my inventions. Jiang Yu replied with pride. Jiang Yu, male. Born in 2035 in a small village in Qing City, raised in affluence, consistently among the top of his class. and achieved the highest score in the National College Entrance Examination, causing quite a stir. As Jarvis recounted this, the crowd marveled at Jiang Yu's accomplishments. Although he had referred to them as inferior beings, their anger was tempered by the recognition of his clearly superior social standing. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. There is no need for such loud declarations. However, the subsequent words of Jarvis instilled a sense of panic within him. Upon verification, it became evident that his Gaokao results did not belong to him, but rather to an individual named Chen Yuanming, a destitute student from the impoverished area of Shaoshan in Qing City, who hails from the same village as Jiang Yu. Despite his humble beginnings, Chen Yuanming's diligence and perseverance propelled him to achieve the top score nationwide. Regrettably, his results were surreptitiously swapped with those of Jiang Yu, facilitated by none other than Jiang Yu's father, the town mayor. Jiang Yu, consumed by jealousy, could not bear the fact that Chen Yuanming, despite his inferior circumstances, outperformed him academically and was well-liked. Thus, he conspired with his father to usurp the life that rightfully belonged to another. Ultimately, he ventured abroad for his studies, aided by the embezzled funds from his family, and successfully obtained a doctoral degree. Throughout his doctoral journey, he engaged in hardly any substantial experiments or tests, relying instead on trivial achievements purchased with money. The so-called certificates were merely procured through financial transactions. Jiang Yu, do you require further clarification on your circumstances? Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu's complexion paled instantly, his handsome face marred by shock and disbelief. Those who had previously felt sympathy for him now glared at him with indignation. The top score nationwide. Such an achievement could alter the fate of an entire family. In an instant, the crowd, which had once empathized with Jiang Yu, was consumed by outrage. Coupled with the recent incident involving the lower classes, their gazes turned toward Jiang Yu with increasing hostility. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly know? My father ensured absolute secrecy. The words slipped from Jiang Yu's lips instinctively, but he immediately clamped his mouth shut. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you wish to clarify? Jiang Yu remarked with a smile directed at Jiang Yu. No, it's nothing. I'm fine. If I must work as a laborer, so be it. I have no objections. Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The arrogance he had previously exhibited dissipated, replaced by a forced smile and humility. Jiang Yu regarded his sudden change with a cold smile. I rather enjoyed your previous defiance. Why not maintain that spirit? If you had, I could have easily expelled you. What a pity. Add Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu's countenance changed once more. To be expelled in such dire circumstances would surely lead to his demise. Fortunately, the tactics that had worked against the people of Eaglehead Nation seemed effective here as well. It appeared that this individual, despite his prowess, was merely a young man who delighted in flattery. Jiang Yu mused inwardly, convinced that he still held some leverage over the situation. Since you have acknowledged your mistakes, as the ancients say, to know one's error and to correct it is a great virtue. I can acquiesce to all your demands, except for the last one. Upon Jiang Yu's pronouncement, the entire assembly was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? This individual is willing to concede to such requests? Jiang Yu, too, felt a flicker of hope. Yet, the subsequent remark drained the color from his face entirely. In the 47th level of the base, 3 nuclear reactors require vigilant oversight. Due to the hazardous nature of nuclear radiation, ordinary individuals cannot remain there for extended periods. Typically, I instruct Jarvis to handle any issues using mechanical arms. Since you have expressed willingness, I entrust you to that duty. Rest assured, you will be alone there, and provisions will be delivered to you. Should you encounter difficulties, Jarvis will be available to guide you. What do you say? Chapter 18. A lesson in severity. A serene smile graced Jiang Yu's face. Yet the onlookers could not help but break into a cold sweat at the sight. Nuclear radiation. It truly meant a struggle for survival, fraught with despair. The person in charge was far from the benevolent figure he appeared to be. He was, in fact, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. The crowd began to label Jiang Yu as someone not to be trifled with. Initially, many had considered taking advantage of his youthful visage, but now it seemed prudent to adopt a more cautious approach. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt his limbs turn icy and trembled uncontrollably. No, you are playing with lives. I will report this to the authorities. He shouted desperately, his eyes brimming with fear and regret. Jiang Yu merely cast a nonchalant glance at the nearby androids, who promptly dragged the still wailing Jiang Yu away. As they escorted him to the elevator, an ominous, pungent liquid seeped from where Jiang Yu had trodden. In a mere 3 minutes, the once arrogant Jiang Yu had been unceremoniously cast into the realm of the nuclear reactor. There, he would be utterly alone, with androids delivering his meals daily, and Jarvis instructing him in any areas of uncertainty. within the confines of the shelter. This place could be deemed a sanctuary for the introverted, provided one could disregard the terrifying nuclear radiation. As the crowd observed Jiang Yu's descent, his anguished cries elicited a mix of reactions. While a few displayed sympathy, many others exhibited expressions of satisfaction. Some, unfamiliar with the concept of nuclear radiation, inquired about it, their countenances shifting dramatically upon understanding its implications, casting wary glances at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu surveyed the once boisterous scene, and the gazes of the crowd did not escape his notice. He felt a sense of satisfaction at the outcome. A lesson had been imparted, a stark warning. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of conflict. To assume the role of a savior within this domain requires a firm hand, tempered with moments of kindness. Now that you have witnessed this spectacle, you may disperse to your quarters and take a look around. In the cafeteria, I have prepared an abundance of delectable offerings. Given today's exceptional circumstances, dinner will be complimentary, and a late-night snack will be provided. Feel free to indulge as much as you can. Jiang Yu addressed the residents. For the majority of ordinary individuals, life revolves around the basic needs of sustenance and comfort. As long as these elements are satisfied, most will opt for a tranquil existence, akin to a frog in warm water, preferring a stable life over one fraught with struggle. Unless one is a born ruler or a warmonger, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority are merely transient figures who have gained a modicum of power through fortunate circumstances in a world on the brink of collapse. They are unwilling to relinquish their meager yet tangible authority, fearing a return to the ranks of the ordinary, where they may be trampled underfoot. Observing Jiang Yu's gentle smile, the onlookers could not help but juxtapose his current demeanor with the grim specter he had embodied moments before, evoking genuine trepidation within them. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, each seeking out their quarters, for it was essential to inspect their sleeping arrangements. For the ordinary workers, accommodations were limited to the most economical 10-person dormitories. Despite the shared space, it was equipped with essential amenities: beds, bed linens, canopies, power outlets, electric kettles, air conditioning, restrooms, and toilets. Many breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the environment. Though it was somewhat crowded, the canopies provided a semblance of privacy. After surveying their sleeping quarters, they followed Jarvis's guidance to the dining hall. The expansive cafeteria, though sparsely populated at that moment, boasted an abundance of self-served dishes laid out before them. Rice buns, steamed bread, fried rice, fried noodles, hot and cold dishes, soups both savory and sweet, and even sashimi were all available. Each dish bore a price tag, a gesture meant to inform residents of the costs, albeit the meals for the day were complimentary. Many patrons were pleasantly surprised to discover that a hefty bun cost merely 1 point, a serving of fried noodles 3 points, and a garlic vermicelli steamed lobster a mere 50 points. This revelation alleviated the concerns of those who had feared exorbitant dining expenses. The cost for the 10-person dormitory was $800 per month, inclusive of utilities, while meals averaged $50 per day, $500 for 10 days, culminating in $1,500 monthly. Thus, the total fixed expenditure amounted to $2,300. Even the lowest earners among the workers, with a monthly income of 3,600 points, could comfortably save several hundred points each month, even after accounting for miscellaneous expenses like shampoo. This realization instilled a newfound motivation in many to remain in this refuge. For numerous individuals from impoverished backgrounds, who had endured the harsh realities of society, Jiang Yu now occupied a lofty position in their hearts. Without him, despite possessing a skill, one could easily find themselves devoid of connections or wealth, potentially facing extinction in this desolate world. While the operations within the shelter proceeded in an orderly fashion, the external conditions grew increasingly dire. As the sun rose on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the streets were littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Remnants of the festivities from the previous night, adorned with couplets, door gods, and red envelopes, juxtaposed against the aimless wandering of the undead. The calamity that befell the New Year's Eve celebrations was destined to be etched into the annals of history. The people of China, who should have been basking in the festive atmosphere of the new year, now found themselves wholly enveloped in fear and bloodshed. In the span of just yesterday, countless souls perished in that catastrophic disaster, while many others, fortunate enough to evade its wrath, have transformed into mindless zombies, aimlessly wandering the streets. Those who have managed to survive in this harrowing environment now cower in fear, seeking refuge in some hidden corner, praying fervently not to be discovered and devoured by these grotesque creatures. Trembling, they clutch their phones, repeatedly attempting to dial a number that remains perpetually out of reach, hoping to summon assistance. Yet, no matter how persistently they dial, that fateful number remains unanswered. Within the confines of the government, the phone lines have long been severed, while the occasional uniformed zombie roams about, howling for its next prey. Today marks February 3rd, 2068, a Friday, and the first day of the Lunar New Year. Jarvis extends his heartfelt wishes for a joyous spring festival, reminding everyone that the time for work has arrived. All diligent workers are urged to proceed to their respective workplaces, with the warning that tardiness without a valid excuse will result in a deduction of points. Chapter 19. Professional Treatment in the Sanctuary. As the residents gradually awaken to Jarvis's elegant electronic voice echoing through the corridors and the familiar festive greetings of prosperity and wealth from Huazai, they enjoy a peaceful night's rest. After a brief morning wash, they gather for breakfast. Were it not for the reality of waking in the beds of a shelter and witnessing the astonishingly futuristic surroundings, one might believe that the tumultuous events of yesterday were merely a vivid dream. Inside the dining hall, breakfast offerings abound with a plethora of choices: corn on the cob, pancakes, tea eggs, boiled eggs, braised eggs, fried eggs, almost a dozen varieties of eggs alone, alongside meat buns, vegetable buns, pickled cabbage buns, peanut buns, and vermicelli buns, among others. The beverage selection includes soy milk, coffee, and yogurt, among others, providing an impressive array of options. Such an extensive variety is seldom found even in five-star hotels during peaceful times, let alone in this post-apocalyptic world ravaged by meteor impacts and rampant zombies. Most astonishingly, the prices are remarkably affordable. Countless workers, after placing their orders, find that their total points expenditure ranges from 4 to 8, with even the most lavish meals costing no more than a handful of points. They marvel at the terrifying purchasing power of points in this place. In the outside world, the items on their plates would cost them no less than several dozen dollars. Yet here, a mere few points suffice. And these points can be earned through their own labor. In a moment of levity, many find themselves jokingly pondering why the apocalypse only arrived yesterday. Lu Qing, a graduate of a vocational college, orders 2 buns, a cup of soy milk, a stick of fried dough, and a scallion pancake, totaling 5 points. After satisfying his hunger, he proceeds to his post, determined to make a good impression on his first day of work. He gazes at the several piglets before him, each returning his stare with equal intensity. Although Lu Qing holds a diploma, he has studied in a field, animal husbandry and veterinary medicine, that has become somewhat obsolete in contemporary society. The livestock industry has developed a well-established process, unless he can innovate and break free from the existing paradigms. He is destined to follow in the footsteps of those who came before him. Moreover, the field of veterinary medicine and animal husbandry is not as lucrative as caring for beloved pets like cats and dogs. Instead, it focuses on livestock such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. The modest salaries, coupled with the extensive mechanization of operations, a grimy and chaotic work environment, and significant time consumption, render it exceedingly challenging for most individuals to persevere, leading many to swiftly change careers. Consequently, Lu Qing struggled to secure employment after graduation, becoming the subject of gossip among neighbors in the village. How could a college graduate be unemployed? He was often teased that if his family's pigs fell ill, they would call upon him for assistance. This left Lu Qing feeling quite disheartened until he learned of job opportunities in Haishur, prompting him to forego celebrating the new year at home and rush to the city. However, he never anticipated the ensuing disaster that would trap him here. Even more surprising was the realization that his expertise was indeed valuable in this technologically advanced refuge, which also engaged in the farming of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, necessitating individuals with formal training in animal husbandry. Given the significance of the position, although he was merely a junior resident at present, he could earn as much as 5,000 points in monthly income, substantially more than 2/3 of what a typical laborer would make. The residents of the shelter are categorized into 4 levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, and special residents. Junior residents possess a skill or have family connections. Intermediate residents comprise the security team or individuals with indispensable abilities. Advanced residents are researchers and high-ranking members of the security team. And special residents are those whom Jiang Yu trusts most, granted access to most areas within the refuge. In a similar predicament is Jiang Yu, who is currently overseeing a burgeoning population of cockroaches. Jiang holds a doctorate in zoology, yet his research focus on the universally despised cockroach has made it difficult for him to find employment despite his qualifications. To make ends meet, he has settled for a position as a part-time instructor at a university, where he has an exceedingly limited selection of students each year, resulting in nearly no courses to teach. However, upon arriving at the Ember Refuge, he initially sought merely a menial job for survival, only to discover that there were indeed positions available for overseeing cockroaches, and the pay was quite generous. This revelation filled him with elation. As he had feared that his extensive education would go unutilized, the Ember Refuge turned out to be the mentor he had long sought. Thrilled, he promptly applied. And with his impressive academic background and experience, he was swiftly hired, earning a remarkable salary of 7,000 points per month. This unexpected turn of events transformed his outlook, instilling in him a growing sense of belonging to the Ember Refuge and a desire to contribute his talents to the community. Of course, beyond these fortunate circumstances, there are numerous individuals who, although highly regarded outside, find little opportunity to utilize their skills within the base, such as several finance graduates. Within the confines of the refuge, cash is rendered obsolete, leaving no economy for them to manage. Similarly, there are philosophers whose compensation is even less than that of early childhood educators. After all, in the harsh reality of a post-apocalyptic world, who could possibly engage in rational discourse with zombies? In the apocalypse, those who thrive are primarily fields that were undervalued during times of peace, such as agriculture and animal husbandry. It is only when one has adequately satisfied their basic needs that they can begin to contemplate matters of ethics, philosophy, and economics. Discussing such topics in the absence of sustenance is utterly futile. Thus, many individuals, despite holding advanced degrees, find their qualifications of no utility in this new reality, leading to a profound sense of disillusionment. They ponder why, despite their popularity in the outside world, they are relegated to the most menial of labor, earning the lowest wages. Their discontent leads them to question Jarvis, who merely replies that such positions are not currently suitable for the refuge. Meanwhile, Lu Yayao, having just finished breakfast with her mother, arrived at the research facility on the 43rd floor. Upon entering, she was awestruck by the intricate and detailed environment of the lab. The pristine and expansive white interior was filled with numerous mechanical assistants, and overhead, sliding tracks and pulleys adorned the ceiling. Rooms dedicated to cell fabrication, cell culture, cryopreservation, virus storage, specimen collection, and cell experimentation were all impeccably organized and immaculate. Gazing at this sci-fi-inspired and complex research facility, Lu Yayao was filled with astonishment. "Jarvis, what task shall I undertake?" she inquired, regaining her composure. Chapter 20. Researching corpse crystals and signal restoration. To Lu Yayao, this research facility appeared flawless, igniting a strong desire to showcase her capabilities immediately. She envisioned the moment when her accomplishments would leave Jiang Yu, that insufferable fellow, utterly astonished. "Dr. Lu, Mr. Jiang Yu will personally connect with you shortly. In the meantime, feel free to familiarize yourself with this research facility, as it will be your primary workplace," Jarvis informed her. Nodding, Lu Yayao's gaze drifted to the seemingly endless corridors of laboratories, prompting her to ask, "Jarvis, how expansive is this research facility?" The research area on the 43rd floor spans approximately 10,000 square meters and contains numerous operational rooms and equipment essential for research, as well as spaces for staff to rest. 10,000 square meters? That's enormous. I must be walking thousands of steps daily. No, even a single round trip would exceed 10,000 steps. It seems I will expend considerable energy just walking here. It doesn't appear to have any transportation vehicles. Lu Yayao murmured. "Huh, why would I have you brilliant minds walking such distances daily? Your physical energy should be devoted to research, not to traversing the facility. The floors of the 3 research levels are paved with bearing roads. Simply inform Jarvis of your destination in advance, and he will safely transport you there." Jiang Yu interjected with a light laugh. "Bearing roads? What might those be?" Lu Yayao inquired. "Look closely at the ground. Do you see the small white spheres?" Jiang Yu prompted. Upon inspection, Lu Yayao gasped in surprise. It's remarkable how they blend seamlessly with the floor. Utilizing the rotational force of a spherical object can facilitate movement, and at a considerable speed. As he spoke, Jiang Yu demonstrated this to Lu Yaya. In mere seconds, they advanced several hundred meters to the entrance of an operations room, and then within moments, he returned effortlessly to Lu Yaya's side. Astonished, Lu Yaya gazed at Jiang Yu, who moved with such ease. She never anticipated that the technology within this shelter could be so advanced, eliminating the need for walking altogether. Furthermore, there exists an abundance of cutting-edge technologies here, which Jarvis will gradually reveal to you. Now, prepare to embark on your work, Jiang Yu instructed. Lu Yaya nodded, her eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Such an environment was undoubtedly perfect for a high-energy academic prodigy like her. Your task now is to study the zombies. An hour later, Jiang Yu emerged from the research facility, while Lu Yaya remained inside to commence her studies, during which Jiang Yu left behind 1,000 zombie crystals as experimental materials. In addition to researching zombies, Jiang Yu tasked Lu Yaya with examining the evolutionary fluid capable of altering the human body and unlocking genetic potential. By the latter stages of the apocalypse, ordinary people had nearly vanished from Blue Star, as they were no longer deemed worthy of survival. Zombies would also evolve, and greater calamities were destined to befall Blue Star. Moreover, Jiang Yu vaguely recalled that within a week, the first zombie tide would strike. During his gaming experiences, he had fallen countless times to the relentless waves of the zombie onslaught. However, this time was different from the game. In the virtual realm, there was always a chance for a restart, but reality offered no such mercy. A loss in this world would mean total annihilation. Therefore, time was of the essence for Jiang Yu. The development of the evolutionary fluid was urgent. After departing from the research facility, Jiang Yu descended to the first level. Observing the now orderly androids, he boarded a vehicle and set forth once more on the mission to save humanity. After several hours of rescue efforts, at 5 o'clock in the evening local time, Jiang Yu and his team returned to the shelter, pulling back nearly ruined large trucks and buses. This time, they brought back even more survivors, close to 2,000 individuals, all displaying faces marked by fear, dissatisfaction, and anxiety, their bodies dirty and stained with blood. Unlike the first group, who had merely witnessed the apocalypse, this second group had truly endured it. Following the usual procedures reminiscent of the previous day, they were disinfected and led into the shelter. In the square, they were informed about all that occurred within the base. Subsequently, after taking showers and making their way to the cafeteria for a meal, they savored the warmth of porridge and the delightful burst of flavors from steamed buns filled with rich gravy. At that moment, they finally felt as though they had truly come back to life. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that they wept as they ate. They were grateful to be alive. "Oh, I thought I would never eat a meat bun in my lifetime." One exclaimed. "You can't imagine what I had to eat yesterday, raw meat. I was so desperate that I resorted to gnawing on it." Another lamented. "At least you had meat. I had nothing at all. I was so starved that I ended up eating a few cockroaches I had raised for months." They marveled at the existence of such a refuge in Haishur. Indeed, they were fortunate. Had it not been for the valiant soldiers' rescue, I might have become one of those soulless beings. With my stomach gradually filling, an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this sanctuary enveloped many hearts. Off I go, to indulge in sleep after a hearty meal. Having gone a day without rest, I feel as if I could sleep for an entire day. Who would have imagined that amidst the apocalypse, one could enjoy such peaceful slumber? Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jiang Yu gazed at the data on the screen and murmured to himself. After 2 days of rescue operations and hunts, coupled with the collection of corpse crystals from sign-ins, the quantity had reached an adequate level. It was time to activate the signal tower. System, activate the signal tower. Ding. Consumed 10,000 corpse crystals. Initial signal tower activated. Signal radiation range is a radius of 200 miles. Since the catastrophic meteorite impact had caused the complete collapse of Haishi's network signal, connectivity had become sporadic, greatly hindering Jarvis's capabilities. Hence, it was imperative to activate the shelter's signal tower to expand Jarvis's field of vision. With internet access, Jarvis transforms into a truly omnipresent and elusive artificial intelligence, one that is nearly impossible to evade. At this moment, night had deepened, yet no one was aware that the once vanished signal had re-emerged. The instant the signal was restored, Jiang Yu felt his phone buzzing incessantly with notifications. Countless messages flooded in. Briefly perusing, he noted 10 news alerts from XX, 20 headlines from XX, 30 updates from X, and 20 notifications from X. With practiced ease, Jiang Yu scrolled to the bottom and lightly tapped X. In an instant, those news items were cleared, leaving a serene silence. He then opened Penguin and was immediately greeted by a flurry of messages in the class group. "Wow, the network is back. What a surprise at this hour. If it's a ghost, let it be. Any kind-hearted soul care to share some food? I haven't eaten all day." Unexpectedly, the news of the zombies turned out to be true. Just yesterday, my girlfriend transformed before my eyes. I nearly lost my composure in fright, having taken my medication in advance. Chapter 21. The second batch of people. Joys and sorrows. You're impressive. Even without zombies, there's the meteorite impact. In such times, you still want to engage in that activity? What is wrong with that? Don't you think it's more thrilling in this environment? Whether it's thrilling or not is irrelevant. I want to know what happens next. What about the follow-up? The follow-up? I casually grabbed a certain cup nearby and headed to the restroom. By the time I emerged, that cup had seen better days. You're incredible, truly remarkable. These matters are not the crux of the issue. The real question is who will offer me something to eat. Did we not agree on mutual assistance? As soon as those words were spoken, silence enveloped the group. What the heck? Are they all playing dead? What was said back then? Wasn't he at a promise of mutual aid? Why is everyone suddenly mute? Even if they are, they can still type, right? Or have their hands broken. Seeing the lack of response, The distressed classmates sighed in resignation and hurriedly logged off. Jiang Yu observed this scene without further comment, letting his classmates fend for themselves. After all, it was not his concern. Before the catastrophe commenced, they had been forewarned. Yet the bonds of camaraderie among the classmates had long since severed when they isolated themselves under the seductive influence of Sun Tianming. With the restoration of the network, Jarvis was tasked by Jiang Yu to infiltrate all locations connected to the Refuge network. He sought to uncover the unfolding events within the network's reach. Within this network, 6 shelters were encompassed, 2 official and 4 unofficial. The individuals there were also connected to the network, allowing Jarvis to easily breach their internal bases. The data transmitted by Jarvis painted a dismal picture of these shelters, particularly one official outdoor refuge where a few individuals shared a single packet of biscuits and sipped from a solitary bottle of water. Countless others huddled together for warmth beneath the biting cold of the spring festival winds, with only a few small flames flickering, providing scant warmth. As for the private shelters, after enduring meteor strikes and a zombie crisis, their inhabitants were still engaged in the grim task of handling the corpses of the undead and distributing meager rations of food and clean water. This was still a relatively strong shelter, populated by a greater number of capable individuals, though smaller in size, particularly family units composed mostly of the elderly, women, and children, had likely succumbed to becoming congregated hordes of zombies on the streets. Among the official shelters, only one remained relatively intact, which Jiang Yu briefly inspected. It was a residential building-style refuge, established by the director of that street in the face of disaster. She rallied the community to concentrate their resources in one location and led them to take refuge in the underground parking garage, which, being 2 levels deep, offered considerable space. With most residents and supplies inside, there was ample room remaining. Moreover, when the zombie outbreak occurred, she spearheaded the extermination of the undead, preventing the widespread dissemination of the virus and ensuring the survival of both the populace and the facilities. Witnessing such commendable achievements, Jiang Yu nodded in approval. Her decisiveness and ruthlessness marked her as a heroine amidst the apocalypse. Having such a community director at the helm was indeed a stroke of fortune for the residents of the building. After taking a cursory glance at the current state of Haishur, she instructed Jarvis to establish a Phoenix Forum, where he could upload vital information and strategies regarding the zombies to enhance the survival prospects of others. Although many did not meet the criteria for joining the shelters, they still possessed the right to live. Jiang Yu did not wish to abandon her compatriots. In such a societal climate, there would inevitably be a few who could alter their fates. Thus, they would indirectly owe her a debt of gratitude. As for those who observed yet remained passive, merely wishing to join the shelter without contributing, Jiang Yu dismissed their lethargy. In a time of life and death, such indolence warranted dire consequences. Regarding the shelters that were oblivious to their circumstances due to lack of network coverage, Jiang Yu felt powerless to assist. Upgrading the signal tower would require 20,000 corpse crystals. Insufficient manpower can yield at most 1 or 2,000 corpse crystals in a single day. And Jiang Yu cannot neglect everything else for the sake of a signal tower. Moments later, Jarvis established a website for communication and promptly disseminated the link under the name of Xinhua. Instantly, anyone capable of receiving messages was informed. In mere seconds, Jarvis swiftly created a broadcast detailing how to kill and evade zombies, noting their lack of vision but heightened auditory and olfactory senses. Today is February 4th, 2068, a Saturday, the second day of the Lunar New Year, and at precisely 7 in the morning, many awoke in the shelter, reflecting on the surreal events of the previous day. The atmosphere felt dreamlike. They made their way to the cafeteria, ordering breakfast with complex expressions, then sat down to eat before beginning their day's tasks. Zhongli, while sipping millet porridge, instinctively picked up her phone to open a certain app. As she gazed at the interface, a bitter smile crossed her lips. Hadn't the network signal been lost? Just as she contemplated putting her phone down, she was startled to discover that there was indeed a network signal. The app opened smoothly and began playing a short video. Hello everyone, I am Yuan Zhongbai. Fans have told me that this place, what? Is there really internet access here? Zhongli stared incredulously at her phone, then exclaimed in shock. Her voice resonated loudly, and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Upon hearing that there was internet, many quickly grabbed their fully charged devices. What? There is actually internet. I remember it was gone yesterday. With the network restored, they no longer had to rely on imagination for their nighttime activities. Oh no, I must quickly call my dad. At that moment, Jarvis made an announcement over the intercom. Dear residents, the network signal at Xinhua Shelter has been restored. Please take advantage of this opportunity to connect with the outside world and unwind during your leisure time. However, due to limited coverage, some areas may still lack connectivity. We kindly ask for your understanding. Jarvis also gently reminded, network security is of utmost importance. Be wary of online interactions, avoid dubious websites, as any breach may result in account suspension. Initially, only a few were aware of the network restoration, but Jarvis's announcement ensured that nearly everyone in the shelter was informed. They immediately set down their buns and steamed bread, picking up their phones to make calls. Worry and concern were etched on every face. Chapter 22, Self-Sufficiency and Luxury Breakfast. Those who received news of their loved one's safety felt a wave of relaxation and joy wash over them. Conversely, some found their calls unanswered, ultimately setting down their phones, despondent and vacant in expression. Each one who failed to connect reassured themselves that their loved ones must be in areas where the signal could not reach. Some approach work with exuberance, while others do so with trepidation. Within the sanctuary, joy and sorrow exist in their own realms, disconnected from one another. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that most are grateful to find themselves within this refuge. At the very least, they are alive here. Outside, many, roused by the biting cold, instinctively reach for their phones to check the time, only to be taken aback by the realization that there is a full network signal. They are not alone in this discovery. Most have noticed the connectivity and are engaged in browsing the web, seeking to reassure their loved ones of their safety. Many also find unread messages containing links and instinctively click on them. As a progress bar loads, numerous individuals find themselves on a website titled Xinhua Forum. Within the forum, there exists but a single post uploaded by a user named Xinhua, entitled Zombie Elimination, Weaknesses, Detailed Abilities, and the Extraction of Corpse Crystals. Curiosity and astonishment propel many to delve into the contents of this post. If the information is authentic, could it mean they need not fear the zombies outside? After perusing the post, a wave of shock washes over many. Those who read it thoroughly begin replying beneath the post. Hey, first, is it really this early? Has the first spot been taken so quickly? Is this post genuine or just a fantasy? Corpse crystals? Do those truly exist in the zombies' heads? What purpose do they serve? Surely they aren't meant for consumption. I am Li Chang's mother. Has anyone seen my child? Image. I'm starving. Who will come to my rescue? Does anyone know who this Xinhua user is? They don't seem to be fake. I've observed the zombies downstairs, and they resemble what S described here. Dad, Mom. Sis, where are you? Why isn't anyone home? Regardless of its authenticity, we could find out by trying it out. Which brave soul will take the plunge? If the post holds true, zombies' heads are inherently fragile. A single strong blow should suffice. On the forum, a multitude of comments arise, questioning the veracity of the post, while many also seek assistance and attempt to locate missing persons. However, the majority are skeptical, with few willing to test the claims. Yet, some individuals within the sanctuary, witnessing the unfolding scene, promptly instruct their companions to experiment. To their astonishment, it turns out that the post is accurate. The zombies' heads have indeed become exceedingly brittle and can be shattered with a mere strike. Moreover, it is indeed possible to extract corpse crystals from within. Shortly thereafter, a robust man uploads a video to the forum, showcasing himself shattering a zombie's head with a shovel and extracting the corpse crystals inside, causing a tremendous uproar. Unbelievable. It's true. A netizen, bearing the moniker I am not a thin dog, exclaimed with fervent indignation. Look at the man above with that ID. He must be suffering too. Huh. In this apocalypse, I can still see someone more unfortunate than myself. He continued, what do you see on my plate? Cockroaches. I've been feasting on cockroaches for 2 whole days. He scoffed. What is that in comparison to mine? With a hint of disgust, he added, you're impressive, self-sufficient and all, but at least you could choke down a golden needle mushroom or exploit a glitch. Do you think I want this? All I have are golden needles. No mushrooms, and surviving is already a victory. Why fret over such trivialities? Ah, a splendid day begins with a cup of sweetened, freshly squeezed soy milk, he proclaimed, accompanied by images of his breakfast. Wow, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a large meat bun. Are you sure this isn't a pre-apocalyptic feast? Everyone here has endured the apocalypse. Why do you flaunt it so brazenly? He retorted, you can deceive us, but don't fool yourself. As he faced the derision and envy of fellow netizens, he continued to share images. Look at all these eggs. Should I fry, boil, or steam them? Oh, what a dilemma. Who told me where the address is? I'll go wake him up with a month's worth of pent-up frustration. Amid the lively discussion, many others showcased their breakfasts, milk with bread, bread with eggs, and plain water, and even instant noodles. The viewers of the thread were left parched and yearning. Damn those avaricious capitalists. Borrowing the self-sufficient images from above, let us all post one. Let us see who can still eat. His harshness silenced the breakfast boasts immediately. However, while the display of breakfast was thwarted, the pangs of hunger were all too real. Without sustenance, Most would struggle to survive the day. It was winter. And although the coastal city maintained a summer-like temperature year-round, the days during the new year remained quite chilly. While it wasn't cold enough to claim lives, it could induce an unbearable discomfort, a state of existence that was torturous, where one wished for death but found it elusive. Just as many were considering logging off to search for food, a new post appeared on the Xinhui forum. Xinhui Refuge is now purchasing corpse crystals. Friends with corpse crystals are welcome to visit the Xinhui Refuge to exchange for supplies. The exchange rates were as follows. 1 corpse crystal could be traded for 1 nutrition meal or a basic medical kit. Or it could be exchanged for enough protein bars to last a day. 2 crystals could procure 3 days' worth of protein bars or 1 nutrition meal. 3 crystals could be exchanged for a standard handgun and 16 bullets, a fully loaded handgun with an additional 10 rounds. 4 crystals would yield a handgun, bullets, and either a protein bar or nutrition meal. 5 crystals could be traded for a grenade. For more than 5 crystals, discussions were to be held in person. Given that most individuals had just emerged from the apocalypse, merely being able to slay a zombie was commendable. Who could afford to accumulate such a wealth of corpse crystals? A little is better than nothing. Small sums can accumulate over time. The moment this exchange post was unveiled, an influx of individuals flooded the underground comment section. Chapter 23, The Exchange begins. The forum was ablaze with excitement. Is this truly so extravagant? Is this a military shelter? Are you out of your mind? Military shelters do not operate in such a manner. Shouldn't it be free for us? I knew it. Yet another capitalist. It seems the announcement regarding the zombies was merely a ruse to have us assist him in hunting them for their crystals. Well, at least we can exchange them for food. The real challenge lies in slaying the zombies. But what exactly are these crystals for? How dare he trade food for them? As the comments proliferated, few were of any substance. Most were filled with complaints and grievances, lamenting their unfortunate circumstances. They grumbled about why someone so capable couldn't distribute food for free. Why must they complicate matters? If you have wealth, why not assist those in need? Everyone faces difficulties. Their actions were perceived as callous, disregarding human life. Yet, no one offered a sensible rebuttal amidst the uproar. Meanwhile, those with clearer minds surveyed the surrounding zombies with grave expressions, seeking opportunities to engage in combat. Many, having gone 2 days without food, were too weary to continue complaining. Their primal survival instincts urged them to eat, lest they perish. They grasped their weapons and chose the path of slaying the undead. On the other side, several large shelters took notice of Jiang Yu's post, their faces etched with concern. It was not the prospect of exchanging for food that troubled them. The apocalypse had just begun, and food was not their primary concern. What they desperately lacked were firearms, and the revelation that guns were among the exchange items was staggering. Though their shelters possessed some firearms, they were treasured possessions, seldom utilized. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, acquiring such items from the Golden Triangle would have been impossible. In a society where gun control was stringent, even the son of a city mayor would find it nearly impossible to procure a decent weapon. Approximately 20 kilometers from the Spark Shelter, a private shelter convened a meeting among its senior officials. Chief, who exactly established this Spark Shelter? It's astonishingly powerful. They even have guns. If only we had possessed a few more firearms yesterday, or if that guide had been released sooner, perhaps we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Let us pry open the zombies' heads and see how many crystals we have now. We must be the first to exchange for firearms. No one knows how much weaponry they have in reserve. We must act swiftly. My dear brother, I find it rather unnecessary to act so swiftly. Why? If they dare to offer firearms for sale without any restrictions on quantity, it is evident that their stock is far from scarce. Thus, we can certainly afford to wait until others have made their exchanges, allowing us to observe the condition of the weapons. What if the zombies we have painstakingly slain yield nothing but a few obsolete firearms? That would indeed be a considerable loss. Upon hearing the counsel of his trusted advisor, the leader fell silent for a moment. However, after a brief contemplation, he spoke up. No, such matters should not be delayed. It is far better to act than to remain idle. It is wise to grasp the sword firmly in hand, for a single misstep may lead to a series of misfortunes. Moreover, since this refuge is willing to engage in such transactions, they must place great importance on this so-called corpse crystal. Although we are unaware of its purpose, the corpse crystal holds no utility for us at present. We would be better off exchanging it for firearms to bolster our defenses. I firmly believe that regardless of how the apocalypse unfolds, firearms, an epitome of human ingenuity, will not be rendered obsolete anytime soon. Furthermore, trade is reciprocal. The refuge's actions are merely a means to accumulate corpse crystals. Should their goods prove unsatisfactory, they will find themselves devoid of business, and the one at a loss will be themselves. I cannot fathom that a leader of a refuge with such substantial firepower could be so foolish as to pursue a one-time transaction. The advisor remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. Concurrently, similar events transpired within nearby refuges, as they began to collect corpse crystals, calculating what they could acquire in return. Although many raised questions regarding the nature of these crystals, none could provide answers. Some speculated on the crystal's significance, yet the specifics remained elusive. Consequently, most individuals concluded that rather than perish from hunger, it would be wiser to exchange this item for sustenance. At least with food, they could survive, and once alive, understanding the purpose of the corpse crystals would merely be a matter of time. Of course, some astute individuals retained a portion of the crystals for future use. Within Sun Tianming's refuge, he sat with 8 classmates, 5 boys and 3 girls, sharing a meager breakfast. They consumed nothing more than 8 pieces of dark bread accompanied by a small cup of water. The students nibbled at the tough and dry bread, struggling to swallow it, and the scant amount of water made it even more difficult. They could only moisten the bread with their dwindling saliva before attempting to swallow it. Observing this scene, Sun Tianming spoke up. I apologize. The disaster struck rather suddenly yesterday, resulting in the destruction of one of our warehouses. Otherwise, we would not be reduced to consuming bread here. Ideally, we should be enjoying instant noodles with sausages for breakfast. Upon hearing Sun Tianming's words, the classmates dared not show any discontent. They quickly responded, it's all right. We all understand how difficult things are for everyone. Indeed, Vice Class Leader Sun is only considering our future. Exactly. It is already quite fortunate that we have a place to stay. He chuckled, however. I am quite curious about what Jiang Yu is doing now. I hope he hasn't met with a dire fate. Oh, that is a possibility. That fellow possesses an air of self-importance, and although Vice Class Leader Sun disregarded past grievances in an attempt to assist him, he met with outright rejection. TCH. What is there left to say about such a person? From now on, every time I see him, I shall spit in his direction. Consider it a form of retribution for Vice Class Leader Sun. Sun Tianming narrowed his eyes, reveling in the mindless, immersive atmosphere that enveloped him. This was precisely why he and his classmates gathered here. Did he truly lack the means? No, he merely sought that exhilarating feeling. After being showered with praise from his peers, the slight discontent that had emerged from their dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. Chapter 24. Responses from all sides preparing to threaten what? Wasn't the internet down? How has it recovered so swiftly? The Refuge of the Flame can exchange corpse crystals for supplies? Just as everyone observed Sun Tianming's expression, a particularly bold classmate suddenly shouted in disbelief. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this, the other students promptly retrieved their phones, only to discover that they could indeed access the internet, which sent waves of excitement through them. Wow, we can really go online. This forum, look. We can even trade for food. Incredible, we can exchange for handguns and grenades. Hearing their exuberant chatter, Sun Tianming momentarily froze, quickly pulling out his phone for a brief glance. He then rose and strode toward another area. The students, witnessing his departure, felt a sense of relief and began to engage in animated discussions. Sun Tianming made his way to his father Sun Xiong's room. Inside, a subtle aroma of meat wafted through the air. On his father's table rested a steamer of dumplings, a bowl of congee, and 2 tea eggs. As the leader of this refuge, his meals were, unsurprisingly, of a rare quality. Sun Xiong himself was engrossed in his phone, his face alight with excitement. Dad. Sun Tianming's call jolted him from his digital reverie. What is it? Did the class meeting conclude? Is there something on your mind? Sun Xiong inquired with a smile. Dad, you must have seen that post too, right? Indeed, I did. To be able to act so decisively on the second day of the apocalypse suggests they had quite a long-term plan even before the catastrophe. The Refuge of the Flame. I am truly curious to see who their leader is. Sun Xiong remarked. What do you plan to do next? I have already instructed Xiao Li and the others to tally the corpse crystals and find an opportune moment to exchange them. Since this refuge has such abundant supplies, what if we were to ally with others? Sun Tianming hesitated to voice his thoughts. Absolutely not. If they have the audacity to sell, they are not afraid of theft or even robbery. Do not entertain such fanciful notions in the future. Sun Xiong's voice rose in anger upon hearing his son's intentions regarding the Refuge of the Flame. Do you not realize that their willingness to sell you weapons indicates they are not concerned about the possibility of you using those very items against them? It is disheartening that you cannot grasp such a fundamental concept. Sun Xiong expressed his disappointment in his son, seeing the hint of disappointment in his father's eyes. Sun Tianming felt at a loss for words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave. Yet, as he turned away, the glint in his eyes hinted at the ambition simmering within him. Returning to his classmates, Sun Tianming observed their astonished expressions as they gazed intently at their phones, occasionally whispering to one another. What captivates you so? Are you all utterly absorbed? Sun Tianming inquired. Deputy class leader Sun, look, doesn't this person resemble Jiang Yu? A plump classmate extended his phone towards him. Sun Tianming was taken aback upon seeing the image, a figure displaying a lavish breakfast, with Jiang Yu caught in the corner, busy serving food. It truly seems to be him, Sun Tianming thought, momentarily stunned. What is going on? Does this fellow genuinely reside in a shelter? Is he not deceiving us? The previously animated discussion among his peers fell silent as they noticed Sun Tianming's sudden quietness, sensing his mood had darkened, and they promptly ceased their chatter. Haha, it must just be a coincidence. He looks similar. How could a poor guy like Jiang Yu possibly gain entry into such a high-end shelter? One remarked. Indeed, perhaps it's merely a case of mistaken identity. Another chimed in. Listening to their speculations, Sun Tianming seemed lost in thought. Tomorrow, my father will go to exchange supplies. I shall accompany him to see what the situation truly is. But could it be that Jiang Yu has such remarkable luck? Just as Sun Tianming was deep in contemplation, his phone chimed. Upon seeing the sender, his expression shifted, and he promptly walked away with his phone in hand. His classmates, noticing the change in his demeanor, exchanged glances, silently communicating their concern. At the entrance of the Ember shelter, the androids had set up their stalls early, a substantial amount of supplies neatly organized behind them, readily available for exchange. Soon, the first person arrived to barter for goods. This individual approached with a noticeable limp, his body marred by dried, foul-smelling blood, starkly contrasting with the android's clean attire. Hello, this is the Ember Exchange shop. What would you like to trade? He rasped. I have 4 corpse crystals. What can I exchange for them? The man asked. After a moment of silence, the android replied, considering your condition, I recommend trading 2 corpse crystals for medical supplies. 1 for a nutritional meal, and 1 for an energy block. Can I really exchange for medical supplies? The man queried, surprised. Typically, that isn't allowed. But since you are the first, we shall make an exception. The android smiled. Very well, let it be as you suggest. The android nodded slightly, collected the corpse crystals, and began to prepare the items. 2 minutes later, he handed over a box of antibiotics, a box of painkillers, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, a roll of bandages, 2 plastic containers, and a bottle of water. Upon receiving the supplies, the man swallowed hard, for at that moment, the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. May I eat nearby? He cautiously inquired. Yes, just don't disturb us, came the reply. Thank you. With that, he quickly made his way to a large tree, hastily opened the meal box, revealing a generous serving of rice alongside 3 substantial pieces of braised pork, a large duck leg, a piece of crispy fried chicken breast, and 2 types of vegetables, all piled high in the container, which felt heavy in his hands. In another box lay 4 dark, gelatinous, rectangular substances that resembled jelly, presumably the so-called energy blocks. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly grasped a piece of meat and devoured it with great enthusiasm. The braised pork was tender and delectable, melting in his mouth as if it were but a whisper of flavor. Within mere seconds, the morsel was swallowed, and he proceeded to shovel rice into his mouth with alacrity. The next moment, the mode of fervent consumption was activated. In just a few short minutes, a 3-pound meal box was entirely obliterated, its contents consumed with remarkable thoroughness. Were it a plate instead of a box, it would require no cleaning, for not a trace of grease remained. Everything had been licked clean. 5 minutes of voracious eating, followed by half an hour of plate licking. After finishing his meal, he downed the majority of a large bottle of water, setting it aside with utmost care before placing it back into his bag. Water resources were indeed scarce, and it was wise to conserve whenever possible. Following the initial exchange, the number of people seeking to trade only increased. Chapter 25. Moral coercion. As time passed, evening fell. Yet the stream of individuals eager to exchange continued unabated. They formed a long queue at the exchange point, displaying an almost instinctive sense of order. How slow it was. Why were there so many people? Why was there only a single exchange point? Why not open a few more? Were they afraid we might not be able to compete? Indeed, this was a quintessential example of bureaucratic inefficiency. Had there been any other place to procure goods, I would never have trekked several kilometers to exchange. Why shouldn't we be allowed to trade? Isn't this money? Why can't money be exchanged? Are you not aware that refusing currency is against the law? A woman's voice rang out from the front of the line. Upon hearing her, the crowd perked up, eager to witness what would unfold. Regardless of the time or place, the human penchant for spectacle remains a timeless trait. They reveled in observing any commotion, whether it be animal mating, hoof trimming, carpet cleaning, or construction with excavators. As long as it was entertaining and irrelevant to them, it was deemed the best. Elderly lady, our exchange rules are quite clear. We only accept corpse crystals in trade. Do you truly believe money holds any value here? Please take it away and do not delay others from exchanging. The cyborg in charge of exchanges furrowed his brow as he spoke. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's directive to refrain from acting impulsively, he might have been tempted to strike her. I care not for your rules. I will buy your goods with money. If you refuse to sell, then you are committing a crime. I can easily then report it. Let us see if they will come. The cyborg chuckled. Is this how you show respect for the elderly? Hasn't your upbringing taught you the meaning of courtesy? The woman immediately shifted her tone, raising her voice. It seemed that whoever spoke the loudest held the most sway. Courtesy? Such a concept varies according to whom it is directed. For someone like you, it is perhaps better to be impolite. The cyborg replied with an air of indifference. He then called out to those behind the woman. Today, we will cease the distribution of supplies until this lady departs. Once she leaves, the exchanges will resume. Upon the utterance of her words, the atmosphere among the crowd behind the elderly woman swiftly shifted. The onlookers transformed from mere spectators into an uproarious mob, stunned by the reaction. The elderly woman momentarily lost her composure. However, recalling her own stature, she regained her courage without hesitation. Who was she, if not an elder? With a defiant spirit, she proclaimed, "Who dares to challenge me? Money. Who among us does not possess it? If it were possible to procure what we desire with currency, we would have done so long ago. Do you think you are the clever one here?" Indeed, some individuals grow increasingly brazen with age. Came the chorus of agreement. Is there no compassion left? Is it truly amusing for a group of men to belittle an elder? Upon further reflection, one voice noted, considering she is an elderly woman, what harm would it do to share a little from the bounty of the shelter? It wouldn't break your backs. The crowd erupted with myriad voices, some denouncing the situation, while others expressed solidarity with the elderly woman, criticizing the shelter's actions. Encouraged by the support, the elderly woman seized the moment and lay down dramatically. Oh dear heavens! What transgression have I committed? I can no longer purchase what I need. Is this your pleasure? To push me to the brink? I have several grandchildren awaiting their meals. As she lay there, she began to wail for her parents, recounting her misfortunes. Her cries growing louder, occasionally feigning to wipe away tears. Witnessing her plight, many of the younger individuals began to soften their stances, their expressions filled with concern. A few young girls discreetly wiped their eyes. How pitiable. I had no idea she had so many to support. Let us just give her something. Truly, how heartless can one be? Do you not have parents? How would you feel if your own mother were in such a dire state? Alas, the compassion of yesteryears seemed to fade in this increasingly selfish era. The crowd lamented. In the past, we truly helped one another. Despite the growing clamor and fervent voices, those in charge of distributing supplies appeared indifferent, engrossed in discussions about their upcoming tasks. Their coldness ignited the crowd's fury. If you refuse to assist this poor woman today, we shall not exchange anything. Do you not desire the precious crystals? Well, I shall withhold mine. Let us see how you manage. Indeed, united we stand. As long as we remain cohesive, we shall secure justice for the elderly woman. The crowd was a mix of genuine altruists and opportunists hoping to exploit the situation for their own gain, eager to see how the shelter would react. Amidst the squabble, a burly man standing behind the elderly woman forcefully pushed her aside and placed 5 precious crystals upon the table. She will not exchange, but I will, he thundered, his voice resounding like thunder. Are you seeking death? Daring to push me? Believe it or not, the elderly woman was taken aback when she encountered someone daring enough to push her aside. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invectives, she caught sight of a towering figure, a man over 2 meters tall, his physique immensely robust, regarding her with a cold stare. Since you refuse to move, do not obstruct the path of others. As the saying goes, a good dog does not block the way. At your age, do you not understand the concept of not causing trouble for others? The man spoke in a serious tone. The elderly woman intended to retort, but upon noticing the dried blood on the man's body, his muscular build, and the fierce glint in his eyes, she understood that he was not someone to be trifled with. She immediately backed away, muttering under her breath, simple-minded and brawny. Are you the only one? The android glanced at the imposing man, then at the bloodied corpse crystal, and finally at the anxious expression on the man's face. With a sigh, the android accepted the corpse crystal and inquired, "What about my 2 children?" The man replied, "I suggest you exchange for 2 portions of nutritional meals, one for you and one for each of your children. Rest assured, our nutritional meals are quite substantial. One child won't finish it. Additionally, exchange for a medicinal product derived from a corpse crystal to bolster the children's health, as they are frail and need preventive care. The remaining 2 can be traded for 2 energy blocks, totaling 5 corpse crystals. Do you agree?" The android contemplated briefly before responding. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. The man did not hesitate and agreed without delay, recognizing he had no alternative, as his children had not eaten for 2 days. Others may have food supplies, but none offered exchanges like this one. Soon, the android began to pack the items required for the man. Have you served in the military? 10 years in the army. I just recently left the service. The man chuckled. By your appearance, you must be a soldier of renown, the android commented. Not too shabby. I secured first place in the Rabbit Eagle military competition. That is quite impressive. After a brief exchange, the packing was completed, and the android handed him the bag. If you are interested, visit our shelter. I believe our commander would take a liking to you. The man did not commit, but rather responded ambiguously, aware that he lacked knowledge about the shelter's true nature. Furthermore, be cautious. It is no longer the pre-New Year period. I am aware. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the man's eyes as he clutched the bag tightly and retreated. Indeed, a remarkable individual. As he turned to leave, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, no one dared utter a word, fearing an outburst from the formidable man. The man was unlike the shelter. They could seek trouble there, as the establishment was large and could not easily be avoided. In contrast, the man was alone. And in this apocalyptic era, even if he did something, no one would intervene. With the man's departure, the android called out, "Is there anyone else wishing to exchange? Or shall we all wait for this elderly woman to finish?" As soon as the android spoke, it drew the ire of the onlookers, who resumed their verbal assaults. Do you have no compassion? The elderly lady is already in such a pitiable state. What harm is there in helping her? The Buddha said, to delight in good deeds and generosity. Why do you not speak of reason? Soon, the clamor rose once more, and Jiang Yu, situated within the base, received news relayed by Jarvis. Observing the surveillance feed, Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. This was not merely moral coercion, but a palace coup. Should I acquiesce this time, the subsequent exchange would become increasingly arduous. If the opposing party could easily barter with any elderly individual for goods, then what significance would remain for this exchange booth? We might as well throw open the warehouse and let them seize what they desire. However, witnessing the escalating uproar outside necessitated a clever solution. As he pondered, Jiang Yu noted that nightfall was approaching, which posed safety concerns. He promptly instructed Jarvis to convey the message. Our commander has declared that since no exchanges will occur, let it be so. Moreover, as the day has grown late, let us forego the exchanges. We still need to return for dinner, so everyone may disperse now. The artificial beings, upon hearing Jarvis's directive, nearly burst into laughter. Initially, they had prepared for overtime due to the long queue, but unexpectedly, this ante had aided them in leaving early. The moment the artificial being spoke, a brief silence enveloped the crowd. It was soon followed by a crescendo of protests. No. If you leave, we will go hungry tonight. Leave? We haven't even exchanged for anything yet. What do you mean by leave? Some of us haven't eaten in 3 days. Do you still want to eat? Upon learning that the exchange point was about to close, the crowd's emotions ignited. After waiting in line all afternoon, how could they simply cancel? Was this a jest? Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't exchange with the ante for free? So you wouldn't barter at all? I won't barter for free. Then you shall not exchange either. Those who wish to trade may return tomorrow. Rest assured, supplies are ample. I wish you all a pleasant evening in advance. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback. They had merely intended to exert moral pressure, hoping to reap some benefits. But they had not anticipated such obstinacy, resulting in the closure of the exchange point. Many would now face another night of hunger. They had initially hoped to partake in dinner, but now, having aided this ante with a few words, they were left with nothing. As the artificial beings began to gather their belongings, one moved the table, another the chairs, one opened the door, while another stood guard with a weapon. They swiftly retreated into the shelter within a minute. Subsequently, those outside the iron bars beheld piles of food and instant noodles within, causing their eyes to well with tears. You cannot leave. If you depart, distribute the goods to us. Yes, indeed, we demand food. In an instant, the crowd clamoring for exchange erupted into chaos. Driven by hunger, they pushed recklessly against the iron gate, as if attempting to force their way into the shelter. What are you doing? Back away, or we will fire. 2 artificial beings, armed with submachine guns and bearing fierce expressions, shouted vehemently. Upon sighting the submachine gun, the crowd initially recoiled in fear, their hunger-clouded minds eventually finding solace. However, someone from the rear shouted, "What are we afraid of? Would they dare to fire? If they do, it's murder. Would they really go that far?" This remark left the crowd in a daze. Indeed, no matter how formidable they appeared, or how many weapons they possessed, would they truly have the courage to shoot? After all, we live in a society governed by law, and harming others comes with consequences. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, their their clamorous voices rising once more. Witnessing this, the two armed humanoids were instantly consumed by rage. They raised their pistols and unleashed a barrage at the thighs of those in the front. They were not human, but artificial beings, bound solely to obey the commands of Jiang Yu. In a flash, bullets and the terrifying blaze of gunfire tore through the legs of those at the forefront. They actually fired. Run adhering to the rules would have ensured a smooth resolution. Why meddle in affairs when one has not even satisfied their own hunger? Ultimately, it is their greed that has brought them to this predicament. Had they not been so avaricious, they might have already indulged in a sumptuous, nourishing meal. Contemplating this, many cast furious glances at the unrepentant woman. As if sensing the disapproving gazes directed at her, she bellowed, "What are you staring at? I did not pull the trigger on you. Seek out the one who did." With a fierce glare, she departed, leaving her destination a mystery. I shall summon my family. Let us see if that scoundrel dares to shoot us all," she muttered in a fit of rage. With her departure, the remaining individuals were engulfed in deep regret. Many wished they could strike themselves for their foolishness. What was the purpose of their interference when it yielded no gratitude from that woman? Instead, they faced the grim prospect of going hungry once more, with some of those struck by gunfire even facing life-threatening injuries. Yet, the deed was done, and there was no recourse. Raising their voices might attract the zombies, and that would be a death sentence. The shelter merely provided a cue, while the undead were genuinely lethal. At this moment, they could only pray that the exchange booths at the refuge would be set up early the next day, allowing them to feast sooner rather than later. Soon, night fell, and most climbed to the treetops, planning to spend the night there. With darkness enveloping the land, venturing back on foot was perilous. A single misstep could lead to becoming a zombie's dinner. Many had traveled several kilometers to reach this point. Returning only to come back again the next day would be exhausting. Thus, remaining here seemed the wiser option, especially if the leader of the shelter would be in a generous mood and provide a late-night meal. As they indulged in such hopeful fantasies at the entrance of the refuge, the woman returned to a tent at the foot of the hill. Inside, 5 burly men were seated closely together. 3 were her sons, 1 was her husband, and the last was her brother. "Mother, sister, did you manage to procure anything?" Upon her return, the eager inquiries erupted from her brother and sons, for they too had been hungry for quite some time. "No. That damned shelter refuses to accept money for exchanges," she retorted, her anger flaring as she beheld the expectant faces of the men. "How dare they refuse cash? Do they truly expect us to slay a zombie? I would rather die than touch such vile creatures." Her brother's expression hardened as he rebuked her. "How can you still demand care? You are an adult, yet you expect me to provide for you? You are nothing but a burden." The woman shot back, "Humph. Let us not forget, you swore before our parents that as long as you live, you would support me. You still owe me a daughter-in-law." Her brother chuckled. "I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to encounter such a wasteful person like you. Humph. Do you think I wish to meet you? Were it not for the burdens imposed by your family, I might have been a member of a foreign royal household by now, indulging in a life of ease and perhaps even surrounded by enchanting beauties." The matriarch, rendered speechless by her frustration, could only let out a resigned sigh and plop down heavily. "Very well then, if we could not exchange anything, let us hunt a few zombies tomorrow and barter for a meal." The matriarch's husband, clearly accustomed to such matters, interjected with a conciliatory tone. "That is unacceptable. We have gone several days without sustenance. We are on the verge of starvation. Should we really wait until tomorrow to hunt zombies before securing provisions? You might as well wait until I perish from hunger before making the exchange." The matriarch's brother immediately countered. "By the way, Dad, I just saw a man descend with a bag full of goods. It seems he managed to acquire quite a lot. Should we seek him out for a loan?" The second son inquired. "Loan? At this juncture, who would have any surplus to lend? If they don't chase you away, consider it a courtesy." The eldest son scoffed. "Then what shall we do? We cannot simply starve to death." The second son pressed. "Hey, third brother, are you not a university student? Think of a solution." The eldest nudged the contemplative third brother. As the only educated member of the family, and a university student at that, the expectations for the third brother were exceedingly high. They had hoped that with his presence, their future would be free from want, but little did they know that before that day arrived, the apocalypse would descend upon them. "During my college days, I recall a lawyer, nicknamed the Outlaw, saying that when your life is under threat and the law cannot aid you, your last recourse is to commit a crime. Perhaps today marks the moment when we must resort to that final path." The third brother said flatly. "Well said, third brother. You have swiftly identified a solution. Since even esteemed lawyers have proclaimed it, there must be no issue in proceeding. Thus, tonight, we shall reluctantly embark on that last resort." The eldest spoke with a grave tone. "Huh, truly impressive for someone educated. You grasp the intricacies of the law remarkably well. However, that man may prove formidable. He is a veteran soldier, so we must arm ourselves. The matriarch declared, "Let each of us wield a stick. Mother, you distract him while we take him by surprise and overwhelm him together. If we act in unison, it matters not what his military background is. He shall kneel before us. After all, even the most skilled masters can fall to a flurry of unrefined strikes." Chapter 28. The Changing of Hearts. The Zombie Assault. The third brother continued, "You all may go, but do not count me in. I shall not participate. I am a civilized individual." The matriarch's brother lounged in a corner, leaning against the family's clothing, and spoke with a lazy smirk. Seeing their uncle's demeanor, the younger relatives felt it unwise to voice their thoughts, and they could only frown in discontent, ultimately agreeing to leave him behind in the tent. The rest of them proceeded to seize supplies. After a brief discussion, the second son led them, weapons in hand, to an abandoned shipping container. The door of the container stood ajar, and a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from within. A rumbling sound echoed as the hunger pangs of several individuals grew increasingly audible. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, and the elderly woman stealthily approached the opposite side of the container's entrance, raising her voice dramatically. Oh dear, my leg. It's broken." Her sons, concealed beside the container, observed as she collapsed at an angle near the entrance. This position ensured that when the burly man emerged, he would be oblivious to her sons and husband lurking behind. Despite her cries, the robust figure did not immediately step out. Instead, he illuminated the space with the dim light from his phone, complemented by the luminous moonlight, as he stood at the container's threshold. "What brings you to my doorstep?" he inquired coldly, his gaze hardening upon recognizing the woman who had previously displayed such arrogance. "I came to ask for some food. I was so famished when I descended that I accidentally fell, and having no provisions, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. Have pity on me and grant me a morsel to eat." The woman lamented, her voice choked with emotion, her expression one of profound sorrow. Observing her demeanor, the man furrowed his brow. "There's nothing left. We've finished our meal. You'll have to procure something for yourself tomorrow." With that, he turned to retreat. Seeing him about to leave, the woman hastily called out, "At the very least, provide me with some pain relief. If I endure a night of agony, I might perish. At my age, with 4 grandchildren to care for, is it so easy for me?" Her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, tears threatening to spill as she wiped her eyes, feigning distress. Yet, the man, a veteran soldier, could not bear to witness such a display of despair. Despite the woman's previous transgressions, the deep-seated belief in serving the people remained entrenched within him. After a moment of internal conflict, at this moment, the individual resembled a fierce tiger, poised to pounce on its prey and tear them apart. "Halt! If you wish to avoid trouble, then stand down," the woman shouted vehemently behind the burly man. "It's you," he exclaimed, his eyes reflecting incredulity as he gazed at her, utterly astonished that human malice could descend to such depths. "Indeed, it is I. But truthfully, this is all your fault. Who told you to hoard supplies without sharing even a morsel with me, leaving me to starve?" She retorted with righteous indignation. "You claim this isn't a crime? What you are doing is nothing less than intimidation and robbery." The man gritted his teeth in anger. "Ha! Are you not aware of the saying from the lawless?" The third son interjected coldly, echoing the infamous quote. Upon hearing such an explanation, even the iron-willed warrior found himself momentarily taken aback. "You are twisting the truth. This is sheer sophistry," he bellowed. "Humph. And what of it? Simpleton. I grant you but one chance. Surrender all the food, or I shall let them perish here. What a lovely little girl she is. A few scars on that pretty face would ruin her for life." As the words sank in, the burly man clenched his jaw so tightly it seemed his teeth might shatter, yet he found himself utterly helpless. Take it. The supplies are on the table inside. Hurry and leave," he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Since becoming a warrior, he had never faced such threats. Even the chief instructor from the Eagle Nation had been subdued after a few taunts. Yet now, in retirement, this band of ordinary people dared to use his daughter as leverage against him. The feeling of being bullied by the weak was indeed disheartening. The third son, upon hearing that the items were there, dashed forward, swiftly snatching the bag before returning to the entrance, nodding slightly to his parents and 2 brothers. Just as they prepared to depart, they were met with a chorus of ravenous roars emanating from behind them. Instinctively, they turned to look, and in an instant, several of the sons felt their pants dampen with fear. What lay before them was an uncountable horde of zombies advancing towards them. Bathed in the moonlight, they appeared as demons freshly risen from hell, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. "Oh my goodness, zombies. So many zombies." The sight sent the sons into a panic, instinctively releasing the girl they had been holding. "Daddy, The frightened little girl ran straight into her father's embrace. The burly man, filled with concern, scooped up his children and cast a grave glance at the encroaching undead, his mind racing to determine the best escape route. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yu, who had just finished a midnight snack and was preparing for sleep, suddenly received a warning from Jarvis. Chapter 29. The Struggle for Survival. All forces mobilize. Sir, hundreds of zombies have been detected moving 1 kilometer from the shelter. If we do not intervene promptly, they may charge towards us. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu was instantly invigorated, and after a moment of contemplation, he began to allocate tasks. They could not allow the enemy to advance. They needed to draw the battlefield further away. Jarvis, assemble 100 combat androids, 50 support units, and 50 medical personnel. Prepare for deployment. With Jiang Yu's orders, the androids swiftly donned their armor, armed themselves, and boarded the large trucks. Bystanders passing by were left in awe at the sight, bewildered by the fact that even with nightfall, a mission was underway. Was it not said that zombies were more perilous at night? All units, advance. Jiang Yu shouted from within the bus. Go. In the next moment, the base's gates swung open, and outside, the androids simultaneously activated the iron gates. The crowd outside gazed in shock as 6 armored vehicles departed the shelter, fully equipped and numerous. The survivors outside were equally perplexed, questioning why such a heavily armed team would venture out at this late hour. Meanwhile, within the base, those trapped in the heart of the zombie horde were gripped by sheer terror. They hastily fled toward the sanctuary, subconsciously believing that as long as the shelter opened its doors, they would find safety. As they passed their own tents, one woman shouted for her brother to hurry out. The zombies were coming. Her brother, appearing somewhat reluctant, emerged from the tent, his expression one of skepticism. Really? Are there zombies here? You're not just trying to trick me because you can't find food, are you? Upon hearing her brother's dismissive words, the woman realized that reasoning was futile. She immediately grasped his hand and urged him to run. Once outside the tent, her brother finally caught sight of the terrifying zombies illuminated by the moonlight. Whoa, he exclaimed, and without hesitation, he sprinted forward. Thus, the group continued their frantic ascent up the mountain. However, just as they were about to leave the main road for a smaller path, the brother, out of breath from lack of exercise, stumbled and fell to the ground, inadvertently dragging his sister down with him. Useless. Get up, she shouted. It hurts, sister. My knee really hurts. Shocked, she quickly glanced down to see a minor scrape with a bit of blood. You clumsy child, it's just a scratch. Why are you making such a fuss? Get up and run, she yelled in frustration. Just a scratch? I'm still a child, only 456 months old. What if it doesn't heal properly? He retorted angrily. Hearing her brother's distressed voice, she shook her head in resignation and continued to pull him along. However, just as she attempted to quicken her pace, she tripped over a stone she hadn't noticed, causing her to fall. Her brother tumbled down alongside her. Seriously, my previous injury isn't even healed yet. Why did you have to fall? If you fall, why drag me down with you? He shouted in exasperation. The elderly woman appeared to have fallen, struggling to catch her breath. Yet, her fierce will to survive compelled her to laboriously attempt to rise. Lacking a point of support, her ascent was painfully slow. As she cast her gaze towards her brother, he was just preparing to reach out when, in that moment of hesitation, the zombie closed in on them, overcome by the foul odor and the putrid hand looming close behind. The woman's brother abruptly freed himself from her grasp and recklessly sprinted towards his brother-in-law, incessantly muttering, "Sister, I must carry on the family line. I cannot die. I cannot die." His release caused the elderly woman to tumble once more to the ground. In that instant, he completely forgot about his sister, who had always protected him and was now struggling to rise. Witnessing this, she was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. Her aged and narrow eyes filled with sorrow. Ultimately, as if resigned to her fate, she ceased her struggle and allowed the approaching zombie to mercilessly tear into her ample body. Soon, her anguished cries echoed throughout the highway entrance. Mother, wife. The son and husband ahead were struck with shock and grief at this sight. What had they witnessed? The brother, once cherished as the apple of their eyes, had abandoned his own sister to flee alone. You scoundrel! The husband could no longer contain himself, landing a solid punch on his brother-in-law. The blow connected with a resounding thud, leaving the brother momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he roared back, "You bastard! I am the last hope of our family. How dare you strike me? Are you wishing for my sister to die with her eyes closed? Last hope? I have 3 sons. Are they not of your bloodline? What do you think you are? How dare you treat my wife this way? I will kill you. Father, stop. The zombies are coming." The husband of the elderly woman nearly lost control, while their 3 sons immediately shouted in unison. Now is not the time to fight. If we are careless, we will all perish. A burly man, cradling his daughter nearby, also witnessed this scene with deep lament. The elderly woman had devoted everything to ensure her family was well fed and cared for, only to be betrayed and ultimately doomed by her own brother. How ironic and tragic. Lost in thought, he quickened his pace towards the refuge. Halfway there, he heard the ground tremble and the roar of an engine. They are coming. The robust man's eyes lit up as he spotted the modified vehicle racing through the woods. Reinforcements are here. The eldest son, upon hearing the thunderous noise, immediately understood that help had been dispatched from the refuge. With a joyful expression, he dashed towards the source of the sound. Humph! The elderly woman's husband scoffed. Hastily following suit, after being enlightened by his sons, he realized that this was not the time for reprimands. Preserving life was of utmost importance. However, the younger brother of Auntie scoffed with disdain and quickly followed suit. Was this truly the refuge that refused to provide supplies? If it fails to meet my expectations, I shall lodge a complaint and see whether its rules hold more weight than public opinion. Chapter 30. Decisive killings, terrifying combat power. This is not a crime. I am merely driven to desperation, distinct from those who commit offenses willingly, the younger brother muttered as he ran, contemplating what he might extort next. As the modified vehicles of the refuge roared past, the burly man observed the fully armed combatants with a grave expression. How had he never heard of such a well-equipped force during his time in the military? Moreover, they hardly appeared to be foreigners. Where had the master of this refuge found these innate warriors? To gain clarity, the burly man did not venture far, but concealed himself behind a large tree. His eyes fixed intently on the convoy of modified vehicles, eager to ascertain the combat prowess of these armed individuals. How strange it was, just the second day, and already so many zombies had congregated here. Jiang Yu gazed at the tide of zombies before him, murmuring in confusion. Strike swiftly. Aim to conclude the battle within 10 minutes. Open fire with all your might. Jiang Yu commanded loudly. Yes. The artificial beings responded immediately to Jiang Yu's orders. Then, 6 modified vehicles surged forward in unison, and dozens of individuals hurled high-explosive grenades. Boom, boom. In an instant, propelled by the formidable strength of the artificial beings, the grenades flew dozens of meters into the midst of the zombie horde, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. This once mighty throng of several hundred zombies was now reduced by 2/3, with most obliterated into fragments. The tremendous detonations were audible to those outside the refuge, drawing their puzzled gazes toward the source of the explosions. Due to the constraints of the highway's width and the zombies' crowded positioning, a single grenade caused extensive area damage. Had their formation been more dispersed, the grenade's impact would have been considerably lessened. Observing the grenade's effects exceed his expectations and noting the zombies' formations beginning to loosen, Jiang Yu swiftly commanded the troops to open fire. As the modified vehicles drew closer, the artificial beings brandished submachine guns and began shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat. Pow, pow. The burly man, watching the spectacle unfold, was left utterly dumbfounded. Their aim was astonishing. It seemed they dispatched one zombie with each shot. These individuals displayed remarkable accuracy, even with submachine guns. Almost every bullet found its mark, with not a single round wasted, which was particularly impressive given the nighttime visibility under the moonlight. The astonishment of the burly man from the Han Dynasty was far from over, as he witnessed the horde of zombies being mercilessly harvested under the gunfire of the artificial beings. In a mere few minutes, dozens of these entities had gunned down the zombies, each bullet striking the head and resulting in a swift demise, with hardly a second shot fired. As a seasoned military king, the burly man could not help but ponder whether this group was a clandestinely trained unit of the state. Their execution and combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary special forces by a significant margin. Even he, the king of soldiers, felt a sense of inadequacy in their presence. Soon, he observed nearly 100 individuals disembark from modified vehicles, brandishing long knives and bags, while others from the vehicles switched on powerful headlights to illuminate the battlefield before them. As the light shone down, the scene became clear. Aside from several massive, charred craters at the center, the remaining zombies lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. The aftermath of the slaughter appeared meticulously arranged, as if it were a carefully staged execution site. Those who emerged from the vehicles swiftly severed the heads of the zombies, extracting the crystalline remains within and carelessly discarding them aside. With nearly 100 individuals working in unison, the hundreds of zombies were soon stripped of their precious crystals. At last, a young man shouted, "Leave one vehicle to guard, the rest return." Yes. Following this command, 5 modified vehicles sped away, leaving one behind alongside its soldiers to incinerate the remaining zombies. Once every last zombie was ablaze, the vehicle finally departed. The burly man reflected on the efficiency of the operation. It had taken them barely half an hour to eliminate the zombies, extract their crystals, and incinerate the bodies. Such terrifying efficiency on the other side. Outside the sanctuary, the crowd was startled by a series of booming sounds that echoed through the air, causing every heart to race with trepidation. Could it be that the zombies were upon them? However, as the cacophony subsided, they beheld the modified vehicle returning unscathed. This sight alleviated the anxiety of many, as it appeared that the night would be somewhat more tranquil. Half an hour later, 5 weary men arrived at the entrance of the sanctuary, where they were met by a multitude of people. Many had climbed into the trees, while others lingered in the grass. The younger brother, visiting for the first time, gazed around in wonder at the sporadic glimmers of mobile phone screens. He then made his way toward the sanctuary's grand entrance, where he beheld the expansive helipad and parking lot, as well as the patrolling guards. His eyes brimming with longing. Was this not the place he had always dreamed of? If he could gain entry, he would no longer have to endure the hardships outside. He began to contemplate how he might enter this haven. Chapter 31. The approaching storm. Recruitment of residents. The idle individuals outside the base were quietly awaiting dawn. While within the confines of the base, most had finished their shifts and dinner. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others strolled aimlessly around, exploring every accessible area. Oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yu and his companions had just ventured out to hunt zombies, they relished their leisure time. Upon returning to the base, Jiang Yu brought the zombie crystals back to his room, while the artificial beings managed the subsequent tasks. Jarvis, can you determine the origin of this evening's horde of zombies? Back within the base, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling suspicion. It was only the second day. How could such a significant number of zombies have appeared in this desolate area? Logically, there should have been several days before the zombie tide would leave the city for other locales. Sir, after analysis, it appears that they originated from a village approximately 10 kilometers away. A village 10 kilometers away. Jiang Yu scrutinized the surveillance footage on his computer, his brow furrowing in concern. It seemed as though these zombies were migrating with intent, though their precise destination remained unclear. Jarvis, begin monitoring the movements of any groups of zombies within a 200-mile radius. Should another large-scale migration occur, report and track it immediately. The 200-mile radius conveniently encompassed the coverage area of the sanctuary's signal tower, allowing Jarvis to vigilantly observe any signs of movement. Understood, sir, Jarvis affirmed. And Jiang Yu then reclined on his bed, indulging in a brief gaming session before succumbing to slumber beneath the covers. The following day, Jiang Yu awoke from his deep sleep and, as per routine, signed in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a powerful production line for penetrating bullet heads. After briefly reviewing the description, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, deciding to initiate limited production for the time being, as the cost of 2 zombie crystals per unit was quite taxing. Subsequently, he made his way to the control room, where he conducted a cursory check on all sanctuary metrics and reviewed various surveillance feeds. The exchange booth at the entrance had already been set up. Everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks. Observing this scene, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. A stable life in the sanctuary. If only it could remain this way indefinitely. He murmured. Yet, how could that be possible? In merely 5 days, the first wave of the zombie storm would arrive, and should they fail to navigate this challenge, it would truly signify the end of the game. Jiang Yu lamented with a bitter expression. Thus, he recognized the urgency of recruiting members for the guard team. Relying solely on a few hundred artificial beings would not suffice to withstand the impending zombie onslaught, as their numbers were far too scant. Hence, a large-scale recruitment was imperative. Jarvis, as I instructed previously, please issue the recruitment guidelines for the base. Understood, sir. The document has been prepared. Shall I publish it directly? Yes, publish it. With a chime, as Jarvis released the announcement, the survivors who had joined the Ember Forum were greeted with a message regarding the recruitment for the Ember Sanctuary. Greetings, everyone. This is the Ember Sanctuary, adhering to the principles of inheriting the flame and progressing steadily. We are now embarking on a broad recruitment drive for residents of the sanctuary. The criteria for recruitment are as follows. Eligible individuals, please fill out the application form at the bottom of this page, leaving your information and current location. Upon approval, we will dispatch personnel to escort you. 1. Male residents must be under 40 years of age and in good health, capable of procreation. Female residents must be under 25. Of above average appearance, healthy, and unencumbered by childbirth, yet capable of bearing children. 2. Professionals possessing a unique skill. 3. Retired veterans or active duty soldiers. 4. Individuals meeting any of the above criteria may bring along 2 family members. These stipulations were ostensibly simple before the apocalypse. Anyone not merely existing as a burden would likely possess some skill. As for those who, even at 40, had no abilities and struggled for survival, It was perhaps best for them to await their inevitable demise. The Ember Sanctuary was not a state. Jiang Yu bore no obligation to sustain any idle individuals. His mission was to safeguard the ember of human civilization, ensuring its continuity, rather than to assume the role of a savior. Upon the announcement's publication on the forum, it instantly generated a tremendous uproar. Countless individuals eagerly began to fill out their information and current locations in the application form below, their excitement palpable. Such enthusiasm was hardly surprising. After all, this was the Ember Sanctuary. The sporadic images of food shared in the comment section had left many envious. Speculations arose within the forum that the food within the sanctuary could sustain hundreds of thousands for a year, and according to reports from those inside, life there was remarkably easy. The sanctuary perfectly implemented a 6-day, 8-hour work schedule, with most tasks being exceedingly manageable. The living conditions were extraordinarily pleasant, although underground. There was no sense of oppression. In fact, unless mentioned by others, one might easily believe they were above ground. Furthermore, once one entered this haven, not only would they be free from worries about food and shelter, but their standard of living would swiftly return to the level experienced before the apocalypse. This sanctuary, reminiscent of the Garden of Eden, is undoubtedly a place yearned for by countless souls. Even before the apocalypse, the desire to join its ranks was overwhelming. I have been accepted. Someone will come to escort me shortly. Congratulations to you as well. I, too, have succeeded. After enduring hunger for several days, my suffering has finally borne fruit. However, for every jubilant applicant, there are also those who, after applying, face the bitter sting of rejection. What the hell? At 40, I'm not allowed in. Is this some kind of wretched refuge? Should aging mean one's demise? Indeed, what is wrong with being 40? Though I am nearing 50, my spirit feels but 20. I am still in the prime of my life. Why is it that men can enter at 40? Yet we women are only accepted if we are under 25? Must we also possess a certain level of beauty? Is this merely a ploy for the leaders of your base? Moreover, only those who have not yet born children are allowed. What nonsense. I may have undergone a few terminations, but I have never given birth. Why am I excluded? This is clearly an attempt to turn women into mere vessels for reproduction. Ladies, heed my warning. Do not enter, for it will spell your doom. Indeed, although I am now 40, is it not a simple matter to conceive? With the right man, I could become a mother in an instant. Within the Base S forum, a cacophony of curses and furious voices erupted. Naturally, these were the voices of those whose applications were denied, stirring the pot in the comments, hoping to pressure the sanctuary into allowing them entry. Chapter 32. A thunderbolt from the clear sky. All forces gathered despite their uproar, their words, and their curses. A denial remains a denial. The Sanctuary of the Flame is now recruiting residents. Sun Tianming is currently seated in a vehicle with his father, en route to the sanctuary to assess the situation. Observing the place, it becomes evident that the owner of this refuge is no ordinary individual. His ambitions are substantial, as Sun Xiong murmurs softly. Simultaneously, the leaders of various factions heading to the Sanctuary of the Flame are also struck by the complexity of this establishment. Outside the sanctuary, following the recruitment announcement, a booth for exchanging goods has now been joined by a booth for resident recruitment. The moment this booth appeared, a long line formed instantly, with androids meticulously checking each individual's information. With Jarvis's formidable computational abilities, many imposters were swiftly dismissed. Of course, there were those who resisted, but they quickly complied when faced with a rifle aimed at their heads. It's you. Was yesterday's meal to your liking? The android responsible for recording information greeted a familiar face with a smile. Indeed, it was quite delicious and plentiful. The burly man replied with a grin, recognizing the android that had assisted him in exchanging supplies the previous day. Now, please introduce yourself. I am Jiang Yu, a native of the north, 35 years old. And not long ago, I retired from the army. I served in the military for the past decade, earning the title of the strongest soldier. And I once claimed the championship in personal combat at the Rabbit Eagle competition. Upon hearing the words of the battle bull, the individual responsible for recording information raised an eyebrow. After a brief perusal of his information, he nodded slightly. Indeed, a remarkable talent. Do you have any family members you wish to bring along? My 2 daughters. Their mother met with an unfortunate accident last year. Otherwise, I would not have so readily retired. The robust man ushered forward his 2 young daughters. One, with short hair and penetrating gaze, exuded a spirited confidence, while the other, with long hair and a gentle demeanor, appeared somewhat timid. Impressive. Your daughters seem quite extraordinary, the humanoid remarked. Here, take these. Each of you wear one on your wrist, and wait inside. The humanoid handed 3 wristbands to the battle bull, who expressed his gratitude before leading his daughters through the iron gate, revealing the interior of the shelter. in the next moment. Four slightly pale-faced men approached the recruitment booth for residents. Each recounted their circumstances, eagerly anticipating the wristbands that would grant them entry into the shelter. However, the humanoid in charge of verifying information frowned. 3 of you meet the criteria due to your age, but the other 2 do not qualify. Would you like to take them in? The humanoid inquired. Not qualify? Why? We are all under 40, in the prime of our lives. How can we not qualify? The leading man protested. Your ages are indeed acceptable, but as far as I understand, you lack reproductive capability, and he possesses no discernible skills. Hence you do not meet the criteria. That is utter nonsense. These 3 are my sons. I have raised them for many years. Are you suggesting I lack the ability to bear children? If I were incapable, then they would not. At this point, the man faltered, as if struck by a particularly unpleasant realization. Witnessing this scene, the 3 sons and another man exchanged incredulous glances. They were indeed the family referenced by the elderly woman the night before. Initially, they had contemplated how to barter for food, but upon discovering that residents were being recruited, they had eagerly lined up, dreaming of entering the shelter to enjoy abundant provisions without the need to trade. From mobile forums, they had read numerous accounts of the shelter's opulence, with enough provisions to sustain 100,000 people for an entire year. Thus, they approached the queue with enthusiasm, only to be met with an unexpectedly significant revelation in what should have been a straightforward process. Human words can deceive, but data does not lie. Enough with the delays for those behind you. You 3, will you take them inside? Urged the humanoid. At this, the 3 sons stood in stunned silence. This news struck them like a thunderclap, leaving their minds buzzing in disbelief. Their expressions were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Ultimately, it was the eldest, who had received an education, who first regained his composure, nodding slightly in agreement to allow them to enter together. Upon receiving the wristbands, the 5 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, entered the shelter with expressions fluctuating between hope and trepidation. As they stepped inside, the elderly woman's brother opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire shelter. Unfazed by his nominal brother-in-law and his own nephew, the father of 3 sons appeared pale. Torn between believing or doubting the words spoken by the artificial being moments ago, the 3 sons exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Just then, several modified buses and off-road vehicles arrived outside the shelter. As soon as they came to a halt, numerous bodyguards armed with crossbows, longbows, and handguns disembarked. The bodyguards swiftly dispersed to establish a defensive perimeter, and once they were in position, a few elegantly attired individuals, clearly accustomed to high-ranking roles, emerged from the vehicles. A total of 5 vehicles had arrived, from which 4 men and 1 beautiful woman stepped out. Oh, old son, you're here too, one of them exclaimed. Haha, I had to come see what the Xinhui shelter had to offer. Miss Shui, I didn't expect even you, the secretary of the street committee, to be here, another remarked. With such a remarkable shelter emerging in Haisher, I naturally had to come take a look. Miss Shui replied, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Kongqing, her demeanor exuding arrogance, as if she regarded the leaders from other shelters with indifference. Sensing her contempt, Zhang Kongqing's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, despite her being merely a runner, the power behind her was substantial. He forced a somewhat awkward smile and greeted the others. Old Sun, Old Chun, Old Wang. It's good to see you all, Zhang Kongqing said with a grin. Didn't you come too? Haha. The group exchanged pleasantries as if they were long-lost friends. Meanwhile, Sun Tianming observed these individuals with astonishment. Chen Mingjun, Wang Wei, Zhang Kongqing, along with his own father. Each of them had received vital information prior to the apocalypse and constructed private shelters, wielding considerable influence. To his surprise, even Xuanning, the secretary of the official Shelter S Street Committee, was present. Her attendance implied that the authority behind her deemed the Xinhui shelter of significant importance. Chapter 33. A Meeting of Notables. Hey, Sun Tianming, you mentioned having a classmate among them. Is that true? Just as Sun Tianming pondered this, a dark voice interrupted his thoughts. Startled, he turned to see a young man in a suit, whose age appeared to be similar to his own, around 20. His smile was warm, yet his eyes brimmed with a brooding intensity, suggesting that he was not as benign as he appeared. Why yes, he is a university classmate of mine. I recognized him from a photo in the forum. Sun Tianming replied, a hint of respect in his tone. This individual was named Lin Kongrong, the only son of the president of the Lin Chamber of Commerce in Qing City. During the zombie outbreak, Lin Kongrong had not remained in Qing City, but had taken control of the Chamber's branch in Haisher. After all, the Lin Group had considerable interest in Haisher, necessitating a portion of its strength to oversee operations there. Although Lin Kongrong is of a similar age to Sun Tianming, His ruthless methods and astute character have enabled him to thrive in the business landscape of Haishur. While the influence of the Lin family plays a role, it is undeniable that his capabilities have secured his position here. Sun Xiong often advises Sun Tianming to learn from Lin Kongrong. Yet whenever Sun Tianming encounters Lin Kongrong's venomous gaze, an instinctive fear envelopes him. It feels as though he is being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. The information you provided me last time is indeed accurate, correct? It is true. I collected it personally. Very well, take me to meet him shortly. I have matters to discuss. Lin Kongrong asserted with an irrefutable tone. Understood. Sun Tianming once again felt the piercing gaze akin to that of a poisonous snake, causing his heart to tremble. After such a prolonged interaction, he could almost predict the threats that Jiang Yu would soon face. Lin Kongrong must have identified a means to intimidate Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, after a brief discussion, the group arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Upon stating their purpose, they were escorted inside. As they passed through the stone door of the shelter, the interior, resembling a steel jungle, left each of them in awe. The artificial beings were diligently engaged in their tasks, operating in perfect order. As they were led into the elevator, the sight of the shelter's interior filled everyone with profound shock and disbelief. Delving 50 floors underground, the engineering prowess behind this refuge was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, it's almost unbelievable. If I weren't aware that this is a shelter, I would think I had stumbled into extraterrestrial technology. On the other side, Lin Kongrong gazed upon the thriving, formidable, and technologically advanced shelter, his fervor barely concealable. If he were to seize control of it, the Lin family would undoubtedly be under his command henceforth. Soon, the group was ushered into a reception room located on the 3rd floor, where they awaited for a while. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yu, having heard of a significant order, set aside his meal and entered the reception room. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of individuals who appeared to be either affluent or influential, and to his surprise, he spotted his classmate Sun Tianming and his father among them. Sun Tianming, upon seeing Jiang Yu, gasped in astonishment. Wasn't Jiang Yu supposed to be taking refuge here? How could he possibly be in such a place? Realizing that this was not the moment for inquiries, Sun Tianming quickly composed himself as he observed Jiang Yu take his seat at the head of the table. Greetings, I am the commander of the base. You may call me Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stated calmly while surveying those present. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's introduction, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of the attendees. Sun Tianming, in particular, was utterly stunned. He had indeed guessed correctly. The individuals present instinctively exchanged glances, grappling with the realization. He is the commander? So young? Surely. He isn't merely a puppet sent by the true leaders of this base to toy with us. It may be possible, but let us consider it further. Several individuals have come here, yet do they wish to procure anything? Jiang Yu inquired softly. Before anyone else could respond, the sole woman in the conference room, Secretary Shui from the residential building shelter, rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu. I have observed on the forum that the food supplies in your shelter are still quite ample. I wonder if this is indeed the case. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's direct question, the expressions of the others present shifted noticeably. It appeared that Xuan Ning regarded Jiang Yu, the commander, as overly youthful and sought to assert her authority. Indeed, it is true. How much do you wish to acquire? If your needs are substantial, I can offer you a discount. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Bang. Mr. Jiang, are you aware of how many people outside are still enduring hunger? Well, I have some understanding. Do you know the plight of those individuals? In this frigid weather, some lack even a single piece of warm clothing. They must rely on meager flames to survive each night. I have a slight awareness. They suffer daily from hunger, uncertain when their next meal will come. Mr. Jiang, hearing this, do you still have the heart to sell supplies? Xuan Ning exclaimed, her striking almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely at the currently calm Jiang Yu. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, the prominent figures present suppressed their initial responses, eager to observe how Jiang Yu would react. Yet, Jiang Yu maintained an air of tranquility while regarding the visibly furious Xuan Ning. So what is it you wish to convey, Miss Shui? You do not intend to suggest that I should open the shelter's supplies to distribute to those in need, do you? Jiang Yu stated coldly. Indeed, it is as you say. In the past, our residential building shelter concentrated resources under the leadership of the director to ensure that residents of the 5 buildings had food and clean water. Therefore, I hope you can abandon your selfish habits and bring forth everything you possess to rescue the suffering populace outside, allowing humanity to persevere even in such dire times. Xuan Ning declared passionately, her demeanor resolute and filled with compassion. Subsequently, as if grappling with her thoughts for an extended period, she spoke softly. If Mr. Jiang lacks experience in this area, I can take the initiative to have our shelter's personnel come here to assist you. guiding you to aid the suffering masses outside. Mr. Jiang, you must understand that this would be a fortunate endeavor for society and humanity. Upon hearing Xuanning's proposition, Sun Xiong and the others inwardly scoffed, deeming her offer as a guise for seizing control and power. In response to Xuanning's words, Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. Chapter 34. Ideals and reasoning are not as good as steamed buns. Your words sound appealing. Yet if your intention is to incorporate our base, you should state it plainly rather than shrouding it in ambiguity. Those present are not ordinary individuals. There is no need for such flowery rhetoric. Moreover, if your true desire is to benefit society, you can simply purchase supplies from our shelter and distribute them yourself. In doing so, you could attain the good reputation you seek. But do you believe that achieving such a noble facade without any investment is feasible? Upon hearing Jiang Yu directly expose her thoughts, Xuanning was instantly infuriated. Mr. Jiang, I hope you understand the traditional virtues of our Huaxia nation, which emphasize that when one is in trouble, others should offer assistance. Yet here you are, hoarding such an immense amount of resources while refusing to contribute anything. With a scoff, she continued, have you said enough? If so, please take a seat. Although your portrayal of a jester is not quite accurate, it does serve as a peculiar diversion in this apocalyptic world. Let us hasten to business. We are all pressed for time. Jiang Yu replied calmly. Hearing Xuanning's righteous words, Sun Xiong and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yu had the audacity to label her a jester, igniting a murderous rage within the long-time high-ranking secretary, Xuanning. In the next moment, the gazes of the crowd towards her were laced with mockery. Jiang Yu, how many people are suffering out there? Do you think I jest with you? Have you not heard that with greater power comes greater responsibility? Do you wish to become a villain in the eyes of the people? Unable to tolerate Jiang Yu's jest, Xuanning immediately thrust the weight of humanitarianism upon him. You need not lecture me with your lofty ideals. Do you still believe we are in peaceful times? The era has changed. In this apocalypse, it is not a matter of how you wish us to act. The principles of this world are worth less than a single bond. Do you think a starving person will listen to your grand theories, or will they choose to eat a bond? At least I have established a corpse crystal exchange booth, allowing those unable to join the shelter to hunt zombies for food and clean water, giving them a glimmer of hope to survive. As for those too cowardly to hunt zombies, how long do you think they can survive in this world? Do they even deserve to live in such a time? She continued, and what about you? Your residential buildings are also hoarding vast resources, yet you refuse to share them with others. If you wish to play the role of the Good Samaritan, you may do so. I am under no obligation to aid you. Having heard enough, Jiang Yu expressed his disdain and impatience. He held no affection for someone like Xuanning, who had grown oblivious to the struggles of life due to her prolonged position of power. Xuanning's expression darkened as she had anticipated that by invoking national righteousness and patriotism, this seemingly youthful individual would fervently agree with her. Yet, she was taken aback by the current predicament. This makes no sense. Is it not said that young people of Jiang Yu's age are naive and easily swayed by grand ideologies? A few well-placed words of wisdom, and they would give everything. Lost in thought, Xuanning slowly seated herself, ceasing her verbal barrage, though the struggle in her eyes indicated she had not yet surrendered. Observing her silence, Jiang Yu, visibly irritated, tapped on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust your purpose for coming here is solely to conduct business, not to entertain unrealistic notions. Allow me to inform you, if it comes to a contest of military strength, I have ample firepower to bombard your shelter. If it is a matter of population, our shelter currently houses over 4,000 individuals, and I believe that number will soon exceed 10,000. Were it not for our shared humanity, do you truly believe I would have any need for your paltry stock of corpse crystals? While my sanctuary may not be vast, it is certainly not a place for just anyone to covet. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the prominent figures present wore expressions of dismay. According to Jiang Yu, they ought to express gratitude for his meager offerings. Though dissatisfaction brewed within them, they found themselves unable to counter his assertion. The mere thought of his firepower left them feeling unsteady, for while the term seemed ethereal and elusive, they sensed that Jiang Yu might indeed possess such capabilities. After all, who could fathom the extent of armaments and secrets one might have, especially someone willing to barter weapons? Mr. Jiang Yu, why waste your ire on an unappreciative woman? Let us first conduct business, Sun Xiong interjected with a chuckle, dismissing Xuanning's lethal glare. What is it that you wish to purchase? Jiang Yu inquired. We are interested in your weaponry, but our supply of corpse crystals is regrettably insufficient. We implore you, Mr. Jiang Yu, to offer us some guidance. Sun Xiong replied with a smile. This statement indirectly indicated his willingness to overlook prices, allowing Jiang Yu to set his own. This piqued Jiang Yu's interest. I have military-grade submachine guns, handguns, grenades, knives, and bayonets, all dependent on your desired quantities. Whatever you seek, we shall provide, Jiang Yu declared. The attendees were taken aback. The prospect of abundance was tantalizing. Representing 5 factions, even if individual purchases were modest, collectively they could amass a significant demand. Had Jiang Yu plundered an official armory? Here is the price list. Take a look. Jiang Yu offered 5 sheets of paper. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What? 100 pounds of rice for merely 20 corpse crystals? I hail from the Lin Commercial Association of Qing City, and I wish to discuss matters concerning the orphanage with your esteemed leader. Chapter 35, Self-Righteousness and the Cycle of Violence. Lin Kongrong met with a fierce glare, felt a flicker of anger flash in his eyes, but he quickly subdued it. To him, this man was already as good as dead. Once he took control of the shelter, the first to perish would be him. Upon hearing the mention of the orphanage, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. And upon recalling that Lin Kongrong was also from Qing City, he comprehended the situation. Although he was puzzled as to how Lin knew of the orphanage's connection to him, Jiang Yu nonetheless permitted him to approach, harboring no worries about a potential uprising. After all, he was merely one individual. Within this room, at least 5 heavy machine guns were stationed, and should Jiang Yu desire, under Jarvis's command, every person present, aside from Jiang Yu and the androids, would meet their end within moments. Let him come. With Jiang Yu's words, Lin Kongrong walked over and stood beside him. What do you wish to say? Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am Lin Kongrong, the young master of the Lin Group, and I wish to propose a business arrangement. Oh, pray, elaborate, Jiang Yu inquired. I seek a batch of weaponry, yet I do not wish to pay in corpses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu cast a cold glance at him. Young Master Lin, if you wish to indulge in daydreams, you may do so at your residence. Should you lack transportation, I can arrange a ride home for you, of course. At a cost. I have heard that the orphanage you grew up in is located in Qing City. Consider this. We, the Lin family, provide protection, and you furnish us with arms as compensation. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Upon hearing Lin Kongrong's words, Jiang Yu finally understood the source of his audacity. It was clear he had conducted thorough research on Zhang's background. In truth, his identity could indeed be traced by many. However, it seemed he had never publicly revealed himself as the commander of the shelter. Lin must have only recently discovered this fact. Yet how had he managed to unearth his information so swiftly? You provide me with weapons, and I will ensure the safety of that place. Although Jiang Yu was puzzled, he had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He would later instruct Jarvis to secure the network information. He then spoke, the orphanage holds countless memories for me. If I can preserve it, offering some equipment as compensation is a trivial matter. Upon hearing Jiang Yu relent, Lin Kongrong's expression turned even more disdainful, his heart brimming with contempt. Youthful naivety. How could he possibly care so much for the lives of a group of unwanted children? Yet this was advantageous. Who would have thought that the commander of the illustrious shelter could be so easily manipulated? Moreover, I require a substantial amount of supplies. If you could graciously offer 1/10 of your stockpile of weapons and provisions, I assure you that the Lin family shall safeguard your orphanage. At this proclamation, the previously murmuring heads of families fell silent in an instant. They stared, wide-eyed, at Lin Kongrong. 1/10 of Jiang Yu's reserves. What an unfathomable amount. How dared he make such a demand? Was he truly so audacious? Did he consider this place to be his own estate? Would Jiang Yu acquiesce? Ha! Upon hearing this, Jiang Yufei did not react with anger. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. What? Does Mr. Jiang disagree? If you do, then I cannot help it. Should that orphanage be overrun by zombies one day, do not hold me accountable. Lin Kongrong remarked with a calm smile, exuding confidence. His words laced with an air of consideration for Jiang Yu. Yet, his gaze was as venomous as that of a serpent. He had conducted his research on Jiang Yu and was aware of his profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. The fact that Jiang, despite his own hardships, still sent money back home spoke volumes. He had also discovered that Jiang had transferred $1 million before the apocalypse, and thus he believed Jiang would not refuse to ensure the safety of the orphanage. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Kongrong's sinister demeanor. I have heard you are the young master of the Lin family. Very well. If I were to keep you here and coerce your family into taking care of that orphanage, it should not pose a problem, should it? Jiang Yu said, his expression darkening as he observed Lin Kongrong's smile gradually falter. The veins on Jiang Yu's forehead throbbed, revealing his fury. He despised threats, especially those that involved the people and matters he held dear. If Lin Kongrong truly intended to protect the sanctuary, then providing some weapons as a gesture of friendship would suffice, considering Qing City was the Lin family's stronghold. However, this was evidently no longer about weapons. It was a scheme to exploit the orphanage, intending to gradually encroach upon his sanctuary. Jiang Yu was convinced that if he acquiesced once, they would return for a second, a third time, until the sanctuary bore the Lin name, rather than his own. As Jiang Yu's suppressed rage and murderous intent seeped through his words, the expressions of those present shifted to one of grave concern. Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Your actions will only incite the wrath of the Lin family. You must understand, destroying that orphanage is but a mere flick of the wrist for us. Lin Kongrong inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. Jiang Yu retorted with a mocking smile. I could just as easily extinguish your life with a mere gesture. But sparing you proves to be far more advantageous. I am eager to see whether your family values you or the threat you pose to me more. Upon hearing the determination and fury in Jiang Yu's voice, Lin Kongrong felt an ominous chill in his heart, yet he forced a smile and said, Mr. Jiang, I was merely jesting. It is just an orphanage after all. I will personally ensure that my family oversees it. No need for weapons or other supplies. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship, shall we? Jiang Yu's smile grew even more menacing at Lin Kongrong's words. Without uttering a word, he simply waved his hand. A group of artificial beings swiftly entered the room. Damn it, Jiang Yu, I was wrong. I apologize. Let us consider it a joke. I am willing to compensate for your emotional distress. Lin Kongrong pleaded, but regardless of his entreaties, several artificial beings approached and restrained him, causing his expression to change dramatically. Fools, do you know who I am? You dare imprison me? I assure you, the Lin family wields immense power in Qing City, and obliterating that orphanage would be a trivial task. Do you dare not to release me? Beware, the Lin family will annihilate that orphanage. Lin Kongrong shouted. Yet, regardless of his desperate cries and pleas for mercy, he was mercilessly dragged away. Humph. How amusingly naive it is for the heir of the Lin family to threaten others on foreign soil. Jiang Yu's expression was frigid, filled with murderous intent, as he watched the artificial beings escort Lin Kongrong away. Chapter 36. Long-awaited anticipation, insufficient funds. As for offending the Lin family, it mattered little. If Lin Kongrong were to depart from here unscathed, the moment he stepped outside, he would undoubtedly unleash a fervent wave of vengeance upon himself and that orphanage. Oftentimes, those who plead most fervently for mercy become the most ruthless in their retribution. By leaving him alive, there remained a potential bargaining chip for future exchanges with the Lin family. Though Jiang Yu was not afraid of conflict, he was concerned that the orphanage situated in Qing City would be the first target to bear the brunt of the Lin family's wrath. The other individuals present were visibly astonished by Jiang Yu's decisiveness in detaining the heir of the Lin family, particularly Xuanning, who felt a surge of relief that she had spared her own life just moments prior. She sensed that had she pressed him even slightly further, he would have undoubtedly aimed his weapon at her. Consequently, she mentally labeled Jiang Yu as someone not to be trifled with, her demeanor shifting from initial arrogance to one of respect. As Lin Kongrong was taken away, the heads of several families began to contemplate their own strategies. It was evident that without Lin Kongrong at the helm, the Lin family's branch in Haishur would gradually descend into chaos amidst such turbulent times. With the network severed and the official signal towers yet to be restored, communication between the two cities could only occur face-to-face, and with the rampant zombies roaming between them, compounded by the destruction and collapses caused by meteorological disasters, traversing the distance was akin to a perilous quest. It should be noted that Haishur enjoyed connectivity solely due to Jiang Yu's enhancement of the shelter's signal tower. The duration until the signal towers of Qing City and Haishur would be restored remained uncertain, and during this interval, the Lin family's business in Haishur would be left unattended. By the time the Lin family resolved their affairs in Qing City and returned, one could only speculate what form the Lin business in Haishur would take. Perhaps it would even undergo a complete rebranding, as in this apocalyptic world. Everyone aspired to ascend beyond their previous existence, while the Lin family's branch in Haishur was merely a subsidiary. Those occupying senior positions within the Chamber of Commerce could not possibly be innocuous souls. In the absence of a commanding leader, new alpha wolves would inevitably emerge amidst the chaos, for this world is not lacking in those endowed with courage and audacity. Well, I trust you all found this quite amusing. Have you all reached a consensus? Jiang Yu remarked, his earlier fury replaced by a disarming smile. Ahem. This matter is of great significance. We kindly ask Mr. Jiang to wait a moment. Several heads of families exchanged glances, marveling at Jiang Yu's swift change of demeanor, which rivaled that of any cunning old fox present, before they all began to speak in unison. Very well, since it is lunchtime, why not stay for a simple meal? Jiang Yu smiled. At that moment, he resembled a warm and hospitable host, as if the furious man from moments ago were a different person altogether. In that case, we shall trouble Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's invitation to dine, their expressions brightened. They had seen the splendid cuisine of the Sanctuary of Ember on the forum and were finally able to indulge their cravings. Then please, lead the way. Subsequently, under Jiang Yu's guidance, they arrived at the residential area on the 10th floor. Here, they observed numerous individuals finishing their work and heading toward the cafeteria, each face radiating happiness and satisfaction. Laughter and chatter filled the air, and their attire was impeccably clean, with smiles never leaving their well-groomed faces. It was only upon witnessing this scene that they truly believed the forum's claims that the Sanctuary of Ember was akin to a new Eden. Unlike the outside world, where people struggled to find enough to eat and wear, constantly threatened by the lethal presence of zombies and enduring the harsh winter chill, those within the sanctuary enjoyed a temperate climate, a beautiful environment, and abundant provisions. Many were even clad in short sleeves and shorts, engaging in jogging and exercise. Such a sight was unimaginable in the outside world. As they walked toward the cafeteria, envy gleamed in each of their eyes. Had they not been burdened by their extensive family businesses, perhaps joining this haven would have been a splendid option. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of various dishes. Standing at the serving window, they gazed in awe at the 30 or so diverse offerings, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, mindful of appearances, they opted for simple, filling dishes along with generous servings of rice. Gathering around a table, nearly 10 of them engaged in casual conversation while savoring the long-anticipated lunch from the Sanctuary of Ember. Before long, they finished their meal and returned to the reception room, discussing how much they should purchase while reminiscing about the delectable fare they had just enjoyed. Half an hour later, they concluded their discussions, only to realize that the amount of corpse crystals they had brought was insufficient. To procure supplies alongside firearms, their current stock could not satisfy both needs simultaneously. The 5 sanctuaries had contributed only a modest amount of corpse crystals, aside from the residential sanctuary, which had a bit more. The other individual sanctuaries possessed no more than 2 or 3,000 at most. If they were to divide their resources between supplies and firearms, the quantities would dwindle significantly. For instance, a submachine gun cost 10 corpse crystals, with 5 crystals able to purchase 30 rounds of ammunition. Thus, acquiring a fully loaded submachine gun would require 15 corpse crystals. By this calculation, they could manage to obtain no more than 100 submachine guns. In a world overrun by zombies, what would that truly amount to? Each sanctuary's security personnel numbered at least 100 or more. In this scenario, where only weapons are being exchanged, their sanctuary still harbors many elderly, women, and children, as well as combat personnel tasked with safeguarding the refuge. All these individuals require sustenance. While the majority of the populace might manage with minimal rations, they nonetheless require food. The human body necessitates a minimum intake of over 1,000 calories daily to sustain its activities. Moreover, those entrusted with the defense of the base require even more nourishment. Is there an issue? Jiang Yu inquired, observing the conflicted expressions on each face before him with curiosity. Mr. Jiang Yu, to be candid, the quantity of corpse crystals we brought is rather insufficient. After all, the items we wish to procure are numerous. Even though your supplies and weapons are reasonably priced, the sheer volume we require renders our supply of corpse crystals inadequate. Sun Xiong replied with a bitter tone. Oh, is that so? Then might I propose an alternative solution? Chapter 37. The art of borrowing. The crowd turned their gaze toward Jiang Yu, who smiled faintly and calmly declared, borrowing. At the utterance of this word, the expressions of Sun Xiong and the others shifted dramatically. The concept of borrowing was familiar to them. They had engaged in such dealings to varying extents before the cataclysm, and they possessed a fair understanding of its intricacies. Jiang Yu's sudden mention of borrowing raised a question in their minds. Was he intending to deceive them or genuinely assist? What do you mean? Sun Xiong queried thoughtfully. I can grant each of you a borrowing limit of 5,000 corpse crystals, with a term of 2 months. You may utilize these to purchase my weapons and supplies. Once you acquire the weapons and eliminate some zombies to obtain corpse crystals, you can repay me the principal along with interest. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. And what would the interest be? The mention of interest piqued the crowd's attention, their expressions fluctuating between concern and hope. If Jiang Yu were to impose exorbitant rates, they would find themselves indebted for a lifetime. Not much, merely 5%. Jiang Yu stated. This means that after 2 months, you would need to return to me 5,250 corpse crystals. Of course, should you fail to repay on time, an additional 1% will be added each month until you settle the debt. The audience fell into contemplation upon hearing Jiang Yu's terms. Securing 5,000 corpse crystals could procure hundreds of weapons and ample supplies. Furthermore, the interest rate was quite manageable. 250 crystals over 2 months translated to 125 per month, equating to roughly 4 to 5 crystals per day. If the sanctuary housed a larger number of individuals, they could easily gather the necessary amount with a concerted effort. After weighing all considerations, Sun Xiong was the first to rise. Mr. Jiang, then let us embark on this partnership with enthusiasm. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration, Jiang Yu replied with a slight smile. Shaking hands with Sun Xiong, they swiftly signed a contract, after which Jiang Yu instructed Jarvis to grant Sun Xiong access to the 5,000 corpse crystals. With the funds secured, Sun Xiong, guided by the android, proceeded to the armory with his son. According to his calculations, he procured 150 submachine guns, 20 heavy machine guns, and 300 handguns, alongside a considerable stockpile of various ammunition. Additionally, he requested long-lasting supplies such as rice, cured meats, and salted fish, foods that are adept at preservation, along with a modest quantity of fresh vegetables and pork, intending to bring them back to satisfy the cravings of the defense team and the higher-ups. In no time, the 5,000 corpse crystals, along with the 2,600 he had brought himself, were entirely expended. However, gazing at the truck brimming with provisions and weaponry, Sun Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After completing his procurement, Sun Xiong bid farewell to Jiang Yu, prompting astonishment among others as they observed old Sun's swift actions. He had already finished his purchases and was ready to depart. It had barely been a moment. Yet they hastily signed contracts to secure their own permissions for 5,000 corpse crystals. Subsequently, under the guidance of the artificial beings, they embarked on their own shopping expeditions for supplies and firearms. Soon, only Xuan Ning remained, lost in contemplation. Miss Xue, are you still weighing the pros and cons? Jiang Yu inquired with a chuckle upon noticing her state. He wondered if this woman was still entangled in some moral dilemma. Mr. Jiang, you jest. I merely wish to request a larger loan of corpse crystals, she replied. And what is your justification? You are aware that although our residential buildings shelter manages and stores supplies efficiently, the sheer number of residents necessitates a staggering daily consumption of resources. I believe you understand this. Furthermore, I need to procure additional weaponry. Your loan of 5,000 seems rather insufficient. Upon hearing Xuaning's words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Acknowledging her astuteness, no wonder she had been appointed as the secretary. She possessed a certain cleverness, unlike the mindless type. It appeared that if she continued to navigate the apocalypse for a few more months, she would likely ascend to the role of director of another residential shelter. I could extend a bit more of a credit limit to you. However, to speak frankly, you seem to lack the means for repayment, or rather, you do not possess the authority to make such decisions, Jiang Yu remarked coolly. Upon hearing his words, Xuan Ning recalled her position as merely a secretary, a chief secretary tasked with running errands and obeying orders, without the capacity for significant decision-making. Moreover, the director was not of a congenial disposition, unable to grant her any leeway. Realizing this, Xuan Ning shook her head with a rueful smile. In that case, 5,000 it shall be. Once I return, I will report the situation to the director, and the specifics of the decision will rest with them. Having reached a conclusion, Xuan Ning no longer hesitated and accepted the 5,000 limit. As for repayment, such a sum of corpse crystals seemed inconsequential to her, or rather, it was trivial in the context of the entire residential shelter. The quantity of corpse crystals she had brought was approximately 5,000 as well, gathered over the past few days. Given some time for the residents to adapt to hunting zombies and improve their proficiency, she believed they could accumulate even more within 2 months. Swiftly securing her credit limit, Xuan Ning once again showcased her computational prowess, akin to that of a computer. She meticulously allocated every single corpse crystal, ensuring each was spent judiciously on ammunition and firearms. Consequently, she dedicated the most time to her purchases. As dusk fell, she reluctantly returned from the shelter, seated in the vehicle, gazing at the abundance of supplies it contained. At that moment, Xuan Ning was contemplating the most suitable distribution of resources upon her return to the refuge. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance of the base, watching Xuan Ning's vehicle depart, before contentedly making his way back to his 50-story villa. With their assistance, perhaps the impending storm of the undead tide will exert less pressure on me. Jiang Yu settled into the control room, observing the images on the monitors, murmuring to himself. His willingness to finance them through a loan was not born of altruism or a desire to assist, but rather a strategic move to alleviate the burden of the impending undead tide by enlisting the aid of other shelters. The better equipped and more populous those shelters were, the lighter the load he would bear. Recalling the game's memories, Jiang Yu noted that the number of zombies in the storm could reach hundreds of thousands. Should such a horde converge upon the Xinhua shelter, he would have no choice but to seal it off. If he were to shut the shelter without seeking development or breakthroughs, what would become of the legacy of Xinhua? It would be akin to retreating into a shell. rendering unnecessary the recruitment of residents or the establishment of a guard team. As for the ability of those to whom he lent the zombie crystals to repay him, he truly paid little heed. He believed that after the storm, few shelters would remain standing. The total number of shelters in Haishur was around a dozen, and perhaps only 1 in 10 would survive the tempest. Chapter 38. Recruitment of the guard team. A resounding response. Moreover, the production of ordinary weapons required no zombie crystals, merely some materials, making the exchange of weapons for crystals a lucrative venture for Jiang Yu at this juncture. Jarvis commenced the recruitment announcement for the guard team, urging everyone to sign up. The benefits will be generous, and a system of rewards and punishments must be clearly outlined. Those who pass the review should gather at the training camp on the first floor, where the androids will personally drill them. I want them to grow at the fastest pace possible. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. The advancing storm of the undead was drawing near. The assembly and training of the guard team must proceed without delay. At 6 in the evening, as the residents enjoyed their dinner, they heard the broadcast. Good evening, residents. We interrupt this program to announce a recruitment notice. We are seeking 5,000 members for the base guard team. The benefits will be exceptional. Those who wish to contribute to the defense of the shelter may register at the recruitment office on the first floor of the base tomorrow. The announcement was repeated thrice, and the residents responded with excitement. Wonderful. After enjoying free meals here for so long, I can finally engage in something I excel at. Guard team? Isn't that dangerous? Aren't there already many warriors in the base? Why do we need 5,000 more guards? Dad, are you going to sign up tomorrow? Of course. This is my duty. If I don't go, who will? Then we want to go too. No, you are still too young. When you grow up, I will take you to join. What guard team? Isn't that just courting death? Whoever cares, I certainly won't go. Uncle, if I don't go, will I be kicked out? After all, we possess no particular skills, and our only option left is to join the guard team. Indeed, since they have graciously allowed us entry, we cannot simply take advantage of their hospitality. Let's go and register together tomorrow. You all may go, but I shall not. Furthermore, you are not even part of my family. Your presence here hinges solely on the support of my nephews. So refrain from acting as if you have any authority. You ungrateful wretch, my sister and I have raised you for so many years, only to be met with your claim of not being part of our family? Humph. That is of no concern to me. It is my sister who has cared for you, not the other way around. Did I ever plead for your support? The words of the younger uncle extinguished the flickering hope within this already emotionally battered father, who returned to his bed in silence, uttering not a single word more. Humph. Useless lot, listen well. You 3 are to participate in the guard recruitment tomorrow. My future depends entirely upon you. Do you understand? Upon hearing their uncle speak in such a manner, the faces of the nephews instantly darkened, and they instinctively turned their gaze towards their nominal father. Yet, upon witnessing his despondent demeanor, they understood that his experiences today had already caused him significant pain, and reluctantly acquiesced to their uncle's demands. The night swiftly passed, and by 8 o'clock the next morning, a considerable crowd had gathered at the first level of the base to register for the guard team. The recruits were sorted by active duty, retired, middle-aged, and youth. It was not until nearly noon that Jiang Yu finally roused from his slumber, signing in with a simple gesture. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 corpse crystals. Well, that is quite satisfactory. Following this, Jiang Yu made his way to the recruitment site. Commander, the artificial beings sprang to attention and saluted upon recognizing Jiang Yu. For the majority in the base, it was their first encounter with the owner, and they were taken aback by his youth. How is the recruitment progressing? How many have registered? Jiang Yu scanned the throng of applicants and inquired. The residents have responded enthusiastically. We have recruited 5,540 individuals so far, including 300 active duty soldiers, 3,000 retired soldiers, and 2,240 ordinary residents, with 1,200 over 30 and 1,014 aged 18 to 30. The recruiter replied respectfully. Very well. The cap is set at 6,000. If the number of remaining applicants exceeds this, we shall screen the accepted individuals and conduct background checks using Jarvis. Jiang Yu contemplated briefly before speaking calmly. After this period of rescue and recruitment, the population within the shelter had reached a staggering number exceeding 10,000. And this was after thorough selection. Otherwise, the figure would have been even greater. With 6,000 recruits, it was now possible to form 6 battalions. But exceeding this number could complicate command and training, especially since the base required many artificial beings to function. Understood. The artificial beings saluted respectfully before returning to the task of recruitment. 2 hours later, the recruitment for the Guardian Corps was finally completed. The artificial beings categorized the recruits into 6 regiments based on 4 criteria: active duty, retired, middle-aged, and youth, with each regiment comprising a mix of residents from these categories. Subsequently, leaders such as captains, lieutenants, company commanders, battalion commanders, and 6 individuals meticulously selected by Jarvis were appointed as regimental leaders, alongside several combat-type artificial beings who would assume command roles. From this moment forth, you shall be honored members of the Guardian Corps of the Sanctuary of Flame. Please remember your position and identity. You are not permitted to change teams or camps at will. All operations of the Guardian Corps will be executed under a militarized management structure. Members of the Guardian Corps will have access to most basic facilities free of charge, along with a monthly salary of 5,000 points. Those who demonstrate valor in battle will receive additional commendations beyond points. In the unfortunate event of a member's death in combat, their family will be supported by the Sanctuary throughout their lives. Furthermore, the Guardian Corps will enjoy priority within the base. However, do not presume that such privileges grant you the liberty to act without restraint within the base. Residents equally possess the right to oversee your conduct. Any violation of the Sanctuary's residency guidelines will result in punishment, and serious infractions may lead to expulsion from the Sanctuary of Flame. I understand that you all have families residing in the Sanctuary. Therefore, for the sake of your wives, children, and parents, and to better protect your own families, it is imperative that you uphold the integrity of the Sanctuary. Do you have the confidence to achieve this? Yes. Upon hearing the declaration from the artificial commander, the majority of those present erupted in enthusiastic cheers. To safeguard their own families while protecting the larger community was precisely their aspiration, and it embodied the very vision that motivated their enlistment in the Guardian Corps. Now, there are demanding training tasks scheduled for the afternoon and evening. You have half an hour to enjoy the ample and delicious provisions prepared for you in the dining hall. Disperse and eat. Move along. Chapter 39. The Challenge of the Battle Bull. Yes. With that, the 6,000 recruits surged towards the dining hall. Time was of the essence, and the previous leisurely pace was replaced by a whirlwind of eating, after which they swiftly returned to the first training floor. Half an hour later, the well-fed recruits gathered once more on the training floor. The artificial being stepped forward. Excellent. No one is late. Now, does anyone harbor doubts regarding my authority as your commander? The artificial being's voice boomed, his gaze stern and unwavering. What? Is everyone so timid? Not a single challenger? Report. Step forward. At this command, a robust man emerged. What is your name? Reporting, sir. My name is Battle Bull. I wish to challenge you to a contest of skill. Oh, it seems you possess great confidence in your abilities. And rightly so, considering you were once the champion of the army. The artificial being's words elicited surprise among many present. They had not anticipated the presence of a military champion within the Sanctuary. Upon discovering that Jiang Yu was once a renowned soldier, many among them gazed at him and the android commander with eager anticipation, curious to see if this military king could triumph over the commander of the Sanctuary. However, Jiang Yu, as the commander, was not one to accept challenges lightly. Anyone wishing to contest him must stake something significant. Jiang Yu, should I lose, I shall relinquish my position as commander to you. But if you lose, what do you have to offer? The android's question momentarily stunned Jiang Yu. With nothing to his name, what could he possibly wager? The only thing he could risk was his status as a resident of the Sanctuary, which he could not afford to lose. Losing would mean continuing a life where he had to scrape by with his daughters, constantly worrying about their next meal. In that instant, Jiang Yu began to regret his decision to step forward. If you win, I will appoint you as the commander of these 6 regiments, granting you authority equal to mine. However, if you lose, all your privileges as a guardian will be revoked, and only your military accolades will remain. How does that sound? Just as Jiang Yu fell into contemplation, a voice emerged from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see the Sanctuary's commander, Jiang Yu, whom they had encountered earlier that morning. Commander. The android saluted upon seeing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded lightly and approached Jiang Yu, inquiring about him. Jarvis had shared Jiang Yu's information with Jiang Yu, revealing him to be extraordinarily capable. Had he not fortuitously retired at this juncture, he would presently be commanding troops at the military base. Such a talent undoubtedly possessed a strong sense of pride, so to command him effectively, it was essential to temper that pride, making him aware that he was no longer the military champion, but a guardian of the Sanctuary. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He was confident that his skills would not falter against anyone, even the elite guardians of the Sanctuary. Seeing Jiang Yu's affirmation, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. He then approached the android, stating, "A simple lesson will suffice. Do not push him into despair." "Understood, Commander." With that, Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with defiance. "Come on," the android taunted, beckoning Jiang Yu with a flick of his finger. Jiang Yu stepped forward, a fierce expression on his face. staring down the android. Come on, I'll let you take a few shots. The android stood unmoved, his demeanor indifferent. The surrounding guardians watched with eager anticipation. With a roar, Jiang Yu charged forward, causing the nearest guardians to feel a tremor of anxiety. In the next moment, a massive figure surged toward the android. As Jiang Yu advanced, he swung his fist with tremendous force, channeling all his momentum into the strike, which could easily break through a wall. However, to his astonishment, the android extended a single hand, effortlessly absorbing the blow. What? Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Even the champion from the Eaglehead Nation would not dare to take such a hit head-on. How could this android? With a single punch proving ineffective. The warrior once again unleashed the martial arts employed by the military. Each strike, a fist, a palm, a chop, though simple in execution, was lethally precise. Every blow landed forcefully upon the body's vulnerable points, such as the throat and heart. Yet, the android seemed to anticipate the warrior's every move, effortlessly deflecting all attacks with an air of grace and ease. In stark contrast, the warrior began to feel a sense of urgency. His assault grew increasingly rapid. Yet the power behind each strike waned. Despite the multitude of techniques at his disposal and his formidable strength, he could not touch the android. After several minutes, disbelief etched across his face, his movements gradually slowed. All right, I've let you have your fun long enough. It's my turn now. Before he could fully register his own words, a slender yet powerful fist appeared before him, and he was suddenly engulfed in a whirl of darkness. As consciousness slipped away, he heard the android's voice. Hey, get someone to treat him. We don't want any lasting effects. Those words marked the end of his awareness. When he next stirred, he found himself in his own bedroom, his two daughters sleeping by his side. Reflecting on the earlier battle, a wry smile crossed his lips. How unexpected. He had believed his skills to be quite formidable, yet the android surpassed him, effortlessly toying with him and rendering him unconscious with a mere punch. Truly terrifying. Daddy, you're awake. How do you feel? You scared me half to death. You've been asleep for ages. His eldest daughter, Xiaobai, exclaimed with delight as she opened her eyes. I'm fine, just exhausted from training. He replied, feigning nonchalance. Wow, is the training at the shelter really that intense? Even you, the elite soldier, feel worn out? The warrior felt a pang of embarrassment. Should he admit he was knocked out by a single punch? That would be too humiliating. I won't say a word about it. I just haven't trained in a while. I'll be back to normal soon. He managed a strained smile, gently ruffling his eldest daughter's hair before lifting his drooling youngest daughter to lay her back down. As he returned to bed, he pondered the details of the recent confrontation. As his recollections deepened, a grave expression settled upon his face. He realized the android could have slain him in an instant if it so desired. Chapter 40. Tides of Heaven and Earth. The Devil's Training. What astonishing combat prowess. One could only wonder how many individuals like that commander existed. If the elite guards at the base possessed such skills, the foundation of this establishment was indeed formidable. The following day, the warrior approached the front of the line amidst the curious gazes of his comrades. Are you all right? I had to be a bit serious with you. Hence the extra effort. The android remarked with a smile upon seeing him. The warrior managed a bitter smile in response, thinking to himself that if a little extra effort led to him being knocked out for half a day, what would full strength yield? Would it be enough to kill him with a single blow? It is of no consequence. All has returned to normal. Yesterday was my fault, and I am prepared to accept any punishment. Nevertheless, despite my resignation, the valiant warrior boldly proclaimed, having lost, I shall endure whatever conditions are imposed upon me. Your punishment was articulated by the commander yesterday. From now on, you shall forfeit all privileges of the guard, retaining only your battle achievements. Thus, if you wish to continue residing here, you must earn your merits. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. The warrior shouted. Excellent. We shall commence training immediately. Our time is limited. Yet I shall endeavor to elevate you to my expected standards in the shortest possible duration. I hope your bodies are resilient and enduring. A cruel smile adorned the face of the synthetic being, instilling an unsettling chill and cold sweat among many. The following day at noon, numerous residents observed the weary guard limping in with fatigue etched upon their faces as they approached for their meal. Oh, how utterly exhausting. I cannot fathom the commander's urgency. The intensity of our training has escalated so rapidly, exclaimed one. How is it that I, once renowned for my stamina in the military, now feel utterly drained here? In the army, at least they regarded us as human. Here, we are treated as mere tools, subjected to relentless training. If it weren't for the medicinal baths following our training, I might have long since collapsed. Enough of this. Let us eat swiftly, for we have more training sessions to endure this afternoon and evening. Another sleepless night awaits us. As thoughts of the impending grueling training loomed, the group sighed collectively. Meanwhile, In a monitoring room, Jiang Yu was intently observing the training activities through the surveillance footage. Sir, Dr. Lu Yia is seeking your presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu promptly rose to visit the floor where Dr. Lu was located. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yu entered Dr. Lu's office. The first sight that greeted him was a massive computer screen, upon which a countdown timer was prominently displayed. Jiang Yu astutely noted that the countdown indicated the time until the emergence of the zombie storm. Jiang Yu, you have arrived. I have discovered something quite peculiar. Come and see. Dr. Lu beckoned Jiang Yu to an instrument. Observe, I inadvertently detected an anomalous state in the energy fluctuations of the cosmic tides. After conducting a simple comparison, I found that the current energy levels have surged several times higher than those recorded a month ago and continue to rise steadily. According to my calculations, the cosmic tide may peak in a few days, encompassing the entire city. While I am uncertain what consequences the peak energy levels will bring, I am certain it will not bode well in this apocalyptic era. After briefly reviewing the data and materials provided by Dr. Lu, Jiang Yu cast a meaningful glance her way. He had intended to announce the storm's arrival the day before it commenced, unaware that she had already discerned it herself. Do you know how long it will last? Based on calculations, approximately one night. A single night? Jiang Yu's expression was grave, indicating that they might have to battle hundreds of thousands of zombies throughout the entire night. Jarvis, commence the full-scale production of weapons and ammunition immediately. No more weapons or ammunition will be sold at the base entrance, and only the most basic protein bars will be available for food. Anyone who dares to dissent shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's orders, Lu Yaya nodded slightly. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Although she was uncertain of the implications of the celestial tides, any changes on the planet during this apocalyptic era could not be overlooked. Moreover, producing additional weaponry could never be a misstep. All horrors stem from insufficient firepower. As long as the base's arsenal was adequate, barring an instantaneous planetary cataclysm or other global calamities, they would have a fighting chance. Jiang Yu, I have a feeling you might know what the celestial tides will bring. Lu Yaya inquired, observing Jiang Yu's serious demeanor with curiosity. Indeed, as far as I am aware, on the day of the celestial tides, the moon will transform into a blood moon. Under the influence of this blood moon, zombies will become exceedingly bloodthirsty and frenzied, with all their physical attributes significantly enhanced. More alarmingly, on that day, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies will enter a state of rage. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Lu Yaya's countenance grew increasingly grave. If what Jiang Yu said was true, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for all survivors in Haishur. However, you must have a plan in place, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have hired so many guards on short notice. Indeed, having merely the personal guard is insufficient. I must now leverage all available forces to navigate through this crisis. Jiang Yu continued, by the way, how is your research on the corpse crystals progressing? I have made preliminary advancements. I discovered that the corpse crystals can be absorbed and digested by the human body, but their specific side effects remain unknown and require extensive experimentation and simulation. Were it not for Jarvis's superior capabilities, I might still be completely in the dark. Lu Yaya responded with a wry smile. In that case, continue your research and keep a close watch on the fluctuations of the celestial tides. Report any issues immediately. Understood. Lu Yaya nodded slightly and resumed her busy work. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu departed from the laboratory and returned to the control room on the 50th floor. Jarvis, how is their training progressing? Sir, after rigorous training from the artificial beings, the groups are barely able to coordinate with one another, but that is the extent of their progress. In terms of firearms, combat, and engagement, most individuals still exhibit significant deficiencies. Jiang Yu nodded slightly at Jarvis's assessment. After all, achieving coordination in just a day and a half was already commendable. Jarvis, starting tomorrow, have the artificial beings take them out to rescue those who meet the conditions for relocation. Time is of the essence. Conventional training methods are no longer sufficient. We must integrate practical experience to expedite their growth, thus enabling a rapid enhancement of their skills. Chapter 41. The strange reappearance of the Lord Zombie in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During this time, approximately 8,000 new residents had taken refuge in the base, rescued by the guards led by the artificial beings. Most of the guards, while saving lives, had also been honing their skills. Over the course of these 2 days, the abilities of the guards had seen a rapid enhancement. Many members had become adept at slaying zombies and collecting their cores. The battle-hardened warriors, who needed to achieve military merit to survive in the sanctuary, could now accurately dispatch 10 zombies in merely 10 seconds. At this moment, he fully displayed the qualities and combat prowess of a seasoned soldier. Sir, the collective movement of zombies you asked me to monitor has occurred once again. In the laboratory, Jiang Yu, listening to Lu Yaya's report, heard Jarvis's voice. Oh, where has it happened this time? Lu Yaya, taken aback by the news of the zombies' collective migration, watched as Jarvis switched to the surveillance footage. The screen revealed a bizarre scene. Hundreds of zombies marched in unison, like a disciplined military unit, toward a specific direction. Despite their stumbling gait, none strayed from the formation. The ranks were impeccably organized. Strangely, these creatures, usually ravenous for fresh flesh and blood, appeared disinterested in their usual prey, surrounding a group of battered humans instead. They neither attacked nor consumed them, merely herding them onward, step by step, toward an unknown destination. This is impossible. Zombies, driven by their primal need for survival and bloodlust, would recklessly charge at any living being, tearing them apart to feast. This must be a fabrication, Lu Yaya exclaimed in shock. Regrettably, Dr. Lu, this is all real-time surveillance. It is indeed true. Sir, this scene is from a snack street in the northern part of the city. The individuals captured were survivors who previously resided there. The residents, through mutual aid and support, managed to sustain themselves despite the apocalypse, thriving on the resources available in their area. They had never ventured out, yet inexplicably, this group of zombies arrived here an hour ago and, in a remarkably swift and unfathomable manner, took over the area, leaving with the remaining survivors. After listening to Jarvis's account and watching the footage from the hour leading up to the zombies' arrival at the snack street, Jiang Yu's face reflected disbelief. While Lu Yaya appeared utterly astonished, she felt as though her research over the past few days had been futile. The behavior of these zombies seemed to defy their mindless nature, resembling instead that of disciplined individuals. Moreover, they had managed to suppress their insatiable hunger for flesh. These zombies did not appear to be evolved at all. Hearing Jiang Yu's murmurs, Lu Yaya inquired, evolved? Can zombies truly evolve? Certainly. Zombies can achieve evolutionary advancement by consuming human flesh and blood. Otherwise, one might wonder why they so fervently pursue humans, merely to distinguish themselves among the masses of laborers and evolve into mutated zombies. Upon hearing Jiang Yu liken the horde of zombies to laborers, Lu Yaya nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Is such a comparison even plausible? Jiang Yu briefly recalled the content of the game and remarked, however, that only 5th-tier zombies could restrain their insatiable hunger for blood. Zombies of 5th tier and above typically regain human cognition, enabling them to exercise self-control and patience. Yet, the zombies observed on the surveillance footage could hardly walk in a straight line, moving erratically, which was far from characteristic of 5th-tier zombies. Moreover, it was inconceivable that such a multitude could emerge all at once. For zombies to evolve, they must devour a significant amount of fresh flesh and blood. But it is still merely the early stages of the apocalypse. Although fresh flesh is abundant, the time required for their evolution is lacking. Thus, there exists only one possibility. They are being controlled by some mutated zombie, Jarvis. Do you know their ultimate destination? Jiang Yu inquired. Currently unknown. Perhaps they entered from outside my surveillance range, Jarvis replied. Maintain constant monitoring of them. Should such a zombie appear, report immediately. Understood, sir. At this moment, Jiang Yu's expression was grave, as he had not anticipated the emergence of a controlling mutated zombie so soon. Hearing Jiang Yu's murmurs, Lu Yaya asked, puzzled, how he knew so much. I feel utterly useless. All my research has been rendered futile by a single surveillance video today. There is no need for self-deprecation. This is not your fault. I too did not foresee the Lord Zombie's swift appearance. Lord Zombie? What is that? Lu Yaya inquired, bewildered. I refer to this type of mutated zombie that can control others as a Lord Zombie, commanding them for its own purposes. Is that not the very definition of a lord? Such controlling zombies are rare, yet when they do appear, it spells disaster. In any scenario, they are a boss-level entity. They not only command other zombies, but also direct them to hunt for flesh to nourish themselves. The more powerful a Lord Zombie is, the more it can even channel energy back into the zombies it controls, facilitating their evolution. It can be said that if a second-tier Lord Zombie emerges, with ample blood and flesh, it could spawn countless first-tier zombies. Would not such a zombie be an invincible force? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Lu Yaya momentarily pondered whether humanity must face extinction. The normally rational her contemplated whether it might be better to simply lie down and accept the inevitable. However, Jiang Yu shook his head. Not at all. Lord Zombies are not invincible. Although they are mutated, their defenses are comparable to those of ordinary zombies. If struck, a bullet to the head leaves them with little chance of survival. Should they perish, all the zombies under their control would also meet the same fate. It can be said that even if the Lord Zombie commands an army of 100,000 undead, as long as the Lord itself is vanquished, its minions will instantaneously lose all motivation, transforming into mere corpses. Conversely, if one fails to defeat the Lord Zombie, they shall be besieged by countless zombies. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Yaya finally exhaled, though the gravity and unease in her expression remained largely unchanged. What do you intend to do? Upon Lu Yaya's inquiry, Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment before responding. If it truly is a Lord Zombie, we must ascertain the extent of its control over the undead and the level of its evolution. Chapter 42, Strategies for Confrontation. The battle begins. The sheer number of controlled zombies suggests that the Lord Zombie possesses formidable strength. Perhaps in a few days, should it evolve again, Haishur could become its playground for chaos. Are we to remain helplessly waiting? Is there truly no way to counter this? For a moment, both were lost in contemplation. If the Lord Zombie seeks rapid evolution, it must command numerous zombie thralls to capture living prey for sustenance. If we can eliminate its controlled zombies and rescue the captured prey, the Lord Zombie's evolution would be significantly hindered. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yu spoke. Are you suggesting that? Yes, Jarvis. The guard team has trained for long enough. It is time to engage in real combat. Understood, sir. Jiang Yu gazed at the hundreds of zombies on the surveillance footage. His expression grave. A Lord Zombie, is it? Let us see whether your controlled zombies outnumber the ones I shall hunt. Soon, 10 minutes later, the training guard team received Jiang Yu's command. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone get in the vehicle. This mission marks the first directive from the commander, and it is also our base guard team's inaugural independent operation. We must succeed at all costs. Failure is not an option. Jiang Yu shouted from the doorway of the vehicle. The others, faces alight with excitement, climbed aboard. After training for so long, they finally had a mission to undertake. Although they had previously ventured out under the protection of synthetic beings to rescue civilians, this time they would engage in autonomous combat. No longer under the watchful eyes of the synthetic beings, it felt as though fledgling eagles were leaving their mother's embrace, poised to soar into the sky. Soon, the first and second guard teams, led by Captains Jiang Yu and Lu Ming, set off in their vehicles, targeting the slowly advancing horde of zombies. Since they have departed, we should too, the commander remarked, observing the departing buses. He addressed the synthetic beings behind him. The commander has sent us not merely to protect them throughout, but to intervene and eliminate enemies they are currently ill-equipped to handle when necessary. Therefore, unless absolutely unavoidable, we must refrain from engaging, understood? The commander looked at the 200 combat-type synthetic beings designated for this mission and declared, Yes, sir. A thunderous response reverberated within the vehicle. Is 1,000 guards insufficient? Or do you believe they have yet to meet your standards? In the laboratory, Lu Yayao gazed at the procession of humanoid machines outside and inquired. If it were merely those ordinary zombies, that would suffice. However, I fear the zombie lords may possess other means. It is always prudent to be cautious when the enemy lurks in the shadows. She then added, How is it that you know so much? After all my research, I still grasp only a fraction of the knowledge. Yet you seem to have been studying this since a previous life. Lu Yayao rolled her eyes. Well, considering I have constructed such an expansive refuge, it is only reasonable that I possess knowledge beyond your own, Jiang Yu replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lu Yayao offered another eye roll, sensing that Jiang Yu was reluctant to divulge more, and thus chose to refocus on her research. Observing Lu Yayao immersed in her studies, Jiang Yu sighed in resignation, pondering that some matters are best left unspoken for now. He was also troubled by the existence of Lord Zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. Logically, during the early days of the apocalypse, one would expect only first-tier zombies, mutated from consuming zombie corpses, to emerge. The appearance of such terrifying entities as Lord Zombies seemed improbable. If Lord Zombies were already present, could other types of mutated zombies also be forthcoming? This thought left Jiang Yu with a throbbing headache. It appears the situation is even more dire than I imagined. We must accelerate our research on gene locks. Though mutated zombies initially exhibit a fear of conventional weaponry, as time progresses, firearms become merely auxiliary, while the unlocking of gene locks becomes humanity's lifeline in the apocalypse. Although Jiang Yu was aware of gene locks, his knowledge stemmed from the research conducted by in-game scientists, and neither he nor Jarvis possessed the capability to create them. Yayao, I wish to find some individuals to assist you in the research of corpse crystals. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Jiang Yu inquired. Lu Yayao, without lifting her gaze, replied nonchalantly, aside from my teacher and junior apprentice, I cannot think of anyone else who could assist me. I cannot guarantee there are suitable individuals anywhere in the country, at least not in Haishur. Upon hearing Lu Yayao's response, Jiang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, continue your research. Strive to uncover the secrets of the corpse crystals as soon as possible. With that, he departed from the laboratory. Lu Yayao, watching his retreating figure, wore a displeased expression. This fellow must know the secrets within the corpse crystals, but refuses to share them with me. Humph. Finally, there comes a time when you need me. Once I unravel the mystery, let us see how earnestly you plead for my assistance. Recalling the day she was rescued, Lu Yayao felt a surge of resentment. As the chosen one, she had never been treated in such a manner before, and she eagerly awaited the day she could reclaim her authority. At that moment, not far from the street of food stalls that had been overrun by zombies, a small room encircled by the corpses of the undead housed a group of trembling individuals. They were the owner of a barbecue restaurant and several family members and employees, totaling 5 men and 3 women. What in the world are these creatures? Are they human or zombie? They seem faster than the soldiers. I was utterly startled when I witnessed a zombie picking up a stone and lurking in the corner to launch a surprise attack. Can you believe it? Goodness. Weren't we told that these zombies are mindless, witless creatures? I never anticipated their cunning. Thankfully, we remained vigilant and did not rush out to confront them like the others. Instead, we sought refuge here. Otherwise, we might very well have been captured. Indeed, although this place is repugnant, it is astonishing that we have managed to remain undetected here. Teacher, I believe you should not have allowed them in. A young girl whispered to the elderly man beside her. The speaker was a disheveled blonde girl. Her face smeared with dirt. Her bright eyes were large and expressive, and her slender figure was enveloped in a loose sweatshirt. Beneath the layer of grime, her golden locks appeared remarkably dull, rendering her akin to a beggar who had scavenged for years. Beside her stood an elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles. His expression was grave, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom, exuding a remarkable confidence. However, under the dirt's disguise, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a madman. Chapter 43. Diverging opinions fear not. Mutual assistance is a cherished virtue among the people of Huaxia. Moreover, the fact that we managed to arrange the room in this manner is indeed thanks to their aid, the professor remarked with a smile. Professor, you previously asserted that zombies are brutish creatures devoid of intelligence, yet what we just witnessed hardly aligns with that characterization, inquired the rotund owner of the barbecue shop. Furrowing his brow, had they not sensed the impending danger and promptly followed the old professor's guidance to this place, they too might have fallen victim to that zombie. I cannot say for certain. Although I only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, my hypothesis cannot be incorrect. Zombies cannot possess their own consciousness, for their brains have been ravaged by the virus. At present, they are merely driven by base desires. I suspect there may be some other force manipulating the zombies. The girl and the others were taken aback by the teacher's words. Manipulating zombies? She exclaimed in astonishment. Such a seemingly ludicrous conclusion might have drawn laughter from her had it been proposed by anyone else. Yet, it was her own teacher, the one who had solved countless dilemmas across the globe, who uttered it. Indeed, Shaoling, I believe the zombie's voracious appetite for human flesh stems from 2 motives: hunger and possibly the prospect of evolution after consuming human flesh. I surmise that perhaps one zombie has evolved for some reason, granting it the ability to control others of its kind. The professor's astonishing declaration left everyone present in a state of shock. Professor, that cannot be possible. Zombies can evolve? Shaoling asked, her voice trembling. Shaoling, there is a saying in the detective realm: eliminate all impossible factors, and what remains, no matter how improbable or incredible, must be the truth. If no one is controlling the zombies, then how could these mindless creatures resist the food readily available to them? It's akin to presenting 10 individuals with a fortune of 10 million. Would you expect them to surrender it or divide it among themselves? The elder spoke with a calm demeanor, presenting his rationale. Humph, old man, do you take us for fools? The truth is, you are mistaken. They are not merely mindless beings driven to bite, but rather an organized, scheming, and strategic new species, remarked one who overheard the conversation between the master and disciple. Scoffing at the elder, Sir, hearing is deceptive, while seeing is believing. We have yet to witness any controlling entities behind the zombies, but we have observed their methodical and coordinated assault on the food street. Another chimed in, skepticism lacing his words. I can't shake the feeling that he isn't very credible. He claims to be a biology professor, yet he is merely as clueless as we are, watching those absurd detective shows. Indeed, how can such a brilliant mind be so engrossed in trivial detective stories? The elder furrowed his brow slightly at the mockery directed towards him, but chose not to defend himself. Engaging in a debate with a group of ignorant yet self-assured individuals was a battle already lost. Thus, the wisest course was to remain silent and observe their antics like a circus of jesters, regardless of his credentials. The professor had indeed designed the zombie-proof shelter that saved their lives. The pressing question now was how to proceed. A slender man beside fat brother posed this inquiry. I had hoped we could negotiate with old Jiang and gather resources to establish a refuge, allowing us to endure this apocalypse together. However, to our dismay, they were captured by zombies. Alone, we lack the strength to survive. What if the horde returns tomorrow? How shall we respond? Why not join the Ember Refuge? I've seen that those who enter enjoy good benefits, work, food, and even a protective guard. With so many of us men, it should be relatively easy to gain entry. A female store clerk, who had perused the Ember Refuge's information before the power outage, expressed her desire to join. A wish she had harbored for some time, but was hindered by age restrictions, leaving her stranded here. Fat Brother pondered her words in silence before he heaved a resigned sigh. At this point, we have no choice. Let us gather our belongings and prepare to depart. Although the thought of submitting to others was unappealing, time was of the essence. And the outside world was fraught with peril. It was not a moment for pride. Wait. Now, in broad daylight, the group gasped in unison. Certainly. The Ember Refuge was at least an hour's drive away, and walking would take even longer. Given the current dangers outside, nighttime would only exacerbate the zombies' aggression and ferocity. Shouldn't they hasten their departure? The group nodded subtly. But brother, can't we just wait for them to come pick us up? One suggested hesitantly. No, that's too dangerous. If we wait for them, what if the zombies return? Who will defend us? Fat Brother responded firmly. But what about them? Another pointed discreetly at the master and disciple, whose connection to their group was tenuous at best. Fat Brother glanced at the handful of individuals at his side, 5 men and 3 women. He pondered the predicament, realizing that if he were to bring along the 2 burdens, the journey ahead would undoubtedly become more arduous. With a furrowed brow, he contemplated briefly before donning a warm smile. Esteemed professor, we shall first gather supplies. Please remain here for a moment. We will notify you when we are ready to depart together. Upon hearing Fat Brother's words, the expressions of those nearby shifted. Were they truly to bring along these 2 burdens? They exchanged glances filled with concern. No problem. You may go, the old professor replied with a smile. We shall wait for you here. Very well, we shall attend to our tasks. Please rest well. With that, Fat Brother prepared to leave. Wait, Fat Brother. Could you lend me a mobile phone with power? Ours have died, and I wish to see the photos of my wife and children. Upon hearing the professor's request, Fat Brother frowned slightly but ultimately retrieved his new phone, a model worth $15, and handed it to the professor. This is my phone. You may use it for now, and return it when we meet again, if that is agreeable? Fat Brother said with a smile. Thank you, Fat Brother. The elderly man replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, Fat Brother and the others hastily departed, rushing back to the barbecue shop to gather supplies. Brother, are you really going to take them along? Inquired the slender companion beside Fat Brother. Take along those 2 burdens? You are overthinking it. By giving them a phone, I have essentially provided them another means of seeking help. As for their survival, that depends on their own capabilities. And did you not hear me say I would receive it back upon our meeting? Do you think there will be another opportunity for that? Chapter 44. Contingency plans for self-rescue. An elderly man and a woman, without assistance from others. How long could they possibly survive in this apocalyptic world? The group fell silent at Fat Brother's seemingly heartless words. He spoke the truth. Those 2 were indeed a burden. If they, who had previously shared bonds with them, were unwilling to take them along, the others certainly would not. Moreover, this was the end of days, not the past year, leaving them with only a dead end. Although several female staff members felt a pang of compassion, recognizing that the old man had indeed saved their lives, they remained silent, fearing that speaking out might result in their own abandonment. Half an hour later, they had successfully gathered supplies and, taking advantage of the bright afternoon, hurried along the map toward the Ember Refuge. Meanwhile, the naive Xiao Ling, still waiting, gazed out at the crimson landscape and murmured in confusion, It's strange. They've been gone for so long. Why haven't they returned? They are not coming back. They must be on their way to the Ember Refuge now. The old professor stated calmly. What? Why not? Were we not supposed to go together? Xiaoling questioned, perplexed. Together? No, they are together in their eyes. We are merely outsiders, and burdensome outsiders at that. Bringing us along would significantly complicate their journey to the refuge. So it is only logical that they would choose to leave us behind. The professor adjusted his glasses with an air of composure. Then they have already set off? And taken the supplies with them? The little spirit inquired with a hint of bewilderment on her face. The old professor nodded slightly. Damn them, these ungrateful wretches. Without your assistance, they would surely have been taken by the zombies by now. I can't believe these ingrates have shown such a lack of gratitude. The little spirit gazed out at the sunlight, her small face filled with fury. Oh, there is no need to be so angry. They are unaware of our true capabilities. Thus, it is only natural for them to consider us a burden. Moreover, I have discovered a promising refuge. Teacher? The little spirit asked, puzzled. It is the sanctuary they refer to as the Ember Haven. We have examined the information, and that refuge is perfectly suited for our residents. Although the admission criteria are not particularly favorable for us, they are aimed at ordinary individuals, and we are anything but ordinary. But, teacher, how do we get there? I have already submitted the application for residency. I have also applied on your behalf. It has been approved, and now we simply await their arrival to escort us. The professor replied nonchalantly. But, teacher, what if those zombies return? They won't, at least not in the next few days. Since those zombies are being controlled to capture humans, it is likely they are being taken to feed some kind of creature. Given their pace and the recent looting here, I believe they will not return for at least 2 to 3 days, which makes this period relatively safe for us. The professor said thoughtfully. I see. So, teacher, you sought out a means of escape in advance, which is why you asked them for a phone. The little spirit's eyes sparkled with admiration as she asked. Oh, little spirit, learn from this. Do not confine yourself to the laboratory all day, for if I am no longer around, you might find yourself sold off while counting someone else's money. The old professor said earnestly, relishing the admiration in his disciple's gaze. I thought what? Do you really believe I wish to see my non-existent wife and children? The old professor rolled his eyes. You've been found out, teacher. Indeed. You are a lifelong bachelor. Where would a wife and children come from? The little spirit laughed. Smack. Ouch. That hurts. The little spirit clutched her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her teacher. Lifelong bachelor? I prefer to think of it as dedicating my life to science. The old professor exclaimed, his face slightly flushed. Yes. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, the old professor and his student temporarily set aside their teacher-student dynamic, engaging in playful banter to pass the arduous waiting time. Meanwhile, Lu Yaya was frantically scratching her scalp, her face contorted in frustration as she stared at the computer data. After much calculation, she still found discrepancies. Even with the assistance of artificial intelligence, she was unable to arrive at a solution which filled the typically confident doctor Lu Yaya with an overwhelming sense of defeat. Damn it, that wretched Jiang Yu. He says the wrong things and neglects to mention what's important. If my teacher and junior sister were here, this would have been resolved long ago. Lu Yaya fumed. Dr. Lu Yaya, is your master named Zheng Yuancheng? And is your junior sister named Xiao Mingling? Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Lu Yaya was taken aback. Jarvis, at such a time, please refrain from probing into my personal information. I apologize. It is not my intention to investigate you. It is merely that there are applications for residence from these two individuals, and their profiles closely resemble yours. Hence my inquiry. Lu Yaya was astounded by this revelation. How is that possible? Aren't they conducting experiments in the Eaglehead Nation? How could they be here? I cannot ascertain that, but I do know they submitted their applications locally in Haishur, particularly near the snack street. What? Jarvis, please dispatch personnel for rescue immediately. If it truly is my master and junior sister, they cannot perish. They are my family. Lu Yaya exclaimed in a distressed tone. I have already informed the gentleman. He will make further arrangements. Jarvis replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaya's expression grew increasingly anxious. I hope nothing goes awry. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jarvis's message, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. It truly is as if a pillow has arrived just when one feels drowsy, if it is indeed them. The progress of the gene lock research will be significantly expedited. Subsequently, Jiang Yu, accompanied by 200 combat-type androids, set off in 5 heavily armed modified vehicles toward the snack street. On the other side, not far from the snack street, 3 large trucks were speeding along the road. These 3 vehicles were evidently modified, encased in thick steel, leaving only the glass of the windows intact, which allowed for inside viewing but not the reverse. Overall, they resembled apocalyptic refuge vehicles. Inside the first vehicle, a burly man from Bear Country was briefing the mission. This operation must be swift. If we attract the attention of the local army, our escape will be exceedingly difficult. Yes, Commander. The team leaders within the vehicle saluted and shouted in unison. Commander, there are several refugees up ahead being besieged by zombies. Should we proceed with the rescue? Chapter 45, Mysterious Organization, Encounter at the Street Corner? The burly leader from Bear Country took out binoculars to survey the situation, nodding slightly. Save them. There are 3 women. After the mission, you may indulge yourselves. The Bear Country leader chuckled. Understood, Commander. The driver felt a surge of energy upon hearing this. Ever since arriving there, it had been ages since he had indulged. He was determined to be the first this time, as on previous occasions, he had found himself last and left with little satisfaction. Unfortunately, Fat Brother and his companions had barely exited the snack street when they encountered a horde of mindless zombies. One of the staff members accidentally knocked over a soda can, creating a noise that led to their discovery. Damn it, wasn't it said that the zombies had all left? Why are there still so many here? Could it be true that the professor claimed someone is controlling the zombies? Now is not the time for such speculation. We must shake them off. There's a vehicle over there. As the sound echoed, the crowd turned to see 3 armored vehicles racing towards them, coming to a halt with precision. From the vehicles emerged several robust men of varying complexions, each wielding silent submachine guns. With remarkable efficiency, they dispatched the surrounding zombies. Each burst of gunfire followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground. In no time, the relentless assault of these formidable figures reduced the undead horde to mere remnants. Are you all right? After the zombies were eliminated, a Caucasian man stepped forward, his sunglasses reflecting a predatory gaze as he scanned the female staff behind him. Before settling his eyes on a portly man in the crowd, he licked his lips, making the female employees feel as though they were being observed by a predator, sending shivers down their spines. Thank you, we appreciate your help. Are you from the Ember Sanctuary? We were just about to seek refuge there, the portly man exclaimed. Finding solace in the fact that the foreigner spoke Chinese, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing the man's words, the burly figure in sunglasses furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, indeed. We are from the Ember Sanctuary. We are here to rescue people. Without further ado, please, hurry and get in the vehicle. I will ensure your safe passage to a secure location. With expressions of gratitude from the portly man and his companions, the vehicle roared to life, heading towards the bustling street of food stalls they had only recently departed. Inside the vehicle, the portly man felt a profound sense of security as he observed the well-armed, battle-ready soldiers around him. Meanwhile, the men regarded the group of Chinese individuals with a mix of interest and intent, exchanging glances as they deliberated on their objectives. The female employees and a handsome male staff member felt as though they had entered the lair of predators, instinctively huddling together, seeking greater comfort in their proximity. As the bus drew nearer to the food street, the portly man inquired, "Are we going to rescue anyone else?" "Yes, there is still a professor we need to save," the burly man replied with a smile. Is there a young girl with that professor?" The portly man, despite feeling an unsettling chill from the man's gaze, suppressed his discomfort, reasoning that it was merely the demeanor of someone unfamiliar. "You know?" The white man was taken aback, pondering the implications if this man was indeed associated with the professor. Then it must be true. He is not a professor at all, merely a fraud. The portly man retorted angrily. "Is that so?" A cold smile crept across the white man's face, recognizing the naivety of the one who underestimated the professor's prowess. Thinking to himself, "Indeed, what a fool." You are unaware that, subsequently, it seemed as though the hefty man had found a kindred spirit, as he began to recount what he believed were the amusing anecdotes concerning that professor. However, the more he spoke, the more the smile of the burly Caucasian faded, replaced by an increasingly grave expression. The zombie chamber, the revelation of the mutated entities controlling the zombies. These were all closely guarded secrets within their company. It was astonishing that the professor could deduce so much from just a few glances. Evidently, the professor was indeed as remarkable as the record suggested. As such, it would be fitting to present him as a token of appreciation after their little escapade. The burly man mused while observing the hefty man speak. He could easily discern that these few individuals considered the professor and his companions a burden, which, fortuitously, meant that if they had any connection to the professor, their jovial moments would have been postponed. Before long, the bus arrived at the entrance of a street lined with snack vendors. Just as they were about to turn in, they spotted 5 modified vehicles approaching from the opposite direction. Upon seeing these vehicles, the burly man's demeanor shifted. His battle-hardened instincts had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and they now warned him that the oncoming vehicles bore ill intentions. The opposing vehicles clearly noticed their modified bus as well. Inside, Jiang Yu instructed the artificial beings to prepare for combat. As both parties perceived each other simultaneously, they began to decelerate, bracing for a confrontation. The burly man stood, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the 5 approaching vehicles. Click, click. Inside their vehicle, the Special Forces soldiers swiftly chambered their weapons. The sight caused the hefty man and his companions to tremble in fear. What was happening? Why did it seem as though a gunfight was about to erupt? "Let us turn in directly. If they don't make a move, we should just pass them," the muscular man proclaimed. "Indeed, let us proceed. If they remain passive, we will simply move past them." Meanwhile, within the 5 modified vehicles, Jiang Yu regarded the 3 armed vehicles ahead with apprehension. This area was situated in the bustling city center, and the number of zombies remained uncertain. Additionally, the strength and armament of the adversaries were unknown. Should a significant explosion occur, it could attract surrounding zombies, making their escape exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, both sides activated their vehicles, maintaining a moderate yet steady pace. Ultimately, as they reached the intersection of the snack street, Merely a few meters apart and preparing to turn, they simultaneously shouted, "Open fire!" Jiang Yu and the burly captain yelled in unison. Bang! In an instant, several artificial beings opened the top hatches of their vehicles and leapt out. Armed with submachine guns, they began firing rapidly. In the rear, the 4 modified vehicles opened their doors, and over 100 artificial beings swiftly disembarked. Scattering to take cover behind abandoned cars parked along the street, they then commenced firing at the opposing forces. In that moment, the overwhelming firepower rendered the adversaries incapable of opening their doors to retaliate. The combat androids moved with astonishing speed, executing maneuvers in mere seconds, deploying, firing, and suppressing the enemy. The white captain, taken aback, removed his sunglasses, unable to fathom the scene before him. How could there be individuals faster than the elite forces of their company? Each member of their team had been meticulously selected from around the globe, renowned as the pinnacle of warriors. Yet now, they found themselves subdued by an unknown faction? Was this truly not a dream? What are you doing? Can't you see the enemy has already formed ranks? Hurry, have the rear units disembark for support. Amidst the cacophony of bullets striking vehicles, the burly man swiftly regained his composure and shouted into the radio. Yes, go, 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 go. Upon receiving the command, the special forces in the rear hastily exited their vehicles and commenced combat. As the sounds of steel being struck filled the air, the occupants of the 2 buses finally emerged, swiftly seeking cover and targeting their adversaries. With the exchange of fire igniting the battlefield, the conflict erupted in full force. The air was thick with gunpowder, bullets ricocheted, and the street became a chaotic tableau of smoke and violence. Although both sides were equipped with suppressors, the thunderous sound of gunfire against the vehicles was deafening. The commotion gradually attracted nearby zombies, drawn to the tumult. Deploy grenades, and resolve this swiftly. We must leave before the horde arrives. You take 10 men and safely extract the professor. Jiang Yu issued commands with urgency. There was no time to waste as the encroaching zombies posed a dire threat. Yes, Commander. Cover me. Several androids shouted in unison. A group of over 10, under the astonished gaze of the white captain, vanished into a blur, sprinting toward the food street. Before he could react, he noticed more figures racing toward him with unbelievable speed. Within the captain's stunned perception, the androids reached the bus, hurling grenades beneath the first modified vehicle. After releasing several grenades, the androids swiftly took cover behind the nearest barricade. Behind them, their comrades unleashed a torrent of suppressive fire upon the enemy. Bullets cascaded like raindrops toward the opposing forces. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the bus where the white captain stood was blown into the air. The once formidable chassis crumbled under the close-range assault of the grenades. Thick smoke billowed forth as the vehicle somersaulted 560 degrees, landing on its side in the street. The occupants, unbuckled as if on a roller coaster, experienced a dizzying whirlwind followed by the jarring impact that left them disoriented. Surround them, Jiang Yu commanded once more. Witnessing the unfolding chaos. Yes, over 100 androids surged forward with astonishing speed, covering a distance of several meters in a mere 5 or 6 seconds. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into the thick smoke ahead. Meanwhile, the remaining androids maintained suppressive fire from the rear. Faced with the androids' impeccable accuracy, those in the front advanced through a hail of bullets as if traversing an unguarded realm. After the explosions subsided, they charged directly into the enemy's firing zone. FUC. What? The Special Forces soldiers were left in utter shock at the sight of the approaching figures. Before their minds could fully process the situation, they were met with a fist hurtling towards their faces. The immense impact caused one soldier to lose consciousness momentarily, marking the onset of carnage. Bang! Crack! FUC. Over 100 androids simultaneously invaded the firing zone, wielding Nepalese kukris and Desert Eagle handguns, initiating a brutal melee. Beyond 7 steps, the speed of gunfire prevailed. Within 7 steps, the blade reigned supreme. In the hands of the androids, the Nepalese kukri seemed to possess a spirit of its own, claiming the lives of special forces with each swing. The Desert Eagle operated as if enhanced, effortlessly eliminating foes with precise aim. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the clash of blades. Even without seeing the scene beyond the smoke, one could envision the one-sided massacre through the anguished cries of those whose throats were slashed and the mournful wails of the bullet-ridden. Bang! Bang! Some of the special forces continued to resist valiantly, but to no avail. Astonishingly, some soldiers realized that these beings could predict the trajectory of bullets, enabling them to evade with uncanny precision. It's impossible. In an instant, witnessing such an unfathomable spectacle, the special forces began to question their very existence, exclaiming in disbelief. Minutes later, under the dazed gaze of the remaining soldiers, the once formidable team of 70 to 80 had dwindled to a mere handful of squad leaders, all of whom were now subdued, while the rest lay lifeless, their throats cut by the androids, blood pooling beneath them. Retreat! Retreat! Fall back! At that moment, the white captain, who had just managed to emerge from the overturned bus, shouted desperately. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astounded. Everywhere he looked, he saw his comrades clad in combat gear. A few individuals wielding submachine guns advanced slowly towards him. This is impossible. How could this happen in such a short span of time? Have we been completely annihilated? Are they human or merely monsters clad in human skin? The smoke from the artillery explosions had yet to dissipate completely. Similarly, the stout comrade who struggled to descend from the overturned bus was left speechless at the sight. Had the battle truly concluded? Weren't these soldiers formidable? How could they have fallen so swiftly? Several, witnessing this scene for the first time, were overwhelmed and wretched in disgust. The leader of the android squad, upon spotting the Caucasian captain, calmly stated, "Leave a few alive. The rest shall be eliminated." Chapter 47. Near total annihilation. The Caucasian captain was taken aback by this declaration. However, before he could utter a word, the sound of bullets piercing through the air echoed, and his comrades fell lifeless, struck in the head. No. In the end, the shattered Caucasian captain and 9 other Special Forces soldiers were captured, while the ordinary individuals, including Fat Brother, remained unharmed by gunfire, positioned alongside the Caucasian captain. Initially, there were 5 men and 3 women among them. But after the recent calamity, only 3 men and 1 woman remained. The others were trapped beneath the vehicle, their fates unknown. Witnessing the legendary sanctuary of the flame being decimated, they sank to the ground, clutching their heads in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Soon, a young man clad in combat attire approached. He scrutinized Fat Brother and the others before directing his gaze at the Caucasian captain. "Which faction do you belong to? What brings you here?" Jiang Yu inquired sternly. "Kill me if you must. I will divulge nothing." The Caucasian captain retorted with a cynical smile. "Ah, a man of resolve. Bring them to the vehicle and ensure they are treated well." Jiang Yu instructed the android squad leader beside him. "You better keep your lips sealed. It has been a long time since we encountered someone so defiant. My subordinates are itching for some action." Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. "And you? How do you find yourselves among these foreigners?" "Bro, we just sought a refuge. They claimed to be from the sanctuary of the flame, so I followed them. I truly know nothing of your grievances. Please, spare my life. I have elderly and children to care for." Fat Brother exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in tears. "The sanctuary of the flame? We are the true sanctuary of the flame. They are imposters." Fat Brother was momentarily taken aback. "Tell me everything you know about them." "It is like this." Upon hearing Fat Brother's account, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. This group had also come for the professor. It appeared a second unknown faction had set their sights on the professor's capabilities. At this revelation, Jiang Yu felt a tinge of relief. Had they arrived any later, the professor might have been taken, and if he failed to bring the professor back, Liu Yaya would surely make his life miserable. "Report, sir. The individuals have arrived." At that moment, an android escorted the professor and Xiao Ling to Jiang Yu's side. Turning around, Jiang Yu was greeted by the sight of the disheveled, yet spirited old professor and the young girl. "Greetings. You must be Professor Zheng Yuansheng and Xiao Mingling. Am I correct? My name is Jiang Yu, the commander of the Sanctuary of the Flame. I learned of your application and have specially come to escort you." Jiang Yu smiled at Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling. "Wow. So handsome." Xiao Ling was immediately captivated by Jiang Yu's appearance. His harmonious smile reminiscent of a neighborly older brother, complemented by his striking demeanor and combat attire. Professor Zheng had recognized Jiang Yu's remarkable abilities. Constructing the renowned Ember Sanctuary at such a young age was no small feat. "Professor Zheng, our employer holds you in high regard, which is why we have come to escort you. Please, accompany us," said the kneeling captain of the white team. "Humph. You, a prisoner, dare to claim someone for yourself? Tend to your own affairs first." Jiang Yu retorted with a cold sneer. "Humph. Chinese, do not be so presumptuous. This time, we underestimated you, allowing you to prevail. Next time, when the headquarters dispatches a more formidable force, it will be your end." The burly white man scoffed. Jiang Yu, regarding the sneering white man with disdain, chose not to engage further. Instead, he seized the man's neck with a swift motion, applying pressure gradually. A strangled gasp escaped as the burly man's complexion turned crimson from asphyxiation. He opened his mouth desperately for air, but to no avail, his eyes bulging in desperation as he stared at Jiang Yu. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Jiang Yu's ruthless display, astonished that such a seemingly gentle figure could unleash such ferocity. A prisoner must possess the awareness of their status. Do not think that your numbers matter. Even if you doubled in size, it would merely prolong the inevitable. Slaughtering wretches like you is as easy as dispatching a chicken. With that, Jiang Yu released his grip, and the burly man gasped for the fresh air, greedily inhaling as he regarded Jiang Yu with a newfound mixture of wariness and fear. This young man, despite his appearance, wielded a brutality that was anything but gentle. He was no mere pushover. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. They stood, dumbfounded. Particularly the plump man who had fallen to his knees, mouth agape. They had never anticipated that these two fierce teams had come solely for this professor. The very thought of a violent confrontation erupting over him was astonishing. Was this professor truly so formidable? Suddenly, the plump man and his companions regretted not having brought him along earlier. Had they done so, perhaps a few kind words from him would have granted them effortless entry into the sanctuary. Yet, if the old professor harbored resentment for their oversight, a few disparaging remarks could seal their fate. Being barred from the sanctuary would be a minor inconvenience, but facing his wrath could prove fatal. Professor Jiang, we should board the vehicle. This place has become increasingly perilous. Indeed, Professor Jiang was not one to hesitate. He promptly boarded the car. The androids swiftly secured the captives onto the bus, efficiently tidying the battleground before driving away, ensuring their escape before the zombies fully amassed. Ember Sanctuary, I have long admired your reputation. I appreciate your assistance. Had it not been absolutely necessary, we would not have troubled you with this expedition. Professor Jiang addressed Jiang Yu from the bus. There's no choice but to run. If I don't, I fear that girl Lu Yaya will drive me to distraction. Jiang Yu chuckled. What? Yaya is with you? Professor Jiang inquired, astonished. Originally, he intended to wait until stability was achieved at the Sanctuary of the Flame before seeking out Lu Yaya, especially since he had previously failed to find her at her home. To his surprise, she had already become a member of the Sanctuary. Indeed, she is now one of my researchers and has recently encountered difficulties in her scientific endeavors, necessitating your assistance. Subsequently, Jiang Yu glanced at Professor Jiang and Xiaoling, chuckling softly. Would that proud girl truly be in trouble? Professor Jiang shook his head, smiling. By the way, Professor Jiang, I heard you were in the Eaglehead Nation. What brings you to Huaxia so unexpectedly? Jiang Yu inquired. Regarding this, it is indeed due to Yaya. Chapter 48, Mutual Testing, the Rescue Operation. While we were abroad, a genetic research company approached us, offering to assist in examining Yaya's mother's leg, providing us with examples of successful treatments. After considering that it had been so long since our last meeting, and with the new year approaching, we decided to bring bodyguards and surprise Yaya for a brief reunion. We planned to gather and celebrate the new year before returning. But the surprise nearly turned into a shock. We evaded a meteor strike, yet could not escape the outbreak of zombies. During the outbreak, several bodyguards turned into zombies, and the rest perished while trying to protect us. Eventually, we found ourselves on a street lined with snack stalls, where we stayed for several days. As we could no longer remain there, we thought to contact you and seek refuge at your sanctuary, Professor Jiang said helplessly. Given this situation, Professor Jiang, may I inquire whether you intend to return or plan to settle here? Jiang Yu asked. What? Mr. Jiang, do you expect me to pledge my loyalty? Professor Jiang, being astute, immediately discerned the underlying implication in Jiang Yu's words. Indeed, the work that Lu Yaya undertakes is of utmost secrecy within our sanctuary. If one does not genuinely wish to stay, I would not risk allowing anyone, no matter how significant, to join us. Jiang Yu responded with a benevolent smile. What if I were to say that I would return? Professor Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone remaining unruffled. Upon hearing Professor Zhang's words, the previously tranquil atmosphere on the bus transformed instantaneously. The androids, who had been cautiously observing the outside, swiftly raised their weapons, glancing at Jiang Yu and Professor Jiang with apprehension. Hey, teacher, why does the atmosphere seem so tense? Xiao Ling whispered, clutching Professor Zhang's arm. Sensing the increasingly thick air around them, her voice trembling with concern. Wasn't the mood harmonious before? How did it change so abruptly? This development is far too swift. Professor Jiang, everyone is quite busy. Please consider your response carefully. Jiang Yu smiled. At that moment, Professor Jiang felt as if countless gazes were fixed upon him. It seemed that any shift in his demeanor could lead to immediate suppression. The two locked eyes, their stares clashing stubbornly. Ultimately, Professor Jiang appeared to come to a realization, shaking his head helplessly. Indeed, it is true that heroes emerge from youth. Mr. Jiang, as a native of Huaxia, I feel a profound sense of responsibility in light of the challenges currently facing our nation. Naturally, I shall remain to assist Huaxia, yet I am curious, Mr. Jiang. Upon what principles do you stand? Is it for Huaxia, for your own interests, or perhaps for your ambitions? Upon hearing Professor Zhang's inquiry, Jiang Yu paused in contemplation. Professor Jiang, I do not align myself with any of the three. I stand solely for the future. After reflecting on Jiang Yu's words, Professor Jiang gradually rose to his feet. Then let us collaborate joyously. However, should your research endeavors fail to pique my interest, I would appreciate a position that allows me to earn a living. Not a problem. I am confident you will find it intriguing. Nevertheless, Professor Jiang, I hope you truly possess the merits that inspire such pride. Jiang Yu stood and shook hands with Professor Jiang, and as their hands clasped, the tension in the air dissipated instantly. The gaze of the artificial beings continued to be directed outside, and Xiao Ling relaxed her posture. Haha, excellent. Then let us await the outcome together. Professor Jiang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Observing Jiang Yu's transformation from an imposing presence to a figure resembling an amiable older brother, Xiao Ling's expression was filled with complexity. As the bus slowly navigated the route back to the refuge, just as they were about to leave the city, Jarvis's voice resonated within the cabin. Sir, a distress signal has been detected from the guard team. Should we proceed to assist? A distress signal? How could that be? Are there not elite guards accompanying us? Why would they require assistance? Jiang Yu questioned, perplexed. With 200 artificial beings having activated the first-tier gene lock, what peril could they possibly face? It is the opposing side that should be in danger. However, Jiang Yu did not dwell on his confusion. Instead, he promptly redirected the vehicle towards the source of the distress signal. Everyone, check your weapons and prepare for battle. Jarvis, elaborate on the current situation. Jiang Yu instructed the artificial beings behind him while addressing Jarvis. Sir, upon encountering the horde of zombies, the war bulls and others initiated a one-sided massacre. However, they were unexpectedly surrounded by over 1,000 zombies. Caught off guard, they found themselves besieged, and when the elite guards attempted to reinforce their numbers, they were simultaneously confronted by a group clad in black tactical gear, leading to a fierce clash. Given the presence of first-tier zombies among the 1,000-plus adversaries, the casualties on the guard team's side have been severe, prompting their call for reinforcements. Jiang Yu's expression froze upon hearing Jarvis's report. How long has it been? The first-tier zombies have already appeared? Does this not imply that the zombie lord must be at least a second-tier zombie? Second-tier zombies. Aside from a select few, there are virtually no effective means to eliminate them without heavy firepower. Professor Jiang, now is not the time to return. My Refuge's guard team is under siege, and I must go to their aid. Please remain in the vehicle. I will leave 10 warriors to protect you. Number 5, how are preparations on your end? Jiang Yu grasped the walkie-talkie and called the number 5 bus. Stripped of their defenses, it was said that although not much was articulated, it still held some value. On the other end of the intercom, those who heard this phrase were filled with dread. What does it mean to be stripped? Whose defenses have been compromised? Very well. First, upload the records to Jarvis, then prepare all weapons. Vehicles 4 and 5 proceed to support the guards, while vehicles 1, 2, and 3 will assist the protection team. Is that clear? Yes, Commander. Leave a few to protect Professor Jiang and the others in the vehicle. Yes, Commander. Soon, under Jarvis's guidance, they traversed a series of winding paths, ultimately arriving at their destination. As they neared, they were met with the thunderous roars and explosive sounds of chaos. The occupants of the vehicles felt as though they were not facing an apocalypse, but rather a battlefield. Upon reaching an intersection, vehicles 4 and 5 veered onto another road, while the remaining vehicles continued straight ahead. In no time, they beheld the gathering horde of zombies ahead. My goodness, so many. A wide road was densely packed with trembling zombies. Chapter 49, First Stage Zombies, Firepower Suppression. At the forefront of the encirclement, explosions and rumbling sounds echoed intermittently. On Vehicle 1, the professor and others, upon witnessing the dense mass of zombies, felt a chill run down their spines. Connect with Battle Bull's communications. Blast a path for their escape. Connection established. Battle Bull, we are located to your northeast. Begin your retreat towards us with all your strength. We will cover you. Yes, Commander. The weary yet furious voice of Battle Bull resonated through the intercom. Spare no ammunition. Eliminate as many as possible to diminish the strength of the zombie lord. Jiang Yu instructed the artificial beings behind him. Yes, Commander. The artificial beings disembarked, brandishing their weapons. 100 of them produced several heavy grenades, hurling them into the thronging mass of corpses. Boom. The air was rent with a terrifying explosion that engulfed the horde. Roar. Within the mass, dozens of first-stage zombies sensed the commotion, leaping atop the heads of their fallen kin, directing their furious howls towards Jiang Yu. Roar. The monstrous jaws of the first-stage mutated zombies appeared capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. First-stage giant-mouthed zombies, crawling zombies, giant zombies, tentacled zombies, steel zombies. Jiang Yu. intimately familiar with the presence of these zombies, solemnly uttered their names. The sheer number of first-stage zombies hinted at the formidable strength of their lord. Was it second stage, or even the nearly impossible third stage? Boom, boom. The first-stage zombies temporarily abandoned their assault on Battle Bull and turned their wrath to the relentless barrage of rapid-fire bullets pierced through the horde of zombies with unparalleled swiftness and lethality, reducing their fragile bodies to mere shreds, akin to torn paper. In an instant, even the most basic of zombies had no recourse against the terrifying suppression of the heavy machine gun, instinctively seeking refuge or facing obliteration within mere seconds. Soon, hundreds of the foremost zombies lay vanquished, their remains sprawled upon the ground. Yet, while the other zombies cowered in fear of the machine gun's destructive power, the first-tier iron zombies advanced with an air of invincibility, utilizing their evolved bodies for defense. They marched forth like invincible warriors, while a myriad of first-tier zombies surged behind them. For a fleeting moment, bullets striking their forms merely sparked dazzling flashes of light. What manner of zombie is this that can withstand the onslaught of a heavy machine gun? Professor Jiang inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. These are first-tier iron-mutated zombies. Upon evolution, their corporeal forms transform from flesh to steel. The higher the zombies rank, the more formidable their iron defenses become. Then, does this creature possess no vulnerabilities? Professor Jiang pressed. Vulnerabilities exist. Though the iron zombies boast a hard exterior, they remain flesh within. While they can withstand a barrage from a heavy machine gun for a time, they cannot endure indefinitely. If subjected to concentrated fire for an extended period, their internal organs will be shattered, leading to their demise. Indeed, as Jiang Yu's words echoed, the once formidable iron zombie, seemingly invincible, gradually succumbed to the ground. Professor Jiang, witnessing the fallen iron zombie and glancing at the composed Jiang Yu, was filled with astonishment. With the death of the foremost iron zombie, the subsequent first-tier zombies had no hope of survival under the relentless fire of the machine gun. Even the speedster-crawling zombies could not evade the dense hail of gunfire. As the last of the first-tier zombies was obliterated, all those intent on assaulting were annihilated. A resounding roar, imbued with unfathomable fury, reverberated through the heavens, sending all nearby zombies into a frenzy as they charged recklessly towards the battle vehicle. Even though the vehicle was equipped with a machine gun, the overwhelming number of zombies rendered its firepower seemingly inadequate. Upon hearing the roar, Jiang Yu's countenance paled. Battle Bull, retreat swiftly. We are perilously close to the lair of the Lord Zombie. He shouted through the intercom. Everyone, act with urgency. Rescue the individuals and depart. Gather as much corpse crystal as possible. At the sound of Jiang Yu's urgent voice, the team intensified their firepower. The androids, wielding submachine guns, remained vigilant, each shot bringing down another zombie. Before long, the positions of the androids and Battle Bull's team began to converge. Observing that the passage was about to be cleared, Battle Bull immediately directed the driver to steer towards Jiang Yu's location. With a thunderous roar, the monstrous truck accelerated wildly, its spinning tires mercilessly engulfing countless zombies attempting to board. In an instant, as the vehicle lurched forward, blood and severed limbs from the unfortunate victims splattered around the wheels. Let's go, Jiang Yu shouted, witnessing the war bull and his comrades swiftly turn the vehicle around and make their hasty retreat. Squad 4 and 5, what is your status? He inquired into the radio, glancing at the advancing horde of undead behind them. Commander, our loyal guards have successfully eliminated 600 enemies, capturing one squad leader. The remainder fled, wounded. We are currently securing the battlefield and preparing for withdrawal. Jiang Yu nodded slightly at the report. Leave at the fastest pace. This location is no longer tenable. Jarvis, record the coordinates and scan all facilities within a 10-kilometer radius. Understood, sir. Shortly thereafter, 5 buses swiftly converged, their engines roaring as they sped toward the shelter. Half an hour later, they finally departed the city, arriving in the outskirts. Everyone, assess the damage to equipment, the condition of the injured, and the consumption of ammunition. Upon our return, we will replenish supplies and attend to the wounded. Jarvis, have the medical personnel at the base prepare for any residents seeking treatment. Unless it pertains to critical conditions, defer their observations and prioritize the care of the guard team. As they drew closer to the base, Jiang Yu continued issuing directives. Yes, sir. Affirmative, Commander. Jarvis and the androids responded before springing into action. Professor Jiang observed Jiang Yu, who was commanding everything with unwavering composure, and could not help but nod in approval. Sir, a large crowd of survivors has gathered at the entrance of the shelter and are causing a disturbance. Jarvis spoke up just as they were about to return. Chapter 50. Idealism and dissent blocked at the entrance to the shelter? What is the cause? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Sir, it is due to your reduction of resource exchanges. They find it unfair and have congregated at the entrance, hoping to restore the exchange system through this method. Jiang Yu's expression darkened upon hearing Jarvis's words. Damn it. Do they think my possessions require their consent to be traded? He ordered, inform them that if they do not clear the way, I will sweep through upon my return. We refuse. Why should we not be able to exchange? Exactly. Why are we forced to consume these energy bars made from cockroach corpses? We want meat. We want proper food. Indeed, I represent all survivors demanding an explanation from your shelter, or we shall unleash our collective fury upon you. I warn you only once. The commander is returning imminently. If you are still blocking the entrance when he arrives, he will not hesitate to open fire. I suggest you act wisely. The android guard, weapon raised, coldly addressed the throng of survivors. Upon hearing the guard's words, the rioters were taken aback. They had not forgotten that Jiang Yu had indeed ordered fire upon those who attempted to forcibly breach the gates. Their bodies still lay somewhere nearby, grotesquely disfigured, devoid of their crystals. As fate would have it, a question arose. Is this truly how your sanctuary operates? It was promised that resources could be exchanged. Yet suddenly this is no longer the case. Indeed, we are not averse to paying with our precious crystal shards. Why then can we not procure other essentials? Even if he holds the title of commander, can he truly disregard the pleas of so many? Undoubtedly, even if the emperor himself were to arrive, we would resolutely stand our ground. As the crowd's fervent shouts echoed, seemingly unafraid of anything, the thunderous roar of a bus reverberated behind them. Instinctively, a chill coursed through their bodies, and they cautiously turned to behold several buses, grotesquely smeared with crimson blood. The vehicles bore not only the remnants of the undead, but also dismembered limbs and entrails, particularly the tires, which were drenched in the blood of countless corpses, leaving ghastly imprints upon the ground. At this moment, the buses appeared as if they had just returned from the very depths of hell, their exteriors seemingly narrating the mournful cries of the deceased. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, repulsed by the ghastly sight, and many doubled over, violently expelling the meager contents of their stomachs. The revolting scene quelled the earlier fury of those gathered at the entrance. Who is Jiang Yu? He is the very man who has commanded gunfire upon survivors without hesitation. Now he is returning to the base. Do they truly intend to obstruct him? As the bus drew nearer, several windows were flung open, revealing dozens of submachine guns aimed directly at the survivors. Oh my God! Run for your lives! I do not wish to perish. Upon witnessing the array of loaded weapons, the survivors who had been congregating at the entrance quickly scattered, retreating to the sides with remarkable swiftness. They feigned nonchalance as they observed their surroundings, fully aware that had they delayed even a moment longer, Jiang Yu would have issued the command to fire. He was indeed capable of such an act. Seeing the survivors obediently retreat to the periphery, Jiang Yu smirked coldly and ordered his guards to lower their weapons. With a resounding click, the base's sentinels swung open the gates, allowing the bus to enter unhindered. Once the final vehicle crossed the threshold, the doors were promptly sealed once more. Didn't TU just assert that even the Emperor's arrival wouldn't grant passage? Indeed. But it was Jiang Yu, that harbinger of death, who approached, so I yielded. What of it? Before long, the survivors once again found themselves at the gates, seeking to exchange resources, though this time their voices were notably subdued. Hello, good sir. We were in the wrong earlier. Could we possibly exchange for some food? We would still like to procure some supplies. Might there be a way to accommodate us? Indeed. Everyone is struggling. Perhaps just a small exchange? My daughter hasn't tasted meat in ages. Please, let me have just a little. The guards, witnessing this dramatic shift in demeanor, were momentarily taken aback, even the artificial intelligence within them faltering at the unexpected transformation. I apologize, but this is beyond my authority to decide. So please, feel free to do as you wish. The artificial being sighed helplessly, and upon hearing its words, the survivors gritted their teeth and exchanged their corpse crystals for energy bars. Originally, one corpse crystal could be exchanged for a single box of energy bars, but Jiang Yu had generously increased the offer to 2 boxes for 1 crystal. This was to provide them with a glimmer of hope amidst the zombie storm. At the same time, amidst the despondent crowd of survivors, a figure was quietly speaking to one of them, seemingly instilling a sense of fear. On the bus, Professor Jiang inquired, "Are they afraid of you?" "No, they fear death." "Not me," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "So you have indeed killed those survivors?" Professor Jiang asked, his brow furrowed. "No, I merely shot their legs," Jiang Yu stated. Initially relieved by Jiang Yu's denial, Professor Jiang's expression changed dramatically at his subsequent words. At such times, breaking a person's legs is tantamount to taking their life. Professor Jiang remarked bitterly, "I have warned them numerous times. They brought this upon themselves. For the sake of the base, I had to act. Without such measures, chaos would ensue. Order cannot be maintained without rules, and you should understand this well. Jiang Yu retorted coolly. He was not one to show undue compassion. And upon implementing the torch plan, he resolved that the rules of the shelter must remain intact. No exceptions would be made unless interests were aligned. Professor Zheng observed Jiang Yu, choosing to remain silent. Their differing experiences naturally led to differing perspectives, so neither felt compelled to seek the other's approval. And they both fell into a contemplative silence. Soon after, the stone gates of the base opened, and the medical androids swiftly emerged with medical kits, ready to tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, the combat androids began to replenish ammunition, repair the bus, and maintain equipment. Jiang Yu guided the astonished and curious Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling into the elevator. As it descended, they beheld the increasingly grand and unparalleled interior structure of the shelter, leaving them utterly speechless. Chapter 51. A heart-to-heart between master and disciple inside the elevator. Jiang Yu briefly introduced Professor Zheng to the general situation of the base, and they soon arrived at the laboratory, where they found Lu Yayao, lost in her experiments. Yayao. Upon spotting Lu Yayao, Xiao Ling rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her tightly. Is that you, Xiao Ling? It's really you? Lu Yayao exclaimed, clutching Xiao Ling with renewed vigor, her previous despondency lifting upon seeing her mentor and junior. All right, I've brought them to you. Take some time to catch up. We aim to commence research by tomorrow. Yayao, remember, time is of the essence. Jiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. Understood, Commander. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Lu Yayao replied, brimming with excitement. She then led Xiao Ling and Professor Zheng back to her quarters. Inside, Lu's mother was engrossed in a palace drama, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, look who's here, Lu Yayao joyfully announced. The two individuals are Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling, who, having not bathed for several days, appear grimy, their hair tangled, and their faces gaunt from hunger. It is no wonder that Lu Ma failed to recognize them, as they had not met for several years. Mom, it's Xiao Ling and Professor Zheng, exclaimed Lu Yaya. Oh my, how could you both have changed so much? Quickly, go wash up. After arranging for them to freshen up, Lu Yaya provided them with some clothes. After over an hour of washing, they finally emerged. As it happened, it was dinner time, and Lu Yaya escorted them to the dining hall. A lavish spread of dishes was ordered, and Xiao Ling and Professor Zheng, having been ravenous, ate with abandon, disregarding all decorum. Once they finished their meal, Lu Yaya asked Jarvis to assist Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling in applying for positions and selecting accommodations, two-bedroom apartments conveniently located next to Lu Yaya's, making future visits exceedingly convenient. Yaya, what do you think of Jiang Yu? Professor Zheng inquired, dismissing Lu Ma. Jiang Yu? He is quite formidable, yet undeniably arrogant. A brilliant genius, albeit a rather insufferable one. I have a measure of respect for him. Nonetheless, Lu Yaya replied. What is the matter with the teacher? Oh, I merely observed his behavior outside, and I wonder if his character might be overly aggressive. Given that we are in apocalyptic times, it is crucial for the people of Huaxia to unite, Professor Zheng remarked. Lu Yaya paused, her expression conflicted, yet she spoke up. Teacher, I understand your concerns, but I must emphasize that the world has fundamentally changed. In this new era, human greed knows no bounds. Were it not for Jiang Yu's stringent measures in controlling the resources of the shelter, everything within it would have long since been depleted. And without him, how would the thousands of refugees within the shelter find food, water, or basic necessities? He has exerted tremendous effort to safeguard this refuge. As you witnessed, constructing such a vast shelter cannot be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the majority of those who enter here do not contribute anything in return. Jiang Yu only symbolically requires us to work in exchange for points to sustain our lives here. Is it wrong to be a bit selfish when it comes to feeding so many? You should see the other shelters. Where else would you find such a favorable environment to reside in? Merely having a meal is a privilege. As for the survivors outside, without Jiang Yu's willingness to trade resources, many of them would have perished from starvation. Had he not compiled the zombie guide, allowing others to understand the weaknesses and uses of the undead, many would still be gripped by fear of the zombies. So, setting everything else aside, at the very least, Jiang Yu has made every effort to ensure the survival of more people, treating all equally regardless of wealth or weakness. Look at other shelters. Who else does as he does? Lu Yaya defended passionately. She sensed a misunderstanding between Professor Zheng and Jiang Yu. She knew Professor Zheng's gentle disposition, a kindly figure untouched by the harsh realities of life, in stark contrast to Jiang Yu. If a friend tends to be relatively casual, an enemy or instigator can be far more brutal, wielding a submachine gun at the slightest provocation, leaving no time for regret. Moreover, one is her teacher, and the other her employer. She wishes to avoid any discord arising from trivial matters. Yet, Professor Zheng remained silent. Even though he recognized the validity of Lu Yayao's words and agreed with Jiang Yu's actions, he simply could not overcome the barriers within himself. Jarvis, how many corpse crystals do we currently possess? Jiang Yu inquired, seeking to control the city. Sir, including the recently collected ones, you currently have 183,813 crystals. Adding the 300 for Drive Lu Yayao's experiments, the total amounts to 184,113 crystals. Jarvis promptly provided the figure. Jiang Yu reflected on the number of corpse crystals he had collected during this period, which had reached 10,000, bringing the total close to 200,000. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Jarvis, how many production lines can the shelter currently open? Sir, the planetary-level shelter can open a total of 10 production lines. For already active, including machine guns, handguns, close combat weapons, throwing weapons, and ammunition. You can simultaneously activate 5 more lines, Jarvis responded. Can 5 be activated at once? Jiang Yu pondered briefly before continuing. Jarvis, activate the Level 1 drone production line, the Level 1 fighter jet production line, and the Level 1 heavy weapon production line. He chose not to activate too many lines, primarily because doing so would consume a significant portion of his corpse crystals over the next 3 days. And he still needed crystals for various weapon productions. Additionally, time and resources were limited. Understood, sir. Activating the aforementioned 3 requires 30,000 crystals each. Shall I proceed? Invest it. Activate the production lines immediately and commence manufacturing. We have 2 days left. We need to expedite the production of at least 2 million rounds of ammunition. With 2 submachine guns and 1 handgun per person, 10 armored vehicles for fighter jets, drones, rocket launchers, and as many area effect weaponry as possible. Understood, sir. Optimal production calculations have been initiated, with a total consumption of 190,000 corpse crystals. Upon hearing that only a little over 4,000 crystals remained, Jiang Yu decided against further expenditure, opting to reserve them for emergencies. Once everything was settled, he let out a heavy sigh and said slowly, additionally, Jarvis, disseminate the news about the zombie storm. Chapter 52, the storm of information and reactions from all sides with only 2 days remaining. Jiang Yu resolved to announce the impending zombie storm. He had refrained from spreading the news earlier, fearing it might incite panic. After all, in the early stages of the apocalypse, many were still struggling to adapt their mindset, and the mere mention of it could lead some to despair, potentially even resulting in suicide. Secondly, it may incite turmoil among the survivors. In the face of impending doom, many individuals may resort to unspeakable acts to ensure their survival. Jiang Yu is unwilling to witness a scenario where, before the zombie storm even arrives, the inhabitants of Haishur have already turned against one another. Very well, sir. Soon after, a post titled The Zombie Storm is approaching ascended to the top of the forum, instantly provoking a wave of astonishment among its readers. Though nightfall typically signifies a time for rest, many locales required vigilant watch, thus preventing the night watchmen from succumbing to slumber. In the eerie stillness of the night, fraught with an unsettling silence, they occupied themselves by perusing the discussions on the forum. However, upon discovering a new update on the Xinhui forum, they eagerly clicked to delve into its contents. Esteemed friends of the forum, greetings. This is the Xinhui shelter. Following our shelter's assessments, we have detected that due to the influence of the celestial tides, the energy levels will peak in 2 days. During this time, the moon will turn blood red, and the zombies on the ground will enter a state of frenzy, with all metrics experiencing a substantial surge. This enhancement will persist throughout the night. Therefore, we at the Xinhui shelter urge everyone to refrain from remaining above ground on the night in question. It is advisable to seek refuge in a basement, secure your doors, stockpile ample supplies and defensive weapons, and await the passing of the night. Following this announcement, another message appeared on the forum regarding the shelter's restrictions on resource exchanges. Dear forum friends, greetings. In light of the impending Blood Moon zombie storm, our shelter has decided to temporarily halt the sale of all resources. We are currently offering only cost-effective energy bars, which can sustain an individual for 12 hours. With the dissemination of these 2 messages, the surrounding populace who could access the forum erupted in chaos. What does this mean? Haven't we already reached the end of the world? How can there still be an apocalypse? Is this a ploy by the apocalypse overlords to unleash a trump card? Is this for real, or merely a fabrication? Uncertain. Yet it seems the Xinhui shelter has no need to deceive. No, I believe they have every reason to do so. If even a single person believes this news, they will start hoarding supplies, allowing the Xinhui shelter to purchase the remaining zombie crystals from us at inflated prices. It's entirely possible. Isn't that how the wealthy have always profited off the less fortunate? As public sentiment swelled, morning arrived. Increasing numbers of individuals roused from their slumber, and upon awakening, they were immediately confronted with this alarming news, which instilled a profound sense of malevolence within them. No, I have just begun to adapt to this apocalyptic environment. Now, another zombie storm? Is this a deliberate attempt on our lives? It appears that the Xinhua shelter is indeed ceasing resource exchanges. I heard they stopped just the day prior, and many were unable to trade at all. Does anyone have a safe place to hide? I am willing to pay for refuge. While there were numerous complaints on the forum, many others promptly began making preparations. They all began to intensify their efforts in gathering supplies. Some even resorted to fierce altercations over a mere packet of biscuits. Those fortunate enough to procure resources hastily stored them in the basements they had discovered. Typically, individuals like them, mere survivors, would only need a secure place to spend the night. However, those with established shelters could not afford such simplicity, for their homes were vast and their numbers great. Father, have you seen those 2 forum posts? Son Tianming asked, his face etched with worry as he held his phone. I just read them. Who would have thought? Surviving the apocalypse was already a daunting task, and now we have this celestial tide and blood moon phenomenon to contend with. Oh, it seems the heavens themselves have conspired against us. Sun Xiong lamented, his own expression mirroring that of his son. They had risen early with plans to enjoy a hearty breakfast before venturing out to hunt zombies and settle debts, but this news had soured their spirits. What shall we do now? Sun Tianming inquired. What can we do? We must organize supplies and weapons, abandon our above-ground dwelling, and relocate everyone to the basement. We can only hope to weather the impending zombie storm this way, Sun Xiong replied, resigned. Should we not seek out Jiang Yu for additional supplies? Acquire? How? We still owe him. What reason would he have to assist us? Sun Xiong shot a glare at his son. If you had established a better rapport with him earlier, I might have had the audacity to ask, but have you considered how you treated him? The fact that he hasn't sought revenge is a testament to his magnanimity. Sun Tianming's face reflected his bitterness upon hearing his father's words. Under the looming shadow of the apocalypse, his perspective was gradually shifting. He no longer felt invincible. The moment he realized Jiang Yu was indeed the head of the Xinhua shelter, he had been consumed by apprehension, fearing retaliation. Yet until now, Jiang Yu had not targeted him or his father, which offered him a slight reprieve. Just days ago, when he confided in his father about his connection to Jiang Yu, his father's expression had been one of disappointment and fury, punctuated by a reprimanding slap with his belt while he berated him. In the aftermath, Sun Tianming found himself filled with regret, pondering whether their relationship might have improved had he not been so insistent in the past. His reluctance to deal with you stems from the belief that it is unnecessary. Your status has changed, and he perceives you as an insignificant insect, one easily crushed without a second thought. However, this does not imply he lacks the capability to do so. Do you understand? Sun Xiong said through clenched teeth. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have liked nothing more than to once again wield his belt against this boy. The sheer incompetence displayed by his son was exasperating, failing to build vital connections while simultaneously alienating others. Now, after having offended someone, he, as the father, was left to grovel and smile apologetically. Feeling the piercing gaze of his father, Sun Tianming was acutely aware of the lingering sting of the whip marks on his back, which seemed to throb anew. Sun Tianming uttered a brief remark before hastily departing, fearing that his father might succumb to temptation and indulge in yet another extravagant feast. Upon returning to the gathering of his classmates, he observed that, although they appeared relatively clean, their eyes were devoid of luster, numbly fixated on their phones. Absorbed in news regarding the sanctuary of the flames, their thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 53. Regret and friendship. The dazed group rose to their feet upon Sun Tianming's arrival, forcing smiles and exchanging greetings. Young master Sun, you have arrived. Hearing the familiar flattery, Sun Tianming managed a faint smile, though his heart no longer brimmed with the joy it had just a few days prior. You all seem quite hungry. Do we have any idea when the meal will be served? Inquired a female classmate, clutching her stomach. Did we not just have breakfast? Were you not satisfied? Sun Tianming responded. Huh, satisfied? We barely had a little rice porridge and some biscuits. Who could feel full from that? The girl's demeanor was slightly awkward, while a nearby boy muttered under his breath. Let us endure a little longer. In a few days, the zombie storm will arrive, and we must retreat to the basement. Once the storm has passed, we can enjoy a proper meal, Sun Tianming assured them. Alas, we still have a couple of days to wait. Look at Jiang Yu. It seems as if he exists in an entirely different realm from us. While we are forced to ration our food, he is feasting on lavish dishes. Indeed, when Jiang Yu declined to join us, I mocked him, Never imagining we would end up as the jesters, lamented another. Oh, how I long to dine at Jiang Yu's sanctuary. If only I had fostered a good relationship with him then, I would now be waking from slumber, preparing for breakfast. When Sun Tianming had previously informed them that Jiang Yu was indeed overseeing that sanctuary, their reactions were akin to a thunderclap striking their consciousness. In that moment, many were overwhelmed with regret, pondering why they had not cultivated a rapport with Jiang Yu. Had they known this outcome, they would have willingly incurred Sun Tianming's displeasure in favor of Jiang Yu. Despite the somber expressions surrounding him, Sun Tianming could not help but reminisce about the delectable meal he had enjoyed just days prior, which stood as the most exquisite repast since the onset of the apocalypse. Enough. Young Master Sun is still present. Why do you speak so much? A sycophantic flunky shouted, noticing Sun Tianming's discontent. However, the group merely cast him a cold glance before lapsing into silence. At a time when even securing a meal had become a challenge, flattery appeared utterly absurd. You ungrateful lot. Were it not for young Master Sun's generosity in sheltering you, would you still be able to live comfortably here? The flunky continued. But the crowd regarded him with indifference, saying nothing further. Witnessing this scene, Sun Tianming's expression darkened significantly, and he turned away, his mood as heavy as the clouds above. As the once revered young Master Sun departed, the classmates, save for the flunky, showed no inclination to retain him, their attention returning to the forum of the Sanctuary of the Flames. Frantically filling out recruitment forms, beneath their numbed gazes lingered a glimmer of hope. A yearning to escape this place and journey to that Eden. My lord, this is the situation, recounted a bodyguard to Sun Xiong in full detail. Sun Xiong lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Initially, out of consideration for his son, he had no desire to trouble this group of youngsters excessively. However, he did not anticipate their obsequiousness. Thus, if they disregarded their camaraderie, he could not be blamed for relinquishing his benevolent hospitality. From the afternoon onward, he would have them labor alongside him, no longer treating them as guests, but rather managing them as refugees. Do they truly believe they can trample upon the son of Sun Xiong? Sun Xiong declared, his eyes aflame with fury. At that moment, the classmates remained blissfully unaware that their tranquil existence was on the brink of disruption, still zealously completing their recruitment forms, hoping one day to gain entry into the Sanctuary of Flames. Within the sanctuary, Jiang Yu had just awakened from the expansive bed, first signing in as was customary. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 200 corpse crystals. It was yet another minimum reward, a routine occurrence for Jiang Yu. After breakfast, he made his way to the temporary prison on the 8th floor, where a group of special forces had been detained for obstructing the rescue efforts of the guards. Upon entering the prison, Jiang Yu was immediately hit by a pungent scent of blood, so intense that it caused him to furrow his brow. When he beheld the leaders intentionally left behind, a wave of nausea surged within him. Had I known, I would have skipped breakfast, Jiang Yu lamented. Surveying the prison stained with blood and scattered viscera on the walls, alongside the bloodied android standing by the bed in Sir, based on yesterday's testimony, it is evident that these two teams belong to the same powerful organization, the name of which remains unknown. They can only be categorized as peripheral mercenaries, not official members of the organization. Regarding detailed information about this organization, they possess no knowledge, with the sole exception of a Chinese man who served as their contact. Upon comparing images, it was discovered that this individual is the manager of a common pharmacy in Haishur, named Lu Dehai, a 35-year-old male who has been engaged in the pharmaceutical industry for 20 years, unmarried, without children, and orphaned at an early age. A background check revealed that he comes from an unremarkable background with average social interactions, leading a life that can be described as exceedingly straightforward. Yet, this seemingly ordinary individual possesses multiple properties in Haishur and holds several identities and aliases, despite the differences in name and identity. Fingerprint analysis confirmed that he is indeed the same person. Chapter 54. Clues emerge. Preparations begin as for how he mobilizes and commands these two teams. I scrutinized the surveillance footage and found no records of their conversations, nor any indications of phone or internet communication. After hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu gazed at the image of the amiable, portly man on the screen, a fleeting expression of intrigue crossing his face. In this apocalyptic world, while zombies are indeed terrifying, they are not the most fearsome threat. The most daunting danger lies in the dark, formidable forces hidden among the vast hordes of the undead. It appears this individual's capabilities are even more formidable than I had imagined. In light of this, Jarvis monitored his every movement, meticulously recording the duration of all his activities, including the time taken for significant events and trivial needs alike. Understood, sir. With the zombie storm approaching, It would be prudent to leave this matter for now and reassess once the storm has passed. Sir, there are a few individuals in the temporary prison who claim to be Professor Jiang's associates and wish for you to release them. Oh, is that the one referred to as Fat Brother? I was just about to check if Professor Jiang has commenced his work. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yu rose and made his way to the laboratory where Lu Yaya was situated, perhaps due to the presence of both her master and junior sister. Lu Yaya was in exceptionally high spirits. She had brought Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling to the laboratory early in the morning, eager to unravel the secrets of the corpse crystal and subsequently place Jiang Yu beneath her heel. Oh, you're here so early? Upon entering the laboratory, Jiang Yu discovered Lu Yaya and the others already attired for experimentation and testing. Mr. Jiang, you're quite early yourself. Professor Zheng greeted with a smile. How peculiar. Aren't you usually one to rise well past noon? What brings you here so early today? Lu Yaya inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Ahem, let's not dwell on that. Professor Zheng, the individuals we captured yesterday claim to be your friends. Would you care to take a look? No need. I know who they are. Although we are acquainted, our fates have diverged. Indeed, the teachers saved them, yet they absconded with the supplies, leaving us to await our demise. If it weren't for the teacher's quick thinking and borrowing a phone, we might still be languishing in that food street. Xiao Ling chimed in, expressing her indignation. After listening to the unfolding events, Jiang Yu shook his head in resignation. Another selfish individual, yet in this apocalyptic world, a touch of selfishness is not without justification. When one's own survival hangs by a thread, the notion of generosity seems rather far-fetched. If that is the case, I shall confine these few for a few days as a lesson. Whether they can join the sanctuary thereafter will depend on their actions. Professor Zheng, do you find this approach feasible? Jiang Yu inquired. Haha, certainly, that is perfectly acceptable. By the way, does this place suit your preferences? It is splendid. I truly relish it here, as it rekindles the spirit of exploration I once had in my youth, Professor Zheng replied, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In light of this, Professor Zheng, you shall take on the role of head of the research team, with Yi as your deputy. You may mobilize all personnel within the research facility, and resources can be procured from Jarvis, although my approval is required, while ensuring that the research on the corpse crystals takes precedence. If you wish to explore other scientific avenues, you may do so in a manner that prioritizes from essential to peripheral. You may arrange personnel as you see fit. And if any issues arise, feel free to consult either me or Jarvis, Jiang Yu stated with a calm demeanor. Now that the personnel are in place, it is time to commence our scientific endeavors with utmost dedication. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Professor Zheng, Lu Yiya, and Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. Afterward, Jiang Yu exited the laboratory and proceeded to the weapon production workshop. Yeah, has Jiang Yu mentioned the function of the corpse crystals? After Jiang Yu departed, Professor Zheng turned to inquire. No, but it seems quite significant. Jiang Yu has mentioned it several times and even urged the three of us to study it together. Lu Yiya responded. Hearing this, Professor Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Sir, all 8 production lines are operating at full capacity to manufacture weapons. We anticipate completing all equipment by tomorrow afternoon. Excellent. Let us create some basic armor for the residents of the sanctuary. With such a large workforce available, we should not hinder the efficiency of the machines. Very well, sir. Having left the production workshop, Jiang Yu returned to the control room to continue reviewing the recent surveillance reports concerning the Lord Zombies. We have already lost 2 teams to the Ember Sanctuary. Perhaps it is time to deploy some real soldiers. Otherwise, will our division not be looked down upon? No matter, true soldiers are reserved for the one in Haishur, the anchor of stability. They are our genuine adversaries, not some insignificant Ember Sanctuary, whose destruction merely involved 2 small teams. Their failure lies in their own incompetence. They cannot blame anyone else. So what shall we do next? I recall that Haishur has many sanctuaries. Why not communicate with them? And isn't the blood moon a time of frenzy for that monster? Let it destroy the Ember Sanctuary, and that would resolve our issue. A man in a fine suit, gazing out at the scenery, spoke in a detached tone. Indeed, the other man paused in contemplation for a moment before agreeing. After concluding their discussion, one turned to leave, while the other maintained a gentle smile as he continued to admire the view outside. The legacy of the Ember, steadily progressing, perhaps? I am eager to witness the means by which you dare to utter such words. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. Within this brief span, the weapon manufacturing within the sanctuary has reached its culmination. Among the essential armaments are submachine guns, Desert Eagle handguns, Nepalese knives, and 5 hand grenades per individual. Furthermore, there are 8 heavily armed armored vehicles equipped with an array of formidable firepower for medium-sized armed helicopters, and 100 ultra-clear night vision infrared self-destruct drones, along with rocket launchers and pursuit artillery, all of which possess a capacity for widespread destruction in abundance. Additionally, Jiang Yu retains his final trump card, a large armed transport helicopter, laden with an assortment of weapons that possess unparalleled lethality and range. Should circumstances become dire, Jiang Yu could command Jarvis to facilitate its self-destruction, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion capable of annihilating all living beings. Moreover, the defensive perimeter of the sanctuary has extended to a highway a kilometer away, where Jiang Yu has strategically deployed countless weapons and traps, awaiting the advance of the zombies' initial vanguard. Upon completing these preparations, Jiang Yu sat in the command center, lamenting that if only the zombie storm had arrived a little later, he could have amassed more corpse crystals and had additional time to manufacture weapons. Chapter 55. The blood moon descends, the tide of corpses gathers. While the notion is commendable, the reality here is a genuine apocalypse, not a game that can be conquered through monetary investment. Jiang Yu had contemplated employing artificial beings for this mission, but ultimately dismissed the idea, for even now, the number of artificial beings only reaches into the thousands. In the face of the zombie tide, these thousands seem utterly powerless and insignificant. Thus, artificial beings can only serve as elite teams and support. The true combat strength must rely on the seasoned warriors who have undergone real combat training. At this moment, with 3 hours until the arrival of the blood moon, the tidal forces of nature have rendered the zombies increasingly frenzied and irritable, as evidenced by the surveillance feeds. The entire guard team of the sanctuary is currently partaking in their evening meal, which may very well be the last supper for many. This is a sentiment Jiang Yu had conveyed during their pre-battle briefing, having prepared them psychologically, for in warfare, death is an inevitable companion, no matter how advanced the equipment. The specter of death looms over all. Within the cafeteria, the guards dine while engaging in light-hearted conversations about life within the sanctuary. Though they have been together for only a short span of days, these days have been filled with training, rescuing professors, battling zombies, and undertaking missions. They have come to regard the guard team as their second family, with each member treated as kin. Jiang Yu, feeling a surge of nostalgia, leaped onto the table with exuberance. Brothers, I raise my glass to you. After tonight, we must all survive. Inspired by Jiang Yu's fervor, countless veterans rose to their feet, their voices resounding in a fervent chant. To the captain! To the captain! In the next moment, everyone rose to their feet, their teacups seemingly transformed into bottles of wine, encapsulating all words within their grasp. On your triumphant return, I shall bring forth my finest wine to celebrate. Jiang Yu's voice resonated through the speakers. In the central control room, he witnessed the fervent flames igniting within them. To Commander, Battle Bulls, Lu Jingwu, Zhang Zhongxing, Zheng Jia, Wu Yu, Qin Shu, I entrust you with a mission. Bring back as many as you take out. Do you possess the confidence to fulfill this? Reporting, sir. We pledge to accomplish the task. A thunderous roar, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, reverberated throughout the cafeteria. That night, Jiang Yu instructed all individuals in the shelter to return to their rooms, forbidding any from leaving their doors ajar for the entire night, while simultaneously urging them to turn on their televisions to witness the live broadcast from outside the shelter. He wished for them to comprehend the dire circumstances beyond their Eden, to grasp the horrific reality of the apocalypse that loomed over them. In the laboratory, Professors Zheng and 2 others were the sole individuals exempt from returning to their quarters, having received Jiang Yu's approval to remain in the lab for continued research. Naturally, they could return if they desired, yet they understood that a great battle was imminent outside, and they were reluctant to passively observe. They yearned to contribute in some manner, even if it seemed utterly meaningless in the present. As night fell, the tides of heaven and earth surged to an overwhelming climax, the once resplendent moonlight gradually tainted with a blood-red hue. Soon, this sanguine light cascaded upon the earth, drenching every inch of the city of Haishur. As the deep night enveloped the land, the guards of the shelter stood poised and prepared at every defensive line. Jiang Yu had established defensive barriers within a kilometer of the shelter, each fortified by thousands of armed individuals, while the forefront bristled with numerous landmines and weapons primed for action. Roar, roar. As the night deepened, the blood moon descended, the energies of heaven and earth reaching their zenith. At that moment, in a long deserted location within Haishur, a grotesque 2-meter-tall zombie emerged through the shattered roof, gazing up at the blood moon, unleashing a chilling, spine-tingling roar. Its cry seemed to harness the light of the blood moon, echoing throughout the entirety of Haishur. Countless zombies within the city rose to their feet, their once pitch-black eyes igniting with a crimson glow. They lifted their heads, gazing upward at the blood moon with their blood-red eyes. Roar. At that moment, beneath the blood moon, Thousands of corpses paid homage. Gulp. Those within the shelter witnessed this horrifying spectacle, their throats tightening in dread. Were the guards of the base truly preparing to engage them in battle tonight? As the zombies received commands from their lord, they swiftly charged in a singular direction. Goodness, they can run. And with such speed. Did you see that? A zombie leapt 3 meters high, clearing an entire small house. How terrifying. This wretched apocalypse. Within the sanctuary, the residents gazed upon the superhuman zombies with expressions of utter despair. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Professor Jiang, witnessing the frantic movements of the zombies, was astonished by the extent of their transformation. However, he finally understood why Jiang Yu was so fixated on the corpse crystal. If these abominations, neither human nor ghost, could possess such abilities through the aid of the crystal, then surely humans could attain even greater powers. Jarvis, are there many zombies outside the city? Jiang Yu inquired. At this moment, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since the zombie outbreak, and numerous survivors remained within the city, along with several refuge bases, all of whom would undoubtedly become the primary targets for the zombies, with the further afield sanctuary of fire serving as a secondary objective. Sir, it's quite peculiar. There are currently no zombies on the streets of the city, nor are there any signs of battle within. What? Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu was taken aback, promptly retrieving his radio and shouting, War Bull, remain vigilant. It seems that the horde of zombies has converged upon our location. Yes, Commander. War Bull responded succinctly without questioning the situation. All units, raise your weapons and prepare for battle. No sooner had War Bull finished speaking than a series of explosions erupted. Boom, boom. Explosives placed on the highway detonated simultaneously. The unexpected blast jolted the weary guards awake, prompting them to grip their weapons tightly, their expressions grave. By the heavens, what is this? Chapter 56. The Aesthetics of Violence. The strange emergence, the once somber expressions of the first-line guards turned to dread as they beheld the flickering crimson lights emerging from the darkness, sending chills down their spines. Fire! What are you waiting for? The leader of the first line, startled by the sight, quickly raised his voice to rally his team, with the leader's command echoing in the air. The zombies concealed in the shadows surged forward with the ferocity of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Gasping in horror, many observed the grotesque sight. Zombies, their bodies partially blown apart by the earlier explosions, dragging their entrails as they raced forward. They even witnessed a zombie devoid of limbs crawling swiftly across the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Boom. In an instant, the defense of the first line commenced, the night sky resonating with the cacophony of explosions. Countless zombies were reduced to mere pulp amidst the relentless hail of gunfire, their remains splattering onto the advancing horde. As if invigorated by the scent of their own kind's blood spilling across the night, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied and agitated, their strides quickening, their expressions wild with madness. Roar! Roar! The relentless frenzy of the zombies has become increasingly unstoppable. The personnel at the first line of defense, though numbering in the thousands, are gradually finding it difficult to hold their ground against the seemingly endless tide of the undead. In the face of this overwhelming force, their efforts appear as futile as a mere trickle in the vast ocean. The bullets they unleash are akin to twinkling stars in the darkness, quickly engulfed by the surging horde. While heavy machine guns, submachine guns, and explosive grenades can indeed shatter the bodies of the zombies, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. After one zombie is obliterated, several more surge forward, leaving no one free to even replenish ammunition. The relentless advance of the undead grows ever closer to the first line of defense. Helicopter 1 and 2, take off. Maintain an altitude of 30 meters above the ground. Your objective is to temporarily halt the zombie wave, providing the first line of defense with the precious time needed to retreat and for the second line to prepare. Jiang Yu, stationed in the command room, observed as the zombies approached the critical boundary of the first line. As the imminent clash drew near, he promptly ordered the helicopters to take flight and intercept the advancing horde, thus granting the defenders a reprieve. Understood, Commander. The pilots of the medium attack helicopters were androids, members of Jiang Yu's elite guard. Entrusting such formidable machinery to them gave him peace of mind, for only they could harness the true potential of this weapon. These medium helicopters could accommodate 10 personnel and were equipped with an array of devastating weaponry. Among their arsenal were 4 anti-tank missiles and a 4-barreled cannon at the nose, capable of firing 500 rounds of 20mm ammunition. Additionally, they bore 4 rocket launchers beneath their short wings, ready to unleash 72 rockets of 57mm caliber, along with 6 detachable heavy weaponry units within the cabin. The Type 98 anti-aircraft machine gun, boasting a maximum range of 500 meters and an effective range of 800 meters, weighed in at 98 kilograms with a combat firing rate of 200 rounds per minute. This helicopter, regardless of its location, was an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction. Boom, boom. Within half a minute, the armed helicopter reached the first line of defense. And in the moment when the blood moon cast its eerie glow, it unleashed its terrifying power. 6 Type 98 machine guns erupted in a frenzy of gunfire, their barrels glowing red from the heat of continuous firing, resembling a scythe from the depths of hell, meting out judgment upon the undead who refused to find peace in death. The combat androids gripping the machine guns were enveloped by towering walls of ammunition. As the bullets rapidly diminished, spent casings were swept away by the gentle breeze, cascading to the ground. Meanwhile, the androids piloting the helicopter aimed at the most densely packed clusters of zombies, unleashing a volley of rockets. Boom. The horrifying explosions reverberated once more. In that moment, the first line of defense, under the terrifying bombardment of 2 armed helicopters, was illuminated as if by the rising sun, a crimson glow casting its fierce light across the entire sky. With the formidable assistance of the helicopters, the personnel at the first line of defense managed to retreat in a coordinated manner, swiftly falling back to the second line. There, they replenished their ammunition and stamina, while those at the second line prepared to take their place. Once again, an uncountable barrage of bullets and explosives rained down upon this land. Old Liu, are you already unable to hold on? Teased Zhang Zhongxing, the captain of the second line, a smirk plastered across his face. Get lost. You'd probably wet your pants at the first sign of danger. Lu Jingwu retorted with a chuckle. Hee, I'm so scared. Zhang Zhongxing replied nonchalantly, as if impervious to the heat of the water. After a brief exchange of banter, both men turned serious, their gazes fixed on the blood-red eyes of the approaching foes as the battle reignited. The levity of their earlier jesting gave way to the gravity of the situation. It was time to resume the fight. Inside the shelter, onlookers observed this scene reminiscent of a science fiction epic, swallowing hard in shock at the terrifying combat prowess of the shelter and the overwhelming number of zombies. They felt a mix of astonishment at the chaos outside and relief at their own safety within the haven. Many believed that had they been outside, they would scarcely survive a minute. In the command room, Jiang Yu watched the unfolding events, feeling a slight sense of relief. If this fighting continued, holding out until dawn would pose no issue. The personnel at the second line were currently collaborating with those at the first line against the enemy. Once the second line retreated, he could detonate the explosives laid at the first line, which, in conjunction with the armed helicopters, would effectively repel the zombie onslaught. Moreover, ample weaponry remained. Although it was being consumed, calculations assured that it would suffice. Jarvis, what is the situation within Haishur? Jiang Yu inquired. Chapter 57, Mysterious Forces. Neither human nor zombie. The zombies showed no inclination to attack the shelter within Haishur. Instead, they all converged here, leaving Jiang Yu perplexed. Logically, the Xinhui shelter should not have been the primary target of the Lord of Zombies. Sir, the streets of Haishur remain eerily empty as usual, save for the fallen zombies. I estimate that perhaps all the city's zombies have gathered here, Jarvis reported. All of them, Jiang Yu exclaimed, immediately filled with curiosity as to why this was the case. Meanwhile, as the battle raged at the Xinhui shelter, a large convoy of modified vehicles was making its way towards it. Strangely, they moved in tandem with the throngs of zombies, as if the undead were oblivious to the armed personnel aboard the vehicles. Old Air, how is the setup on your end? Old Wu, has the live stream started? Inside the lead modified vehicle, a tall and lean man was speaking into his headset. Almost ready. 10 fighter jets are primed for action. Once their ammunition is nearly depleted, we can strike immediately. Above the clouds, 10 fighter jets hovered in the air, their weapons armed and aimed at the defensive line of the guard below. They resembled 10 serpents lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when their adversaries faltered. The live broadcast had long been initiated, allowing everyone in the city to witness this grand spectacle. Let them behold the demise of the sanctuary they so ardently yearned for. Brother, why is that creature so obedient this time? Wasn't it resistant to us before? No matter how formidable it may be, it still possesses weaknesses. Do you understand? The man turned to glance at the immense black cage behind him, where a pair of crimson eyes peered out from the sole window. Understood, brother. On the highway, dozens of modified vehicles stood silently. Were it not for the armed men visible through the open windows, many might assume they were abandoned. The bombardment continued, an hour having passed since the storm commenced, while the defenders of the first and second line struggled against the relentless advance of the undead. In the sky, the jets piloted by synthetic beings unleashed torrents of flame. Have they not eaten? Quickly replenish the ammunition. Hurry, they're almost upon us. Die, you scum. Within the second line, the guards were on high alert, fiercely battling the oncoming horde of zombies, who surged forward, trampling over countless corpses with terrifying speed. While the guards' weapons could shatter a zombie in mere seconds, the sheer magnitude of the horde was overwhelming. For every zombie they destroyed, the horde advanced several steps. As the undead drew perilously close to the second line's boundary, Jiang Yu issued the retreat order. Once the withdrawal was complete, he could detonate the explosives at the first line. Units 1 and 2 commenced bombing operations to buy time for the guards' retreat. Yes, Commander. We cannot hold. Retreat to the third line, quickly. Commander, numerous colossal figures are rapidly approaching the second line. From the first helicopter, the synthetic being observed the scene below and promptly reported. Mr. Jarvis, there are several first-tier mutated zombies among the horde, all adept at defense. Jarvis swiftly responded, Unit 1, increase the bombing radius. I refuse to believe they can evade the onslaught of firepower. No first-tier zombie, no matter how formidable its defense, can withstand the might of a rocket. Understood. The synthetic being aboard the fighter jet continued to rain down rockets. In an instant, a horrific inferno erupted, engulfing the rushing zombies, who were swiftly consumed and vaporized by the searing heat. Upon witnessing the flames, the personnel of the second line began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Most abandoned their weapons and hastily fled. Before long, the majority of individuals had vacated their positions at the second line of defense, leaving only a few hundred still engaged in the slaughter of the zombies that had not been engulfed by the inferno. Just as they prepared to depart, a shocking sight emerged. Several slender figures burst forth from the flames, brandishing their lethal claws, and swiftly pierced the throats of those nearest to the defense line. A torrent of crimson splattered upon the creature's talons as it extended its elongated serpentine head, delicately savoring the sweetness of the blood, a sinister grin spreading across its face. This sudden turn of events left the others in utter disbelief. They had not anticipated that zombies could indeed breach the terrifying onslaught of fire. Open fire, commanded Captain Zhang Zhongxing, his voice tinged with urgency as he observed the unfolding chaos. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted as several guards unleashed their weapons upon the encroaching monstrosity. However, mere moments after they had begun firing, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. They turned to see a dark claw, stained with blood, protruding from Zhang Zhongxing's chest. Behind him loomed a similarly clawed zombie, its tongue lapping at the captain's blood. Captain! Old Zhang! Lu Jingwu's heart shattered at the sight, and he instinctively raised his submachine gun, poised to retaliate. But in that moment, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Zhongxing shaking his head weakly. As the captain felt the warmth of his blood ebbing away and his consciousness fading, he struggled against the inevitable. In his final moments, he summoned every ounce of strength to pull the safety pin from a high-explosive grenade at his waist, managing a sorrowful smile as he uttered, "Get out of here." With a resounding explosion, as the creature carelessly discarded Zhang Zhongxing's lifeless body like refuse, a tremendous blast erupted beside it. The mutated zombie was violently propelled backward, its body severely mangled, crashing to the ground, its fate uncertain. Sir, captain of the second line, Zhang Zhongxing has fallen. What? How could this be? Wasn't the second line nearly evacuated? And the horde had been halted? Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the mutated zombie mercilessly slaughtering the remaining guards. As he focused intently, his shock deepened. This was a first-tier zombie, a clawed abomination. Were they not renowned for their lack of defensive capability, excelling only in speed? How had they managed to withstand the helicopter bombardment? Sir, perhaps this explains it, Jarvis interjected, displaying footage from a highway. In the video, a diminutive clawed zombie sliced open the belly of a steel zombie before curling itself within its robust frame. Once the heavily armored zombie had traversed most of the inferno and ultimately succumbed to the flames, the clawed zombies seized the opportunity, navigating through the flames with remarkable swiftness, reaching the second line of defense. How is this possible? Is this truly within the capabilities of a zombie? As Jiang Yu witnessed this scene, an overwhelming sense of strangeness engulfed him. Such a feat could certainly not be accomplished by a mere first-tier clawed zombie. The only entity capable of such prowess would be the Lord Zombie that orchestrates everything. But if it were indeed her, to what level of evolution had she ascended? To the second tier? Or perhaps to the even more astonishing third tier? Wait, what is that? Jiang Yu once again focused intently on the surveillance footage, his anger intensifying with each passing moment. 50 elite guards were dispatched in 3 heavily armored vehicles to reinforce the second defensive line. They must hold their ground. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Yu commanded immediately. Yes, Commander. Jarvis, display everything within a 20-mile radius before me. I want every tree, every blade of grass to be laid bare. Understood, sir. Those shadowy rats. Once I deal with the zombies, your turn will come. Jiang Yu seethed as he watched the footage. Fury etched across his brow. The massacre continued unabated. Although the first-tier mutated zombies possessed weaker defenses, their speed was astonishing. To them, the bullets fired by the guards appeared to move in slow motion, while they remained swift in the eyes of ordinary people. Evading them was a trivial matter for the zombies. Damn it, can this thing not be killed? Old Wong, you bastard. Witnessing the incredible speed of the first-tier zombies, despair washed over those remaining at the second defensive line, as comrades fell one after another before them. They could only stand helplessly. Old Wong, hurry and leave. Get the hell out of here. Those who can escape, do so quickly. Retreat to the third defensive line. At the second defensive line, countless individuals braced themselves against the onslaught of these monsters, sacrificing their bodies to provide others with a chance to retreat. This harrowing scene was broadcast live across the entire city. Father, is it truly all right that you refused them last time? Will we face retaliation? Sun Tianming expressed his deep concern as he watched the one-sided slaughter unfold, glancing anxiously at his father, Sun Xiong. This is the beacon shelter, a place of considerable strength. Yet it appears utterly defenseless before those foreigners. I do not know, but in dealings with those foreigners, I would rather side with Jiang Yu. Sun Xiong murmured. Weariness etched on his face. Seeing his father's exhausted demeanor, Sun Tianming felt a tumult of emotions. Just yesterday, a group claiming to be divine visitors approached his father, seeking to incorporate him into their ranks. However, without a moment's hesitation, his father had refused. The reasons were twofold. They were foreigners, and they wished to annihilate the beacon shelter, which, after all, was established by the people of Huaxia. To join forces with foreigners to obliterate it would be akin to betraying one's own kin, in stark contrast to the Sun family's internal conflict. Many individual survivors reveled in the unfolding carnage. Is this the beacon shelter? Not so impressive after all. Hurry up and let the zombies breach it. Fools. Recruiting residents with so many conditions. Now look where you are. Once your people are all dead, let us see how you protect your base. Hasten to be breached. What right do you have to call yourselves the Flame Sanctuary? You brought this upon yourselves. The Flame Sanctuary, a source of great satisfaction. In an instant, the forum of the Flame Sanctuary was inundated with voices of derision. Most were individuals eager to join this sanctuary, yet thwarted by various obstacles. Witnessing this spectacle ignited their jealousy and fury. Within the confines of the sanctuary, many gazed anxiously at the external situation, hardly inclined to peruse the forum. It was only when some opened the forum, intending to capture and upload images of the ongoing conflict, that they were met with a torrent of derision stemming from the live broadcast. Unable to contain themselves, they retorted vehemently, "What the hell do you understand? Our sanctuary's guards have yet to take action. Once they do, they smash your heads with a single blow. Oh, I'm so scared. Come and strike me. If you dare." The forum erupted into a cacophony of insults and mockery until a calm young man, adjusting his glasses, shared an image accompanied by the caption, "Look at what I had for dinner tonight. A series of pristine white buns. What about you? Did you manage to savor anything warm today?" With this image, the forum fell into a hushed silence. Many survivors, upon seeing the bun larger than a hand, felt their previously dull eyes ignite with longing. Their salivary glands worked overtime, moistening their parched throats, while their bellies, which had resigned themselves to silence, now growled ravenously. They stared intently at the image of the bun, as if yearning to excavate it and consume it. Surely you haven't had dinner yet. We have. I enjoyed lobster tonight. What about you? My meal was modest. Just a lamb chop. I fared well with a steak. Well, I did treat myself to foie gras. Instantly, the forum buzzed with discussions about the evening's meals, accompanied by a plethora of images. What? You don't take pictures of your food? Why pretend? Flaunt it. In that moment, the survivors outside, gazing at the exquisite food images, swallowed hard, their salivary production failing to keep pace with their greedy anticipation. Their throats felt as though they might ignite from the mere act of swallowing air. Chapter 59, A Lack of Honor. A single blow to obliterate those within the sanctuary were correct. They had gone several days without a fulfilling meal. Evading zombies while seeking sustenance was no simple task, and merely surviving to this point was a stroke of divine favor. Now, confronted with such a lavish array of culinary delights within the sanctuary, they paused their frantic gestures, their faces etched with anguish. If you possess the ability, why not ensure we are fed before you continue? Indeed, let us feast before engaging in a verbal spar. Alas, what shall we dine on tomorrow? Will it be rice balls, noodles, or perhaps small burgers? Or shall we indulge in soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings? Such a dilemma. To those above, cease your indecision. Let us order all that we desire. Do we truly lack for points? Or does the shelter suffer from a scarcity of food? With a benevolent heart, I shall partake of some enoki mushrooms tomorrow. Come and meet me at the entrance of the shelter if you wish to join. In that moment, the residents within the shelter used images to silence the grotesque, greedy faces of the outside survivors. Inside the command room, Jiang Yu observed the discussions on the forum, shaking his head in resignation. Jarvis, can you trace the source of that live stream signal? Jiang Yu inquired, noting that the individuals on the forum seemed to have arrived after witnessing the broadcast. Yes, sir. The signal originates 3 kilometers from the shelter. However, beyond 3 kilometers on land lies a precipice. Thus, I surmise it is airborne, likely recorded by a helicopter, Jarvis replied. In the sky? How unexpected. Such thorough preparations. If I were by the sea, would they deploy their warships? Jiang Yu mused. Subsequently, Jarvis displayed a live feed that was remarkably clear, allowing them to see every face distinctly. Impressive technology. To have such clarity from several kilometers above, Jiang Yu remarked thoughtfully. In the next moment, he turned his attention to the flashing notifications on the base forum, a cold smile gracing his lips. Jarvis, locate those who seek confrontation after tonight. Send someone to deal with them. Understood, sir. Instantly, a message appeared on the forum, causing a stir. An individual with the ID Flame Commander proclaimed, I have pinpointed your location. Once we have dealt with the zombies, your requests will be fulfilled. Ha ha ha. Our Shelter-S commander has taken action. You are doomed. Indeed, the commander is formidable. Witnessing the commander's direct involvement, the forum's residents erupted in joyous laughter. In stark contrast, the survivors outside, upon realizing that the commander of the flame shelter had personally intervened, turned pale, instinctively attempting to swallow but finding themselves devoid of saliva. The only thought echoing in their minds was, it's over. Meanwhile, within the second defense line, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. The guards continued their desperate struggle against first-tier mutated zombies. In mere minutes, over 100 guards had perished beneath the claws of the mutated beasts, with countless others sustaining injuries, each individual bearing marks of battle. As despair settled among those grappling with the terrifying power of the mutated zombies, several figures dashed past them at incredible speed. They felt a fierce wind whip by their ears. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and upon focusing their gaze, they were astounded to witness that the first-tier mutated zombie, which had been too swift to be targeted by gunfire, now lay headless. With a resounding thud, the headless mutated zombie collapsed to the ground, while the clawed zombies twitched slightly, as if pleading for salvation. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, a series of muffled sounds echoed through the air. Seconds later, the guards regained their composure, shock washing over them as they realized that the numerous mutated zombies had all been decapitated, slowly toppling to the ground. The only evidence of their recent existence lay in their twitching limbs. Otherwise, they might have believed it was all a mere dream. The guards were astounded, as were the onlookers witnessing this live spectacle. What sorcery was this? Was it truly possible to obliterate them with a single punch? Were these individuals even human? Such terrifying prowess. Captain Lu Jingwu of the first line watched this scene with grave concern, feeling that, had the elite guard not been limited in number, they might have been the ones to execute this defense mission. Commander, we have failed, Lu Jingwu mournfully uttered, gazing at the shattered remains of Zhang Zhongxing in the distance. You are not to blame. They are all heroes. This situation has transcended a mere zombie storm, the artificial being said calmly. Enough talk. We must depart swiftly. Retreat to the third line, as the fighter jet's firepower is nearly depleted. Yes, Commander. They saluted respectfully, casting one last glance at Zhang Zhongxing's fragmented body before hastily retrieving a relatively intact piece of his leg and fleeing. Old Zhang, I cannot allow you to be reduced to mere dust without a trace. I shall only be able to erect a tombstone in your honor. Lu Jingwu fought back tears, continuing to direct the remaining personnel in their retreat. Sir, the second line has completed its withdrawal, Jarvis announced. Good. Let us commence. Send these monsters to their demise. Jiang Yu rested his chin on his hands, his expression indifferent as he gazed upon the first line, now trampled by countless zombies. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 3 deep explosions reverberated from beneath the ground, resonating along the mountainside road of the first line and spreading across the highway for dozens of meters in both directions. Many on the modified vehicles witnessed the explosions erupting from both sides of the road. With a rumble, the earth began to tremble between the first line and the highway, and those seated in the modified vehicles felt a terrifying quake. What is happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. Something underground has been detonated. Its explosion has rendered the highway we occupy extraordinarily fragile. If the soil beneath the road were even slightly looser, the highway might collapse. Collapse? In that instant, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a formidable sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Chapter 60. The Identity of the Arrivals, Ruthless Fury. Suddenly, the ground, spanning several dozen meters on either side of the first defense line and the highway, collapsed instantaneously, resembling a colossal letter T. At that moment, everything on the road plummeted into the chasm, be it zombies or modified vehicles. Above, several fighter jets observed the abruptly collapsing terrain, their expressions filled with shock and urgency. For many members of their squad were situated at those very sites of collapse. "Boss, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th. Are you all right?" shouted 2nd and 4th from the helicopter. It was the dead of night. Despite the blood moon, visibility was severely limited, preventing them from discerning the depth of the pit, leaving them anxiously awaiting news. "Cough, cough. We are unharmed. The ground hasn't collapsed too deeply, perhaps only 4 to 5 meters. But the modified vehicles that fell are utterly inoperable. I never anticipated that this sanctuary of Ember would reach such a level. They have excavated a considerable length underground, leaving only a small foundation to support the surface, to be detonated when the time calls for it. It seems this sanctuary of Ember is far more formidable than the general manager led us to believe. They possess such manpower and resources." The squad leader swatted away a zombie that had fallen in front of him and spoke calmly. "Boss, what shall we do next?" inquired 3rd, who was also trapped underground. "First, we must exit this cursed place and adhere to our original plan. Let the zombies draw the fire of the sanctuary of Ember. Once their firepower is sufficiently depleted, we will launch an aerial assault with the helicopter and execute a frontal attack. Although our vehicles have fallen, our weapons remain operational." Upon hearing their leader's commands, they quickly organized their gear, kicked open the door of the modified vehicle, and emerged into a small grove beside the highway. Simultaneously, those within the modified vehicles in the pit began to exit, using tools to climb upwards. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yu was monitoring their every action through surveillance. When he saw the individuals emerging from the pit, combined with Jarvis's background information, he was both infuriated and amused. Aside from a few burly foreign men linked to a mercenary group called the Underworld Wolves, the rest of the climbers were familiar faces. Coincidentally, they were the very factions that had previously approached Jiang Yu to procure weapons and supplies. Qin Mingjun, Wang Wei, and Zhang Kongsheng, among others. "Huh, how delightful. I initially thought that selling you weapons would enable you to fend off the zombies. Be little mice. Wait for me to vanquish the zombies, and then we shall have our fun." "Yes, Commander." Many who had just crawled out of the pit, barely catching their breath and cursing, suddenly noticed 2 helicopters hovering above the large pits. They hurriedly scrambled to the sides of the forest to take cover. Although some remained trapped below, they could only watch helplessly as the helicopters unleashed a barrage of rockets. Inside the pit, aside from modified vehicles, many had not yet managed to escape, while the rest were zombies desperately struggling to leave the abyss. However, the depth of the pit rendered them utterly incapable of escape without tools. As the rockets were fired, the pit ignited like a barrel of oil, with violent explosions and fierce flames engulfing the entire area. Within the pit, countless souls, neither living nor dead, were undergoing a physical purification as the intense flames consumed their bodies and cleansed their consciousness. Witnessing the raging inferno within the pit, those hiding in the woods glared with fury at the helicopters above, wishing to bring them down immediately, for many of their companions were still trapped inside. A mere moment of delay could mean death in the bombardment of the sanctuary of fire. One misstep led to another. The captain of the Grim Wolf squad had not anticipated the sanctuary's capabilities. Regret was now futile. He could only resolve to take more lives during the impending slaughter. "Is everything packed?" the captain inquired of his team. "Yes, all set. There's nothing left in the vehicle. If it's gone, it's gone. As long as we can annihilate the sanctuary today, our reward will far exceed our losses," said the captain. "By the way, did we bring that fellow out?" "Yes. Here it is," they replied, revealing a cage about half a person's height. "Where's the little one?" "What the hell? It's gone. You said you were keeping an eye on it. How could it suddenly disappear?" "We don't know. This cage is special. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have been able to escape. Find it. If we can't, we're all dead today," the captain shouted furiously. If they lost that little creature, what could they use to threaten the Lord of the Zombies? And if they couldn't threaten the Lord, how would they face the sea of corpses? Even if this mission failed, that little one could not be lost. Thus, everyone began to search frantically. Meanwhile, as they anxiously sought a slender figure in the forest, a small silhouette was swiftly making its way towards the 3rd defensive line. "Everyone, stay alert. There are still many enemies. Do not slack off. Quickly replenish ammunition. The personnel at the 1st and 2nd lines, rest in place." At that moment, under the command of the 2 captains, the entire 3rd defensive line was tense yet remarkably organized. "Damn it, when will this day end?" Lu Jingwu said with a weary expression. Indeed. Perhaps it would be better to just perish and be done with it, Captain Zheng of the 3rd Defensive Line remarked with a hint of humor. Oh, do not utter such words. You have a wife and children at home, another replied. Indeed, were it not for the bonds that tether us to this world, who would willingly exert themselves so fiercely at this moment? Thus, for the sake of our families, and to ensure a safe and reliable refuge for us all, we must not retreat even a step. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Lu Jingwu could only smile wryly. Has no one ever told you that you lack the gift of consolation? Is that so? You are the first. Chapter 61. Plans advanced, and war unleashed. What is that? Just as Zheng was about to speak further, he caught sight of a slender figure darting toward them with alarming speed, leaving him only able to follow its fleeting silhouette. Why is there a Tier 1 zombie approaching? At that moment, the synthetic human reporting nearby noticed the shadow racing forward and quickly dashed over, seizing the figure in its grasp. Upon hearing the synthetic human's exclamation, the crowd turned their gaze toward the commotion, revealing that the synthetic was holding a completely naked little boy. The child's skin was remarkably pale, devoid of any color, as if all his blood had been drained. Yet, what shocked everyone was the boy's eyes, which glowed a terrifying crimson, accompanied by shockingly red hair. And his oversized eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glare, revealing sharp teeth as he bared his mouth at the synthetic. Witnessing that this was evidently no ordinary child, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Even the synthetic could not discern what this creature was. Reluctantly, they decided to contact Jiang Yu. Upon hearing the report, Jiang Yu immediately accessed the surveillance footage. When he finally beheld the child's appearance, he too was taken aback. Jarvis, analyze this. Sir, there is no doubt that this child is a zombie, and it currently appears to be extremely famished. A zombie? This little creature is a zombie? Is this what zombies look like? Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the child, who appeared no different from an ordinary human boy. Indeed, sir. Preliminary assessment suggests it is a mutated zombie, though the exact cause remains unknown. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes at Jarvis's words. The zombies are attacking again. Everyone, prepare the formation. Just as the group awaited Jiang Yu's response, another relentless wave of zombies surged forth from the periphery. Meanwhile, in the pit outside, countless zombie corpses were writhing in a chaotic mass. The pit, which plunged 5 meters deep, had been bombed by helicopters and was now once again filled with mindless zombies, their sheer numbers completely filling the entire hollow. Damn it! After digging for so long, has the pit only served as a barrier for such a brief time? Lu Jingwu's face was etched with frustration. In the next moment, the thunderous roar of artillery echoed once more along the 3rd defensive line. As I watched my comrades rush to assist, the humanoid holding the diminutive zombie stood there, an unusual expression on his face. Caught in a dilemma of whether to release it or not, he could only helplessly engage in a staring contest with the little zombie, which was baring its teeth and clawing at him. Have you found it? No. Damn it. If the Lord Zombie discovers that we have no leverage, then we, hearing his teammates, the squad leader took a deep breath, his tone chilling as he commanded, inform them that the plan is advancing. We must annihilate the Ember Shelter before the Lord Zombie takes notice. Understood. Team 2, commence the operation and eliminate those 2 flying above. Yes. At that moment, Jiang Yu, stationed in the control room, received an alert from Jarvis. Sir, they have begun their operation. What? Why so suddenly? Upon hearing that the group of little mice had initiated their actions, Jiang Yu's expression turned perplexed. Logically, they should have waited until we were exhausted from fending off the zombies before striking. Why the sudden assault? Was there something compelling them to act prematurely? Despite his contemplation, Jiang Yu realized that since they had begun their offensive, he had no reason to hold back any longer. Jarvis, assist me in hacking into the Grim Wolf Squad's helicopter communications. Understood, sir. Connection established, signal intercepted. Soon, Jiang Yu began to hear the audio from the Grim Wolf Squad's helicopter, with the ability to sever their communication at any moment. Units 1 and 2. The enemy is preparing to strike. Deploy the drones and prepare for retreat. Units 3 and 4, it's your turn to perform. Yes, Commander. With a click, the drones attached to the helicopters of Units 1 and 2 detached and activated their cameras, swiftly soaring towards the enemy's helicopters. Target locked, launching rockets. The squad's second-in-command calmly stated as he aimed at the retreating helicopter and pressed the launch button. Sir, the enemy has launched rockets. Impact in 5 seconds. Intercept with drones. In the next instant, several drones, hidden among the clouds, surged forth, detonating themselves in the path of the incoming rockets. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions erupted, illuminating the blood-red night sky and scattering the clouds above. A brilliant flash of fire erupted in the air. This spectacle momentarily stunned everyone present. But as the zombies' howls filled the air, they quickly regained their composure and resumed firing at the undead. Meanwhile, aboard the opposing helicopter, 2 squad members were taken aback as the launched rockets inexplicably detonated mid-flight. Damn it, what just happened? Why did the rockets explode? The 4th member, bewildered by the explosion, murmured in confusion. I don't know, but I suspect everyone has grossly underestimated the combat capabilities of the Ember shelter. The deployment of 2 armed helicopters and an impressive array of advanced weaponry suggests that their capabilities are far from ordinary. The relatively composed second-in-command spoke with a hint of concern. What of it? With our 10 fully armed helicopters, ground forces, and those useless refuge camps, do we truly fear such meager military strength? He warned against complacency, stating, since the general manager has entrusted us with the task of dismantling the sanctuary of the flame, it is evident that they possess extraordinary qualities. The second-in-command furrowed his brow as he spoke. TCH, brother, you are being overly cautious. It is merely a small refuge. After all, with the might of our organization, eradicating it would be a trivial matter. The general manager simply does not wish to waste resources, hence our involvement. The 4th scoffed dismissively. Oh, if you truly believe my sanctuary of the flame to be so easily vanquished, you are gravely mistaken. Came a voice filled with arrogance after Jiang Yu had infiltrated the signal of the Dark Wolf Squad's helicopter. He resolved to impart upon them a crucial lesson in their final moments, for the subsequent lessons would be beyond their reach. Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of the 2nd and 4th changed dramatically. They exchanged bewildered glances, staring in disbelief at the speaker. Surrounding your helicopters are the precious gifts I have prepared for you. The second-in-command's expression shifted as he looked closely and realized the gravity of the situation. He saw several drones circling ominously around their helicopter, instantly recalling the recent explosion of a rocket. Self-destructing drones. He exclaimed, Sir, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. I believe we can. But as he noticed the swarm of self-destructing drones encircling them, cold sweat broke out across his brow. He understood that should these drones detonate, the resulting chain reaction could annihilate their entire fleet, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, how could the sanctuary of the flame infiltrate their helicopter's internal network so stealthily? Just as he contemplated further explanations to buy time, Jiang Yu's voice interrupted him. There is no misunderstanding. You are merely the beginning. Once you are dealt with, the others will follow. Boom. Before the second could finish his thought, an overwhelming blaze enveloped his vision. He felt his body begin to disintegrate and dissolve. Though devoid of pain, every sensation was acutely felt, until consciousness faded entirely. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions resonated through the air, and at that moment, a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted above the highway. The shockwaves generated by the blasts crushed the zombies below and affected the helicopters of the sanctuary of the flame that were preparing to retreat. The terrifying gusts of wind rendered both Helicopter 1 and Helicopter 2 struggling to stabilize their frames, while even Helicopters 3 and 4, poised for takeoff, were compelled to halt their ascent. More alarmingly, this fierce wind could be felt even at the last line of defense. The warriors stationed there, including Jiang Yu, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the mushroom cloud illuminating the valley and hearing the howl of the tempest. What transpired there? They looked on in utter shock and confusion at the billowing mushroom cloud, questioning the cause of such a horrific explosion in the sky. Second brother, 4th brother. Below. The squad leader, witnessing the mushroom cloud erupting in the sky, shouted hoarsely, his face a mask of disbelief as he clutched a walkie-talkie that had long since lost signal. In the face of such a terrifying detonation, even those who had undergone evolution could not hope to survive, let alone his brothers who had yet to evolve. In that moment, he was at a loss, unable to comprehend how the Ember Refuge could annihilate 10 helicopters in such a brief span of time. Hadn't the general manager claimed they were merely a somewhat formidable shelter? If that were indeed the case, could such a shelter withstand the initial zombie onslaught? How could they excavate such a vast pit and mobilize so many military forces and advanced weaponry in such a short time? Were the leaders merely speaking nonsense? The current situation diverged drastically from their assertive claims. It was not a matter of crushing opposition, but rather a crushing of us. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast were left startled by a thunderous explosion that abruptly interrupted the stream. The disruption ignited a flurry of comments among viewers. What happened? Why did the signal drop? I don't know. Could it be that the helicopter was destroyed? The pilot seemed quite shocked. It must be a network issue. Don't worry. If they dare to broadcast the destruction of the Ember Refuge, they surely have their own means of assurance. Exactly. The Ember Refuge is formidable. But I don't think they're invincible. They have 10 helicopters, while the Ember Refuge possesses only 2. What are they, really? Haha. Once the Ember Refuge is annihilated, I will certainly go to their ruins and urinate on them, to prove my disdain for them. Enough. The signal is back. Yes, it's back. But the content seems off. As the live feed resumed, viewers were astonished to find that the broadcast no longer featured the original helicopter, but rather another one piloted by a person of Chinese descent. The previous helicopter had been operated by an African American. Greetings, dear friends. I am your host for today's live broadcast, Jiang. Welcome to the inaugural showcase of the combat capabilities of the Ember Refuge. I kindly ask for your support. If you can, please give a like, drop a 1, and leave a 5-star review. Thank you all. As the man, donned in black-framed glasses, appeared before the camera with a gentle smile, the audience in the live chat erupted into chaos. What on earth is happening? Isn't this the live stream of that group of foreigners? How has it transformed into the sanctuary of the flame and fire? This can't be. Are those not 10 helicopters? Have they truly been vanquished? A multitude of comments flooded the live stream, and after a fleeting glance, Jiang chuckled and remarked, as many of you have stated, the 10 combat helicopters of the Grim Wolf Squad have been eradicated due to their insufficient combat prowess, and we have now taken over the live stream. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. Before you, the valiant guards of our 3rd defense line are fiercely resisting an overwhelming tide of zombies. Insufficient combat prowess? Many viewers rolled their eyes at this statement. 10 combat helicopters are formidable weapons of mass destruction, and did they not witness how just 2 of your helicopters were already wreaking havoc among the horde? As the live stream transitioned, under Jiang's guidance, viewers were confronted with a dense swarm of helicopters, instantly inducing a chilling sensation, further amplified by his commentary. My goodness. It seemed trivial a moment ago, but upon closer inspection, it's truly enough to provoke my fear of crowds. Oh no. Why do I feel that zombies are lurking all around me? I became so engrossed in the live stream that a half-dead zombie crawled onto my thigh. What on earth is happening upstairs? Chapter 63, The Annihilation of the White-Eyed Wolves begins to unfold. Although the zombie was swiftly dispatched, it was too late. I had been bitten. My condolences. As the live stream progressed, the synchronized gunfire and the explosive grenades being hurled by thousands at the 3rd defense line, alongside the frenzied bombardment from 2 aircraft, captured the attention of countless viewers. Within the stream, it was evident that, despite the sheer number of defenders, there was no chaos whatsoever. Their logistics, supply management, shooting, throwing, and communication were executed with perfection and utmost precision, all in impeccable order. Such a combat style and stringent discipline would rival even that of a proper military force. How terrifying. Is this the caliber of the combatants from the Flame and Fire Sanctuary? Look, the figure standing immobile in the center, cradling a small child. Could that possibly be the leader of the sanctuary? It seems likely. Only the leader would maintain such composure while holding a child. Many viewers nodded in agreement. As the commentary reached its midpoint, Jiang received a message and pressed the button on his headset. Understood, Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received our latest mission, the extermination of the white-eyed wolves. Next, you will witness the most formidable firepower of our Flame and Fire Sanctuary. Allow us to demonstrate the allure of artillery. Prepare to behold the true nature of thunderous bombardment. Subsequently, Jiang disabled the comments and directed the helicopters towards the distant highway, shrouded in black smoke. Below, several vehicles belonging to the white-eyed wolves were present. The reason for their moniker stems from the fact that they purchased weaponry from our sanctuary using loans we provided, only to later conspire with others and turn our own arms against us. Friends, do you believe they deserve to perish? It seems most would agree, indeed. They should meet their demise. Thus, my current mission is to eradicate them. Now, I urge all viewers to pay close attention. Those with popcorn, feel free to indulge. For this is a real-life war epic. Observing the manually disabled barrage of comments, Jiang declared with righteous fervor, and upon finishing, he reignited the barrage. At that moment, many watching the live stream noticed helicopters hovering above them, instantly sending shivers down their spines. They hurriedly typed in the chat begging for mercy. Please, we were coerced. Let us negotiate with your leaders. We are willing to compensate for all your losses. Yes, we were forced by those foreign devils. We implore you. Allow us to meet your commander. We are all fellow Huaxia people. We too are innocent. In an instant, the barrage was filled with the pleas of those Jiang referred to as ungrateful wretches. Observing these words, many began to rethink their stance. We are all Huaxia people. What is wrong with showing a bit of understanding? Indeed, everyone makes mistakes. Why not grant them a chance to change? As the barrage scrolled rapidly, Jiang's gaze narrowed. He once more gently disabled the comments, and in an instant, those who had sought to impose moral guilt were left dumbfounded. Are you incapable of handling this? All right, the final 5 seconds. Those in favor of revenge, press 1. Those opposed, press 2. Only 5 seconds left. Since there are no dissenting voices, let the thunderous roar commence. Bai Yang's tone shifted as he pronounced the final 4 words in a gravely serious manner. With the live stream switching angles, the camera revealed a first-person perspective of the helicopter's bombardment. The searing hot barrels of heavy machine guns unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets, striking at the nerves of every viewer, igniting a collective tension. The sound of casings raining down from the helicopter mirrored the rapid heartbeat of the audience at that moment. As rockets were launched, they collided with modified vehicles and the ground, erupting into flames that soared skyward, obliterating everything in their path. The modified vehicles, overturned by the shockwave of the rockets, and the unfortunate zombies within, barely had time to emerge before another rocket followed suit, repeating the grim cycle. This bombardment stretched over several kilometers, mercilessly annihilating zombies attempting to reach the shelter. 20 minutes later, the helicopter's live feed returned to Bai Yang. The crowd gazed at the sprawling inferno and the nearly obliterated highway, collectively gasping in astonishment. At that moment, although the highway bore no signs of corpses, blood, or dismembered limbs, save for the flames and vast craters, no one could fathom that anyone could survive such a cataclysmic bombardment. Gulu watched the live broadcast, and Sun Xiong swallowed hard, while Sun Tianming trembled uncontrollably. Fear gripped him, a dread of the moment when Jiang Yu might unleash a helicopter assault upon them. Father, next time, when Jiang Yu strikes me, do so with greater ferocity, he thought. Within the refuge of the residential building, Xuan Ning sat alongside Zhang Hong, the founder of the shelter and the director of the community committee, as they viewed the live stream. Xuan Ning, I hear you have offended Mr. Jiang recently? Zhang Hong's narrowed eyes reflected a cold demeanor as she regarded Xuan Ning. It was my misunderstanding, Xuan Ning stammered, her body trembling as she instinctively knelt before Zhang Hong. Her once proud demeanor now utterly diminished. Enough. Tomorrow, find a moment to return the corpse crystal, with an additional 30% interest as a penalty. The Ember Shelter is not one we can provoke. Even if Jiang Yu desires your company, you must not display any reluctance, understood? Zhang Hong's icy words fell upon the now panicked and pitiable Xuan Ning. Understood, Xuan Ning replied with a bitter smile, her face etched with sorrow. Kneeling on the ground, Xuan Ning evoked sympathy. Despite being in her 30s, her ageless beauty, fair skin, and alluring figure made her appear like a girl in her early 20s. Should she remain silent, one might easily mistake her for a youthful maiden. In that moment, many men would yearn to embrace her, offering solace. However, before her stood not a man, but Zhang Hong, a woman of steely resolve. The allure of femininity held no sway over her. In fact, such expressions might even provoke her disdain, at times leaving her feeling nauseated. Meanwhile, the livestream hosted by Bai Yang continued. Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome back. I am your long-lost friend, Bai Yang. We have successfully completed the first phase of our revenge. Next, we shall confront the zombies and deal with the rodents hiding in the woods to achieve a milestone victory. So, please prepare your popcorn, cola, fries, and hamburgers to enjoy this cinematic experience. Bai Yang reopened the barrage of comments, directing the camera back to the helicopter. The assault on the treacherous creatures had yielded commendable results, fortifying the defensive lines remarkably. Though they had retreated to the 5th defensive line, casualties were at an all-time low. And this line was manned by elite warriors with ample ammunition. Having waited patiently, many guards were eager to take action, and with the aid of the armed helicopters, they had successfully dispatched numerous approaching zombies. As for the occasional first-tier zombies that emerged, they were swiftly handled by the personal guards. Jiang Yu had dispatched 100 elite guards, and aside from the synthetic being grappling with a small zombie, the others approached the first-tier zombies with the urgency of men who had shed their garments. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, the battle was resolved with astonishing swiftness. After the dismemberment of a first-tier zombie, some of the artificial beings, unable to join the fray due to overwhelming numbers, bore expressions of frustration, yet were left powerless, waiting for the next first-tier zombie to appear, bemoaning their own sluggishness. Not long ago, an immensely defensive steel zombie had managed to breach their ranks, relying on its resilience and a stroke of luck. Just as it intended to collaborate with the clawed zombie within its belly to slaughter the guards, their ambitions were abruptly thwarted by a ring of combat-type artificial beings. As the clawed zombie attempted to vacate the confines of the steel zombie's abdomen, it was met with a cacophony of sounds akin to a tempest, accompanied by the steel zombie's heart-wrenching cries. When the combat-type artificial beings tore open the steel zombie's belly, revealing the clawed zombie within, the latter instinctively squeezed further inside. Overwhelmed by the terrifying presence of a dozen combat-type beings, experiencing for the first time the sensation of trembling fear, As time passed, and the blood moon began to wane, the battle neared its conclusion. A sense of relief washed over everyone, save for the small rodents still lurking in the woods. "Brother, have we suffered defeat?" The third brother quietly inquired, glancing at his older sibling, whose face bore an expression of profound gloom and shock. The leader of the Ming Wolf squad was equally perplexed. Defeated? Undoubtedly, but why had it transpired so swiftly? In less than an hour, his entire force had been annihilated, faster than a paper structure crumbling to dust. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a live broadcast of a 20-minute bombardment by armed helicopters. The spectacle was so cinematic that one could easily mistake it for a zombie film. Yet it was an unvarnished reality unfolding before his eyes. And it should have been he directing the bombardment against the Ember Refuge. How had the tides turned, resulting in them being bombarded instead? Even the seasoned leader was momentarily at a loss. "How many of us remain?" he asked. "Brother, it's just us now." The fifth brother replied, a bitter expression etched on his face. Upon witnessing the iron-fisted tactics of the Ember Refuge, the others fled, leaving only us behind. At that moment, they could hardly believe that just a few hours prior, they had felt invincible and composed. Yet now, they were bereft of any plan moving forward. Time was running short. The blood moon was waning, and not only had they failed to eradicate the Ember Refuge, but they had also lost the young one. The leader of the Ming Wolf bore an expression of resignation. "No, brother, that young one has not been lost. He has been captured by the people of the Ember Refuge." "What? Look," a team member exclaimed, displaying a live video feed revealing the small zombie being held aloft within their defenses. "Huh. In that case, our mission has failed. If we return, we will face the wrath of the general manager. Rather than suffer alone, it would be better to take the Ember Refuge down with us." Upon hearing the captain's words, the group fell into momentary silence. Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the captain continued, "If we eliminate the small zombies, that creature will undoubtedly descend into madness. Once she unleashes her fury, with her current third-tier strength, the Ember Sanctuary will be utterly incapable of halting her advance without heavy weaponry. She could very well bring about the destruction of the Ember Sanctuary." The captain's voice dripped with cold disdain. "Indeed. Moreover, it seems the Ember Sanctuary has exhausted its trump cards. As the blood moon draws to a close, their vigilance must surely be waning," Old Five concurred. The team members expressed their agreement, acknowledging the terrifying execution and organizational prowess of the 4 armed helicopters. If the Ember Sanctuary had any hidden cards left in such circumstances, they would indeed be a formidable force. The captain of the Abyssal Wolves briefly devised a plan, and soon they began assembling their weapons, discarding anything that would weigh them down, opting only for various firearms. They exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison before swiftly making their way towards the 5th defense line. Dear viewers, as you can see, the little mice have begun to mobilize. Although the live broadcast cannot capture their audio, we remain confident that our escort team will successfully accomplish this seemingly daunting task. I, Ares, will provide a continuous live stream of our endeavor to eradicate the rodents. At this moment, the audience in the live stream felt a wave of shock. They were once again reminded of the terror posed by the Ember Sanctuary. Originally, this live stream belonged to the Abyssal Wolf team. It was one thing for the Ember Sanctuary to take it over, but broadcasting their mission so brazenly was audacious. Were they planning to conduct a counteroffensive based on the live stream content? This was not how examinations were typically conducted. Chapter 65, Swift Counterattack. The shooting was successful. And the most astonishing revelation was that the team members appeared oblivious to the fact that their every move was being broadcasted live. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Jarvis. In a moment, the audience was left pondering whether the Abyssal Wolf team would suffer a fatal blow upon discovering this spectacle. After a period of rapid advancement, they finally arrived at the 5th defense line, confronting the vigilant escort team. While they had been made aware of the escort's formidable nature through the live stream, witnessing their ferocious presence firsthand was a different experience altogether. Each member of the escort team, having endured prolonged combat against the zombies, emanated an aura of lethal intent. The difference between observing the live stream and facing the reality was inarguable. According to the plan, Old Six, as soon as chaos ensues, fire immediately. Aim for a single shot to eliminate the target, commanded the captain of the Abyssal Wolves. Understood. Old Six steadied his sniper rifle, aiming directly at the interior of the defense line. All right, the rest of you, charge with me. After much contemplation, the Abyssal Wolf leader resolved to engage in a direct assault. After all, they had no intentions of leaving alive. Their sole purpose was to drag the Ember Sanctuary into the depths of hell. Boom. As a barrage of grenades was hurled into the 5th defensive line, the air erupted with violent explosions. The guard squad, still engaged in fending off the zombies, was taken aback by the unexpected onslaught of grenades. However, their surprise was fleeting. Upon witnessing several more grenades flying towards them, they swiftly opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, causing the grenades to detonate mid-air. Boom. Bang. The grenades exploded, casting a brilliant light within the defensive perimeter, just as a gunshot rang out. The resonating sound of a bullet piercing flesh echoed throughout the line. By heavens! Lu Jingwu exclaimed in shock, realizing that someone had been injured, igniting his fury. He rushed to the injured individual and pulled him back. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and Lu Jingwu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. "Sniper, take cover," he shouted, gritting his teeth against the pain. Upon seeing Lu Jingwu wounded, Zheng Jia, the captain of the 3rd defensive line, along with Wu Yu and Chun Chu from the 4th and 5th lines respectively, hurried to his side, quickly escorting him away from the chaos. Moments later, several smoke grenades were tossed in, enveloping most of the area in a thick fog. The trio, intending to swiftly evacuate Lu, suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the haze. Before they could react, the figure charged towards them at an astonishing speed. Boom. In an instant, a fist connected with one of their midsections. They had no time to respond, feeling an agonizing twist in their stomachs. Zheng Jia, overwhelmed by the pain akin to being run over by a vehicle, struggled to lift his head only to see a man adorned with infrared gear swinging a fist in his direction. Amidst the swirling smoke, the sounds of flesh meeting flesh resonated, accompanied by anguished cries that echoed in confusion. Bang! Ah! Bang! Beyond the smoke, the guard squad momentarily lost focus as several assailants armed with submachine guns breached the defensive line. The 3 attackers quickly formed a circle, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire, while those within the circle frantically hurled grenades. In a short span, the sudden incursion, compounded by the relentless wave of zombies, plunged the 5th defensive line into chaos. However, the engineered soldiers soon intervened, evading the incoming bullets with astonishing speed before dispatching the attackers with remarkable swiftness. Bang! Bang! After a flurry of punches, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, disbelief etched on their faces. As the smoke from the grenades gradually dissipated, a harrowing scene emerged. The captains of the 3 defensive lines, battered and bruised, clung tightly to the leader of the Phantom Wolf squad. Although the leader emerged unscathed, his fists were stained with the blood of Zheng Jia and his comrades. Yet, to extricate themselves from the desperate grasp of the trio would require a moment of respite. Captain Minglang of the Wolf team raised his hand like a blade, poised to strike at the nearest member of the Zheng family, aiming directly at his chest. However, in a split second, his hand was intercepted by an android. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Captain Minglang felt the overwhelming force of the android, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Before he could utter another word, the android swiftly maneuvered behind him, brutally shattering the bones in both of his arms and securing them behind his back in a cruel knot. Simultaneously, all 10 of his fingers were bent to their limits, rendering him incapable of wielding their strength. His legs were not spared either. The android, wielding a Nepalese weapon, severed the tendons in his feet and shattered his kneecap, transforming him entirely into a helpless being. In that instant, excruciating pain surged through Captain Minglang's mind, eliciting a harrowing scream. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than death, yet escape was not an option. In the live streaming room, viewers gasped collectively, many unable to suppress their own discomfort as they instinctively touched their own ankles and knees. "Don't let him die. He is one of us. I believe the commander will be intrigued," the android remarked as he handed Captain Minglang over to a medical android present on the scene. In no time, the suicidal assault team targeting the 5th defensive line was entirely eradicated, the entire ordeal lasting merely a few minutes. However, the toll taken was significant, with dozens of guards sustaining various degrees of injury, just as they believed this was merely a desperate counterattack from mere rodents, preparing to continue their defense against the zombies. The thunderous sound of 3 sniper shots rang out. "What? Who was injured?" Lu Jingwu inquired, bewildered and astonished, clutching his shoulder. He had anticipated that the sniper was still active. "It's the little zombie. He's dead." Chapter 66. Terrifying Resurrection. Second-tier zombie what? Lu Jingwu's expression turned peculiarly odd as he watched others approach, cradling the corpse of the little zombie. 3 shots fired, and none at people. Only at this little zombie? Why? Is he your wife's infidelity? Laughter erupted. "Huh? The little one is dead. Prepare for the revenge of the 3rd-tier zombies." From within the forest, a man wielding a sniper rifle emerged, laughing maniacally as he shouted before turning the gun on his own chin. With a deafening bang, he committed suicide. And in the next moment, his body fell to the ground like a tree severed from its roots, his face still twisted in a deranged grin of glee and malice. As the colorful liquid cascaded from the top of the head, gradually pooling on the ground, the bewildering scene left those present in a state of profound confusion and disorientation. Was this not a desperate, suicidal counterattack? Among the onlookers, only the artificial beings bore expressions of grave concern, while the rest were enveloped in mystery and bewilderment. Just as they were about to press the captain for answers, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of an ancient, slumbering behemoth awakening from its long dormancy. Within mere seconds, this colossal, wrathful roar resonated throughout the entire city, infused with boundless fury, sorrow, and anguish. Upon hearing this sound, the captain of the Wolf team, initially pained, began to erupt into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! You are doomed, utterly doomed. She is coming, she is coming. Your sanctuary shall be no more beneath her iron steeds. I shall witness your refuge of hope obliterated before my very eyes." Gazing at the increasingly deranged captain, many present, despite their overwhelming confusion, felt an inexplicable surge of fear deep within their bones, as if they were instinctively terrified of the creature capable of producing such a bone-chilling roar. At that moment, for helicopters soaring through the sky were the first to detect something amiss. "Report to the ground. We have a situation." "What sort of situation?" "The zombies have become even more frenzied. Their speed has increased. The effects of the blood moon, which were gradually waning, have now completely vanished. And I have spotted several uniquely shaped zombies charging towards the sanctuary with astonishing rapidity." "What?" Lu Jingwu exclaimed, shock rippling through the crowd. "Isn't the blood moon nearly over? Why have the zombies grown even more violent?" Meanwhile, in the control room, Jiang Yu received the alarming news from Jarvis. As the surveillance footage rolled, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Second-tier iron zombies, second-tier claw zombies, and second-tier corrupted zombies. How could there be so many within just a week of the apocalypse? This was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, they appeared to be under the control of a zombie lord. If that were the case, did it not imply that the strength of the zombie lord began at the third tier? Considering that the apocalypse had only unfolded a mere 7 days prior, the fact that the zombie lord had already surpassed the third tier left Jiang Yu astounded. Ordinarily, for a zombie to ascend to the first tier, it required a prolonged period of consuming fresh flesh and blood, along with the awakening of a special ability, such as claws or iron properties. To break into the second tier, it must begin to devour its own kind's corpse crystals in addition to fresh flesh, thereby enhancing its unique abilities and bodily functions. As for the third tier, the conditions for advancement were exceedingly arduous, demanding an astronomical quantity of corpse crystals and fresh blood. In theory, it is extraordinarily astonishing that merely 7 days have passed since the apocalypse, and yet a second-tier zombie has already emerged. However, it is even more surprising that not only have numerous second-tier zombies appeared, but also a third-tier zombie, specifically the most formidable of them all, the Lord Zombie. Indeed, Jiang Yu has begun to suspect whether this Lord Zombie has ascended to an even more astonishing fourth tier. Within the confines of the fifth defensive line, the artificial beings regard the several pairs of blood-red eyes lurking in the darkness ahead with an unmistakable sense of trepidation. They can sense the insatiable hunger emanating from those bloodthirsty gazes, which, for reasons unknown, have resolutely held back. It is abundantly clear to them that each of these eyes belongs to a master they cannot easily contend with. Meanwhile, the audience in Haishur, observing this epic turn of events through the live stream, cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, is this real or just an illusion? Is the narrative truly this intense and exhilarating? The level of this plot twist feels like something out of a film. Indeed, I suddenly find myself eager to see how the Sanctuary of Flame will confront this predicament. I have a voice in this. That roar came from not far away. I nearly died from fright upon hearing it for the first time. Truly, it was terrifying. Not merely a scare, but a fright so profound it felt fatal. Could you please enlighten us about what that was? In the live stream, comments flooded the screen in a frenzy. Bai Yong merely cast a fleeting glance at the barrage of messages without offering much response, instead attentively listening to the commands relayed through his earpiece. Oh dear. Look. Bai Yong is anxious. Even you all can feel the pressure, can't you? It seems that this zombie is genuinely terrifying. Within the live stream, many viewers, noticing Bai Yang's tense demeanor alongside his companions, began to mock him once again. Weren't you all supposed to be so formidable? Where's your bombing prowess now? Let us see it again. Or has it vanished? Hee hee. It appears that what I mentioned earlier about tomorrow becoming a reality is indeed coming to pass. Sun Xiong, observing the comments on the live stream, could not help but furrow his brow, his expression marred by disdain. A bunch of fools. If even the Sanctuary of Flame, the strongest bastion of combat strength, cannot withstand this monster, then Haishur will inevitably become a feast for it. How could such ignorance allow them to survive these past 7 days? Muttering in revulsion, Sun Xiong's thoughts were interrupted as within the 5th defensive line. The guards and elite soldiers stood ready, their eyes fixed upon the terrifying figure revealed only by its blood-red eyes in the darkness. It seemed they were poised for something, neither advancing nor retreating. Observing this scene, the leader of the Ming Wolf squad spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed heartily. Huh, don't struggle. A third-tier zombie. This is a third-tier zombie cultivated by our organization. Do you truly believe that you can slay it with your mere weapons? How ludicrous. Chapter 67. A standoff at dawn. Within the control room, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing those words. A third-tier zombie cultivated by their organization? Thus, it is not merely a product of natural consumption, but rather one that has been cultivated? What is this organization? How are they capable of breeding zombies? And in such a short span, managed to produce third-tier zombies? At that moment, Jiang Yu was engulfed in confusion. However, this was not the time for uncertainty. Eliminating the threat was paramount. Regardless of the organization, the immediate focus was to vanquish it before contemplating anything else. 4 armed helicopters returned for resupply, armored vehicles were fully mobilized, and armed transport helicopters commenced landing and inspections, poised for immediate takeoff. Understood, Commander. Subsequently, as the live broadcast shifted, it transitioned to a monitoring facility at the 5th defense line. Within the streaming session, viewers witnessed the 4 helicopters soaring back to replenish their equipment. Simultaneously, several heavy armored vehicles advanced from the defensive line below. Upon observing the densely arrayed gun barrels and the heavily fortified chassis of the armored vehicles, the audience in the live stream could not help but swallow hard. They were astonished to discover that the Refuge of the Flame still possessed such formidable weaponry yet to be deployed. The captain of the Grim Wolf squad, upon seeing the sudden arrival of 8 heavy armored vehicles, also swallowed nervously. Being a mercenary, he could readily discern the luxurious weaponry configuration of these vehicles. Such instruments of destruction would have been insurmountable even when our forces were fully assembled, unless we resorted to aerial bombardment. What does it matter if they have armored vehicles? The Lord Zombie is not something that your simple-minded armored units can vanquish. 10 minutes later, the 4 armed helicopters completed their resupply and took off, encircling the Refuge of the Flame. Meanwhile, the broadcast privileges returned to the helicopter. Greetings, everyone. It is once again your familiar friend, Ares. We have now finalized our battle plan, and our escort team is eagerly sharpening their blades for this legendary Lord Zombie. The moment it reveals itself, we are confident in our ability to defeat it. At this moment, Ares regained his composure and warmth, engaging the audience in conversation. Haha, Ares. I must say I preferred your earlier anxious demeanor. Indeed, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Yet, during this interval, the Lord Zombie had not made an appearance, nor had Jiang Yu issued the order to commence the attack. The situation continued to stagnate, while neither side took further action. It was evident to Jiang Yu that under the blood-red moonlight, an ever-increasing horde of zombies was gathering, with a rising number of second-tier zombies among them. The helicopters circling above observed the densely packed throng of zombies below, crowded together in an unsettling display. Damn it, Commander. I believe we can wait no longer. We must strike. Otherwise, if they gather all the zombies in the city, how could we ever hope to stop them? Battle Bull exclaimed to the cyborg commander. Before the commander could respond, the cyborg, with an inscrutable expression, glanced at Battle Bull and replied, "Wait a moment," as he gazed upon the ever-growing horde of zombies. Along with the numerous mutated ones, Battle Bull's agitation mounted. He is quite peculiar. The zombies do not act on their own accord. After all, they lack cognitive ability. However, the commander of the base is certainly not devoid of intellect. If they were to gather all the zombies from the city, how could they possibly defend against such an onslaught? At this moment, not only the battle-hardened warriors felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, but numerous viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Observing the standoff between the two sides, many questioned why the Ember Sanctuary had not yet taken action. What were they waiting for? Despite their incessant barrage of comments, Ares refrained from providing any explanations. Before long, another hour passed, and the highway from the 4th defense line was teeming with zombies, including dozens of second-tier zombies and hundreds of first-tier ones. Yet, the most enigmatic of them all, the Lord Zombie, remained conspicuously absent. Strange, as another hour passed and dawn approached, why had there been no movement? Surely, the people of the Ember Sanctuary could not be gambling on a chance that if the fighting did not commence before daybreak, it might never happen? That seemed implausible. Could they truly amass such a multitude of zombies and refrain from engaging? Was the Lord Zombie a fool? And as for the upstairs crew, do zombies possess brains? In an instant, not only was the live chat abuzz with speculation, but even the guards exchanged puzzled glances, each wondering about the other's thoughts. By this time, they had finished their late-night snacks, each holding a bottle of drink, some even engaging in casual conversation. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, no one stepped forward to clarify the situation. Suddenly, the scene took on an uncanny peculiarity, descending into an inexplicable harmony. However, many were acutely aware that this might merely be the calm before the storm. Jarvis, have you detected any signs? In the control room, Jiang Yu inquired, glancing at the surveillance monitors. None, Jarvis replied, causing Jiang Yu to furrow his brow in concern. Relay the order. When dawn breaks, let the cannon fire roar. Yes, Commander. With such a significant gathering of zombies outside the base, it was impossible to simply refrain from combat. Once they erupted into chaos, there would be no time for retreat. Therefore, engagement was necessary, but not in a reckless manner. Swiftly, this message spread among the guards, and upon receiving confirmation, they began to feel the tension rise. After enduring a grueling night of battle, they were already exhausted. Yet they remained focused, having watched intently for most of the night. At this moment, each of them was profoundly fatigued. Indeed, if the situation had not been so dire, many could have easily succumbed to sleep. Just then, with half an hour remaining until dawn, a chilling and mournful howl echoed from the highway, reminiscent of the tragic cries from the Blood Moon night not long ago. Upon hearing that sound, the live stream audience, the guards, and the zombies, both first and second tier, immediately perked up. The Lord Zombie's roar galvanized the horde gathered at the Ember Sanctuary into action. Roar! Roar! Responding to their leader's command, the zombies revealed a bloodthirsty grin, then surged forward at an astonishing speed towards the 5th defense line. The relentless horde of zombies trampled upon the earth, sending tremors through the mountainous terrain. Sensing the vibrations beneath their feet, the expression of the androids grew exceedingly grave. Chapter 68, The Final Battle, unveiling all hidden cards, full power fire. From atop the armored vehicle, the combat android shouted first, fire. Yes. Boom. Boom. As the command echoed, several heavily armed land vehicles unleashed their full firepower. The cacophony of artillery resonated throughout the forest as various heavy munitions were launched in unison. Shell after shell detonated amidst the charging zombie horde, the terrifying explosions reverberating through the woods, claiming countless undead lives beneath the thunderous barrage. One second-tier zombie, caught unawares, was obliterated before it could flee. Simultaneously, 4 armed helicopters hovered above, mercilessly raining fire upon the zombie masses below. Clang, clang. Yet, despite the formidable firepower, not all second-tier zombies were entirely defenseless. Under the nearly invincible defense of the steel zombies, most of the armored vehicles' assaults were intercepted. Though engulfed in flames, they sustained no harm, while behind them, countless second-tier zombies awaited their opportunity to strike. Guardians engaged the enemy. As the second-tier zombies threatened to breach the bombardment zone, the combat androids sprang into action. They had to halt the advance of these formidable foes. Otherwise, should they penetrate the ranks of the Guardians, a brutal massacre would ensue. Struggling to contain the second-tier zombies, they formed groups of 10 to confront the oncoming threat. In that moment, the Guardians and the elite troops fought side by side against the relentless tide, momentarily preventing the zombie forces from advancing even a single step. Meanwhile, the 4 armed helicopters on the battlefield found themselves unable to target the Lord Zombie, as any attempt to do so could drastically alter the precarious balance of the fight. Lacking aerial support, Jarvis. In the command room, Jiang Yu observed the surveillance monitors and spoke calmly. Understood, sir. Quickly, Jarvis followed the sound waves to successfully locate the Lord Zombie. At this moment, on the pockmarked highway, stood a towering, 2-meter-tall zombie with long hair cascading down to her waist, her tattered garments barely clinging to her form. Her blood-red eyes, streaming with crimson tears, let out a chilling roar directed towards the sanctuary of Ember. Surrounding her were several steel zombies, diligently maintaining a full defensive stance, ensuring no one could approach. Upon witnessing the distraught Lord Zombie, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, seemingly discerning the reason behind her frenzy. Jarvis, deploy the armed transport helicopter. Now that the main target has revealed herself, there is no need for restraint. Understood, sir. Within the confines of the armed transport helicopter, the androids heeded Jiang Yu's command, promptly igniting the helicopter's engines. Adorning the aircraft were numerous weapons crafted from the scant remaining corpse crystals, all of which were one-time use, precious, rare, and tremendously lethal. These were specifically reserved by Jiang Yu for confronting the Lord Zombie. Yes, Commander. Preparing for takeoff. In an instant, the roar of the helicopter's engines reverberated throughout the valley. On the battlefield, The leader of the Grim Wolf squad gazed at the seemingly balanced confrontation before him, his face alight with a blissful smile. He understood that this equilibrium was merely an illusion. He firmly believed that in due time, their strength would wane. And then the moment for the Lord Zombie to unleash its true power would arrive. Haha, futile. What does it matter if you possess such a multitude of armored vehicles? Your armored units cannot even reach the Lord Zombie, weighed down by their unwieldy bulk. Your helicopters cannot escape. Should they depart to engage the Lord Zombie and fail to vanquish it swiftly, your defenses will be breached. At that moment, your line of defense will be utterly torn asunder. Haha, your endeavors are akin to wrapping fire with paper. It cannot be contained. The leader of the Grim Wolf squad laughed maniacally, eagerly anticipating the instant when the Lord Zombie would breach the sanctuary of flame. In the live broadcast, viewers observed the unfolding combat scenario, and many began to speculate on the inevitable outcome. The sanctuary of flame was undoubtedly formidable. Yet in the face of such a terrifying horde of zombies, few believed it could successfully repel the undead, for their numbers were simply overwhelming, reportedly encompassing an entire city's worth of zombies. Even with sufficient weaponry, the lack of manpower was a critical flaw. If this zombie tide were to occur in an open area, it was likely that the sanctuary would have already succumbed. As the expressions of the viewers varied, each lost in their own thoughts, a tremendous roar of engines suddenly pierced the air. When they focused their gaze, they beheld an armed transport helicopter gradually ascending from the valley. No, this is impossible. Upon witnessing the transport helicopter soaring through the sky, the Grim Wolf leader's face fell into a state of shock, confusion, and disbelief, while the viewers in the live stream remained perplexed. The mercenary leader instantly recognized the colossal machine for what it was. Why? How? Where did they acquire an armed transport helicopter? This cannot be. As he watched the helicopter racing through the sky, disbelief etched across his countenance. He pondered the nature of this sanctuary. Was it truly a private refuge, rather than an official installation from Huaxia? And if it were indeed private, from whence did all these weapons originate? Weapons aside, there were the armed helicopters, the heavy armored vehicles, and this terrifying large transport helicopter soaring above. Where did they come from? It was absurd to suggest that they were simply scavenged by the sanctuary's owner. At this moment, Captain of the Phantom Wolves wore an expression of utter stupor, his gaze filled with despair. He certainly did not believe that the large transport helicopter soaring above was merely an empty shell, devoid of formidable weaponry. Just as Captain Phantom Wolves contemplated the futility of existence, the live stream resumed with the enthusiastic commentary of the Aries. Dear viewers, you are in for a treat. Please prepare your snacks, cola, fries, bottled water, hamburgers, chicken wings, and popcorn. Join me in witnessing the live demonstration of our new weaponry from the Flame Refuge. Upon hearing Aries' commentary, the barrage of comments erupted once more with fervor. Chapter 69, Two Types of Bombs. What does this mean? Are they really planning to sell these weapons after the demonstration? Huh, you truly value money over life, don't you? The Lord Zombie hasn't even been dealt with yet, and already you're thinking about profit? How absurd. The person upstairs is right. It's naive to believe it could be so easily resolved. Observing the frenzied comments, Aries refrained from excessive explanation. Sometimes, the impact of a missile's explosion was far more compelling than any lengthy discourse. Roar, roar, as the large transport helicopter approached. The Lord Zombie's blood-red eyes fixated upon the aircraft above, filled with fury as it let out a pair of enraged roars. As a third-tier zombie, she possessed an acute awareness of the lethal threat hovering above her. The third-tier zombie's ability to sense danger was formidable indeed. The helicopter reached a position above the Lord Zombie and prepared to deploy its payload. Inside the helicopter, the humanoid aimed at the Lord Zombie below and received the command to release the ordnance. The napalm bombs began to drop as the cargo doors of the transport opened. 2 munitions, each approximately 3 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width, were cast down from the helicopter, their bodies gleaming a pure white. After a brief free fall of several seconds, these 2 projectiles were intercepted by the defensive zombies surrounding the Lord Zombie. In that critical moment, the Lord Zombie quickly crouched, allowing the defensive zombies to effectively absorb the impact of the bombardment and shield her from harm. However, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a towering inferno illuminated the sky. Roar. As the flames surged upwards, shortly thereafter, a chilling scream pierced the air. For reasons unknown, the defensive zombies, which were supposed to provide perfect protection for the Lord Zombie, utterly failed in their function, resulting in the Lord Zombie sustaining injuries. Deploy the cluster bombs. In the control room, Jiang Yu, hearing the anguished cry, instantly realized that the defensive zombies could not fully withstand the prior napalm attack. At that moment, Releasing the cluster bombs might deliver a devastating blow to the Lord Zombie. Acknowledged, commencing the deployment of cluster bombs. With that, 2 more cargo doors opened beneath the transport. And 2 enormous bombs, each brown in color, approximately 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, began their descent. Upon contact with the still raging flames, the cluster bombs detonated with a resounding explosion. Boom, boom. Once again, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, accompanied by the anguished wails of the zombie lord. The detonations continued to resonate relentlessly, and with each blast, the lord of the undead emitted cries of agony due to the excruciating pain. As time progressed, it seemed that the zombie lord could no longer endure, letting out another heart-wrenching scream. In that moment, the first and second tier zombies, who had been engaged in combat with the guard and elite squads, sensed their leader's call. They turned away, abandoning their skirmish with the guardians, and swiftly made their way towards the lord of the undead. How dare they attempt to flee? Each synthetic being was already nursing wounds from the fierce battle against the second-tier zombies. Upon witnessing the zombies they had been holding at bay attempting to escape, they could no longer restrain themselves. They immediately intercepted the fleeing horde, determined to prevent any from departing, even at the cost of their own injuries. Should they allow the zombies to escape, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among the other synthetic beings back at the base. On the highway, flames continued to blaze, and the explosions persisted, showcasing the devastating power of the cluster bombs under the blood-red moon. Countless ordinary zombies tried to rescue and protect their king. But as they approached the gelled incendiary devices infused with Jiang Yu's unique properties, they would instantly ignite, engulfed in flames, and collapsing lifelessly within mere minutes. Even if a first-tier zombie managed to break through the inferno and reach the inner circle, it would be obliterated by the relentless explosions of the cluster bomb's projectiles, only to be ignited by the surrounding flames, ultimately reduced to a wisp of black ash. In the live stream, viewers watched in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. The expressions on their faces reflected utter incredulity. Initially, they had presumed that dealing with a formidable boss like the third-tier zombie would be an arduous and grueling endeavor. They believed that even the Ember Refuge would struggle to achieve victory, and if they were to win, it would be at a great cost. However, to their astonishment, it took merely an armed transport helicopter to drop 4 specialized bombs, and the zombie lord was left helplessly wailing amidst the flames, unable to take any further action. At that moment, even its most potent commanding abilities were rendered ineffective, leaving it to languish in the inferno. Due to the zombies rushing to save their king, the pressure on the 5th defensive line diminished significantly. Many began to replenish their ammunition and restore their stamina, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Soon after, as the morning sun began to illuminate the earth and the blood moon gradually receded into the horizon, Captain of the Dark Wolf team was watching the overwhelming scene on the highway through the live stream, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He had initially believed that the lordly zombie would lead a horde of undead to breach the gates of the Ember Sanctuary, ultimately extinguishing it. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly formidable third-tier Lord Zombie was now caught in a precarious situation under the relentless firepower of the sanctuary. Simultaneously, in the command room, Jiang Yu exhaled softly, relieved. As the day broke, with the sun dispelling the chill of the night, dawn heralded the end of the zombie storm. Reflecting on the previous night's events, Jiang Yu mused that had he not exhausted all his zombie crystals to forge the 2 bombs, today could have been exceedingly arduous. The napalm bomb and the cluster bomb were his ultimate trump cards, crafted from thoughtful deliberation with the scarce zombie crystals he possessed. The reason for not mass-producing them was twofold. Firstly, these bombs required a substantial amount of zombie crystals, and even after depleting his resources, he could only muster 10 of each. Secondly, the extensive destructive radius of these weapons posed a risk, while a broad range could be advantageous. It could also inadvertently harm his allies. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Yu refrained from deploying such devices. Chapter 70. A momentous gain. Bring the wine. However, the emergence of the third-tier Lord Zombie was precisely the occasion for unleashing these formidable weapons. The sheer intensity of the napalm bomb, with its searing heat and flames that clung like maggots, and the terrifying penetration and explosive radius of the cluster bomb were beyond the capacity of ordinary zombies to endure. Only the extraordinary could withstand such might. Fortunately, this time they faced a third-tier Lord Zombie, which, despite its reputation as the most powerful of its kind, bore little difference in defense compared to its lesser counterparts. Had they encountered a different type of third-tier zombie, such as the Iron Zombie that had recently displayed its prowess, the efficacy of these bombs might have been considerably diminished, as the defensive capabilities of a third-tier zombie far surpassed those of a second-tier one. Gazing at the highway still ablaze with roaring flames, Jiang Yu murmured to himself. Yet, a thought struck him. If they were up against a third-tier defensive zombie, the battle would not have been so arduous. No matter how formidable the defense, it could not withstand such concentrated firepower. According to the Ember Sanctuary's bombardment protocols, the conflict could conceivably conclude within half an hour. Outside, as dawn broke and sunlight bathed the earth, the hearts of all present relaxed completely, allowing them to begin tidying up the surrounding area. In the live broadcast room, viewers observed the battlefield below, which was gradually calming and being organized. Most found themselves reflecting on the previous night's events, replaying vivid scenes in their minds, their expressions still marked by astonishment. Well, dear audience, time flies when one is having fun, and thus we conclude today's broadcast. Until next time. Before the barrage of comments could commence, before the audience had time to react, the live stream was abruptly terminated by the Aries. Countless viewers stared at their darkened screens, a sense of emptiness washing over them, yet the astonished expressions on their faces remained frozen in shock. As the sun began to warm the air, the roars of the Lord Zombie diminished gradually, until, at last, there was a moment when its voice faded into silence. The remaining frenzied zombies collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown. At this instant, the only sound resonating across the highway was the thunderous roar of helicopters overhead. Commander, the Lord Zombie has been slain. Commence the collection of corpse crystals. Have the guard team work overtime and send out the scavengers as well. With so many zombies, the guard team alone cannot manage. Understood. Sir. Gazing upon the mass of zombies outside the refuge, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were those mere corpses? No, they were corpse crystals. The very materials for evolution that the refuge needed. Furthermore, this victory was earned after a night of fierce battle, depleting an unimaginable amount of ammunition. A rough estimate suggested that the number of zombies that perished at the gates of the Ember Refuge exceeded 1 million. Thus, if all these corpse crystals could be gathered, the upgrade of the Refuge's facilities would be imminent. Yes, Commander. Upon receiving the orders, Jiang Yu and his comrades immediately summoned all available guards to extract the corpse crystals. After 3 hours of relentless effort, nearly 10,000 individuals successfully unearthed all the corpse crystals, with Jarvis ensuring that not a single one was overlooked through his meticulous scanning. Sir, according to the records, we have harvested a total of 1,520,000 ordinary corpse crystals. This includes 500 first tier, 100 second tier, 1 third tier, and 1 special corpse crystal. A special corpse crystal? Whose is it? Jiang Yu inquired, perplexed. It belongs to that little zombie. Although its power only reached the level of an ordinary zombie, its detection registered at the first tier level, with the energy of the corpse crystal peaking at first tier and nearing second tier. Thus, I refer to it as a special corpse crystal. Nodding slightly at Jarvis's explanation, Jiang Yu replied, All right, Jarvis, the war is over. Let us go welcome our heroes home. Certainly, sir. As for those corpse crystals, let them be for now. They won't run away. At this moment, outside the refuge's gates, armored vehicles arrived one after another, weary from their journey. 5 helicopters had already landed, and the 6 teams that collected the corpse crystals returned to the valley. There, Jiang Yu awaited their arrival, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. Jiang Yu, the Zheng family, Wu Yu, Chen Shu, and Lu Jingwu, who cradled the last remaining leg of Zhang Zhongxing, all stood solemnly before their respective teams. Gazing intently at Jiang Yu stepped forward and reported, Commander, Ember Guard Team, 6,000 personnel have disembarked. 5,326 souls have returned. Please provide your orders. Excellent. Marvelous. You have all done remarkably well. After a night of arduous combat, I shall refrain from any further platitudes. Simply put, your efforts have been commendable. You will forever be the pride of the Sanctuary of Flames. A sumptuous feast has been prepared in the dining hall. Please indulge yourselves and rejuvenate before returning to rest. Any matters can be addressed once you have regained your strength. Jiang Yu gazed upon the resolute faces of the bloodied and disheveled warriors before him, his heart profoundly stirred. Their eyes were laden with exhaustion, yet their iron will compelled them to stand tall and unwavering. It is noteworthy that they had only been comrades for less than a week, and in this brief span, they had cultivated such formidable combat prowess and military acumen, an impressive feat indeed. Yes, Commander. The group entered the sanctuary in an orderly fashion, and upon crossing the threshold, many felt as if they had traversed into another realm. The harrowing scenes of the previous night lingered in the minds of numerous individuals, and recalling those moments often sent shivers down their spines. The experience of teetering on the brink of life and death was truly unforgettable. Jarvis, summon a few individuals to bring the wine from the storeroom. Let them revel tonight. Understood, sir. Soon. The dining hall was graced with a buffet identical to that of their initial arrival. Many, having endured hunger for an extended period, eagerly began to devour the meal with fervor. As the android wheeled in crate after crate of wine, the eyes of countless guards widened in delight. With the news of the flowing libations spreading throughout the dining hall, the atmosphere reached an exhilarating crescendo. Chapter 71, Lantern Festival, Happy New Year. Jiang Yu stepped into the center of the dining hall, smiling as he addressed the assembly. Today, I, Jiang Yu, express my gratitude for your willingness to confront death last night. I shall not elaborate further. It is all encapsulated within this crate of wine. With that, much to the astonishment of all present, Jiang Yu proceeded to down one bottle after another, finishing an entire crate with remarkable ease. Bravo, Commander! What a remarkable capacity for drink. Oh, with the arrival of the wine, what was originally expected to be a 1-hour meal extended into an entire day of revelry. Many guards drank until the evening, reluctant to leave even when their families came to escort them home for rest. The following day, a number of guards awoke leisurely, while Jiang Yu granted all the guards a 2-day respite to recuperate fully. Meanwhile, within the conference room, Jiang Yu, along with several commanders and leaders, convened for a post-battle debriefing. Commander, the corpse crystals extracted yesterday have been delivered to the designated location. Here is the inventory. Commander, please review the list of casualties from this engagement. As inquiries arose within the conference room, Jiang Yu swiftly addressed each question with thorough responses and directives. Soon, various residual issues from the aftermath of the battle were discussed, yet uncertainty remained regarding the captain of the Shadow Wolf Squad, the enigmatic organization, and the third-tier zombies. Captain Minglang has entrusted this task to you. Do not let him perish. Just ensure he remains alive. I believe you possess greater expertise in this area than I do. Very well, Commander. We shall personally attend to him. The several artificial beings in the conference room exchanged sinister grins, sending shivers down the spines of Jiang Yu and his companions. As for that enigmatic organization, we shall temporarily overlook it and let Jarvis keep an eye on it. However, I have a matter of greater significance for you all to attend to. You would do well to heed my forthcoming words. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's suddenly grave tone, Jiang Yu and the others straightened their postures, their expressions serious, eager to hear what Jiang Yu would convey next. If my memory serves me correctly, the Lantern Festival is just a few days away. I intend to allow the residents of the shelter to celebrate the Spring Festival anew on that day. What do you think? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's declaration, Jiang Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, but their eyes soon sparkled with excitement. That sounds splendid. After all, the Spring Festival is a celebration deeply ingrained in the essence of our Chinese heritage. It is a festival we cannot afford to miss. Jiang Yu echoed enthusiastically. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Seeing their nods, Jiang Yu slightly inclined his head and began to issue orders. Well, in that case, I shall have Jarvis outline the operational guidelines, and you will be tasked with their execution. This Spring Festival marks the first since the Calamity, making it profoundly significant. I hope we do not falter along the way. Yes, Commander. Jiang Yu and the others immediately saluted, solemnly accepting the task. As this concerned the Spring Festival celebration for tens of thousands within the base, they could not afford to take this lightly. Soon, news of the planned celebration for both the Spring Festival and the Lantern Festival on that day spread rapidly throughout the base. Perhaps due to the prior calamity interfering with the festivities, the residents of the shelter regarded this first post-disaster Spring Festival with immense importance and eagerness. In no time, many began to spontaneously purchase couplets with their points, adorning the entrances to their rooms, transforming the shelter into a vibrant spectacle of red within a single day. Simultaneously, the residents responded to the call and began designing games for the Spring Festival. As Jiang Yu had established a venue for activities in the residence square on the 10th to 15th floors, the well-crafted games could be submitted to Jarvis for approval, and once approved, would be set up as competition stations on that day. Residents could choose the events they wished to partake in, with winners earning points. To further enhance enthusiasm and enjoyment, Jiang Yu generously sponsored 10,000 points as rewards for first, second, and third place, as well as for encouragement prizes. Within the base cafeteria, the finest chefs, pastry chefs, and dessert artisans of the city unveiled their best culinary skills, crafting delectable dishes. Two chefs even found themselves embroiled in a debate over whether to serve dumplings, glutinous rice balls, or rice cakes on the Lantern Festival. Ultimately, an elder chef decisively declared all of them, thus quelling the dispute. As time passed, the Lantern Festival arrived amidst a whirlwind of anticipation and tension, and at that moment, the festive atmosphere within the shelter became ever more vibrant. Good fortune is upon us. May luck be with you. Fortune has graced us. and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on your prosperity and unforgettable moments. This evening, within the sanctuary, every floor of the residential area resonates with the melodious tunes of the new year, each household adorned with couplets and vibrant red lanterns, while some elders generously distribute red envelopes to the younger generation. The atmosphere within the shelter is one of unparalleled harmony and joy. In the community square, numerous game stations have been established, and many restless residents have begun to engage in delightful challenges. As dinner time approaches, the chefs from across the city present their finest culinary creations, ensuring that on this momentous day, everyone can dine, drink, and enjoy to their heart's content. Finally, as evening descends, throngs of residents flock to the dining hall, eagerly anticipating their evening meal. The hall is brimming with traditional New Year dishes: leeks, cabbage, corn, cilantro, an array of meats including pork, beef, lamb, and fish, as well as a diverse selection of dumplings and crispy pan-fried varieties. Sweet, glutinous rice balls come in various flavors, from black sugar to golden osmanthus syrup, each prepared with care. In addition to these culinary delights, a grand family hot pot, a staple of New Year celebrations, awaits. Many who enter the dining hall find themselves captivated by the offerings, taking several minutes just to absorb the feast before them. They purchase their preferred dishes while gazing at the enormous television, which broadcasts scenes from outside the base. There, Jiang Yu has used 100 points to create a dazzling display of fireworks. After all, what would New Year be without fireworks? Due to safety concerns, the residents cannot venture outside, so they can only watch from the sanctuary, yet this sight brings them much satisfaction. Greetings, dear viewers. I am your old friend, Aries. Jiang Yu's voice resonates through the dining hall over the loudspeaker. Residents, I am Commander Jiang Yu of the shelter, and I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 72. Envy and admiration. As Jiang Yu's voice echoes throughout the dining hall, the residents, gathered in joyful reunion, raise their glasses high and cheer, Happy New Year. In that moment, with the booming fireworks illuminating the sky outside, everything feels serene, as if the impending doom of the world were but a distant memory. Meanwhile, in Aries' live broadcast, those in the city suffering from cold and hunger watch the festivities unfold with a twinge of envy. What am I thinking about for dinner? In the shelter, they are already celebrating the Lantern Festival? Exclaimed Li Tian, overwhelmed with jealousy. Why am I not among them? Alas, such is fate. In the live broadcast room of Aries, the atmosphere within the sanctuary of the flame was serene, and the tantalizing array of delicacies left the viewers drooling, their already ravenous stomachs now crying out in desperation. Finally, some could no longer contain themselves. Can you believe it? I watched in awe as the food in the stream dazzled, and exclaimed, wow, the person above is truly formidable. A real contender. One must be daring. I am nearly starving, and there are no enoki mushrooms to exploit the bugs. What am I to do? I can only resort to self-consumption. Stop talking. With such a captivating scene, please refrain from using such things to disgust us. With that, Aries concluded today's live streaming session, announcing it was time to dine. Thank you all for watching. Good night to everyone. Wishing you a delightful evening. After speaking, Aries disregarded the rolling barrage of comments in the chat and promptly ended the stream. Wow, Aries is really something. Can't we watch a little longer? Is it going to kill him? This Aries is truly selfish. Can't he let us see what he's eating? Seriously, can we not even have a glimpse? I wanted to see if I could catch a whiff. Come on, let's pop balloons. The more you hit, the greater the rewards. The well-fed residents now wandered within the amusement area spontaneously organized by the community, watching others embark on challenges, thoroughly enjoying themselves. I'll go. At the shooting range, a girl with short black hair eagerly picked up a gun from the table, ready to begin. All right. The proprietor, noticing the girl, smiled slightly and called for the start. Bang, bang. In less than half a minute, she fired 10 shots and hit only one balloon. Haha, little girl, not bad, but perhaps you should practice a bit more. The short-haired girl, feeling disheartened, set the gun down and, on a whim, handed it to the long-haired girl beside her. Xiaoqing, why don't you give it a try? Should I? Xiaoqing mechanically shook her head, suddenly feeling shy under the gazes directed at her. Haha, come on, it's just a try, there's nothing to lose. Xiao Bai encouraged, observing Xiaoqing's bashful demeanor as she sought a place to hide. Indeed, just give it a shot, little girl. It won't cost you anything. And if you hit many, you'll earn points. The stall owner chimed in with a gentle smile. Points, you say? Xiaoqing perked up at this, her spirits lifting. Of course I'll do it. Her gaze turned resolute, fierce, and serious as she lifted the gun, focusing intently ahead. At the stall owner's command, Xiaoqing fired. Bang. Pop. Bang. Pop. Within 10 seconds, she shattered 10 balloons, all without aiming. Wow. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment at her remarkable display. What an impressive young lady. Bang, pop, bang, pop. Subsequently, another 20 shots rang out, bursting 20 more balloons in a show of respect. Wow. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions transformed from astonishment to sheer surprise and disbelief. How remarkable was this young girl's talent for marksmanship? Finally, as the last balloon burst, the girl slowly lowered her pistol, the fierce intensity and seriousness in her eyes fading away, replaced by her earlier delicate demeanor. Subsequently, the crowd erupted into applause for the young lady. Feeling the attention of those around her, Xiaoqing once again retreated behind her sister, while the extroverted Xiaobai stood tall, slightly puffing out her developing chest, beaming with pride as she observed the accolades directed at her sister, almost as if she herself were the one being praised. Wow, little lady, you are truly impressive. Here, this is your reward for bursting all the balloons, 500 points. With that, the booth owner directly credited 500 points into Xiaoqing's wristband. Upon seeing the additional points in her wristband, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Xiaoqing's eyes. Thank you, uncle, she replied, her cheeks flushed. The booth owner smiled gently. Come on, Xiaoqing. Let us explore other games. Blushing, Xiaoqing nodded slightly, then took her sister's hand, and they made their way to other attractions. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a competition arena, which featured 2 platforms, each occupied by a male and female competitor. 10-kill challenge, allowing for wheel battles. The first to endure 10 rounds wins an immediate reward. Those wishing to challenge may do so by gender. If victorious, a reward of 100 points and the title of champion await. If defeated, a consolation prize of 1 point is offered. Winning 10 matches grants an additional reward of 500 points. The criteria for losing: stepping out of bounds, surrendering, or being knocked unconscious. An instruction sign was displayed beneath the arena. Goodness, such a competition exists. I'm in. Upon seeing the sign, especially noting the impressive record of the girl on the platform, Xiaobai's spirits soared, and she confidently stepped onto the arena where the girl stood. Little girl, your courage is commendable. If my sister wins, I'll share some points with you. What do you think? The girl in white sports attire chuckled as she noticed the little sister approaching. Hee hee, sister, don't boast. Throughout my life, I've never acknowledged anyone in a fight. Rather, you should be cautious not to be defeated by me, Xiaobai declared, her confidence radiating. Watching her sister's boldness, Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, recalling the memory of being reprimanded by their father with a belt. Huh, you certainly have guts. Go ahead, make your move first. Then I won't hold back. With that, Xiaobai dashed forward, and as she approached the defending champion, she unleashed a punch with remarkable speed, creating a fierce gust of wind. For the first time, the defender's expression changed in response to the formidable force of Xiaobai's punch. Having narrowly evaded the onslaught, the guardian of the arena gradually adopted a more serious demeanor, initiating a counterattack while seeking out vulnerabilities in Xiaobai's defense. The air was suddenly filled with the explosive sounds of fists colliding, echoing around the arena, drawing numerous spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Isn't that Lu Xin, who claims to be the inheritor of ancient martial arts? I recall her crushing a zombie's skull with her bare hands last time, a spectator remarked in astonishment. But now, someone is able to engage her in such an intense battle. She is known for her ruthless streak, having won 9 consecutive matches. I never anticipated that she would be challenged for so long by this young girl, who exhibits such remarkable prowess. I saw her signing up for the male arena earlier. Had it not been for the gender restrictions, she might have already competed there instead of remaining here. Who is this incredible girl? Capable of matching Lu Xin blow for blow? Exclaimed several onlookers familiar with Lu Xin's reputation. Outside the arena, a crowd had gathered, their excitement palpable as they watched the fierce contest unfold. Cheers erupted from the spectators, encouraging both fighters. Go, little one. We support you. Yes. Keep it up, girl. Lu Xin, you're just 1 match away. Lu Xin, I'm rooting for you. The air was thick with the exhilaration of the crowd, their enthusiasm ignited by the visceral clash of combat. Meanwhile, both fighters on the stage were enveloped in astonishment and disbelief. Lu Xin, a formidable inheritor of ancient martial arts, found herself evenly matched with a mere girl, a most extraordinary occurrence. Xiaobai, on the other hand, was also feeling the strain. Every technique she employed was thwarted, and every part of her body ached. She understood that her age and incomplete development rendered her incapable of matching Lu Xin's formidable strength. With each exchange of blows, Lu Xin's powerful strikes inflicted damage upon her, while Xiaobai's comparatively weaker punches failed to breach Lu Xin's defenses. As the exchanges intensified, the battle evolved from a stationary clash to intricate floor maneuvers, with both combatants engaging in a thrilling back and forth that captivated the audience. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Is that your daughter, Jiang Yu? She's impressive, Jiang Yu remarked from an elevated platform, observing the match intently. Indeed, those are my daughters. The one called Xiao Bai is the elder sister, and the long-haired one below is her younger sister, Xiaoqing. Jiang Yu replied, his expression softening with warmth and confidence as he gazed upon his daughters, as if they were two celestial beings. Are they really named Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai? Such simplicity? Jiang Yu inquired, surprised. Huh, not at all. The elder is named Lin Baiwei, and the younger is Lin Qingwei. Jiang Yu clarified. Does your wife have the surname Lin? Jiang Yu asked. Indeed. For many years, I have roamed the world, and with the surname Zhang, it is rather unmelodious to name myself accordingly. Hence, I decided to have my wife use her own surname. Ah, your wife has blessed you with two lovely daughters. Jiang Yu remarked with a faint smile as he cast a glance around. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a slight smile, then observed Jiang Yu with an inscrutable expression. Commander, after your numerous inquiries, you wouldn't be contemplating becoming my son-in-law, would you? Jiang Yu jested. What nonsense. I am merely interested in the capabilities of your daughters. While they possess notable strengths, their weaknesses are equally pronounced. However, these are trivial matters. If human effort falls short, let technology prevail. What do you say? Shall we have them undergo training? Jiang Yu retorted with a roll of his eyes at Jiang Yu. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's refusal, Jiang Yu felt a momentary pang of disappointment, yet he believed it prudent to ponder further, as his foremost desire was to provide his daughters with a serene childhood. A task well within his means. The conversation between Jiang Yu and Jiang Yu remained unbeknownst to others, while the battle on the arena reached its zenith. One moment of distraction saw Lu Xian fall prey to a swift maneuver by Xiao Bai, who evaded Lu Xian's approaching fist and swiftly positioned herself behind Lu Xian, encircling her waist and forcefully bringing her crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity before Lu Xian could react, Xiao Bai executed a crosslock that rendered Lu Xian immobile. Haha. Observing Lu Xian in a bind, Xiao Bai's face, gradually drained of energy, bore a hint of a smile as she panted. Sister, concede. Otherwise, you might get hurt. At that moment, the unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present, just as they believed Xiao Bai was on the verge of a miraculous victory. Lu Xian offered a slight smile in return. Little sister, seeing your pale complexion pains my heart. Allow me to conclude this battle. With that, Lu Xian slowly summoned her strength, and to Xiao Bai's astonishment, lifted her, who was still applying the crosslock. Why you? As she hovered helplessly in the air. Xiao Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Why? Wasn't it said that once the crosslock is applied, it cannot be undone? Seemingly sensing Xiao Bai's confusion, Lu Xian explained. Little sister, have you never heard the saying, one strength can overcome 10 skills? Your technique is commendable, but you are still too young. Perhaps when you mature, we can revisit this. With that, Lu Xian forcefully lifted Xiao Bai's body with one hand and brought her crashing down. Boom. Wow. Before Xiao Bai could process the situation, she felt a searing pain in her back. As the world spun around her, she realized she had landed on the ground, out of bounds. This is... Grasping the pain in her back, Xiao Bai stood up, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. Little sister, when you grow a bit more, come to challenge me again. I shall be waiting for you. Chapter 74. Joys and Sorrows, Evolution and Transformation. As Lu Xian accepted the points handed over by the stall owner, she smiled faintly. Humph. Sooner or later, I shall bring you down to the ground. Xiao Bai gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain coursing through her body. Let us go, Xiaoqing, and explore other places. But your injuries, it's nothing. I want to perish from this. At worst, I shall visit the hospital tomorrow. With that, he hurried away in another direction. Father, how have you been lately? In a corner, for figures were engaged in conversation. Not too bad. I've taken to scavenging. Though perilous, it at least fills my belly and covers the rent. Dad, you really needn't go out. We can support you. Oh, there's no need for further discussion. Your uncle is right. Since we share no blood ties, I shall not trouble you any longer. I am already immensely grateful for your kindness in taking me in. A faint smile appeared on the man's weathered face, now more haggard than before entering the shelter, as he addressed the three of them. Upon hearing this, the brothers fell into a profound silence, their brows furrowed with concern. They could not help but recall the uncle who had cast their father out not long ago. Father, no matter what, you have raised us for over 2 decades. We shall forever cherish that. Regardless of who our biological father may be, you will always be our dad. The man chuckled bitterly upon hearing this, a self-deprecating laugh escaping him as he ceased to speak and turned away. When their uncle, whom they had called Little Uncle for decades, disdainfully expelled him for not being a true family member, the three brothers had not uttered a single word of protest. Was there still a need to acknowledge such a son? He had devoted himself tirelessly to this family, only to meet such an end, dismissed for lacking blood ties. His uncle had chosen to overlook the years of goodwill he had extended. After being cast out, he had intended to leave the shelter and find a way to end his own life. Yet, as he prepared to depart, he heard the voice of a commander nearby berating the guards. Is this all the training you've received? Do you even consider yourselves men? If you are men, then stand up. As long as your heart continues to beat, as long as you can still draw breath, even if you fall countless times, you must rise again. Even if you lose limbs, even if you lose everything, remember this. A man, even when broken, battered, and bloodless, must stand tall before his last breath. Let others remember that you are men. Proud sons of Huaxia. These words resonated within the man, flooding his mind with memories of his past struggles, the vampiric uncle, the wife who had labeled him, the 3 ungrateful sons he had raised. Overwhelmed by emotions he could no longer contain, he collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child. His intense cries even caught the attention of the commander, who approached him, offering a reassuring pat on the back. Brother, cry if you must. Once you've had your fill of tears, stand tall and embrace your identity as a man. With that, the commander departed, resuming the training of the guards. The man, having knelt on the ground and wept for a full half-hour, finally opened his bloodshot eyes to gaze upon the commander, who was diligently training the guards. His eyes were filled with reverence as he etched the commander's image deeply into his memory before turning to depart, resolved to live on. Subsequently, in a desperate bid for survival and to pay the rent, he found himself unable to join the guards and opted instead for the more perilous yet lenient life of a scavenger, exchanging his very life for the promise of tomorrow. His 3 sons watched their father recede into the distance, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to shake their heads in resignation. Let us go. If we linger any longer, Uncle will surely be enraged. The eldest urged, patting his younger brothers on the shoulders. Humph, what is this? He has hands and feet. Why doesn't he find work himself? The second brother retorted. You don't know his temperament? He is resolute in believing that no one can change him. Damn it. It's this kind of person who caused our mother's demise, the youngest lamented. Yet, what can we do now? He is our only remaining blood relative. Regarding father, we have already made our pleas, but he remains unwilling. We are powerless in this regard. Let us take care of each other from now on. After all, we are guards. Looking after a scavenger should not be too difficult. However, the youngest still wished to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by the eldest's piercing gaze. Thereafter, the 3 brothers set off towards home. During this period, they felt unacknowledged by their adoptive father, drained by their parasitic uncle, and burdened by the relentless tide of corpses, which compounded their already overwhelming stress. They bore these trials together, with no one else to confide in. After a brief venting of frustrations, they returned to the shared dwelling with their uncle. The following dawn, after a night filled with play and laughter, the festive atmosphere of the Lantern Festival and Spring Festival began to wane. Everyone resumed their duties the next day. Sir, there are people from the Sun Family Shelter and the Residence Shelter who wish to see you. Oh, let them in, please. Yes, sir. Outside the base. The remnants of war, pockmarked ground, and unprocessed corpses instilled a sense of dread among the visitors. However, upon learning they could enter, their expressions brightened with hope. Under the guidance of the artificial beings, they stepped into the long-desired sanctuary of the Flame Shelter. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of lanterns and couplets still adorning the walls. They had, of course, witnessed the live broadcast from the previous evening, where even leaders of shelters like theirs had been able to enjoy instant noodles while watching. Before long, they arrived at the conference room, where Jiang Yu awaited them, with several plates of breakfast prepared on the table. Welcome. Please, sit down and let us discuss while we eat. Jiang Yu greeted the arriving guests with a gentle smile. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Sun Xiong replied, slightly bowing before taking his seat. Sun Tianming observed his father settle down beside him, his expression shifting as he lowered his head. In Chapter 75, How to Bestow a Burial Plan, Jiang Yu was taken aback to find Xuan Ning standing before the shelter of the residential building, accompanied by a figure of unremarkable stature and appearance. Despite an overall sense of mediocrity, there was an undeniable air of authority emanating from his slender, piercing eyes. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhang Hong, the director of the residence committee for the shelter. I have come to apologize for the distress Xuan Ning caused you last time, Zhang Hong said, forcing a faint smile, his voice rasping. Oh, how do you intend to atone? Jiang Yu inquired with a light chuckle. As I understand, Mr. Jiang, you are yet to marry and often venture out without a servant. How about I offer her to you as a warm bedmate? After all, Xuan Ning remains a maiden, Zhang Hong suggested with a dispassionate smile. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's brazen proposal to treat her as mere property, Xuanning's countenance paled, her eyes reflecting a tinge of sorrow as she glanced at Zhang Hong. "No, that is unnecessary. Perhaps we should discuss the purpose of your visit," Jiang Yu responded. Both astonished and impressed by Zhang Hong's audacity in proposing such an exchange, even of his close associate. Realizing Jiang Yu's firm rejection, Zhang Hong chose not to press further. Understanding that Jiang Yu was not one to be swayed easily, his refusal was unequivocal, and Xuanning, witnessing his decisive denial, could not help but doubt her own allure. "Am I not the type that young men typically favor?" she murmured to herself. "We are here to return the corpse crystal, and a portion of it is a personal gift from Xuanning to you," Zhang Hong stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Yu nodded slightly at Zhang Hong's words. "And then? We wish to procure some supplies from you, as our shelter is quite substantial," Zhang Hong continued. Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards Sun Xiong. "And you? Are you in agreement?" "Mr. Jiang, obtaining supplies is but one aspect. I have also brought my wayward son to apologize to you," Sun Xiong asserted, pulling his son's son Tianming forward and compelling him to kneel on the ground in a fit of anger. "Wretched child, hasten and apologize." "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was in the wrong at school before. Please forgive me," Sun Tianming uttered, trembling as he knelt, fearful of his father's wrath and anxious that Jiang Yu would not grant him forgiveness. Should Jiang Yu choose not to forgive, his father's fury would undoubtedly escalate. "Let us not dwell on trifles, for we are classmates. Let us return to the matter at hand," Jiang Yu remarked, casting a casual glance at Sun Tianming before shifting his focus back to Sun Xiong. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Tianming keenly sensed that Jiang Yu regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Meanwhile, in the conference room, after Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong employed the method of borrowing to procure supplies and firearms, they took their leave. "Father, do you believe that Jiang Yu has forgiven me?" Sun Tianming inquired, casting a glance at his father, whose expression fluctuated between light and shadow. "Are you daydreaming? Do you think that was forgiveness? He simply chooses not to hold a grudge at this moment, but that is merely temporary. If you wish for him to never hold it against you, you must demonstrate your worth to him," Sun Xiong replied to his son with a calm demeanor. If Jiang Yu had expressed anger today, perhaps Sun Xiong would have felt less anxious. After all, anger signifies a willingness to engage. However, Jiang Yu's earlier indifference, even a hint of a smile, was what truly troubled Sun Xiong. The absence of rage does not equate to the absence of fury. Sometimes, when individuals erupt in anger, it is akin to a volcanic eruption. Should that occur, the Sun family would be ill-equipped to withstand such an overwhelming force. Though Sun Tianming was somewhat unruly, he could grasp his father's implication, prompting him to contemplate what he could offer Jiang Yu, or how he might contribute to ensure he would not face retribution. "Oh, Xuanning, if only you were a bit more charming with your words, perhaps you would be savoring the luxuries of the sanctuary now." On the modified vehicle, Zhang Hong addressed Xuanning. "Sister Zhang," Xuanning replied, her demeanor despondent. "Enough. I reiterate, if Jiang Yu desires you, you cannot refuse. And at the appropriate moment, you must take the initiative. Do you understand?" Zhang Hong stated nonchalantly. "Yes, at this moment." The once formidable and defiant Xuanning blushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation, an expression that would surely astonish any onlookers. Within the sanctuary base, after bidding farewell to Sun Xiong and the others, Jiang Yu summoned the leaders of various factions. Following the earlier loss of Zhang Zhongxing, his team was temporarily managed by Zhan Niu and Lu Jingwu until a suitable candidate could be selected. "All right, I have called everyone here for two matters. First, now that the Spring Festival has concluded for our base, we must honor those who perished fighting for it. I intend to hold a memorial for our fallen brothers in a few days." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's first announcement, a flicker of emotion appeared in Zhan Niu and the others' eyes. They had presumed that once someone died, it was simply over, and Jiang Yu would not consider it significant, perhaps merely organizing a brief memorial. Yet, they were taken aback by the depth of Jiang Yu's compassion. The second matter, related to the first, concerned the arrangements for the funerals, which required certain offerings. After careful deliberation, I have resolved to annihilate the shelters of Chun Mingjun, Wang Wei, and Zhang Kongqing. Their lives will serve as the tribute. Jiang Yu's gaze turned steely and resolute as he spoke coldly. Although the recent bombardment had annihilated the majority of their adversaries, the esteemed heads of the family, Chun Mingjun, Wang Wei, and Zhang Kongqing, could not accompany them. Therefore, the objective this time is to eliminate the remaining threats, ensuring that the warriors of the escort team meet their end alongside them. Since they dared to unite with those foreign entities to assault the sanctuary of the flame, they must be prepared for a retaliatory strike. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Yu raised his gaze toward the war bulls and others. Yet the anticipated excitement and fervor were conspicuously absent. Instead, Their expressions flickered with turmoil and inner conflict. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking in a sardonic tone. Chapter 76. Persuasion through reason. Rooting out the problem. Should you disagree, I have no objections. However, should you find yourselves once more betrayed from behind, do not lament before me. Moreover, we have been fortunate this time, coupled with the meticulous arrangement of my various formations and weaponry, or else that group of foreigners might have truly breached our defenses. Imagine, for a moment, if they were to tear through our protective forces and infiltrate the sanctuary, discovering the abundance of treasures and good people within, what might ensue? The answer is painfully clear. It would be akin to a weasel entering a henhouse, indulging itself to satisfaction. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. The commanding officers, who had been deep in thought, could no longer contain themselves upon hearing Jiang Yu's seemingly casual analogy. Some began to envision the scenario as he described, and when they opened their eyes, they were filled with rage. They recalled the faces of their loved ones, imagining the chaos that would unfold should those intruders break in. In an instant, several shivered involuntarily, their gazes hardening with resolve. Report, Commander. We shall obey the orders of our leader. Warbull was the first to step forward, his tone grave. He could not bear to envision the scene his daughter would face against those foreign foes, a thought he desperately tried to suppress. Thus, he wholeheartedly embraced Jiang Yu's perspective. If there were to be a villain, let that burden fall upon him as a father. If one must descend into hell, let it be him. For his daughter deserves to ascend to heaven to reunite with her mother. Report, Commander. We shall resolutely follow your commands. Upon hearing Warbull, the others began to express their own opinions. In that moment, each of their eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. They could not bear to see their hard-won peace shattered. Very well. In that case, return to rally the troops and equip the weapons. We shall depart at dawn. The funeral and the burial must occur simultaneously. Yes, Commander. With the meeting concluded, the commanding officers swiftly departed, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the chamber. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke and, as per routine, began to sign in. Temporarily unable to check in, as the calculation for the completion of phase tasks is underway. Please return tomorrow. Upon awakening in the morning, Jiang Yu encountered this message with no hint of surprise. Since the day of the blood moon, he had been unable to check in, although the reason eluded him. Every morning since that fateful day, the same notification greeted him at the usual check-in time. This left Jiang Yu perplexed and frustrated. He had originally relied on the 200 low-level corpse crystals available each day, but now even that meager benefit was lost. While it may not seem significant after battling the corpse tide storm, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of flesh. What confounded Jiang Yu further was the mention of the so-called phase task completion calculation. What could that possibly mean? Nevertheless, it was merely a check-in system. Apart from his initial successful attempt, every subsequent check-in had yielded nothing but corpse crystals, a rather insipid affair. Let us just focus on leveling up, he muttered with resignation as he prepared for the day ahead. After washing up, he proceeded into the valley, where the 6 guilds guard teams had already assembled. Standing atop a platform, Jiang Yu gazed down at the gathered guards, his expression transforming into one of utmost solemnity. Everyone, I trust you know what our mission is today. We are not merely going out to hunt zombies. Today, we seek vengeance. A thorough and complete revenge. Do you understand? On the night of the blood moon, the inhabitants of the 3 major shelters, armed with the weapons we provided, intended to assault our haven. If they were to breach our sanctuary, what fate would await the elderly, the children, your wives, your offspring, and your parents? They would be left defenseless. They would forfeit their current stability and be thrust back into the merciless struggle for survival amidst the apocalypse. Deceit and treachery would reign, and the very shelter that offered them protection would fall into the hands of our enemies. Is this the future you desire? Do you wish for your families, your children, your parents, to be cast into such dire circumstances? No. I know that many of you may struggle to comprehend the gravity of today's actions. But let me make this clear. To eradicate the roots of the problem, we must act decisively. In this world of desolation, it is either you perish or I do. In dealing with our foes, we must wield the blade of retribution, striking fear into their hearts. Among our allies, we must extend the hand of respect and demonstrate our prowess. Only by showcasing our iron-fisted resolve will our enemies come to fear us, to dread our very existence. So, in today's endeavor, do you possess the confidence to show the denizens of Haishur the iron will of our fire guard? Yes. Very well. Today, we shall also conduct a memorial for the fallen guards within our base. The names of the deceased will be inscribed upon that high wall. In the future, it shall serve as the honor roll of our sanctuary. This monument shall stand as a testament for future generations to pay their respects. Of course, a memorial requires offerings, and those offerings shall be the inhabitants of the 3 major shelters. Now, let us depart, and with the blood of our enemies, we shall honor our fire guard. Good. In an instant, the guard teams surged forward like a wave invigorated by the spirit of vengeance, swiftly boarding their vehicles and heading toward the designated location. On the armored vehicles, the faces of the guards were alight with the fire of retribution. In the beginning, many were reluctant to undertake such actions, for they viewed the situation through the lens of humanity, recognizing that these were living beings. However, upon reflecting on the commander's words, that should the enemy breach their defenses and infiltrate the sanctuary, it would lead to a massacre of unimaginable proportions for those within, most came to a grim realization. The world had transformed into a harsh reality. No longer the peaceful existence they once yearned for, but rather a savage domain where survival necessitated the consumption of one another. Given that this sanctuary could offer protection and warmth to their beloved kin, they had every reason to safeguard it fiercely. Soon, through a process of drawing lots, 3 of the 6 battalions were selected for combat, while the remainder stayed behind to prepare for the rituals. Then, the air was filled with the ominous roar of engines, and those preparing the offerings were astounded to discover that even 3 fully armed helicopters were dispatched for this mission. The sight of those helicopters soaring above hinted at the thoroughness with which the impending eradication would be executed. Chapter 77. The Beginning of Revenge, a Triumvirate Approach. At that moment, those still within the city of Hai were oblivious to the impending storm, which was poised to unleash a far more ferocious wave of turmoil following the merciless zombie onslaught. Meanwhile, within the Chun family sanctuary, the head of the family remained blissfully unaware, engaged in jovial conversation with a young man seated across from him. Let us agree then. Once the transportation routes between Hai and Qing cities are restored, our Chun family, along with the Zhang and Wang families, shall fully align with your Lin Business Association. To be candid, dear nephew, our 3 families have long held a profound admiration for the Lin Association, Chen Mingjun said with an ingratiating smile. Excellent. With your steadfast support, I am confident that we can lead our families to newfound glory amidst this wretched apocalypse. The young man responded with hearty laughter, seemingly in agreement with Chun Mingjuan's sentiments. Yet, the flicker of disdain that passed across his brow belied his true feelings. Master, this is terrible. At that moment, an elderly man stumbled in. Panic and fear etched across his face. Fool, do you not see I am in a meeting? Whatever it is can wait. Now get out. Chun Mingjuan's expression darkened as he glared at the intruder, his anger palpable. The young man, noticing the interruption, furrowed his brow slightly at the old man, but refrained from speaking further, recognizing that the Chun family was not yet under his control. Instead, he casually sipped from a bottle of spring water. Speak. What is it? Chun Mingjun demanded, feeling a slight relief as the youth remained composed, yet his tone remained menacing. He had invested considerable resources to secure an alliance with the Lin Association, and the thought of losing it all over a trivial matter was unbearable. Master, they have arrived. The people from the sanctuary are here. The elderly man shouted in a state of utter trepidation. What? Chun Mingjuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. And they are armed to the teeth. The elder's subsequent words turned Chun Mingjun's complexion a ghastly white. He realized that this was the reckoning he had dreaded. Why, oh why, could they not have delayed their arrival by a few days? Had they chosen to wait, he might have sought refuge at the Lin clan's commercial association, safely ensconced in the city of Qing. Ever since the Sanctuary of Flames had decimated those sent to assist the foreign invaders, a palpable fear had settled among them regarding potential retaliation. However, after a few harrowing days passed without incident, they began to believe the matter had subsided, especially considering the significant losses they had suffered. Yet now, unexpectedly, they had returned. He swiftly turned to the young man beside him. Lin Xiao, perhaps it would be prudent for you to step aside. The individuals from the Sanctuary of Flames are a band of lunatics, should a confrontation arise. It would be unfortunate for you to be caught in the fray, Chun Mingjun whispered cautiously. He harbored a fear that the young master of the Lin clan might unwittingly escalate the situation, for the Lin clan was no ordinary faction. Very well. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall offer my assistance as deemed appropriate, Lin Xiao replied succinctly, without further elaboration. Thank you, young master. Chun Mingjuan's spirits lifted at Lin Xiao's amiable demeanor. Observing Chun Mingjuan's obsequiousness, Lin Xiao's disdain deepened. While he could indeed extend considerable aid, he was disinclined to do so, for the Chun family had yet to earn his immediate intervention. In due course, when the Chun family found themselves in dire straits, a mere utterance from him would suffice to garner their utmost respect, as they would regard him as their savior, adhering to his every wish. Though his influence was substantial, it was finite, bestowed upon him by the clan, not inherently his own. If he were to act recklessly, there would inevitably come a day when his resources would run dry. Thus, he sought to create the greatest value from his limited power. Having concluded his thoughts, Chun Mingjun summoned a charming young girl who held a small purse, the contents of which remained a mystery. Under Chun Mingjun's approving gaze, the girl escorted Lin Xiao to the safest quarters within the Chun residence. As Lin Xiao departed, Chun Mingjun's expression shifted subtly. He quickly straightened his attire and approached the front door. I apologize for the oversight in not welcoming the esteemed guards properly. Please forgive my neglect. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Has Mr. Jiang Yu also arrived? Chun Mingjun beamed, his smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, his tone exceedingly cordial. However, the personal guards of the Qin family, upon seeing Chun Mingjun, disregarded his cordiality and formalities, speaking in a detached manner. Our commander is not present. We have awaited your emergence solely to reveal something to you. And what might that be? Chun Mingjun inquired, his curiosity piqued. We wish to show you how your Qin family is destined to fall. After the command was given, several figures from the elite guard rushed to Chun Mingjun's side, swiftly overpowering him. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Chen's face was etched with horror as he gazed at the elite guard towering over him. He had not anticipated such an abrupt dismissal. No, that is not right. I must speak with Mr. Jiang. I am willing to bear the consequences of that incident. Just as his lamentations faltered, the bombardment commenced. Stop. Chun Mingjun could hardly fathom the resolute nature of the Phoenix Sanctuary, which wasted no time and launched an immediate assault. Witnessing the terrifying onslaught of the armed helicopters circling above, Chen's spirit began to wane, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Boom, boom. The terrifying roar reverberated within the sanctuary, and Chun could faintly discern similar sounds of destruction echoing from afar. It dawned on him that those were the Zhang and Wang families. He was astounded that the Phoenix Sanctuary had orchestrated a simultaneous three-pronged assault, leaving them no avenue for escape. The armed helicopters, guided by the sanctuary's map provided by Jarvis, unleashed rocket fire from the skies, while automatons rained down heavy fire from above. The devastating rockets and relentless hail of bullets obliterated countless structures within the Chun family's refuge. Chapter 78. A city in fear. As the sacrificial rites concluded, the Chun family's attempts to retaliate were swiftly extinguished under the relentless bombardment of the helicopters. The moment they dared to show themselves, they were met with a torrential downpour of bullets. Anyone attempting to hide, waiting for a lull in the onslaught to strike back, would find themselves reduced to mere remnants by the saturation bombardment of rockets. After a prolonged period of witnessing the devastation, Chun Mingjun collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on the elite guard, his expression rife with venomous hatred. You will all perish. You will all perish. Offending the Lin Consortium, you are all doomed. Under such an intense barrage, it was clear that Lin Xiao would meet an inevitable demise, with no hope of survival. With Lin's death, all the arduous efforts he had expended to climb the ranks would be rendered futile, leaving him in utter despair. Will we die? I do not know, but I know you will die now. With that, the leader of the guard fired a shot, executing the despairing and vengeful Chun Mingjun without hesitation. Following Chen's demise, the elite guard, at Jiang Yu's behest, entered the Chun residence to conduct a thorough sweep and collection. The commander had decreed that no living creature within the Chun household should be spared. The chickens were to be slaughtered, the eggs shattered, and even the worms were to be unearthed and reduced to a pulp. Pay close attention. Do not let a single one escape. If in doubt, repeat the process. Understood? Received. In the subsequent half-hour, the elite guard, having conducted a sweeping operation for over 30 minutes, finally departed from the Chun residence. In less than 40 minutes, a once formidable post-apocalyptic sanctuary had been obliterated. Simultaneously, two other teams, each accompanied by an armed helicopter, descended upon the other two families, swiftly leveling their territories with overwhelming firepower. After annihilating the area, they continued under Jiang Yu's command, venturing into the utterly devastated ruins to eradicate all forms of life, leaving no creature, not even a mouse, unscathed. Consequently, the once moderately renowned Qin family, Zhang San's household in Haisher, vanished into oblivion within the span of merely an hour, with no survivors left behind. Not only humans, but even a solitary earthworm within the premises perished, indicating that every living entity associated with these three families was obliterated at Jiang Yu's behest. Upon receiving this news, Sun Xiong sprang to his feet. A palpable sense of dread, terror, and fury etched across his face. Instinctively, he reached for his 8 wolves at his waist, yearning to lash out at his unfortunate son. Cursed be the misfortune that befell his household. Why provoke anyone but the formidable Jiang Yu, a harbinger of vengeance who, in a mere hour, had dismantled 3 sanctuaries with such ruthless efficiency? The extent of the devastation was so complete that the explosive revelations kept him perpetually on edge, fearing that Jiang Yu might strike again at any moment. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had received the news without further attack, leading him to believe that perhaps an assault was not forthcoming. This notion allowed him to relax, albeit slightly. Upon deeper contemplation, he concluded that he had not wronged Jiang Yu, who would likely not harbor such a petty grudge as to annihilate his entire lineage over trivial matters concerning his son. In fact, Sun Xiong had even steeled himself for the possibility of a noble act of discernment should the situation demand it. Within the refuge of the residential building, Zhang Hong's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the news, her expression rife with trepidation towards Jiang Yu and the Xinhua sanctuary, though she too harbored thoughts of retribution. The sheer thoroughness with which Jiang Yu executed his vendetta was something she could scarcely conceive of replicating. It was not a lack of courage that held her back, but rather her elevated position, where public opinion could swiftly turn, leading to a collapse of her carefully crafted persona. At any time and in any place, such an indiscriminate extermination contravened the principles of virtue, and any individual who dared to undertake such a course would inevitably bear the weight of immense external pressures emanating from peers of equal standing, as well as from the survivors of her own sanctuary. The higher one's status, the more imperative it became to cultivate an image that inspired loyalty and respect among the inhabitants of one's refuge. Should one's actions deviate from the persona they have constructed, they would find themselves subjected to scrutiny. Once doubt arises, the need to quell it becomes paramount. However, the path to resolution is fraught with complexity. While rumors can spread with ease, countering them demands considerable effort, and coercive measures can only suppress dissent temporarily. Ultimately, when the backlash occurs, it is often more severe in proportion to the initial repression. In this moment, the audacity with which Jiang Yu of the Xinhua sanctuary acted was astonishing, as if he bore no concern for the perceptions of those around him. Zhang Hong pondered the reality that Jiang Yu possessed the capacity to execute such actions. His sanctuary had become the most coveted refuge in Haishu, a place that many yearned to join. Moreover, the 3 families had indeed been adversaries of Jiang Yu, and while his methods were undeniably harsh, they could be construed as justified in the context of his grievances. Having reflected on these matters, she cast a frustrated, steel-eyed glance at Xuan Ning, her thoughts simmering with intensity. Cursed be that BZ. Had Xuan Ning possessed a sweeter disposition and a softer character from the outset, and had she nurtured a closer relationship with Jiang Yu, perhaps the Sanctuary of the Flame would now serve as a bastion for their residential refuge. In this moment, Zhang Hong's frustration intensified with each passing thought. Were it not for the lingering utility of Xuan Ning's countenance, she would have readily unleashed her late husband's 8 wolves upon her. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Xuan Ning was engulfed by a wave of shock, fear, and trepidation. For she was the one who had morally coerced Jiang Yu, and yet she remained alive, against all odds. However, upon reflection, having morally coerced Jiang Yu and still drawing breath could only signify that his feelings for her were distinctly different. For a fleeting moment, a spark of joy flickered within her. Within the sanctuary, the valley's central wall bore hundreds of names, each representing the valiant members of the guard who had perished during the recent onslaught of the undead. Inside the valley, all guards and the residents watching the live broadcast were present. Many family members of the fallen knelt in anguish, weeping at the sight of the names, while others fell into solemn silence, paying their respects. In one room, a weathered middle-aged man, upon seeing a name etched into the stone, could not contain his grief, his cries resonating through the shared quarters, drawing sympathetic sighs from his companions. As the demise of the 3 major sanctuaries was broadcasted, the memorial service within the valley concluded. With their spirits briefly gathered, the people prepared to embark on a new day. Though their names were merely inscribed on the stone wall, their visages would eternally reside in the hearts of some. Chapter 79. Do not disturb the flame. After dealing with the 3 prominent families, the guards returned to the sanctuary to recuperate before resuming their training. Meanwhile, on a picturesque island adorned with lush forests, a grand manor stood, where an elderly man observed the distant battlefield, fraught with chaos and artillery fire. Grandfather, the Sanctuary of the Flame has obliterated the Chun, Wang, and Zhang families, simultaneously addressing the punishment brought forth by the divine descent. Shall we proceed with the original plan to summon the Sanctuary of the Flame? No, let them develop in peace. Although they have met the criteria for summoning, their strength remains insufficient to confront the regular forces of the divine descent. They would be woefully outmatched, the elder replied calmly. They are merely cannon fodder. What need have they for strength? Those who survive are the true measure of power, remarked the young woman before him with a scornful smile. Ah, they cannot be dismissed as mere cannon fodder. The sanctuary of the flame was unknown to me until its emergence. Had they not vigorously gathered resources, I would still be unaware of such a formidable entity suddenly arising within the coastal city. It is exceedingly challenging to construct a sanctuary without my notice and high sure. Furthermore, even now, we know only that their leader is a young man, with no further details. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young woman's expression remained icy. Very well. You may leave now. The battle outside has only just commenced, and your leadership is required. The elder's tone grew slightly more serious. Understood, grandfather. With that, the young woman exited the room. As the young girl stepped outside, the old man smiled faintly and murmured to himself, the sanctuary of the flame. A legacy to be passed down, persevering onward? What a splendid name, Jiang Yu. Let me see how far your sanctuary of the flame can grow. There remains only one thing I can do for you. With that, the old man approached the table and retrieved the telegraph machine, simply writing, "Do not disturb. Sanctuary of the flame." The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang Yu awoke from his slumber. After a brief morning routine, he sat at the table, enjoying the breakfast that had been prepared for him. Subconsciously, he began to chant in his heart, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have received 1,000 corpse crystals. Ding. Congratulations, player Jiang Yu, for completing the initial trial game of Ares, rated S. Rewards have been calculated and are being distributed. Please check for them. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 3 random item lottery cards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the first level gene lock. You may enhance the gene lock with evolution points in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host, on activating a brand new panel. Ding. Generating new panel. Host, Jiang Yu, sanctuary level, planetary. Strength, 108. Mentality, 109. Stamina, 111. Speed, 107. Gene lock, level 1. Evolution points, 5,000,000. Each increase in a single dimension requires 1,000 evolution points. Jiang Yu, still groggy from sleep, munched on a fried dough stick while absorbing the multitude of notification chimes, instinctively believing he was still dreaming. Just as he intended to brew a cup of coffee to awaken his senses, he suddenly realized this was no dream. Crack! In a moment of excitement, Jiang Yu inadvertently crushed the coffee cup he had intended to use. Staring at the shattered remnants in his hand, disbelief washed over his face. Is it possible that the sign-in system is operational now, and it seems to have leveled up? With astonishment, Jiang Yu finally recognized the changes within himself, the sudden surge of immense strength and the clarity of his mind. It appeared he had unlocked the first level gene lock. Although it was merely the first level, his physical attributes rivaled those of 10 ordinary individuals, truly terrifying. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Yu could not help but marvel at the formidable strength that came with unlocking the first level gene lock. No wonder there was such a stark difference between combat-type androids and others. Moreover, he was aware that the physical data of combat-type androids was not significantly higher than his current stats. Each increase in a dimension requires 1,000 evolution points, does it? That means I still have a full 5 million evolution points at my disposal. With this thought, a smile spread across Jiang Yu's face, and he immediately commenced the process of upgrading. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Stamina increased by 1. Ding. Generating new panel. Host, Jiang Yu, sanctuary level, planetary. Strength, 208. Mentality, 209. Stamina, 211. Speed, 207. Gene lock, level 1. Evolution points, 4,600,000. After expending 400,000 evolution points to elevate his mentality to 200, Jiang Yu felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. At this moment, he felt capable of striking down a bull with a single punch, since there are still so many evolution points remaining. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your power has reached the peak of the first tier. Ding. The host has reached the pinnacle of Tier 1 and needs to spend 500,000 evolution points to unlock the Tier 2 gene lock. Would you like to proceed? Unlock. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tier 2 gene lock. For now, let's leave it at that. I shall reserve my evolution points, uncertain of what future necessities may arise. Opening the panel. Ding. Generating new panel. Host, Jiang Yu, shelter level, planetary. Power, 1008. Mentality, 1009. Stamina, 1011. Speed, 1007. Gene lock, Tier 2. Evolution points, 900,000. feeling the extraordinary power coursing through him. Jiang Yu sensed that with a single punch, he could fell 10 bulls. After a brief period of adaptation, he turned his thoughts back to the prompt regarding the trial game he had passed. The system indicated that he had successfully completed the preliminary trial, which led him to ponder whether this realm was truly the apocalypse or merely a virtual reality game. Had he not completed the game from the outset, but had instead been ensnared within it? Was it possible that this place was not reality at all? In an instant, the notion that he was experiencing a game-based apocalypse began to sow seeds of doubt within Jiang Yu. Yet if this were merely a game, how could he escape? Would he ever return to the real world? And if it were just a game, what significance did constructing this beacon of hope hold? What value did the legacy of continuity possess? When the game concludes, would everything evaporate into nothingness? At that moment, Jiang Yu found himself plunged into confusion for the first time. Chapter 80. The mystery of the corpse crystal. As he gazed at his breakfast, he murmured with a complex expression, "Am I merely dreaming, with all my actions destined to dissipate like smoke when the game ends? Is this place truly a game or reality? Sir, Dr. Lu Yaya is looking for you. She claims to have uncovered the secrets of the corpse crystal." While Jiang Yu was lost in thought, Jarvis's voice reached his ears. Nodding slightly, he hastily consumed a bit of breakfast or lunch before proceeding to the laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Lu Yaya, brimming with excitement and cradling the petite Shaoling, while Professor Zheng stood beside them, wearing a look of pride. "Jiang Yu, we have discovered the secret of the corpse crystal. Would you like to hear about it?" Lu Yaya said, her expression a mix of arrogance and delight as she gazed at Jiang Yu. "Very well, go ahead," Jiang Yu replied, his tone somewhat subdued. Noticing Jiang Yu's unusual demeanor, Lu Yaya hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Through extensive research conducted by myself, my teacher, and my junior, we have uncovered that the reason zombies are so driven to consume fresh flesh and blood, exhibiting such formidable power on the night of the blood moon, is intrinsically linked to the corpse crystal. Our studies reveal that zombies possess an unconscious desire to evolve the corpse crystal by devouring fresh blood and meat. Evolution demands a considerable amount of energy, and the fresh flesh and blood of adults serve as a vital source of this energy. Thus, the insatiable pursuit of humans by the zombies becomes comprehensible. When the corpse crystal absorbs a significant quantity of energy, it undergoes evolution. Subsequently, the zombies harness the evolved corpse crystal to enhance their physical forms, enabling them to endure the energy it bestows. We speculate that the multitude of mutated zombies on the night of the blood moon originated from this phenomenon. Upon grasping this principle, we commenced our investigation into whether the evolutionary effects of the corpse crystal could be applied to ordinary humans, allowing them to attain evolution as well. Unfortunately, our initial attempts were met with failure. No matter how we attempted to merge the crystal's energy, through injection, ingestion, or sublingual absorption, none proved successful. It was only when we conceived the idea of vaporizing the corpse crystal at high temperatures and releasing it into a room for comprehensive absorption by the occupants that we found a viable approach. Under Jarvis's simulation modeling, we discovered that this method was entirely feasible. A typical zombie's corpse crystal, upon undergoing high-temperature vaporization, would, according to our data simulations, gradually enhance various physical attributes upon entering the human body. We hypothesized that when a sufficient quantity of corpse crystals is applied to a person, the sheer volume could induce a qualitative transformation, altering the genetic sequences within the body. This genetic modification would precipitate a remarkable leap in physical capabilities, an occurrence our instructor referred to as the unlocking of the genetic lock. According to our compiled data, individuals whose genetic locks have been unlocked exhibit significantly superior physical attributes, reflexes, combat abilities, and speed compared to ordinary humans. Now, only human trials remain to ascertain the validity of our research. "Jiang Yu, what you mentioned must pertain to this," Lu Yaya exclaimed with a sense of pride, her excitement evident. "Indeed, well done. Since we have made progress, let us commence human trials," Jiang Yu replied expressionlessly as he exited the laboratory, devoid of any visible joy. Observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Lu Yaya and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his state. "I will go check on him. You all continue your research," Professor Zheng, assuming the role of the elder, discerned Jiang Yu's unusual behavior and proceeded in the direction Jiang Yu had taken. Following his silhouette, Professor Zheng arrived at a garden. Sitting beside Jiang Yu, he smiled and inquired, "What troubles you? This is not like you, displaying such a despondent expression. Professor, what if this apocalypse is merely a game? Regardless of the outcome, whether we win or lose, all our efforts would ultimately be in vain, as everything would reset in the end. Do you think we still have a reason to continue playing?" Jiang Yu posed his question without addressing the professor's earlier remarks. Taken aback, Professor Jiang appeared surprised by Jiang Yu's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with a gentle smile. Does it matter if there is a reset or not? Is it unimportant? Within the realm of the game, all your endeavors, every ounce of effort you have invested, will, at the moment of conclusion, dissolve into ashes, transforming into a heap of inconsequential data. Jiang Yu turned, astonished, and inquired. Jiang Yu, have you ever heard the saying, life is a game, and the game is life? In our existence, we ultimately traverse but a fleeting century. After all, we are all destined to meet our demise. So, why do ordinary individuals strive to purchase cars and homes, burdening themselves with mortgages and loans? Why do athletes relentlessly chase their championship dreams? Why do politicians pursue absolute power? And merchants seek excessive wealth? Why do Aries fixate on earning over 10,000 a day? Do you comprehend the reasoning behind these pursuits? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu shook his head. It is because of the journey, the process of striving toward a cherished aspiration. When you buy a car, it is to embark on joyful outings with your family, witnessing the radiant smiles of your children and spouse. Acquiring a home signifies securing a sanctuary, a guiding light amidst the vastness of blue star. Politicians seek power to experience the profound sensations it brings, while merchants chase wealth to witness fortunes flowing into their coffers. A politician, suddenly endowed with immense authority, may find not exhilaration but rather trepidation and apprehension, as the weight of such power can be overwhelming, transforming him into the subject of ridicule. Similarly, if an entrepreneur were to be granted billions, he might not rejoice but instead be paralyzed by fear. Thus, the outcome holds little significance. What truly matters is the journey. You, Jiang Yu, have forged this sanctuary of hope, shouldering its responsibilities. You are the chosen one. Even if this is merely a game, you remain irreplaceable within it. Chapter 81, Enlightenment. 3 draws. Even if the game were to conclude, even if we were to return to reality, everything within this game will become a cherished memory after your departure. I firmly believe that regardless of whether this is reality or a game, I, Yaya, and Xiaoling will never regret having met you, Jiang Yu. Furthermore, I do not perceive this as merely a game. I can feel the rhythm of my heartbeat, the fluctuations in my breath, the strain in my lumbar spine, and the discomfort in my shoulders. These sensations are profoundly real. Upon concluding his words, Professor Zheng observed Jiang Yu, who had fallen into contemplation, and gently nodded, patting his shoulder before rising to his feet. After taking a few steps, a look of deep concern spread across Professor Zheng's face. The burden of such immense responsibility rests upon a child. Though the reasons remain unclear, it undeniably seems cruel. Alas, this tragic end, the plight of the masses. The pitiable Jiang Yu. Professor Zheng slowly made his way towards the laboratory. After a considerable time, Jiang Yu's previously stoic expression finally shifted. Haha. Indeed, I have been ensnared in my own thoughts. The professor is right. What does it matter if it is a game or reality? Even within this game, I, Jiang Yu, can command a planetary refuge, lead thousands, and unlock secondary genetic locks. Is this something achievable in reality? Here, I command everything, orchestrating all that transpires. Even if everything is ultimately erased, what does it matter? The joy of the process is what truly counts, is it not? A game is but a journey to be savored. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Upon gaining clarity, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. The confusion that once clouded his thoughts dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of clarity as his mind began to race. The effects of the secondary gene lock manifested perfectly now that Jiang Yu had come to an understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu spoke softly. Jarvis, please expedite the research and human trials of the corpse crystal for Lu Yaya and the others. Understood, sir. Professor Zheng, with a knowing smile, remarked. Consider this a favor owed to me, Jiang Yu. Observing the bustling crowd ahead, Jiang Yu felt an immense relaxation wash over him. In the laboratory, Lu Yaya was startled upon receiving the message relayed by Jarvis. Teacher, what did you say to Jiang Yu? Why is his demeanor shifting so rapidly? Nothing of great consequence. Just a few heartfelt words, Professor Zheng replied, sipping his coffee with a calm smile. I didn't anticipate his capacity for comprehension to be so remarkable. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned to the command room, scrutinizing the surveillance feeds as he began to ponder the next course of action. There are still 3 lottery cards left. I shall use them first. System, activate the lottery card. Beep. Drawing for the game. Aries trial random items. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a zombie transformation device, now located beside the artificial human chamber on the 46th floor. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 research and construction rooms for a planetary-grade subsidiary armory. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have secured 2 production lines for operational artificial war armor robots. Beep. The subsidiary research armory has been established on either side of the Ember shelter. Please assign personnel to occupy it at your earliest convenience. Upon concluding the lottery, Jiang Yu gazed at these familiar yet foreign terms. And memories of the astonishment he felt when first encountering such items in the game flooded his mind. He inhaled deeply, marveling at the unexpected fortune of his draws. The zombie transformation device resurrects zombies using their corpse crystals, liberating them from their undead forms and transforming them into artificial beings. While they assume a new identity, their previous abilities, wisdom, and memories are retained, ensuring absolute loyalty to the host. The research armory is even more impressive, as it does not merely produce ordinary weapons. It manufactures colossal war robots, towering several meters high. These war robots are designed specifically to combat the monstrous entities of the insectoid race. The operational artificial war armor robot production line is dedicated to constructing these massive combat machines, capable of producing 1 operational robot in half a month, theoretically allowing for unlimited production as long as corpse crystals are available. Recalling his time in the game, Jiang Yu remembered how he had invested thousands to acquire a production line for battle robots to combat the insectoid hybrid monsters. It appears that perhaps more artificial beings need to be produced. Such a crucial facility as an armaments factory should be entirely staffed by these creations to assure my peace of mind, unless I can truly trust a technological genius. While pondering this, Jiang Yu made his way to the 46th level of the base, arriving at the door required for the creation of artificial beings. I currently possess a substantial amount of corpse crystals, allowing for the production of numerous artificial beings. Thus, I shall directly manufacture Tier 2 artificial beings, and once they are completed, I will upgrade all existing Tier 1 beings within the base. As Jiang Yu turned around, he beheld the zombie transformation device, identical to that in the game. To the right was a production chamber accommodating a single individual, while to the left lay a complex electronic operating system. Jarvis, are you able to operate this? Absolutely, sir. The operational methods were implanted in me upon its inception. Simply input the necessary corpse crystals for transformation, along with the energy crystals required for the process, and the transformation can commence. The energy requirements for the transformation of corpse crystals vary. Tier 1 requires 100,000, Tier 2, 200,000, Tier 3, 300,000, and so forth. Excellent. Jiang Yu retrieved the Tier 3 Lord Zombie's corpse crystal, toyed with it momentarily, and then cast it into the chamber. Subsequently, he also inserted 300,000 corpse crystals to serve as the requisite energy for the transformation. As the corpse crystals were introduced, the long-dormant zombie transformation device began to awaken, its intricately complex components now synchronizing to prepare for the creation of a new zombie lord. The transformation officially commenced, with an expected completion time of 48 hours. Jarvis's voice resonated, and Jiang Yu nodded slightly before proceeding to the artificial being chamber. Jiang Yu glanced briefly at his balance of corpse crystals, totaling nearly 170,000. It seemed like a substantial amount, yet upon utilization, one would soon realize it was hardly sufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu declared, Jarvis, manufacture 3,000 of each type of Tier 2 artificial being. Understood, sir. Commencing production in batches. As Jiang Yu invested his corpse crystals, Jarvis initiated the operations of the artificial being chamber. The creation of these beings alone consumed 120,000 corpse crystals, coupled with the 30,000 expended on the zombie transformation device. Jiang Yu was left with merely 20,000 corpse crystals. Witnessing the rapid decline in his corpse crystals, Jiang Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In the past, money was spent without hesitation. Now, in this apocalyptic reality, currency holds no value, alleviating that concern. Yet, unexpectedly, even in the end of the world, the need to expend corpse crystals has arisen. After briefly lamenting this expenditure, Jiang Yu resolved to examine the planetary-grade auxiliary armaments factory's research and construction room. Pondering how many personnel this factory truly requires, Jiang Yu was uncertain, so for the time being, it was prudent to manufacture more. For although it was merely an auxiliary armory, it was at least a quarter the size of the entire Sanctuary of Embers. This facility was designated for the construction of combat-type robots. Thus, a smaller scale would be inadequate. The more than 10,000 constructs being assembled today might only sustain basic operations. However, that was sufficient, as Jiang Yu currently lacked the abundance of corpse crystals necessary to meet the production demands of the robotic assembly line. He arrived at a cryptic door that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Pressing his palm against it, the door gradually opened, revealing a pristine corridor dominated by a silvery hue. Jiang Yu stepped inside and made his way to the armory situated to the right of the Sanctuary of Embers. Flanking the immaculate corridor were various research chambers and laboratories dedicated to diverse studies. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, an exceptionally sturdy blast door swung open automatically. The view beyond captivated Jiang Yu's gaze. Immense, gaping pits unfolded before him, situated merely 3 meters away. Observing the overall blueprint of the armory transmitted by Jarvis, he noted that the depth of these pits reached an astonishing 40 to 50 meters. Opposite Jiang Yu's platform lay intricately designed operating systems and control consoles, accompanied by countless movable robotic arms. A glance to the right of the pit revealed a 5-meter-wide walkway connecting the balcony to the control stations across the chasm. Surrounding the pit were successive layers of research facilities, each with protruding platforms that provided a clear view of the conditions within the depths. The entire armory resembled the letter B, with the 2 semicircular sections filled with orderly arrays of mechanical arms and hovering workstations, while the linear section housed research rooms and staff lounges. The overall height of the armory exceeded 70 meters. The enormous pit at its center was equally impressive. According to the available data, it could accommodate 8 mechs simultaneously for manufacturing and repairs. Gazing at the scene before him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but express his admiration. Although such settings existed within the game, witnessing it in reality evoked an entirely different sentiment. Jarvis, is the other armory constructed similarly? Indeed, sir. Can these 2 armories be operational immediately? Following preliminary inspections, no issues were detected. They can commence operations as soon as personnel are adequately supplied. What is the estimated number of personnel required for operation? 1,000 individuals can ensure basic functionality, 3,000 can initiate research, and 5,000 can commence production. Very well. Once the second-tier constructs are produced, direct 10,000 individuals to the 2 armories for repairs and research production, while the remainder returns to the main base to maintain operations. Understood, sir. As he gazed down into the pit, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming anticipation to witness the colossal robotic armors he had previously encountered in the game. Jarvis, I currently have 2 production lines. How many corpse crystals are required to produce an armored robot? After thorough examination, it has been determined that the existing production line's robots require 500,000 corpse crystals to manufacture a single unit, with a lead time of half a month. Additionally, subsequent maintenance costs commence from several thousand corpse crystals, and weapon consumption and replacements necessitate further expenditure of corpse crystals. Conversely, if a new production line is established for simpler, smaller robots, it would only require 100,000 corpse crystals, albeit the initiation of the production line itself demands 200,000 corpse crystals. Contemplating Jarvis's explanation, Jiang Yu pondered. Given my current financial situation, I can barely allocate the resources for a small robot production line. However, if I proceed, I would effectively find myself destitute once again. Moreover, the small robot offers little enhancement to my current capabilities and may instead become a mere devourer of corpse crystals. After a moment of simple contemplation, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled something and inquired, Jarvis, if I were to forego building robots and instead focus solely on manufacturing their weapons, how many corpse crystals would that require? Calculating, Jarvis responded, Sir, if we only construct weapons, the cost would be significantly lower, ranging from several thousand corpse crystals. And since we wouldn't need to manufacture larger models, the consumption of corpse crystals would also be considerably reduced. Very well, then let us commence with weapon production. Our current shelter cannot afford to be without formidable weaponry. Jarvis, please compile a list of all weapons from the 2 robot models for me to select suitable options. Understood. Sir, please hold on. Sir, the weapons available from the 2 armored robots include the nuclear-powered fist, plasma sword, plasma cannon, nanomaterial armor, nuclear impact cannon, Fisher pulse lance, and electromagnetic photon cannon. In an instant, Jarvis presented an array of weaponry, initially designated for the robots, for Jiang Yu's selection. Gazing upon the multitude of weaponry, numbering in the dozens, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the sheer variety available on a single armored robot. Jarvis, for now, let's produce these few items: the electromagnetic photon cannon, nanomaterial armor, nuclear impact cannon, as well as the nuclear-powered gauntlets and plasma sword. The reason for selecting these particular items lies mainly in their suitability for individual combat capabilities. At present, I do not lack for long-range heavy firepower or bombardment. What I require is a formidable weapon that can enable a single soldier to overcome an entire battalion. These weapons align perfectly with my vision. Among these armaments, the nuclear-powered gauntlets and plasma sword cater to close combat. The nano armor provides defense, while the electromagnetic photon cannon and nuclear impact cannon facilitate portable, wide-range assaults. In essence, it is about equipping an individual soldier with the prowess of an armored robot. Understood, sir. To produce a complete set, it will require 50,000 corpse crystals. We can manufacture as many sets as our resources allow. Let's begin by selecting a few from the combat type androids. The second-tier combat androids have already unlocked the second-tier gene lock. Very well, sir. Once the personnel are assembled, we can commence production. Chapter 83. The icy river approaches. A greater crisis. Jiang Yu spoke with a grave expression. Should such an avant-garde arms factory fall into the hands of others, it would be exceedingly difficult for even someone with a planetary-class shelter like myself to contend with it. After all, the production conditions within the shelter could never rival those of the two exclusive weapon factories, unless Jiang Yu's refuge were to ascend to a stellar level. Casting a final glance at the weapon factory, Jiang Yu departed, for all preparations had been made. It merely awaited the completion of the android manufacturing before commencing operations. Upon returning to the command room, Jiang Yu contemplated the next phase of his strategy. Recalling the game's content, he remembered that 2 months after the zombie tide storm, an extreme cold would descend. By then, heavy snow would blanket the land, transforming Blue Star into a scene of silver-white catastrophe. The seas would freeze, and temperatures would plummet to a staggering -50 degrees, making survival exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals. Were it not for numerous factions having discovered the method to unlock genetic locks, the number of lives lost to the harsh cold would have been unfathomably vast. However, more despair awaited, as 3 months into the extreme cold, an invasion by the insectoids would commence. According to the game's backdrop, for reasons unknown, a colossal meteor, which should have remained in eternal slumber beneath the ocean, suddenly exploded. This cataclysm not only reactivated tectonic movements, but also plunged the people, who had barely begun to recuperate, back into crisis. Moreover, the explosion inadvertently opened a spatial rift leading to the insectoid realm, allowing countless insectoids to surge into Blue Star. The initial months following the insectoid invasion marked humanity's darkest period. Not only humans, but even those zombies that had reached the 3rd and 4th tiers became prey for the insectoids. Had it not been for the numerous factions that had activated genetic locks and developed new weaponry specifically designed to combat the insectoids, the unilateral devastation would have persisted far longer. It was during this time that humanity finally found the means to confront the invasion head-on. I recall that in the game, the insectoids were not in haste to invade, but instead dispatched reconnaissance units to observe Blue Star until they discovered the internal strife plaguing the planet, prompting them to reinforce their numbers for invasion. They launched their attacks from the Pacific Spatial Passage, dispersing their forces to assault populous nations, specifically targeting the 3 major rogue states of Blue Star: the flourishing Huaxia, the Eagle-Headed Nation, and the Bear Nation. All coastal cities within these nations became prime targets for the insectoid onslaught. Thus, the populace was compelled to endure not only the threat of zombies, but also the bitter cold and the insectoid invasion, a testament to the unimaginable hardships they faced. The Sea City is my stronghold. I cannot simply relinquish it to the insectoids. Therefore, to preserve Sea City, I must employ overwhelming force to suppress the insectoid incursion, even if it means engaging them in direct confrontation. After all, both the insect cores and zombie crystals are essential to me. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu slowly addressed Jarvis. Jarvis, once the second-tier androids are completed, deploy the escort team to act in unison. I intend to eradicate all zombies within Sea City, seize their crystals, and manufacture mechs to counter the insectoid threat that looms in 5 months. Furthermore, inform Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong of the Sun family residing in the residential building to come to the Ember Shelter this afternoon. I have matters to discuss with them. In order to establish a stronghold in Haishur, Jiang Yu must maintain absolute control over everything within the city, allowing no interference from others. He must be resolute and unwavering. Consequently, individuals like Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong, who possess their own sanctuaries, will not be afforded the luxury of remaining. Instead, he will present them with 2 choices: submission or departure. Very well, sir. As these words were exchanged, Jarvis's notification promptly reached Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. Upon realizing that Jiang Yu had personally sought them out, their astute minds instantly conjured ominous thoughts. However, they had no choice but to comply. To refuse might provoke Jiang Yu to send his men after them. In the afternoon, with expressions grave and hesitant, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong returned to the Xinhou sanctuary, a visit markedly different from their usual ones. They sensed that the purpose of this meeting was far from ordinary. In the conference room, Jiang Yu awaited them with a congenial smile, while Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong took their seats, visibly anxious. This time, they arrived alone, understanding that if Jiang Yu truly intended to harm them, bringing additional company would prove futile. Mr. Jiang, May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Zhang Hong, sensing the tension in the air, was the first to speak. I wish for Haishur to become my domain. Thus I offer you both a choice. Submit to me or vacate the city in search of other avenues. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong morphed dramatically, their faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions. How audacious! Such directness! The seasoned leaders felt a surge of indignation and fury, for within that statement lay a tone of disdain and disregard. Although the truth was indeed harsh, hearing it firsthand carried a weight of its own. You have 5 minutes to ponder your decision. Should you fail to respond within that time, I shall resort to my own measures. You are well aware of what those measures entail, are you not? Jiang Yu casually sipped his afternoon tea, observing the reactions of Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. Exchanging glances, both men recognized the uncertainty mirrored in each other's eyes. Accustomed to leadership, the thought of relinquishing their power so easily was more painful than death itself. Mr. Jiang, could you elucidate the reasons behind your request? The reasons are of no consequence to you. What you must understand is that a calamity far graver than the undead is imminent. A new wave of global disaster approaches. In such a scenario, sanctuaries like yours will stand no chance of survival. Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong's faces paled at Jiang Yu's words. They comprehended that Jiang Yu had no need to deceive them. If his sole intention were to absorb their refuge, he could have simply employed force to achieve it more swiftly. As seconds ticked away, the 5 minutes slipped by all too quickly. Jiang Yu set down his milk tea and looked at Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong with a calm demeanor. What is your answer? With a resigned sigh, Zhang Hong finally spoke. Alas, fate is inescapable. Our refuge shall henceforth merge with Xinhou. If, as Jiang Yu has suggested, a crisis even more terrifying than the zombie apocalypse is indeed on the horizon, and the ferocity of this impending threat is such that even Jiang Yu, the esteemed leader of the Ember Sanctuary, finds it daunting, then the prospects for their refuge may indeed appear bleak. After all, their sanctuary lacks even a semblance of adequate firepower. Sighing, Sun Xiong, who had initially hoped to take advantage of the situation, expressed his resignation upon hearing Zhang Hong's swift agreement. There was no choice. The circumstances left him no alternative. While he envied the living conditions at the Ember Sanctuary, he understood that a gilded cage is still a cage. Within his own humble abode, he held sway as its leader, yet here, he was reduced to a subordinate. Perhaps only able to command his unfortunate son. You need not be so reluctant. Though you join my Ember Sanctuary, it does not necessitate your physical presence there. Jiang Yu's words caused Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong to exchange puzzled glances. What did it mean to join the sanctuary without having to go there? In essence, it meant that they would retain their positions as leaders of their respective sanctuaries, while Jiang Yu would assume leadership over the two of them, issuing commands that they were to execute without question. The rest would be left to their discretion. Furthermore, he would supply them with weapons, although food would not be provided. Instead, a security detail would assist in gathering provisions. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, a flicker of delight crossed the faces of the two men. According to Jiang Yu, nothing had fundamentally changed. The only alteration was that they were now to heed his directives. Observing their expressions, Jiang Yu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. In that case, I hope you will remember well. My orders must be executed thoroughly and without hesitation. You need not concern yourselves with anything else, understood? Jiang Yu remarked with a serene smile. Yes, Mr. Jiang. The opportunity to join the Ember Sanctuary in this manner had not crossed their minds. They had anticipated a complete integration into the sanctuary, only to be assimilated into its ranks. In a few days, I will conduct a thorough cleansing of the city, eradicating all zombies from the area. Prepare yourselves and gather sufficient manpower, awaiting my instructions. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong nodded slightly before departing the meeting room under the guidance of an automaton. Jarvis, prepare a batch of weapons for them to receive the day after tomorrow. Certainly, sir. With resources and supplies at hand, when the insectoid menace truly descends, their two sanctuaries would serve as natural bastions of defense. As for Jiang Yu's own location, nestled within the mountains and distant from the coastline, he anticipated far less pressure. Do they truly believe that entrance to the Ember Sanctuary is granted to anyone? Jiang Yu murmured coldly. Jarvis, what level of signal tower is required to transmit across the entire city? Sir, an expenditure of 100,000 corpse crystals will elevate it to a high-level signal tower, enabling coverage across the entire city, as well as portions of Qing City and Yun City. Proceed with the upgrade to seize control of the entire city of Haishur. An omnipresent gaze is imperative. Upon hearing the notification chime, Jiang Yu spoke. Jarvis, extend your vision throughout the city of Haishur. I must ascertain the current population, the number of zombies, the available resources, and the locations of shelters. He pondered, There are 6 shelters within a 200-mile radius of the primary shelter. I wonder how many more exist beyond its signal range. Sir, the assessment is complete. 8 shelters of various sizes have been detected, all of which are community-based. Alongside 2 military shelters, both now deserted, Jarvis reported. Deserted military shelters? How could they have been breached? It seems implausible. If numerous family-sized shelters remain intact, how could the military shelters have fallen? Jiang Yu's expression was one of confusion. Sir, the number of zombies within Haishur is indeed alarming. Within a 200-mile radius of the shelters, their population is sparse, yet beyond that, they abound. Furthermore, all life signals within Haishur are confined to the major shelters. The number of solitary survivors, those with fewer than 5 individuals, is limited to a few hundred. That is still a considerable number. Jarvis, proceed with the recruitment announcement. Those who have survived this apocalypse thus far must possess some skill. Then, send a message to the leaders of those 8 shelters, inviting them to the Firelight Shelter for a discussion. Swiftly, under Jiang Yu's directives, Jarvis executed the commands with precision within mere seconds. At the Lin Merchant Association, the individuals jointly overseeing the association's operations regarded the suddenly connected phone with solemn expressions. On the screen was Jiang Yu's notification. Esteemed colleagues, what is your opinion on this email from the Firelight Shelter? One inquired. What is there to discuss? We can sit or lie down while reading, another scoffed. How pretentious. The Lin Merchant Association has yet to make its move, yet this so-called Firelight Shelter dares to assert control over Haishur? It is utterly laughable. Indeed, it is merely the provocation of a petty clown. We need not concern ourselves with it. Let us focus on breaking into the association's vault instead. For all we seek lies within. At that moment, not only the 8 major shelters, but also several other shelters and solitary survivors, now with restored signals, glimpsed the recruitment messages from the Firelight Shelter. Starved for sustenance, they were drawn to the enticing offers from the shelter and the delectable images shared by its residents. Yearning to be present at the Firelight Shelter immediately. The Firelight Shelter must be an official refuge. Otherwise, how could its benefits be so lavish? One speculated. Uncertain. The introduction does not specify that it is official, but who cares? As long as there is food. Indeed, these past few days, I've only consumed insects. And on several occasions, in my desperation, I nearly choked on them when a bug crawled out of my nostril. Chapter 85. Extensive rescue efforts and resentment. New arrivals are coming to the base. The shelter is becoming increasingly vibrant. Indeed, I take immense pride in everything that the Firelight Shelter represents. As dawn broke on the second day, Jiang Yu awoke early from his slumber, instinctively signing in upon waking. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 10,000 corpse crystals. The remnants of sleep vanished as Jiang Yu beheld the substantial reward. Such a sign-in system was indeed remarkable. Yet he pondered why it wasn't a million directly, as that would allow him to forge several sets of combat gear. After a brief moment of fanciful contemplation, Jiang Yu swiftly finished his breakfast and made his way into the valley. Within this locale, all the guards and a total of 600 combat-type androids stood poised, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yu's arrival. Good morning, Commander, they exclaimed in unison upon spotting him. Jiang Yu nodded slightly before ascending a platform and addressing them earnestly. Today's mission is to rescue those eligible for entry into the shelter. The search area encompasses the entire city. We must return to the shelter before nightfall. Currently, it is 8 in the morning, and we have 9 hours until sunset. By 5 in the afternoon, everyone must safely return to the shelter. Do you understand? Jiang Yu's tone was gravely serious. Understood, Commander. All present. The combat androids boomed in response, rallying the guards to board the vehicles. After enduring the tide of corpses, the guard unit had transformed entirely from their initial state. They now functioned as a cohesive entity. Their boarding was marked by remarkable discipline and synchronized movements, executing the task with remarkable speed. With the roar of modified vehicles resonating, one by one they departed from the Ember Shelter, embarking on a city-wide rescue mission. Jiang Yu watched their departure before retreating to the command room, requesting some snacks, and overseeing the entire operation through Jarvis's surveillance. The rescue efforts unfolded smoothly. As the apocalyptic disaster had persisted for some time, many individuals had long since lost their sharp edges, and upon seeing the rescuers, they readily boarded the vehicles, indifferent to the distinction between good and evil. However, some who lacked the means to board, even resorting to kneeling before the guards, found that the unfeeling elite guards denied them entry, despite their empathetic gazes. Commander, why do we not allow those individuals to board? Even if they do not meet the criteria, they are still our fellow beings, one guard inquired. What can we do to save them? They possess no skills whatsoever. They would merely become parasites within the shelter. The elite guard retorted. But they could work in factories or as cleaners. Aren't those jobs filled by individuals lacking specialized skills? The guard persisted. Do you have family members in the Ember Shelter? The elite guard countered. Yes, my parents and my sister are there. Then do you intend to have your parents leave the shelter to allow those parasites to take on tasks that anyone could perform? The commander's words instantly illuminated the minds of the others. It became evident that those positions were reserved for their unremarkable relatives, rather than for them. Were it not for their own efforts, their kin would similarly languish outside, suffering from hunger and the biting cold. I implore you to remember. The Sanctuary of the Flame is not a charity. Entry is granted solely to those who can contribute to the future advancement of the Refuge. Moreover, cast aside your sentiments of pity. In this apocalyptic age, the most detrimental emotion is your compassion. Should you dismiss my words today, you shall undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Upon hearing the words of the guards, many faces grew grim, with expressions of defiance emerging among the crowd. After all, they had only recently joined the sanctuary at the onset of the apocalypse, making it difficult to relinquish the compassion instilled in them during peaceful times. Swiftly, the guards executed their duties, rescuing one survivor after another onto the modified vehicles, while simultaneously expelling those who sought to exploit the chaos. In an instant, the rapid actions of the guards instilled an overwhelming sense of threat among the inhabitants of the various sanctuaries. If this continued, it was likely that the population within their refuge would dwindle, leaving behind only those who knew nothing but indulgence. Although the number of zombies in Highshire had significantly decreased, many still roamed, particularly within the densely populated buildings that often housed abundant supplies, yet were also rife with the undead. The Sanctuary of the Flame has become excessively brazen. In just a single morning, dozens had stealthily departed from our midst. Within the conference room of the Lin clan, several leaders convened, their faces etched with anger as they deliberated. Indeed, the Sanctuary of the Flame could no longer be allowed to act with such impunity, regardless of their identity. This audacity in seizing individuals is intolerable. Third brother, devise a strategy. The group turned their gazes toward a long-haired youth in the corner of the room. His presence was so subtle that many would have overlooked him had the discussion not turned to his attention. I have reviewed the intelligence on the Sanctuary of the Flame. Even if only half of it is accurate, it is not something our Lin clan can contend with at present. Have you all considered this? The long-haired youth inquired softly. Observing the expressions of those before him, the question left the group momentarily taken aback. Even the one who had wrested control of the Lin clan felt the gravity of the situation. What? Is it unfeasible? Inquired the one who had posed the earlier question. It is feasible, but should it be leaked, the consequences would be dire. The current Lin clan cannot withstand their wrath. Upon hearing the third brother's caution, the group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. We must take action. We cannot let them bully us any longer. Do they expect to eradicate us all? Certainly. They are formidable, yet we are not to be trifled with. If this continues, all that will remain of the Lin clan are the weak and infirm, leading to a slow demise, is it not? In a moment, disputes erupted, and throngs of individuals clamored to enhance the appearance of the sanctuary. Very well. Since that is the case, we shall proceed according to my directives. Upon hearing the third brother articulate his strategy so swiftly, the assembled crowd in the conference room immediately leaned in with rapt attention. Chapter 86. Disobeying orders. Time flew by, and before long, a day had swiftly passed. The clock now read 4:30 in the afternoon, with a mere 30 to 50 minutes remaining until sunset. Meanwhile, a modified vehicle laden with survivors bore dozens of members from the guard team, including 2 elite guards, who were undertaking their final rescue mission. This particular task required 2 individuals, and fortuitously, there were exactly 2 available seats in the vehicle. As they traversed a desolate ruin, the guards driving the vehicle were suddenly pierced by the harrowing cries of an elderly man. Child, my dear child, who will rescue my child? Quick, stop the vehicle. Someone needs help. The guards, having witnessed a day filled with rescues, immediately halted the vehicle, intending to disembark and investigate. However, the elite guards, with brows furrowed, intoned gravely, "Do not leave the vehicle, drive on. This is not our concern." At these words, the expressions of the guards shifted dramatically, their faces darkening as they exchanged glances. Taking a deep breath, one of them spoke. "Commander, please forgive us for our inability to obey orders. We cannot stand by and watch someone in distress when we possess the means to provide aid. Are you willing to gamble your own safety, the safety of everyone in this vehicle, and the well-being of your families within the sanctuary?" questioned one of the elite guards, their tone laced with discontent. "Yes. I believe my parents would be proud of me for taking such action," answered the guard fervently. "Do you all share this sentiment?" The elite guards turned their gaze toward the others, and the remaining members of the guard exchanged glances before nodding slightly. Commander, we have spent the entire day rescuing people. They are all pitiable souls. Since we have the capability, why not save a few more? Indeed. Commander, in this apocalypse, what people most require is mutual assistance, rather than merely saving those deemed worthy or within our capabilities. The sanctuary still has many vacant rooms, and considering the commander's ample supplies, accommodating a few more should pose no issue, voiced several younger guards, their faces etched with compassion. Throughout the day, they had witnessed too much sorrow and suffering, experiences they could neither ignore nor endure since their first entry into the sanctuary on the very first day of the apocalypse. Consequently, this marked their first act of defiance against the commander's orders, and they believed that the commander within the base would understand their perspective. The two elite guards, witnessing the conviction of these young individuals, found their expressions darkening, but they quickly reverted to their stoic demeanor. I will ask one last time, are you truly resolved? One of the elite guards inquired again. Yes, resounded the voices of dozens, weapons raised, faces resolute. In that case, you may proceed. As long as you do not regret your actions today. The enigmatic artificial human gazed coldly at the young individuals before him and spoke with an indifferent tone. Though many sensed the sudden alienation and chill in the commander's voice, they chose not to dwell on it. Their focus was drawn instead to the unfortunate souls in need. Soon, a number of bodyguards disembarked, weapons in hand, leaving only a slender figure among them inside the vehicle. You're not going? I'm not foolish. Upon hearing that remark, the bodyguard's gaze sharpened, and silence enveloped them as they quietly observed the diligent young individuals assisting the others into the vehicle, alongside two frail children. The children appeared dazed, their faces smeared with dust and remnants of blood. The young passengers, witnessing this, felt their hearts ache, tending to wounds and distributing food. Thank you so much. Without you, how would we elderly survive? No need for thanks, it is our duty. Grandma, I'm hungry. Little brother, you must be hungry. Here, eat. There's plenty more in the vehicle. Thank you, thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. Several elderly individuals hastily knelt before the bodyguards, their faces radiant with joy and relief. This scene filled the bodyguards with a sense of pride and exhilaration as they exchanged glances with their comrades, feeling they had done the right thing. Observing their expressions, two members of the elite guard exchanged cold smiles. What a grand gesture, saving others with someone else's resources. Amidst the chorus of gratitude from the elderly, the modified vehicle continued its journey. Shortly thereafter, after rescuing the last two individuals, it prepared to retrace its route. With only a few dozen minutes remaining before nightfall, they needed to evacuate the city promptly. Damn, how could I forget? I have a few elderly neighbors at home, who are kind souls and have rescued many orphan children. Could we make a quick detour? Rest assured, it will only take a few minutes. An elderly man exclaimed, smacking his forehead in regret. I hope this doesn't trouble you too much. Oh, if it were a burden, we wouldn't bother, but they are frail and ailing. What if they do not survive the night? Upon hearing the elder's words, the bodyguards felt a surge of responsibility and promptly replied, do not worry. We shall ensure their safe rescue. Let us turn around immediately. Good. The bodyguards turned enthusiastically, heading toward the direction indicated by the elder. Meanwhile, the two leaders of this mission, members of the elite guard, observed the unfolding scene with cold amusement. One artificial human's gaze fell upon the individual who had remained inside the vehicle. Suddenly noticing the cold smirk in his eyes and the proximity of his position, within mere steps, ready to move swiftly should any disturbance arise. What a clever boy. The artificial human murmured to himself. Before long, the modified vehicle arrived at a residential building where only a few wandering zombies lingered. After swiftly eliminating the zombies, 2/3 of the escort team disembarked, following an elderly man onto a vehicle, while the remaining members stayed behind to guard. Soon, the escort team assisted two frail, elderly individuals, motionless and with closed eyes, along with several bewildered children aged 7 to 8. It's all right, it's all right. Medical personnel will be here to assist you shortly. The younger members of the escort team felt a surge of emotion as they witnessed the weakness of the elderly and children, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 87. Gathering of the People. The roadblock tiger, the loyal guards in the vehicle observed the two reclining elders with expressions of mild puzzlement. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are truly kind-hearted individuals, exclaimed a kind-faced elderly woman with a broad smile. It's nothing, dear elder. It is our duty, they replied. Thank you. Big brothers. I want to be just like you when I grow up. Amidst the chorus of gratitude, the escort team felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their actions, believing for a moment that they were invincible heroes. Before long, they departed from the residential building. The once spacious modified vehicle now felt exceedingly cramped due to the influx of new occupants, with 3 people squeezed into spaces meant for 2. Please bear with us a little longer. We will soon return to the shelter. The escort team, noticing the discomfort of the passengers, spoke loudly with empathy. Hee. I wonder where your shelter is. It sounds impressive. Our shelter is called the Ember Refuge. Although our commander is young, he is remarkably capable. Under the guidance of the elderly woman, the escort team shared numerous details about the Ember Refuge, including its armed helicopters, artificial intelligence, and heavy weaponry. The elderly woman, who had initially worn a relaxed smile, glad upon witnessing this scene. The guards raised their weapons, their expressions filled with indignation as they gazed ahead. A few among them cast anxious glances at the royal guards, who were currently oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, one frail guard, despite also brandishing a weapon, positioned himself alarmingly close to the 2 royal guards, merely a step away from seeking refuge behind them. Don't move. Lower your guns, or I assure you, everyone in the vehicle will perish. As the guards tensed, their attention fixed on the front, a series of grim, rasping chuckles echoed from behind them. Turning to face the sound, they were taken aback to see the very elderly individuals who had just expressed their gratitude, now brandishing weapons and holding a hostage. Old folks, I never anticipated our plan would unfold so seamlessly, nor did I expect the guards of the Ember Refuge to be so intellectually deficient and naive. Had I known, we would have launched a direct assault on your sanctuary. But it matters not. We have already acquired the intelligence on Ember Refuge. Once we gather sufficient manpower, we shall pay a visit to ascertain whether it truly is as splendid as you claim. At his words, the faces of the guards turned ashen, their minds racing with a singular thought. What now? Many instinctively glanced towards the artificial human, only to be met with the same indifferent gaze from the royal guards. I shall count to 5. Lower your weapons. Then exit the vehicle. The armed elders, while maintaining their grip on the hostage, began their countdown. The final number approached swiftly. Before they could react, a gunshot rang out. Bang. Silence. No. The sound of gunfire erupted within the vehicle. The guards watched in horror as the individual who had just passed the Refuge's test was effortlessly slain. So close, yet so far from safety. After enduring countless trials to reach this moment, he had finally passed the assessment and was on the verge of enjoying the comforts of the sanctuary. As the shot individual crumpled to the ground, his gaze locked onto the guards, as if silently questioning, why? Why not? In that moment, the guards shattered, overwhelmed by the confusion and bewilderment reflected in the fallen man's eyes. They were engulfed by a wave of guilt and regret, their spirits crumbling under the weight of despair. Lower your weapons. Otherwise, in 5 seconds, you shall be next. No, we will comply. The guards, now utterly weakened, could no longer think clearly. They obediently relinquished their weapons and began to disembark from the vehicle in a slow procession, hoping to appease their executioners and spare themselves further violence. Stay behind him. 2 royal guards also exited, one of them addressing the frail guard. The latter nodded slightly, then discreetly moved behind another royal guard. Who would have thought it would be this simple? Tell me, how many resources do you think Ember Refuge would expend to ensure their safety? Uncertain. Yet it must be considerable. Surely, a legion of fully armed guards would evoke some measure of sorrow if they were to perish, even within the confines of the sanctuary. As the crowd disembarked, a cacophony of boisterous and gleeful voices erupted behind them. Only one individual remained aboard the vehicle, weapon in hand, while the others had alighted, including the 2 elderly men who lay with their eyes tightly shut, now unceremoniously removed from the vehicle. As the onlookers pondered whether the prone figures were indeed allies, one of the individuals brandished a knife, abruptly unveiling the blanket that covered one of the elderly men to reveal a belly seemingly stitched with thread. The 2 mechanical beings appeared to grasp something profound, prompting a shared, involuntary sigh. Chapter 88. The countenance of a demon. A torrential downpour commenced. In the blink of an eye, amidst the scrutiny of many, they followed the seam of the stitched belly and met as the guards. Their expressions darkened and their beliefs shattered, exchanged glances. One of the royal guards turned to the frail member of the guard team and said, "Here is a task for you. If you can eliminate the individual in the vehicle while ensuring the hostage remains unharmed, I will advocate for a reward upon your return. Of course, if a few hostages perish, it is of no consequence. Do not concern yourself overly with their fates. In such scenarios, life or death is merely a matter of chance. Your own safety must take precedence." Upon receiving the sudden assignment from the royal guard, the frail guard's face lit up with excitement. At last, an opportunity to prove himself. Yet, his expression swiftly morphed into one of peril as he cast a dangerous gaze toward the person in the vehicle. The individual inside the modified car suddenly shivered inexplicably, sensing an unseen force fixating upon him. This is proceeding quite smoothly. Several figures descended from the opposing truck, and the speaker continued. I initially thought I would need to employ some cunning tactics to succeed, but to my surprise, merely shouting a few commands prompted them to eagerly assist me. It nearly made me laugh out loud. Had it not been for the mission, I might have succumbed to laughter, listening to the seemingly benign elders utter such malevolent words. The guards felt an overwhelming sense of the world's profound malice enveloping them. Each of them stood in a stupor, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene. Instinctively, they sought the silent royal guards with desperate eyes, pleading for intervention. However, the royal guards feigned ignorance, maintaining their silence in the face of the guards' despair. The guards, witnessing the indifference etched on the royal guards' faces, sank deeper into hopelessness. There were 8 individuals in total, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus the sniper positioned at 1 o'clock. No, 7, for the one in the vehicle is mine. The frail guard spoke up, having heard the royal guard's words. Humph. The royal guard smirked slightly and let out a cold snort, seemingly amused by the lad's confidence. In 5 seconds, we begin. This time, there are no hostages. Resolve the conflict swiftly. The artificial being spoke softly, no longer concerned with the overly sentimental individuals around him. If they wished to perish, he would not intervene. His mission was to bring back as many survivors as possible. All right, I must capture this moment and post it on the forum for others to witness the so-called sanctuary of Ember, while also compelling those within to exchange valuable items for their safety. The leader, who had been speaking, showed no signs of awareness before a fist, as large as a sandbag, suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding thud, a deep echo reverberated amidst the clamor of the crowd. They stood, faces blank, watching a semi-crushed spherical object fly several meters away, while the unfortunate soul struck on the head retained a flicker of consciousness. In that fleeting awareness, he saw his own severed half of a skull drifting further from his body. In an instant, the eruption of the artificial being transformed the atmosphere into one of silence and stillness. Fast, too fast. It all happened so fast that although the surrounding people saw it all, their brains hadn't even processed what they were seeing. The fastest reacting person was about to say something when they saw another burly man rushing towards them. Thud! Another punch landed, and the man instantly felt darkness engulf him, a tearing sensation sweeping through his body. In his remaining consciousness, he could feel the clear sky suddenly turning to rain, a torrential downpour washing over his body and the body of the guards standing before him. As the 2 guards swiftly dispatched 2 men, the rest were still in a daze. Finally, as the android blasted the 4th man's head open, and the 4th pillar of blood roared up, someone finally reacted, shouting frantically. Quick, quick, fire! Fire! Chapter 89, Not One Left Behind. Returning to the flame, hearing the shouts tinged with sobs, the people on the opposite bus reacted immediately, drawing their pistols and opening fire. Bang! Bang! Instantly, several bullets flew from the chambers, hurtling towards the android at incredible speed. But the android remained completely unfazed by the oncoming bullets. A hint of disdain flashed across its brow, and with a simple tilt of its head, it dodged the whistling bullets aimed at it. Holy crap, this is impossible. Seeing that someone on the other side could actually dodge bullets at such a speed, they murmured in disbelief. Then, refusing to accept defeat, they increased their firing rate. However, just as expected, the 2 men opposite them seemed to have superhuman abilities, not only dodging all the bullets, but also rushing towards them at incredible speed. Holy crap, this is impossible. Seeing the man who had covered dozens of meters in just a few seconds, they were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Then, they felt excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. When they looked back, they saw their bodies slowly collapsing. As the last person fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief, the 2 men exchanged a glance, and then one of them rushed towards the sniper's position at lightning speed. Were these 2 even human? How could they be so powerful? The sniper, hiding in the shadows, watched as their men were so easily killed with just a few punches, even dodging pistol bullets. At that moment, even the snipers hiding in the shadows immediately changed positions, trembling and huddled in a corner, refusing to make a sound, fearing they might be suddenly killed. On the bus, the robber guarding the others saw everyone staring blankly and in shock outside. Curious, he looked out as well. The next moment, he saw 2 burly men punch their 2 accomplices in the head, smashing it open. Holy crap, this can't be. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? He quickly got out of the car, intending to help, but as soon as he stepped out, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder several times. He instinctively turned his head and was horrified to see an incredibly sharp dagger instantly plunged into his neck. Ugh, at that moment, It felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He wanted to get it out, but couldn't. Wanted to swallow it, but couldn't. It just remained stuck there. And bright red blood gushed uncontrollably from the cut, his mouth, and his nose. The man, his face filled with resentment, looked at the guard standing beside him, slowly extending a finger as if to say something. Thud. In the man's dying gaze, the guard swiftly severed his outstretched finger with another strike. Thump. The next moment, he could no longer hold on, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He couldn't even bear the pain in his finger. His remaining consciousness caused his body to convulse wildly as his blood drained away. His eyes were fixed on the young man who was now ignoring him. You, the guards, who had been stunned, stared in shock at the thin guard who had killed one of their own. Boom. Before they could say anything, a loud explosion rang out. Turning around, they saw a stone wall shattered, and a blood-soaked guard carrying a man emerged. Except for this sniper, everyone else is dead. Report to the commander. Enemy killed. The thin guard shouted. Well done. You'll get a reward when we get back. The guard smiled at him. Seeing the smile on his blood-soaked commander's face, the thin guard felt a shiver run down his spine. But then he thought, wasn't this exactly what he longed for? Commander Yu. The rest of the guards were stunned by what they saw. All right, time to go back. Ignoring the questions from the others, one of the guards casually picked up a dropped pistol and went to the group of children, trembling behind the wheels of a car, who had been brought by the elderly man. Then, under the shocked gazes of the children and the others, bang, 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 several gunshots rang out, and the children died in disbelief at the guards' guns. Commander, what are you doing? They're just children. Seeing this, one of the guards shouted. Bang. Just as he was about to say something more, he felt as if his head had been hit by a car. A sharp pain instantly swept through his head. This punch left the guard member dazed and speechless, silencing the others. You have no right to ask me to explain. The commander knows everything. Back at the headquarters, he will punish you and your families for what happened today, the android said casually. Upon hearing this, everyone present trembled, their faces turning deathly pale. All right, take this greyhound and go back to the shelter. We're too late. After the guards began to speak, a contingent of the security team slowly boarded the vehicle. The modified car then set off at a rapid pace towards the shelter. Soon, under the direct supervision of the guards, they swiftly returned to the sanctuary, where many individuals were already awaiting the entry of their identification information before accessing the refuge. The commander issued orders that no members of the security team from this vehicle were permitted to enter the shelter. They were to surrender all weapons, remove their gear, and wait at the temporary assembly area until the following day. An auxiliary android approached and informed them, Understood, this is troublesome. The guards exchanged wry smiles upon witnessing this scene, apprehensively surrendering their weapons before gathering in the makeshift tents. Although this unfolding situation left many of the other guards feeling perplexed and uncertain, they ceased to voice their concerns once they learned that it was the commander's direct order. Who is the commander? He is nothing less than a deity within this shelter. Chapter 90. Cast out from the hearth, reaping what one sows. Without his intervention, most of them would likely still be wandering outside, struggling to survive, inadequately fed and clothed, where merely living could be deemed a luxury. Or perhaps they had already perished outside, becoming mindless zombies. How could they now enjoy the comforts of stability and security? Following a flurry of meticulous data entry, all the survivors were finally registered, wristbands distributed, and then escorted into the shelter. After a series of essential notifications and warnings, they excitedly rushed to the dining hall, indulging in the finest dinner they had enjoyed in quite some time. Sir, today, we have recruited a total of 230 new residents. The security team sustained 0 injuries. 1 fatality. Jiang Yu, seated in the command room, gazed grimly at the surveillance footage on the screen while listening to Jarvis's report. Jarvis, play this footage for all the residents. Let them awaken to the reality of the outside world. Show them what it has become. Reveal the grim scenes that unfold beyond our walls, and let them recognize how savage this world has turned. Understood, sir. In the next moment, countless individuals who were chatting and playing cards after work were startled by the sudden interruption of the broadcast. Initially, they anticipated it was a heroic video of the security team rescuing others, but as they continued to watch, expressions of disbelief and somberness grew on their faces. Is this truly the outside world? How terrifying. Has it descended to cannibalism? How little time has passed for it to become this way? The Truman Show, it seems to describe us perfectly. Yet, reflecting on it, they felt fortunate to have been brought into the hearth shelter at the onset of the apocalypse. Indeed, they need not witness the horrors of this dreadful end of days firsthand. Damn it, are these guards really the same ones that fought zombies before? Why do they share everything with the outside? Is their mouth being forced open by something they desperately want to retrieve? Indeed, the members of the guard squad displayed an utter lack of understanding, had it not been for the presence of the elite escort team. One shudders to think how many lives might have been lost. Did you not witness the calamity? One survivor has already perished due to the folly of the guard unit. Had the elite team not intervened, we might have needed to venture out to rescue them, incurring even greater losses. The elite team explicitly advised against such actions. Yet they persisted. Does this not reflect a profound derangement of judgment? In an instant, the entire refuge echoed with scorn and vitriol directed at this small faction of the guard. The families of these guards, upon witnessing the footage, were equally stricken with rage and disbelief. How can one take pride in their kin when their very sustenance is provided by others? What audacity allows such insolent words to escape their lips? In light of the surveillance footage, many within the refuge felt a swell of indignation and shock. Their obstinacy, disregard for counsel, miscalculation of their capabilities, and blind hubris brought forth a torrent of invective upon them. The crowd simultaneously expressed gratitude for the formidable presence of the elite escort team, while vehemently condemning those guards who failed to prioritize the safety of the refuge. On the following morning, Jiang Yu awoke early, partook of breakfast, signed in, and subsequently summoned the guard members to assemble in the valley. The leaders, including Jiang Yu, stood at the forefront while the guards occupied the rear. This sudden gathering had not gone unnoticed. They were all acutely aware of the previous day's surveillance footage, and each heart brimmed with an unusual combination of fury and disbelief. Meanwhile, the instigators of the debacle stood in a corner, heads bowed, countenances pale and dejected. I trust you all have seen the footage from yesterday, so I from today onwards, depart from the sanctuary of embers with your families. Take with you your aspirations and noble virtues, and venture forth to establish your own utopia. As these words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Jiang Yu's proclamation left everyone in shock, not only the members of the guard but also the residents watching the live broadcast. They were truly being expelled. Although many speculated yesterday about the possibility of such an action, it was still uncertain, especially concerning the guard members. No one anticipated that today they would indeed be forced to leave, and astonishingly, they were to bring their families along. This undoubtedly exacerbated their struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. Commander, we were wrong. Please grant us another chance. We shall amend our ways. They pleaded desperately. We will strictly adhere to all your commands next time. We earnestly request your mercy. Initially apprehensive about the severity of their punishment, upon hearing that their entire families were to be expelled, panic ensued. Their pale faces reflected sheer terror as they frantically begged for clemency from the commander. Chapter 91. Regrets and New Thoughts. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. We never intended for this. The chorus of apologies and cries reverberated through the valley. They could hardly fathom how they would survive if cast out into a world that had devolved into one of cannibalism. Commander, they are still just children. Is this truly the right course of action? Jiang Yu stepped forward, intending to plead for mercy. But Jiang Yu cast a menacing glare in his direction. Jiang Yu, do you also wish to defy my orders? If others do not witness the consequences of disobedience today, they will not learn to remember. If we allow such recklessness, disregarding the safety of others, and permit anyone to enter without knowledge, who will be accountable if disaster strikes? If those individuals were to launch a suicide attack and harm your daughter, who would take responsibility? Would it be you? As Jiang Yu's gaze bore down upon him like divine retribution, even the battle-hardened Jiang Yu felt as though he were trapped in an icy abyss. Listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, Jiang Yu's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. His daughter was his Achilles heel. He would sacrifice everything for his family. Jarvis, tally their points and those of their families. Ensure they are escorted out before noon. The personal guard will oversee the process. Jiang Yu stated with an air of grave authority. This matter must not be handled lightly. Fortunately, the personal guard was present to manage the aftermath. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Truly, it is lamentable that this group of individuals has allowed their misguided benevolence to lead to a suicide attack. At that critical moment, even Jarvis, with his extensive influence within the base, would be unable to intervene. After all, Jarvis lacks a physical presence. He is merely a system. And even summoning personnel requires time that an explosion does not afford, as it can occur in an instant. Therefore, for the sake of the others within the base, and to ensure that such incidents are eradicated, the handling of today's affair must be resolute and unyielding. Subsequently, the once tranquil and harmonious environment of the base erupted into chaos. The families of the guard unit, upon hearing that they were to be expelled from the sanctuary, brazenly resolved to remain. Even when confronted with firearms, most of them refused to leave, tears streaming down their faces as they recounted their grievances and despair. We will not depart. Why should we? We are not the ones at fault. Let those who err take their leave, they cried, since you have welcomed us in. You must take responsibility for our futures. Do not cast us out. If we leave here, we shall not survive. Come and see. The refuge is expelling us. We must unite, or the next to be driven out may very well be you. In the plaza on the 10th floor, the families of the guard unit gathered in protest, leveraging their numbers to resist expulsion, brandishing loudspeakers and shouting fervently. However, no matter how vociferously they hollered, the other residents regarded them with palpable disdain and loathing. Their families' blunders and carelessness had led to a breach of the refuge's security, nearly resulting in an attack. If such an assault had occurred, who could fathom the number of lives that would have been lost? In such dire circumstances, it was already fortunate that the others refrained from physically assaulting them. How outside the shelter, nearly 100 individuals were unceremoniously expelled, their points revoked following the recent unrest, rendering them unable to procure essential supplies, an expenditure amounting to thousands of points. The bewildered guards, cast out, stood transfixed as they beheld the former comrades within the shelter engaged in training, at a loss for words. It's all your fault. Why did you have to be so benevolent? Why did you have to be so benevolent? We've been cast out. We've been cast out. An elderly man, burdened by age, scolded his remorseful son, who was cradling a frail woman. Your mother is weak. Could you not have considered her before acting? We encouraged you to pursue education and enlist, and yet you squandered your opportunities. I'm sorry, the chastised youth muttered, his expression a kaleidoscope of confusion, repeating the same words as if they could mend the situation. I only wanted you to be proud of me. Proud? What does pride feed you? Can pride provide a stable life? At your age, how can you not grasp something so trivial? The elder exclaimed in exasperation, his frustration palpable. Even the woman, who had always indulged her son, now wore a mask of despair. Outside the shelter, the air was thick with grievances, accusations, and curses. The once vibrant youths, brimming with confidence merely a day prior, now appeared as desiccated husks, devoid of vitality. Enough, enough. Let me speak, a shrewd-looking man interjected. Though we have been expelled, we were once members of the guard, possessing combat and survival skills. Moreover, we managed to acquire several weapons upon our departure. As the man's words sank in, the crowd gradually quieted, their expressions shifting as they contemplated whether to heed his counsel. Yet, many wore faces of despondence. They were not the commanders of the sanctuary and lacked the fortitude to survive independently in this apocalyptic world. Thus, it seemed fitting for this motley group of former allies to establish a new refuge together. Subsequently, they began their exodus from the shelter's confines, making their way towards the city of Haishur. It was around 10 in the morning, and with determination, they hoped to reach the city before dusk, searching for a suitable dwelling for their large number. Although Haishur lay in ruins, locating an appropriate residence should not prove overly difficult. Within the shelter, several individuals responsible for cleaning were tidying the bedding of those who had been expelled. Do you think the commander was too harsh? Pondered a woman in her 50s, known for her kindness. If she weren't frail and plagued by illness, she wouldn't appear so aged. Harsh. Is that not justified? This is a lesson to deter others. If the punishment is too lenient, who knows how many will follow suit with their misguided actions? How would the base function then? If anything were to occur, would the commander solely be responsible for cleaning up after you? Furthermore, it is imperative to understand that this is not an official refuge, but rather a private one, and they possess their own armed forces. If it were not for us ordinary individuals, and to provide the inhabitants of the base with something to do, why would they even bother forming a security detail? Upon hearing the woman's remarks, others frowned, yet felt it was somewhat excessive. Do not cast such glances. The situation has not befallen you, hence your perception of it as excessive. Should several individuals from the refuge perish, including some of your own kin, would you still find it excessive? They provide you with sustenance, arm you, and instruct you in combat, yet you defy military orders. To spare your life is already an act of great mercy. In former times, such defiance would have led to a court-martial. Upon hearing the matron's words, the attendees gradually felt a sense of relief. Indeed, as long as one is not embroiled in the matter, one cannot truly grasp the emotions of those affected. Concurrently, this issue was fermenting among the security team. While many believed the commander's actions to be excessively ruthless, a considerable number felt that such measures were entirely appropriate. They are adults and should take responsibility for their own actions. Old Jiang, do you think the commander might be too dictatorial? Indeed, while this refuge is his, the individuals within it were invited by him. He cannot rule with such tyranny. Precisely, a restoration of harmonious governance within this refuge is essential. Although this shelter boasts remarkable technological advancements, the commander remains a mere youth, a dictator, and such a stance is untenable for long-term stability. Thus, shared governance is required to curb the commander's autocracy. But will anyone heed our words? Fear not. We earn our bread through discourse. Are we truly apprehensive about persuading a crowd of ordinary citizens? Once we have swayed them, what concern is it if the commander disagrees? Can he truly expel us all? As the tumult gradually subsided, the lives of the base's inhabitants began to return to a semblance of normalcy. In the command room, Jiang Yu observed the surveillance feeds and inquired, "Jarvis, have the assailants been located?" "Yes, sir. Upon thorough analysis, I have identified the intruders as members of the Lin Trading Company. Their actions, though covert, were laid bare before my omnipresent surveillance." "Good. In that case, Jarvis, summon the security team and eliminate the Lin Trading Company," Jiang Yu replied coolly. "However, sir, the Lin Trading Company was the first to accept our invitation, and several other factions have yet to agree." "Humph. What does their acceptance matter? They cannot play both sides, since they dared to target our interests. We shall not let them off lightly. Jarvis, document every move made by the Lin Trading Company. I want none of them to escape, after extinguishing their existence. If the other shelters have yet to respond by tomorrow, then we shall proceed to eliminate them directly. Hi, sure, only my voice shall prevail." Jiang Yu coldly scoffed, "Understood, sir." Within the valley, the assembly was once again called after the midday meal. The new target was the Lin Corporation, responsible for the modified bus that attacked our Xinhua shelter yesterday. The commander declared, "Leave no trace behind. Remember, leave no trace." The battle-hardened warriors stood at the heights, their voices booming like thunder. The guards below wore expressions of grave seriousness. Yesterday's events had become a cautionary tale for them. For the sake of their families and the shelter, they could not afford to be reckless. While the commander's words might not be entirely accurate, they at least ensured compliance, as there was safety from peril and punishment. In such dire circumstances, even a battle-hardened warrior would admit to their inability to execute such a breakout. As the assembly boarded their vehicles, they beheld two armed helicopters laden with weapons taking flight. The sight ignited a fervor among them. Even the helicopters were deployed. Thus, a grand procession set forth towards the Lin Corporation on the other side of Haishur. On the highway, those expelled from the guards watched the modified vehicles whiz past, along with the helicopters overhead, their expressions etched with bitterness. They should have been on those vehicles, but at this moment, it was too late. From this instant, they became like two fleeting intersecting lines, parting ways after a brief convergence, one ascending and the other descending. An hour later, the Xinhua forces arrived at the designated location. The battle commander began orchestrating the operation. The 6 teams were to encircle the area from 6 directions, ensuring that no one escaped the helicopter's bombardment. Understood. This mission was straightforward. The 6 guard teams were responsible for monitoring any fleeing individuals, while only the 2 helicopters above would engage in combat. Chapter 93. Total annihilation. The atmosphere was charged as preparations reached completion. The armed helicopters, circling above the clouds, swiftly descended, revealing themselves before the Lin Corporation's assembly. The individuals gathered in the secret chamber were unaware of the impending catastrophe. "Old 3, your plan has failed," a long-haired man remarked gravely. "I warned you of the consequences and the challenges, yet you insisted on taking action. Humph. What now? Should we truly grovel before them? No. They remain oblivious to our involvement in this affair. Thus, we still hold the advantage of secrecy. What do you propose? Trouble? We have trouble." The foremost man's words were cut short by an urgent voice from outside the door. "Damn that old fool." A nearby individual opened the door, allowing an anxious elder to rush in. "What's the matter? Is it the Xinhua shelter coming for us?" The elder's inquiry halted the conversation, confusion etched on his face. "Are you aware?" "Aware of what?" "The Xinhua shelter is attacking." "What? The Xinhua shelter is attacking?" At this moment, what initially seemed to be a trivial matter suddenly left the crowd astounded, as they sprang from their seats in disbelief. "No, you must have known, right?" the elderly man murmured, perplexed by the shocked expressions surrounding him. Upon entering, he had overheard them discussing the assault from the sanctuary of the flame, and he had assumed they were all aware. "Have they really come? Are they truly here?" the long-haired man inquired, his face a mask of incredulity. "Indeed, they have arrived, and they have encircled the entire guild. 2 helicopters are even soaring above us." Wailing ominously, the elder lamented, his expression one of despair. Though he remained puzzled as to why this group, who should have been informed, appeared so taken aback, he recognized the necessity of delivering a complete report. "This is disastrous. No, it cannot be. My plan was flawless. No one could have anticipated it would be us." The long-haired man continued to voice his confusion. "Moreover, there are other shelters with comparable strength. Why have they chosen to confront us? Could it be a random selection? Yet, that seems far too coincidental," he pondered anxiously. "Enough. What are we to do now? They have come knocking at our door." One member demanded. "Indeed, what shall we do, old 3? We have yet to retrieve the items from the vault. and we cannot possibly confront the sanctuary of the flame directly. This is all your fault, Old 3. If it weren't for your negligence, we would not have been discovered. In an instant, the formidable reputation of the sanctuary of the flame caused the previously amicable group to turn on one another. Several disgruntled uncles furiously pointed fingers at Old 3, hurling accusations. Enough. I consulted with all of you beforehand. You all agreed. Now that the situation has come to light, you seek to shift the blame? The long-haired man confronted them, his face flushed with anger. Humph. It is undoubtedly your failure. You might as well end your life to atone for this. Indeed. Perhaps your death will quell the wrath of the sanctuary of the flame. The long-haired man glared at the assembly of accusers, exhaling a resigned sigh. He should have anticipated that those seated at the table were merely a band of opportunistic thieves, rather than capable leaders. Boom. Just as they continued their blame game, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. We're doomed. It has begun. The crowd turned towards the door, witnessing the cannon fire and the shrill cries of armed helicopters. Their faces paling in unison. Quickly, let us go and declare our surrender. We are willing to submit to them, the leader shouted urgently. Yet, before they could exit the conference room or utter a single word of appeasement, a rocket exploded directly above them. Boom. Within the confines of the room, the assembly of individuals was abruptly enveloped by a deafening explosion, after which they sensed the abrupt dissolution of all their faculties. In that moment, their sole contemplation was a bewildered inquiry into the rationale behind such decisive brutality. For a relentless 40 minutes, the skies were dominated by armed helicopters, mercilessly raining down destruction upon the Lin family consortium, resulting in the demise of hundreds. This long-anticipated onslaught served as a stark revelation to other sanctuaries regarding the formidable and terrifying might of the Ember Refuge. The readiness to unleash violence at the slightest provocation was beyond their imagination. Even in the peaceful eras, the Americans had not exhibited such unwavering resolve. Quick. Consent to the Ember Refuge's overture, swiftly. It seemed that acquiescence was the only viable option. A message must be dispatched, expressing our willingness to submit. With a tone of humility, the leaders of the other 7 sanctuaries, witnessing this grim spectacle, were inevitably struck by a sense of helplessness and rueful amusement. They were somewhat aware of the incident that transpired the previous day and collectively dismissed any implication of their involvement. As they covertly conducted their investigations, the Ember Refuge had already mobilized for retaliatory bombardment. It was evident that the true orchestrator of this calamity was likely the Lin family consortium. Moreover, the Ember Refuge's ability to uncover the identity of the puppet master within a single night was nothing short of terrifying. This truly exemplified the reach of their influence. Such was the singular thought resonating within the minds of the leaders of the remaining 7 sanctuaries. The Lin family consortium has indeed lit a candle in a latrine. They have courted their own demise. Do they truly believe that mere cleverness could intimidate the Ember Refuge? Alas, their folly has led to their own obliteration. I find myself bereft of a formidable adversary, yet the Ember Refuge poses a conundrum. How shall I navigate this new dynamic? In an instant, the individuals from the other 7 shelters furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation regarding the next course of action. Chapter 94. The battle unfolds with distinction. The armed helicopter gazed down at the bombed remnants of the desolate ruins and spoke. The guards, at this moment, raised their weapons and swiftly surged into the ruins of the Lin Corporation. Drawing from their previous experience of pillaging 3 shelters, they annihilated every living being within the refuge, sparing not even a solitary worm that might have survived, crushing it into a pulp underfoot. Commander, we have discovered a massive vault. As the guards conducted their thorough search, they soon located an underground safe deposit box. Although its purpose remained unclear, the formidable steel exterior hinted that it was no ordinary item. After enduring such extensive bombardment, its steadfastness was indeed remarkable. The elite guards in the sky immediately became intrigued. Leave 2 to guard the helicopter and patrol. The rest jumped down. With a thunderous boom, they landed firmly on the ground. The guards below were astonished to witness the elite forces leap from a height of several dozen meters, landing unscathed. Is this the power of the elite guards? Is this the vault? Jarvis, can you scan to determine what lies within? The elite guards inquired while raising their wrist devices. Scanning in progress. Please hold. Jarvis's voice resonated through their earpieces. Scan complete. A significant cache of weaponry has been detected: handguns, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, and various types of ammunition. In comparison, although the quantity does not exceed that of the ordinary guards, the quality remains comparable. Upon hearing Jarvis's findings, the expressions of those present turned to astonishment. With such an abundance of arms, why were they confined to the vault and not deployed? Had they been utilized? The earlier scenario might have unfolded differently, not as a one-sided affair, but rather with some resistance before the inevitable collapse. The large door bore a lock that had not been breached, suggesting that the occupants were unsure of how to open it. One elite guard remarked on the door, which, despite being marred by signs of damage, remained remarkably sturdy. The others nodded in agreement. Otherwise, there would be no rationale for possessing weapons without employing them. Following the revelation that the contents were merely an assortment of arms, interest waned among the group. They resumed their tasks, collecting spoils in preparation for their return. Within just half an hour of bombarding the Lin Corporation, they had completed their cleanup and departed, leaving behind what was once a lavish shelter housing hundreds, now reduced to mere ruins. This scene elicited deep sighs from the inhabitants of the remaining shelters. In the command room, Jiang Yu observed the team return triumphantly, nodding in approval. Indeed, this operation showcased the combat strategy of the Sanctuary of Ember. Soon after the army returned to the shelter, nightfall quietly descended. While those expelled from the refuge hastily sought temporary shelter on the third floor of a building, the night air was chill and desolate. Each individual, as they gnawed on the dry, harsh bread, reminisced about their lives in the shelter. At this moment, had they still been in the refuge, they would have been cocooned in warm blankets, savoring a delightful dinner. The following morning, Jiang Yu, as per his usual routine, awoke around 10 o'clock. After having a brunch and signing in, he heard the voice of Jarvis. "Sir, the people from the other 7 shelters have been waiting at the door since morning." "Oh, quite conscientious of them. Let them in. Lunchtime is approaching. Whether it will be a meal of mercy or a banquet of submission depends on their choice." Jiang Yu remarked with a faint, cold smile. "Understood, sir. By the way, Jarvis, what progress has been made on the android manufacturing project?" "Sir, the first batch of second-tier androids has been completed, and we are now moving into the second stage of production. A total of 12,000 individuals will require 120 stages. I almost forgot, the android warehouse only accommodates 100 units. Jarvis, how many corpse crystals are needed to upgrade the android warehouse?" "Sir, each upgrade requires 1,000 corpse crystals." Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Jiang Yu calculated his current stock of corpse crystals. The crystals accumulated from recent sign-ins and those remaining from before amounted to around 50,000, which meant he could only manufacture about 50 additional units, a mere drop in the bucket. "Jarvis, in that case, we only need to produce 10,000 androids. The remaining quantity of corpse crystals, along with everything I currently possess, should be allocated for constructing the android warehouse. The cost to manufacture a second-tier android is 100. Thus, the total price for 2,000 second-tier androids will be 200,000 corpse crystals. The warehouse can accommodate 200 units, plus the originally anticipated 50, yielding a total of 250. Jarvis, produce 249 units. I need the cost of 1 for urgent matters." "Understood, sir." A total of 249 android warehouses can be manufactured in 30 stages, which translates to 2 months. Alas, though it requires 2 months, it is a significant acceleration. I initially thought that 1 million corpse crystals would suffice, only to realize they were insufficient for the task at hand. "Sir, the transformation of the third-tier Lord Zombie has been completed, and I have placed her in a dormant state, ready to be awakened at any moment." "Good, after lunch. I shall inspect the appearance of this legendary transformed Lord Zombie." Upon entering the conference room, Jiang Yu immediately observed the other 7 leaders of the shelters, who sat rigidly in their seats, having waited all morning without daring to voice a single complaint. Before each of them lay a grand platter of sumptuous food, yet they all hesitated to touch it, even avoiding gazing directly at the feast before them, as if it were non-existent. Every one of them was exerting tremendous effort to suppress their downward glances, their nostrils flaring with suppressed sniffs, and the frantic swallowing of saliva betrayed their true desires at that moment. Chapter 95. The Might of Submission. Everything proceeded smoothly. "Greetings. I am the commander of the Ember Shelter. My name is Jiang Yu," he declared as he took his seat at the head of the table, his expression warm with a smile. Several individuals were momentarily taken aback upon encountering Jiang Yu, astonished by the youthfulness of this legendary commander. "Why is no one eating? I have specially prepared this lunch for all of you. Do you not value my humble offerings? Do you deem my meal unworthy?" Jiang Yu remarked, observing the steaming dishes untouched before them, a gentle smile gracing his lips, albeit tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Ah, what a charming facade." As his tone shifted, the others froze, taken aback by the disparity between his amiable demeanor and the underlying tension. A kindly middle-aged man interjected, "Oh no, it is not that at all. We simply wish to wait for your arrival, Mr. Jiang, to express our gratitude for the delightful meal before indulging. Then allow me to express my appreciation for your exquisite cuisine," he declared, proceeding to partake without hesitation. as the first individual began to eat. The others quickly grasped the cue, showering compliments before diving into the feast with fervor. After a prolonged absence from such delectable fare, their pace quickened with each bite. "Oh, you truly are voracious eaters," Jiang Yu remarked, his voice laced with an undercurrent of menace. Upon hearing this, the group hastily set down their chopsticks and plates, anxiety evident on their faces as they regarded him with trepidation. Noticing their astonished expressions, Jiang Yu's initially menacing smile morphed into one of genuine warmth. "Oh, please, carry on. Guests should be welcome to partake in the meal," he encouraged. "Brother, are you jesting? Will we eat or not?" The individuals exchanged wary glances, questioning each other's intentions. After a brief silence, they resumed eating, and this time, Jiang Yu refrained from further interruption, leisurely sipping his milk tea while awaiting the completion of their meal. Moments later, after 10 minutes of anxious yet rudimentary enjoyment of the dishes, they finally finished. Albeit the fare was merely a standard pre-apocalyptic fare of 5 dishes and a soup. Despite its simplicity, the 7 of them devoured it hungrily, still yearning for more. In a time like this, only Mr. Jiang's sanctuary could provide such delightful sustenance, the initial speaker proclaimed. "Indeed, indeed," the others chimed in, eager to echo his sentiments. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. However, whether this meal signifies your last supper or a celebratory feast depends entirely on your choices," Jiang Yu remarked with a serene smile. "Brother, are you being so forthright? Is there no subtlety in your words?" The atmosphere shifted as the gravity of his statement settled upon them, their expressions paling. "What does Mr. Jiang require of us? It is quite simple. From this day forward, I demand that Haisher echoes only my voice. You must all submit to me." Jiang Yu replied with an unruffled demeanor. The straightforward words of Jiang Yu momentarily rendered those present speechless. When one has spoken too much subconsciously, articulating direct thoughts becomes quite challenging. You have only 1 minute to agree or disagree. Soon, Jiang Yu prompted Jarvis to initiate a 1-minute countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Time's up. I wonder what you all have concluded? The minute passed swiftly, and many had yet to form a clear decision before the time elapsed. Let me go first. My Wang family is merely a familial refuge, with limited resources and manpower. Since the Flame Refuge does not disdain us, we naturally have no objections to joining. It is our honor to be part of your refuge," spoke a middle-aged man with a small mustache seated in the corner. Jiang Yu observed that he had spoken little, ate the slowest, yet was the quickest to submit. "What about you?" Jiang Yu inquired, looking at the others. Gradually, more individuals began to agree to his terms, acknowledging Jiang Yu's Flame Refuge as their authority. Ultimately, only one faction remained, the Lu Merchant Association, which could stand toe-to-toe with the previously mentioned Lin Merchant Association. Although the Lu Merchant Association was not as vast or influential as the Lin Merchant Association, whose commercial reach spanned multiple cities, their roots were firmly planted in the Sea City, much like the Lin Merchant Associations in the Qing City. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and the Lu Merchant Association was indeed that local snake. The person sent by the Lu Merchant Association was their current president, Lu Yunming. Initially, the association had intended to send someone else, but after the Lin Merchant Association was annihilated in an hour, Lu Yunming decided to come himself. "Mr. Jiang, what will happen if I choose not to join?" Lu Yunming's inquiry abruptly plunged the previously harmonious atmosphere into a tense silence, the air thickening once more. 2 choices loomed. Either leave Sea City or perish within it. Jiang Yu regarded Lu Yunming with an impassive expression, his tone devoid of emotion, exuding an air of utter indifference. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's domineering words, a flicker of helplessness crossed Lu Yunming's face, and he eventually nodded slightly. "In that case, it seems prudent to be a man of understanding," he declared, consenting to join. "Haha," Jiang Yu chuckled, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth once more. "Then let's stay for dinner before you depart." Witnessing Jiang Yu's remarkable transformation, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at his charisma. This lad truly embodies the essence of a post-apocalyptic hero, changing his demeanor faster than one could turn the pages of a book. Following the establishment of some simple rules, they each departed the refuge to share the news with those within their respective shelters. Jiang Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of their eventual regret, should they truly reconsider. He would then possess a justifiable reason to act. After watching them depart, he partook in a modest lunch before proceeding to the artificial human chamber. In this facility, the first batch of 249 new artificial humans had already been produced, and the subsequent phase of manufacturing second-tier artificial beings was underway. Jiang Yu cast a cursory glance around before approaching the zombie transformation device, where a cultivation chamber, designed to accommodate a single occupant, currently housed a naked girl with long hair. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, with waist-length black hair, a tall and slender figure, and an exquisite visage that resembled a slumbering beauty, her tightly shut eyes suggesting she had been in a deep sleep for a millennium. Surrounding her were 10 second-tier female combat-type artificial humans left by Jarvis to ensure that this girl, possessing third-tier strength, could be restrained if necessary. Jarvis, awaken her, Jiang Yu commanded, feeling a surge of security from the presence of the 22nd-tier artificial humans. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the impulse to react emotionally and spoke slowly. Understood, sir, with a sound reminiscent of a vacuum being released. The serene and stunning features of the girl began to quiver. Gradually, she opened her eyes and immediately met Jiang Yu's gaze, which was tinged with curiosity. Who are you? She inquired, her voice as melodious as a bell echoing through the chamber. Where am I? I thought I was dead, transformed into a zombie. As she murmured, she attempted to piece together fragmented memories swirling in her mind. This is the Ember Sanctuary. Ember Sanctuary? That name sounds familiar. Directive, eliminate Ember. Directive, eliminate Ember. In that instant, memories flooded back of the moments leading to her demise, when she had led an army to assault the Ember Sanctuary, only to be annihilated by its helicopters. Indeed, I was killed by the Ember Sanctuary. How can I still be alive? Who are you? Has the Ember Sanctuary perished? Her thoughts were disjointed, fragments of recollection tumbling chaotically. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Yu refrained from probing further and instructed Jarvis to open the chamber door. Come out first, and we can discuss this. He shifted to provide her some space, but to his surprise, she struggled to prop herself up, her delicate legs seemingly unresponsive. It appears I cannot stand on my own. Would you mind assisting me? She requested, her lips pressed tightly together and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Given the nature of her request, Jiang Yu, ever cautious, was reluctant to comply, fully aware that the girl before him was a third-tier zombie transformation. The potential for danger was unknown, and should peril arise, he could find himself in grave jeopardy. Thus, he deemed it prudent to have an artificial human assist her instead. Come, let me help you up. Jiang Yu's large hand encircled the slender waist of the girl, and at this moment, his face was merely a hand's breadth away from her alluring figure. A faint, enchanting fragrance enveloped Jiang Yu's senses, reminiscent of the tender scent of his mother from his childhood. As he embraced the soft warmth, he was acutely aware of the exquisite sensations coursing through his palm and wrist, accompanied by the alluring aroma that occasionally invaded his nostrils and mind, rendering him momentarily dizzy. After slowly lifting the delicate girl, Jiang Yu took a moment to steady his emotions. Just as he was about to inquire further, he felt a strong grip around his neck. In an instant, he sensed the formidable aura and murderous intent emanating from the girl behind him. You scoundrel! Did you enjoy yourself just now? By the look on your face, it seems you yearn to relive that maternal scent? Her words left Jiang Yu utterly bewildered. How do you know? Wait, you haven't lost your memory? He asked, astonished. Lost my memory? Of course, I did, but that was in the past. Though my body was put to sleep, my mind awakened long ago, and in this time, I have comprehended all that transpired. She retorted, gritting her teeth in fury. Sanctuary of Flames, you wretches. Why did you kill me if you intended to resurrect me? Do you self-proclaimed saviors possess no humanity? You killed me, turning me into a zombie, and you took my child, transforming them as well. After we barely escaped, just seeking a peaceful life, you captured my child to coerce me. Why do you persist in tormenting me even after I've died twice? Tears streamed down her exquisitely beautiful face, and Jiang Yu, in close proximity, could feel her trembling form, a manifestation of her fear of the unknown and confusion about the future. I still detect my child's scent on you, surely. They have perished by your hand. If that is the case, I shall take your life in vengeance for my child. With that, she prepared to crush Jiang Yu's neck with fierce determination. Stop! Jiang Yu, feeling the pressure around his neck, realized he could not delay any longer. He grasped her wrist firmly and shouted, "I." As the girl experienced an unexpected loss of control over her body, she stood frozen in place, bewildered by the sudden change. Why can't I move? She questioned, desperate to regain her mobility, yet utterly powerless to do so, allowing Jiang Yu to slip from her grasp. Cough, cough. That was close. I almost lost my life at your hands. I genuinely thought you had lost your memory, but it seems you have regained your consciousness long ago. Jiang Yu remarked, relief evident in his tone. Had he not activated his second-tier genetic lock, it would have been quite challenging to escape her grasp. Given that she was a third-tier Lord-level zombie, not just an ordinary one. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? She demanded, her expression grave. What did I do? It is only fitting that you express your gratitude. I have transformed your body, restoring you from a zombie back to a human, in essence. I have resurrected you. Furthermore, I have endowed you with all your previous memories. Most importantly, during your transformation, I programmed you to be incapable of defying my commands. In simpler terms, you are now unable to disobey any of my orders. Even if your consciousness resists, your body will still comply with my directives. Chapter 97. The deal is struck. The Lord reappears upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. The young girl was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. This is impossible. The reversal of a zombie back into a human is a technology that even divine intervention cannot achieve. How could you possibly accomplish this? Impossible. Jiang Yu replied with a cold smirk, is merely what you perceive. Yet here it is, right before your eyes. So tell me, what do you truly intend to do? After expending such effort to resurrect me, surely your motives extend beyond merely toying with my body? The girl fell silent for a moment, resigned, her face reflecting despair as she gazed at Jiang Yu, forcing a bitter smile as she inquired, what do you want me to do? After a brief silence, Jiang Yu spoke, serve me. Naturally, it is in your nature to harbor such vile intentions, but I refuse. Go ahead and kill me. The girl tightly shut her eyes, letting out a cold laugh. I spent 300,000 corpse crystals to bring you back. Do you truly believe I would kill you so easily? Jiang Yu retorted. Then keep me alive until you tire of me, and then you can kill me. This body should suffice for your amusement for several years. Once you have had your fill, you may dispose of me as you wish. I refuse to believe that my body can autonomously execute your commands flawlessly. The girl scoffed. In response to her words, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. What do you see here? He produced a corpse crystal, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is... The girl recognized the familiar scent emanating from the crystal. Child, my child, what do you intend to do? She asked anxiously, yearning to seize it, but powerless to move a step without Jiang Yu's command. Her own predicament mattered little to her. She considered herself already dead twice. However, her child was another matter entirely. Regardless of how many times she had died, that was still her offspring. The thought of her child being resurrected only to endure unspeakable horrors filled her with profound despair. I can resurrect you, and naturally, I can also bring your child back to life. All I require is your complete and utter obedience. What say you? After a prolonged silence, the girl spoke in a somber tone. I can agree to your terms, but I have one condition. You may do as you wish with me. But my child is off limits. She is still so young. As she uttered her final words, her tone shifted to one of pleading. Very well, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. For a mere child held no interest for him. Wait a moment, is your child a daughter? He inquired, almost on a whim. He then beheld the girl's eyes, which gradually took on a crimson hue, as if they could bring about mutual destruction at any moment. Forget it, I concede to your request. But first, you should put some clothes on. Once I have gathered enough corpse crystals, I shall resurrect your child. Cannot it be done immediately? I've run out of corpse crystals lately. How much do you need? 100,000, I guess. What, you have some? Jiang Yu asked, looking at the girl who didn't even have a pocket on her. Do you think I, a former Lord Zombie, wouldn't have a few million corpse crystals for protection? The girl sneered. Wow, you're rich. You still have a few million corpse crystals? Jiang Yu was shocked by the girl's extravagance. And where are your corpse crystals? I'm really short of corpse crystals right now. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, I'll give you corpse crystals, and you'll agree to my request. The girl said, you'd better understand the situation. I'm the one giving you orders. Whether I agree to your request depends entirely on whether you can satisfy me. And if you don't satisfy me, I'll make your body satisfy me under my training. Jiang Yu sneered. You bastard. The girl's expression froze. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. Fine, I'll give you the corpse crystals. You'd better keep your promise. After speaking, the girl snatched the clothes that the android beside her had prepared and began to put them on right in front of Jiang Yu. This was the first time Jiang Yu had ever seen a woman dress in front of him, especially her. Well, you know, he had prepared a D-cup bra, but it seemed it could only fit halfway. Sensing Jiang Yu's increasingly heated gaze, the girl's expression grew more and more disgusted. Now, fully dressed. Although the clothes provided some coverage, the extremely form-fitting purple dress accentuated her perfectly proportioned figure even more. The allure hidden beneath the purple dress made one want to tear it open to see what lay beneath. By the way, what's your name? I can't stay ignorant forever, Jiang Yu asked, turning back before leaving. The girl paused for a moment, then slowly replied. Muddy. Graveyard? How can someone have such a name? Jiang Yu murmured. Graveyard, my ass. Mu is the mu of bathing, and D is the D of Tifa. Oh, it's this Muty. The name is clear now, but if you don't know it, you might mistake it for a graveyard. And your daughter? Doesn't she have a name? Isn't she your daughter? Doesn't she have the surname Mu? She's the adopted daughter I took in when I underwent mutation. What? Is there a problem? Muty asked cautiously and impatiently. Nothing, just asking. Then, The two arrived at the shelter's gate. The guards, who were training, were also incredibly puzzled by this scene, but under the command of the royal guard. They were temporarily suspended from training and called inside. All right, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu asked. Muti glanced at Jiang Yu, then leaped onto the gate, landing steadily, and raised her hands high. Woo! A strange, low sound emanated from Muti's mouth, followed by a sudden, slightly manic roar. Jiang Yu recognized the voice that echoed around her. It was reminiscent of the Lord's roar when summoning the undead. To her astonishment, the Lord's ability to call forth zombies had indeed been preserved. Even though she had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand left her genuinely astounded. Had it not been for the overwhelming firepower and extensive area damage she had previously orchestrated, eliminating her would have proven quite a challenge. As the roar reverberated, the once tranquil Haishur erupted into chaos. It was midday, and many were leisurely basking in the sun, engaging in photosynthesis to alleviate their gnawing hunger. However, this calm was swiftly shattered by violent tremors beneath their feet. When they instinctively glanced down, they were met with an unimaginable sight. An innumerable horde of steel and clawed zombies, along with numerous other second-tier undead, racing towards a specific direction. What on earth? Why were there still so many second-tier zombies here? Where had they come from? Hadn't the undead here been nearly eradicated? This phenomenon extended beyond their immediate vicinity. The zombies across much of Haishur were now stirred into a frenzy. They responded to the long-awaited call of their king, hastening towards the sanctuary of the flame. The survivors within Haishur were gripped by sheer horror and astonishment at this spectacle. Was the second wave of the zombie storm truly upon them, arriving so abruptly? The sanctuary of the flame had issued no prior warnings. Many, upon witnessing this scene, remained frozen in their shelters, trembling as they clutched their firearms at the ready. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu watched in disbelief as hundreds of second-tier zombies arrived at the entrance of the sanctuary of the flame. They knelt before the imposing figure of Muti, reverently and devoutly gazing up at her. Could it be that Haishur still harbored such a multitude of second-tier zombies? Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had thought the previous batch had been the entirety of their kind. Even he, who had been prepared for the worst, found this scene shocking. He had assumed that those higher-tier undead had perished, yet here was a staggering number still present. Under Muti's command, several defensive zombies emerged, each wielding enormous suitcases. When these cases were opened, they revealed a treasure trove of densely packed corpse crystals, predominantly of the non-attribute variety, alongside a significant quantity of first- and second-tier crystals. Upon witnessing this bounty, even Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. Muti gestured, and the clawed zombies understood immediately, seizing the suitcases and tossing them through the entrance, where they landed solidly before Jiang Yu. This is what I intended to use for my advancement to the 4th tier. It should suffice for you for a while, Muti stated coolly. Jiang Yu glanced at Muti, who stood at the door like a queen, then turned his gaze to the varied expressions of the zombies outside, and muttered, "Your name, Muti, truly suits you." Muti rolled her eyes in response. "Let us return to the sanctuary. I shall resurrect your Alice." Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. To my astonishment, a mere impulsive action has bestowed upon me a 3rd-tier lordly zombie girl, capable of commanding a horde of the undead. What a remarkable fortune. There is another matter. I wish for my subordinates no longer to wander aimlessly outside. After all, they are under my command. Would it be feasible for them to remain near your shelter? Muti inquired, leaping down from the gate. Certainly, as long as they do not disturb those who come to my refuge for supplies. Jiang Yu replied with a calm nod. Upon receiving Jiang Yu's consent, Muti slightly nodded and turned, issuing a commanding roar. Instantly, hundreds of second-tier zombies scattered, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Jarvis, keep a constant watch on their locations, Jiang Yu murmured to Jarvis. Understood, sir. You need not worry, under my control. Both their consciousness and bodies are entirely at my command, Muti remarked with a cold smirk, seemingly having overheard Jiang Yu's words to Jarvis. Unlike you, who can only control my body yet cannot sway my consciousness, Jiang Yu replied. If you were able to govern my mind, I could assist you further, enhancing your pleasure. Muti retorted with a mocking laugh. Ah, it seems that organization which transformed you into a zombie has trained you rather well, considering your audacity. Jiang Yu responded with a similar scoff. Get lost. Since they captured me, apart from essential examinations and procedures, no one has dared to lay a finger on me. Oh, why is that? Jiang Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Because I am the sole individual who adapted to the divine descent virus. The remaining 98,418 have all transformed into mindless, ordinary zombies. Thus, I must maintain my perfect condition, Muti said. A flicker of pain crossing her face as she recalled the harrowing scenes of that battlefield, which were etched in her memory. Moreover, My existence has propelled their genetic technology to unprecedented heights, leading to the creation of numerous combatants whose prowess rivals my own. With that, Mu-Ti cast a contemplative glance at the 10 female combat androids beside her. I hadn't anticipated that you possess formidable allies comparable to their death warriors. Oh, is the strongest of that divine descent organization merely of the same caliber as my personal guard? Jiang Yu queried. That was the case 6 months ago, however. I cannot say for certain now. Ever since they developed the Death Warriors, their focus and research on me have significantly diminished, which allowed me to escape on the day of the meteor's descent. Are they the ones who engineered the so-called divine descent virus? Jiang Yu asked. As he delved deeper into the understanding of the divine descent virus, he felt an increasing resemblance to the cosmic virus associated with the meteor that had fallen upon Blue Star. I do not know. A year ago, I was captured by them, leading to relentless experimentation, the transformation into a zombie occurring merely 3 months after my capture. A year ago? That coincides closely with the official bombing of that meteor, Jiang Yu exclaimed, astonished. Do you know where the Divine Descent organization operates from? Who is the Supreme Commander? Jiang Yu pressed, as he pressed the elevator button. I am uncertain. All I know is that their influence is vast, encompassing the entirety of Blue Star. The presence of this organization can be felt among the rabbit, the bear, and the nation of the eagle. It is rumored that they even exert control over several formidable nations. Upon hearing Mu-Ti's account, Jiang Yu's expression grew notably grave. He had not anticipated that this so-called Divine Descent organization possessed such formidable power, capable of standing against the 3 major rogues of Blue Star without faltering. And even before the calamity, the common populace remained blissfully unaware of their existence. However, I recall that the reason the Divine Descent organization has not gained widespread recognition is due to the dedicated forces from the rabbit, bear, and bald eagle nations that actively confront them. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they continue to engage in mutual resistance and struggle. Had it not been for the exceptional combat prowess exhibited here, I might have been compelled to lead an army of zombies to assault the opposing organization in Huaxia.